has it absolutely on fire right now.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
Sugar-free! Oh, buddy! He's made short work at the back line. Ooh, what am I fanging there for lethal? Standard stuff here for lethal, really.
나를 잡아버리는 게 너무 잘 만든 멀리 일단拿到过 这的刀还是砍掉的还没爆，哎呦，这手好险他连下死亡，再见，大型伺候，哇！
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Champions Clash in Hangzhou. So here joined by Ash, by Jake, by Johnny, and I am excited to dive into all the action. I missed an entire day, so TLDW, too long didn't watch. What did I miss?
All right.
Catch me up.
Once again, the last hope of China, the only hope of China. They're back. And they are shooting. They're here with a vengeance. They may be the one team surviving in the tournament, competing for the hometown crowd, but they're a serious contender the way they played on day 1. Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, cleaning up, putting in work, but you could have known that maybe without even
I
watching
feel like some of the script was low-key pre-written, so like I was kind of honed into that one. Also super excited to have Ash on the desk with us. I watched your bits at least. I ignored the guys, and you did phenomenal, and I'm so happy to have you here.
Thank you. I'm super excited.
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. And you know why it's going to be a good time? Because we have drops. That's right. And we have different drops for each and every single day. So make sure to connect your Batland account to your Twitch account and grab them all. Any favorites here? Johnny?
Yeah, I'm a big loot book guy. We went over this. Big loot books
Okay,
guy.
yeah, you have opinions. I like that.
Just give me everything. Just like, you know, could be an epic, could be a legendary. Who knows?
Honestly, now the more I look at it, I'm digging it. I'm digging the loot box.
We love surprises on the desk.
We do.
I like this name card here, the sunset in Hangzhou. It's kind of styling.
Yeah, you're kind of stealing my answers from yesterday.
All right, well, you like the
Actually copying the homework.
I like the
He did that with my predictions yesterday too, actually, a couple times.
Honestly, that's
true.
so on
That is
brand.
true. I did copy her prediction.
Also, as you can see on your screen, yeah, we don't just have one type of drops. No, we have 2 types of drops. That's right. Once more, just make sure to connect your Faceit account to your Twitch account, and then you can earn so many cool in-game goodies and also like real-life things such as the laptop.
The laptop of legend.
I'm not sure it actually exists, to be honest with you guys, because I've never
there.
seen. Is it there?
It's like
Has anyone
it's
ever?
gonna take a lifetime of Faceit points to get you that laptop, but it is there. It is
We need
possible.
one of you to get it for us. Like,
Actually.
we need the proof, I think.
Yeah, I feel like someone out there probably
Tweet at
has
us
that laptop.
with the Faceit laptop if you have one. If you
That's right. I'll pin that
See
tweet.
it, yeah.
Like that's gonna be.
We will show you on broadcast if you
Exactly.
get
You
the
will
Faceit
definitely get on
laptop.
broadcast if
come
you
on.
get the Faceit.
The lore is too powerful.
It is too powerful. You know what else is powerful? All the teams that are still alive in the competition. Let's take a look at our schedule to see who is still in it to win it. This is where we are right now. We are already in our first championship, the Champions Clash. I can't believe we're already on the first LAN event. I feel like we literally just started the season yesterday.
Yeah, it's a big moment for these teams, bringing together the best teams from around the world to compete. I mean, these LANs, that's what all the top players really live for, what you care about. Winning your region is nice, you know, it's great to make a couple bucks and you know, show your stuff, but playing against the best in the world, that's what these players are all about.
Playing on stage as well. The stage looks so mightily impressive as well. So like
Mightily impressive.
Yeah,
I
seeing the
don't know.
players up there like battling each other, you know, face to face. Like I just love that setting as well. So.
Okay, so we're doing it for the stage, we're doing it for the fans, for the competition, but mostly we're doing it for cash. That's right. The prize pool is currently at $225,000, and it can get even bigger. That's right. If you pick up the Ember Juno bundle that's available in-game right now, every single purchase will contribute directly to the prize pool. So make sure to support your local favorite players.
You'll love it. I think that this is a great bundle. I think the skin looks incredible. One of the best ones that we've had, actually, for these prize pools.
I agree. She looks neat.
Colorways.
It's fairy-esque.
The orange and
You see?
purple.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Her hair, actually, I thought it was a Mercy skin when I first saw it. I'm not gonna lie.
Like
Ooh, I
cosplay
see
as
that.
like
the hair with
See
the hair.
It is
Yeah,
great.
I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
See, now that you now I can't unsee it. That's a real problem.
Oh, that's a real great thing. I don't know.
Right? Right. And yeah, there's a very important fact that I need to relay. And I just need to find the actual fact for you somewhere in this script. And up until we get there, I'll just waffle. Guys, waffle.
Who do you think's winning this, Johnny? Once again,
Okay,
Great.
well, good. Our first matchup of the day.
All right, waffling
it's once
done.
again and Falcons.
Waffling done.
And
I'm very
I can't
excited
wait.
to announce that the Ember Juno recolor that will be made in celebration of the Champions Clash winning region will be available around the time of World Finals. So there you have it.
Ooh, okay, so the winning
Huh?
region actually is going to dictate the recolor
Yeah.
or the skin. That's pretty
actually
sweet.
really
I'm looking at
sick.
that once again pink recolor. Ooh, that would be so
I
pretty.
vibe with
And
that.
she has the Mercy hair, so it will be like the pink Mercy skin, but like a different version. Just saying.
You're really calling over to the audience right now.
Yeah,
See,
we're
like a
doing it
black
for the
and
people.
red Crazy Raccoon team color. I think that would go kind of crazy. A little bit of a dark Ember Juno.
Okay. She already looks edgy though. Like
This is true.
We can go deeper. We can,
Okay.
we can really commit to the bit here. We can really commit to the bit. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time, regardless of who's winning, because I'm here with my friends. Obviously, we would love to be on site, but that's why we sent the best man out there, Danny Lim, on the case. Let's see what he was up to over there in Hangzhou.
I never know
All
what
right.
he's going to be up to.
Yeah, we don't know what
Wait,
Danny
where-
is
where
like,
is Danny?
wild card.
He made a lot of friends yesterday.
Oh, okay, well, that's not Danny.
That's not Danny.
True.
Not the first shot we'd
But
see
Danny
with
will be the first in
That was
line to
not
take a
Danny.
picture with a pretty cosplayer. So
That's
I'm learning a lot
brand.
about him right now.
Oh, it's April Fools!
April Fool's.
It's April Fool's.
Exactly. I love these walls. I always wonder what happens to them. Where do they go afterwards?
We had one in 2018 for the Overwatch
We
League
did,
Grand
yeah.
Finals. Do you remember that?
Nice Kiri
Yeah.
cosplay.
Yeah, what happened to that one?
Whatever. Someone took it home, I assume. There are so many good cosplayers out there. I love it.
The Porsche Diva
We
skin.
talked
big
about
fan.
this yesterday.
Wait.
Like, China has the best cosplayers. I don't know if any cosplayer will listen to this and be like, no. But obviously, I'm pretty uninformed, but I feel like every time the Chinese fans.
Obviously, I'm pretty uninformed. That's my quote.
Yeah,
of the day already.
cosplayers.
Johnny,
no,
say no more.
That's
No,
my
Johnny knows a
biggest
lot about
strength,
cosplay.
yeah.
Johnny is.
I don't have a ton of insights.
He's versed.
Yeah,
He's versed.
You do great.
Yeah, look, I'd love to learn more about cosplaying. It's not my strongest suite, but I feel like China does a really good job. So.
We'll put you and Matt in a class together.
Look, I'd
We need
happy
some
to
remedial
cosplay.
Matt can barely dress himself in the morning. I don't think he's ready for cosplay at this point. We're ready for good matches, though, so let's take a look at our schedule of the day to see what we got in store for you in our bracket. We have some good ones coming up, I feel. So, Jake, what do you think were the highlight thus far on day one in this bracket? Any big surprises, anything that shook things up?
I mean, I wouldn't say there's any huge shocks. Maybe that once again won as dominantly as they did over Virtus
my
Pro,
God.
and then for Virtus
were
Pro
so
to
good.
turn around and clean up Alcatia pretty confidently. Once again, looks like a very serious contender in this tournament. We were wondering about the Chinese teams, how would they fare in the international competition, but man, up against Team Falcons, that'll be the real bellwether for this team. But honestly, just the eye test against V3, I was really impressed.
And also, SSG, I think it deserves mentioning, they kind of held their own against Crazy Raccoon on Esperanza. When they paired the mirror matchup with the Winston kind of composition, which we think is going to be the biggest determining factor on who wins this tournament, SSG, they fared reasonably well.
Are you coping, or is that a real thing? Because I looked at the
It was a competitive
scoreline,
map.
and then I saw that they had like 60
They were in
meters.
it until
so
like
I
the
didn't-
last 3 meters.
Oh, okay.
They were like they
right,
traded
all right,
back and
yeah.
forth, and you can look at the map and say like, well, Crazy Raccoon, they dominated. They were never, worried about losing a map. But I actually think that SSG on that map in particular, on Esperanza, when we played the Winston Mirror, I think SSG did a good job. The map didn't go their way, obviously, because Crazy Raccoons is, best team in the world. but I think that was like a good sign for SSG and something they can rely on throughout the rest of the tournament. Now we're watching VP, and here is SSG actually sugar-free. Nice pulse bomb here. This match against CC, Jake, we were just...
This was crazy.
We were kind of losing it.
Like, this was a really dominant 3-0 win for SSG, but in the end, it's still an incredible match to watch. So many fun moments, so many clutch plays from SSG, just fighting back from impossible scenarios. Sugar Free, I think, had a massive game. So did Seeker, right alongside him in that damage lineup. And this is a team that Space Station, like a lot of teams, I think you might lose pretty dominantly to somebody like Crazy Raccoon, and it'd be easy to count them out. But I don't think you should for Space Station Gaming. I think they have a real shot to make a lower bracket run.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because they were able to keep it scrappy in that one. And I think that's something that you have to keep in mind with the pacing that these Korean teams like to play at.
Yeah, some teams just gotta brawl it out, man. Sometimes it gets muddy out there.
Brawl it out, that's Falcons. So I'm curious to see how they'll do. Mauga,
Not it.
Oh no.
Falcons has looked
Oh,
like
no.
the most different team in the tournament, right? Like they're the only team that playing quite a bit more Malga than other people.
Yeah.
I think they still
That's worked out
want
for
to play a lot
other,
of Winston too.
that has worked out for other teams in the past though. Like that's not.
New times, Zoe. Malga got a slight nerf, and we're just like ready to move on. And then they brought out the Malga, and we're like,
Yeah, literally. For
are they stuck in the past? or is it
Proper, the
actually
opening fight of the tournament, Proper got a 5K.
It's a big brain play because no one else is practicing against the Malga, so it's not in scrims anymore. So they don't
Okay,
really
so-
know what to do. I'm just
yeah.
like, we're doing great. We're doing great.
You're joking, so like low-key, there's
Actually, that is a strategy to it. There's a strategy to it. Now, speaking of SSG, we actually got a peek at their very secret playbook, I heard. I haven't seen it personally.
This is a lot of
so
the top
I'm
tier.
excited. Okay, what do we have
you
here?
can see that Hunter, he's got
Okay.
some deep strategies there in the draft docs. See if he reveals anything more. I think we might get a little sneak peek on some of the prep work.
And you know
Those
it's
are
using it
SSG's
because
big wins.
he put. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Honestly, that's a strat.
Looks good. Looking good, Hunter. Really legit coach for SSG. But I mean, in all seriousness, as much fun as this team is clearly having, and as much as they have like the vibes and they're clearly enjoying each other's company and just happy to be here in Hangzhou, I think they're also a very serious threat as a team. I think they can come together and make a lower bracket run. Nightmare upset them in the NA qualifiers. That's why they're the second seed. But if those two teams meet in the lower bracket, I think that would be really an exciting clash for North America.
Now, 3 times the charm, since I already tried to bring the schedule up 2 times. Let's try it one more time to see which matches we have in store for us. Or maybe I just pivot to a different topic. Depends what's happening within the next 5, 3, 2,
There it
That's
is.
exactly what I wanted all along. Here's the schedule for today. So we have 5 matches on the docket. Which one are you most excited about, Ash?
Oh, honestly, it has to be that Team Falcons versus Once Again match that I'm really hyped for. The second one coming up today, I feel like for Team Falcons, they lost a map up against Al-Qadsiya yesterday. And I feel like that means that today they're going to come out like guns blazing just to continue to prove why they're the best team in the world from the 2024 season.
I mean, they're going to need to because once again, we're fearsome in their opening match as well. I think I agree with you on the highlight there. I'm really excited to see, though, what this Nightmare team can do against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, a win feels like crazy to predict because of how dominant Crazy Raccoon are. But nonetheless, I think there's a huge difference here between Nightmare getting obliterated 3-0 non-competitive, where it feels like, oh man, maybe they can't really go that far in this tournament, versus if they can really make this one close, make this one competitive. I mean, make an upset, Jesus, that would be wild. But let's just say they can just fight it out really well. I think that bodes really amazing for their future. I mean, I think Crazy Raccoon is
like-
going to be in the grand finals this tournament, and I don't think that's a hot take.
Yeah, I feel like we need some context here as well. So earlier last weekend, Nightmare went 0-7 against the 4th and 5th best team in Korea. So
Yeah.
now going against Crazy Raccoon, and that's even harder. So if you can't win a map against T1 or away, then you know what's
Tactical throwing. We're keeping expectations low right now.
That's right. They
was
kept their
bait.
strats to themselves. Yeah, didn't want to give anything away. That's how people do it. That's how
I might be
people do it.
coping, but who knows?
Or maybe you just see the future. Speaking of which, it is time for another rendition of tomorrow's news today. I sent my best reporters on the case to tell us what's in store for us, I guess, tomorrow. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, can't wait to get into this one. Who's first? Ash.
Oh, thank you for the introduction, Johnny. But Space Station grounded yesterday's launch was scuttled by an outbreak of raccoons. Today's mission ends in a nightmare. Astronauts forced to return home with heads held low.
All right, this is just in from the front. Raccoons devour all challengers. Crazy Raccoon continues their undefeated run, sweeping aside both North American squads back to back. With this level of play, they look to cement world domination on stage here in Hangzhou, China. Eyes locked firmly on the trophy, they march onward towards ultimate victory.
You gotta cast like that, bro.
I will do a whole VO3 like that.
Leveling up! There was nothing shy about once again when they swiped Falcons out of the upper bracket after some Primal Blade heroics out of Guxue. Is this the run for China?
You tell me, you're the reporter. Why did we do that in black and white, by the way? Are we in the past? I thought we were in the future. Are we black and white in the future?
It's
Is
a
that what's
newspaper.
happening?
It's a newspaper.
It's a new.
Yeah.
We don't have money for a color print? Budget is tight this year, everyone. It's
I
rough
gotta be
out
honest,
there.
I didn't know that the name of the newspaper was Tomorrow's News Today. I thought it was Hopium Daily. So I'm
They're
not so sure about my
interchangeable
article.
and not
It's
mutually
very,
exclusive.
very apt. So
Look, it needs to be black and white, or else me doing that crazy voice does not make sense. So, you know, I still get
Oh, now it makes
it's
sense.
just for the
Okay,
voice.
that's
It's just for the
true.
voice. It's just for the
I made a special request.
I do love that. I do love that.
Please cast like that later today.
Ash, I heard you want to talk about predictions today.
Oh, I love talking about predictions, guys.
Go,
You know
there's
that.
two
You
of
know
us.
that. Okay. Hear me out.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
When it comes down to the predictions, unfortunately, I can't really back NA, I don't think, when we're talking about, tomorrow's news today. I do expect that we're going to actually see both of our North American teams actually head to the nearest airport after the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, SSG, I still want to believe. But they'll be playing either once again or Falcons. It's going to be a tough matchup for SSG. Nightmare, maybe they can beat
No.
VP.
You gotta, Johnny, get the hopium straight to the veins.
You're the American.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
the European here.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm struggling to
Look. All right, once again, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, these are very strong teams. But I think this is North America's time to shine. I think we can get some wins. We can make it deeper in the
You
tournament.
lost me a time to shine.
Look. Nightmare has impressed me. Even watching like the way Zera and Ultraviolet have been playing this season, it is crazy stuff. These guys are hitting career peaks easily for them as players. If they can put it together as a full team, I mean, Falcons is running some crazy stuff, and they're doing their classic of like just swap heroes all the time so Proper can play the highest impact character in the lobby, which like I can sort of get, but I think that strategically can put them in a bad spot at times. And I think there's also teams like VP you can go up against and eliminate. Not such a terrifying opponent as the rest of those in the upper bracket.
My guy, your cope is so thick, I can slice it. Like, it's literally right here. It's in the room with us right now. But someone's got to do the Lord's work, so thank you so much, Jake. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
Take him off for the team.
Love that. Exactly, someone has to. We've got to need the diversity and the variety here on the desk, right? So,
Look,
you've
got to rep NA. But this is a good time to rep NA. Honestly, the talent has come to fruition. These guys have been long in the making. They've been grinding and coming up, and this is the moment.
I'm leaning Ash, to be honest. I'm on board with
you
Ash.
can all laugh. You can all laugh, guys. But you guys are taking the safe
We
road.
are going to look silly if
I'm willing to
they
take
end
a
up
risk.
dominating.
I'm willing to take a risk.
This is a good clippable though. Like we can roll this one back. I'm sure it's going to age really well.
It'll age really well.
Destroys the rest of the day.
Listen, that's the thing.
More in tomorrow's news today.
You are taking the high risk, high reward route with this.
I'm a gambling man, guys.
Speaking of gambling, do you like games?
I love games. You got games on your phone?
Never met a game I didn't like.
I think there are. One game I particularly enjoy is not just Overwatch, but also Overfeud. Da-ding. Da-ding.
I get to play this time.
Pretty.
Let's go, Ash.
Da-ding for me.
We need to end Johnny's game.
Yeah,
so he
all right,
tells
it's
We're definitely trying really hard to
Once
win
more,
for Johnny's
we
sake
asked
right
the
now.
people on the street or in chats or both. I'm not entirely sure. There's the ding ding. I was like, it's okay. We sent out a prompt and the people answered. And you guys now have the utmost pleasure of figuring out what they answered. There's the top 5 answers.
I got my fingers on the pulse. I know what the
You
people
are the
feel.
people, literally.
I read them. I know them.
Okay.
I am them.
He is the people. That's right. Well, 3 wrong answers and you are out. You're not the people. You're not on the desk anymore. You're out.
Wait, we're off the desk?
I just made the executive call. Okay, so here's the prompt. Name the tank player most likely to solo ult someone just to send a message.
Wow, this is a great question.
Great prompt.
That
Great
is it.
prompt.
That is it.
Wow.
So,
Wow, what a prompt.
let's go. Ash goes first. Ash.
Boy. Oh boy. This is
Okay. You know what? Vestola was hella smirking on the stage yesterday.
Vestola was
True.
He was really smug. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm gonna lock in Vestola for this one, actually.
okay.
I would see Vestola solo flex in.
Oh.
Okay, the people were just
people
wrong.
are
on
wrong.
that one.
The
The
people
people
are
are
wrong.
wrong.
That's
No,
just
the
one.
people
That's
are
three
wrong.
people.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a vibe check.
I am gonna go with. I'm gonna go with the young goat, Janbin.
Okay.
I like that pick. I like that pick.
Yeah,
That
the
was
young.
mine too.
He's still.
There we go.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
mine for me as well. Yep. I'm gonna go with Mr. Aura himself. I'm going with Gushui.
The Shui.
The Shui.
The blade.
The primal
Very
blade.
swaggy.
Primal
Very
There we
swaggy
go.
pick.
That's right.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
I don't
on
actually
me.
feel like he's the type of guy to do that. I don't know. I think the people are wrong.
No, Gucci would rip a solo primal.
Gushui would rip us over.
No, because he's so good that even if
Yeah,
he
the
wants
thing
to
is-
make it a solo primal, it will still be a 2K just because he's that good.
Yeah,
It will be like an accidental 2K. Like that's what
Accidental
happens
2K.
if
I love
the
that,
Shui
yeah.
is on the blade.
Yeah.
All right, Ash, your turn.
Oh, can I phone a friend on this one? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You can sidebar.
Phone a
You guys,
friend?
Yeah.
you guys can sidebar.
We got Jaws over there. Yeah. You're the friend.
How are you feeling about Kellen?
Ooh, I like Kellen. I'm trying to read what the people think.
Hanbin.
Hanbin.
Ooh, maybe Hanbin.
Friend
Hanbin
Jaws.
would solo grab somebody.
Yeah.
Hanbin would just solo grab a fool just to let him know. Like you blinking around on Tracer, having a good game, and Hanbin just.
And he has
your
that
final answer, Ash?
smirky little.
Am I shifting to Hanbin? You know what? I can blame Jack for this later.
Yeah.
So let's lock that one in. Let's lock that one in.
Trust him, bro. So hitting us.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
What a
All right.
homie. That's a real friend. I'll phone you. That's my new emergency contact right over there.
I'm going. Look, you're helping us stay on the job here, Jack. I appreciate that. I am gonna go with Mr. Kellen.
Yes, I was gonna go with that too. Yeah.
With Kellen.
Come on.
Okay, so I wouldn't have been
wrong
wrong
about
if
this.
I put
Yeah,
Kellen.
exactly.
I only had right
Real
answers.
test.
I only had right answers.
Except for
There we
the
go.
person that you
There we
put
go.
with.
Let's go. Okay, so we got one. We got one left here. We got
Moss.
Raccoon, we got
It's getting a little
Falcon.
scary.
SSG once again. Oof.
You still have 2 lives.
Yeah,
Like, I
we
think
have
you're
2
in a
lives.
really good spot.
Now it gets tough.
I mean, Gaga solo primal the death barrier on Ilios.
Oh, wow.
What's that purpose?
Oh, wow. Are we gonna run that clip?
I mean, it was in the highlight
No,
reel.
there's no need.
It was in the
There's no
highlight.
need.
It's rent-free in all of our.
It doesn't
Truly
serve anyone.
brains.
There's no need.
Only me.
I think I'm going with Kaffa for this one. Okay.
Yeah?
That's a good
And
shot.
I think this is gonna round out our top 5 here. Come on. There we go.
Here we go.
And
That's
everyone
what we're
gets
staying on the
to
desk.
keep
We're still hired.
Job.
Oh.
I'm so happy for you in this economy. Like, this is good. Good moves all around. Thank you all, of course, for voting and participating. Those Overfeud segments have been such a joy so far this year, and you guys are actually doing really good on that. I think the over/under of Desk Overfeud is over. Like, we're good. That's not how this works.
Firm handshakes.
Thank you, Ash.
Handshakes.
Thank you.
Handshakes.
Thank
Good
you for the
job,
help.
Colin.
Handshakes all
Appreciate it.
around.
I hope
Thanks,
it's good for you. Yeah, Jaws actually the goat getting that. Woo! What was that, like an air? Like, what are they doing? He's okay.
That's just Jaws things. It's just like,
Ah, is that his new thing? Yeah. Well, it is time to talk about our first match of the day. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon and Nightmare. The cope is thick on the
Oh
desk.
my
Let's
goodness.
talk about if there is a good reason for that. Because quite frankly, Crazy Raccoon, always been the favorite, will never not be the favorite. They look like they're in absolute prime shape and form. Were there any cracks in the armor? What did we see?
No.
No, there were no cracks in the
That
armor.
was
On to the other team.
pristine. That was newly polished. It's like unbreakable. Yeah, that was titanium or something.
Look,
Crazy.
Crazy Raccoon got to be the favorites. If you pret against them, you're just crazy. Not a raccoon, just the crazy part.
You're not good.
Like
I
a
mean,
rabies type, like it's
this-
the bad type of crazy.
The roster is so star-studded, and this is a great meta for them historically when there's like a dive-heavy meta with a lot of Winston, a lot of individual playmaking. The flexibility on this team is immaculate. I mean, just across the board, this is a team that is honestly, for them, anything less than first place here in this meta, this moment in Hangzhou is a failure. Like, the expectation are ridiculously high for them, and so this early on in the tournament, you can't pret against them.
It's impossible. Yeah.
But I will say,
Stop.
No.
I just think Nightmare could, at peak form, could make this interesting. Could throw a map, or could snatch a map away.
Okay.
Could
No, but
make
have
this
you-
competitive.
Dude, they have a 7-foot gaming warlord in Lip who absolutely popped off. And every single player can do that and then some. Like, this is an uphill battle for anyone, even on their best day.
That's really true. I think that they were even really strategic with their bans yesterday as well. Like the first one coming out on Ilios being that Winston ban,
yeah.
expecting
Great point,
that
yeah.
they were going to want to have that mirror going through. And I think that that's something that the likes of Nightmare are going to have to keep in mind, considering Vessel is hero pool.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. That Winston ban was so telling. Because now they know as well against SSG, if they have to play them later on in the tournament as well, it's just like, okay, well, we're just running back. Ilios ban Winston, what are you going to do? That was a really powerful ban, that Winston ban, so I completely agree with you. For Nightmare, Jake, I think it's a little early for this squad. Because I am completely on board with Zero as like a fantastic tracer player for this team, capable of like leading the way and setting the pace. Lethal, I love the hit scan play coming out from Lethal as way. I just think this team is a little inexperienced when it comes to playing on stage and playing against a best team in the world, like Crazy Raccoon, for example. Ultraviolet looks phenomenal on Diana so far in stage 1. I'm just not convinced that they're going to get on stage and play their best game and take maps away from Crazy Raccoon. I think it's a little bit early, especially in Sears' career here.
I just think it can happen, you know. I think
It can
this could be the
happen,
moment
yeah.
for them. I
Anything
really
is
think
possible in the world of Overwatch.
it's true.
That's
It's
right.
true. Anyone can be a champion. But honestly, for me, I think what has impressed me the most is when this team is playing at their full potential, when they're really hitting their stride, I think they can take a map. I mean, and for me, that's what this series is about. Like, winning is like almost too much to imagine. I understand why Crazy Raccoon playing at peak form, you can't pret against them. But at the same time, I just want to see Nightmare fight this out, make this competitive, make it scrappy. If you can take some strips off Crazy Raccoon, if you can slow them down and be a real threat, winning fights, winning a map somewhere in this series, that means a lot for Nightmare's chances to go deeper into the tournament. If it's a 3-0 blowout, there's a huge difference, even though, of course, they both gonna have the same effect on your position in the bracket.
I mean, also, obviously the pressure is not on Nightmare in this one. They're coming into this as the underdog. No one is expecting them to even take as much as a map. So really, the pressure is off. That means free flow. They can just do whatever and maybe even have a little bit of fun with it. I think this is one of the teams which, when they're vibing, they're usually producing the best kind of results. It's a double elimination bracket as well, of course, so, you know, they do get a second go at it.
I think that conversation about the energy is really important there. Their ability to kind of keep it fun and loose in that regard and just make sure that they're focused on playing their own game.
Yeah. The player to watch for Nightmare is Kaffa, in my opinion, because we can talk all we want about the damage players for Nightmare and Ultraviolet, how impactful those players are. But to me, it starts with Kaffa. You know, setting up the rest of the team, making leaps that don't get punished if you're playing Winston, if you're playing Hazard as well, maybe not getting too poked and being forced to leap backwards, forfeiting space, stuff like that. It's really tricky to play tank against teams like Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, so it's going to be a tough task for Kaffa, but I think Kaffa needs to have a really good game, because otherwise I don't think Zero and Lethal can make up for it.
Well, let's take a look at the predictions. I don't presume you went for Nightmare, even though you talked a big game here on the desk.
Well,
No,
maps,
look.
right? So
I think Nightmare can win a map, and I think that's really what they need to do for their position in the tournament.
Okay, that's what we say. I don't think they take a map. So I went for a just clean 3-0. They're going straight for the juggler. I think they just want to. They probably have dinner plans also. They probably just want to get it over with. Not show any cracks in the armor. Not play with
Absolutely.
different.
I think just like that consistency that we're expecting from Crazy Raccoons, and I got to be on the same page with you on that one. I'm excited to hopefully see Nightmare at least take one of these maps kind of close, keep it close, scrappy, tight, but I don't think they actually net a win.
Yeah, look, all right. I talked a big game. I'm still going to pred Crazy Raccoon to win here. I still think they're the heavy favorites. I just am going to be really watching this match to see the competitiveness between these squads. I think Crazy Raccoon is a team with a lot of pride and a lot of energy on the line here. And so for them, they want this to be a 3-0. Make no mistake, they will not give up a map for free. Nightmare is going to have to come out very strong to take one away, but I think that they can do it.
I think it's going to be a Crazy Raccoon 3-0, and then they're going to go play ranked and grind the competitive drive so they can get a beautiful name tag.
Okay. Sure, and that's Johnny's script for the day. Of course, the teams have a different script or like playbook or like whatever they're rocking up with, and they're all here to play some good Overwatch, some honest Overwatch, and I'm here for it. I'm very excited to see what both of them have. Why are you grinning like that?
I'm just
happy to be here.
Really excited, for
just really
Overwatch.
excited.
You're back, Zoe. Like, it's great.
It's a great meta, sorry. This is a very fun meta for this tournament.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of hero diversity with the bans. We're seeing a lot of Winston Tracer Sojourn, which is just a treat.
That's right. Speaking of treats, we got one for you at home as well, because we have Danny standing by with Nightmare coach Wheats. Let's hear what they have to say.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lem here. I'm here joined by Coach Wheats from Nightmare. Wheats, thank you so much for joining me for this quick talk, I guess, before your match. I mean, I feel like your next match is going to be against Crazy Raccoons, and I feel like this is probably the most challenging match so far in the Champions Clash. So I want to hear your thoughts on Crazy Raccoons, and also tell us how the players are currently feeling.
I think everyone knows Crazy Raccoons is a really strong team, but we wouldn't be here if we didn't think we could beat everyone. So everyone's feeling very confident, and we think we can win for sure.
Okay. I mean, yeah, Crazy Raccoons are a strong team, but I feel like Nightmare is also I feel like you guys are the dark horses in the Champions Clash as well. You said that you guys were confident. Are there anything that you feel like you have the upper hand against when you guys are going up against Crazy Raccoons?
I think maybe our mentals will be stronger. We're the kind of team that will never quit no matter what. So I'm looking forward to seeing it out there.
Love that answer, Reeds. That's it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. All right, let's head back to the studio.
It was the firm handshake for me. I was like, pleasure doing business with you. That's what the coach has to say. Are we buying it?
I actually think there's a lot of truth to that for this team, that they've taken tough losses before. They've been a team that others didn't believe could win, that didn't believe that they could be here, didn't think that they could be the #1 seed, and they've just beaten expectations so many times. I think this is a team that is actually well equipped to be a David to Crazy Raccoon's Goliath.
I think that we also had a conversation yesterday about the results that they saw during that Soup event and the fact that they're kind of shaking off those jitters heading into Champions Clash, which I think does play a really big role for them. And I think that is going to be tested even more considering their matchup.
Yeah, we gotta give some props to the North American teams, Jake. They got great vibes. Both of them got great vibes.
You're telling me I need to give more props than NA teams.
No, because like yesterday we talked about it.
Jake, you really need to ramp it up a little bit. I'm not getting enough from you.
We're having a conversation here. Because we talked about it during our cast yesterday, just like how SSG, they were so relaxed and they were just vibing and having a great time. And I feel like Nightmare is the same thing for those guys. Like they're really just having a great time playing Overwatch together, and they're trying to figure out how they can be the best team possible. Now, I want to add in VP there as well, because I am European, so I need to mention EMEA team as well.
Yeah, it's obligatory.
Great vibes from those guys as well. So it's not only the North American teams, but I do think it's worth mentioning that, Nightmare going into this matchup, like they're going into it with the right attitude, and I think that's really important to set yourself up for success in this tournament. So even if you take a loss here, I've no doubt that they'll bounce back mentally and put in a great showing.
There's also something to be said about playing on such a big stage, in front of such a big crowd, on the first LAN event that we're having here, because some of those Nightmare players, they're not familiar with this kind of environment.
No, and I think we heard from Kuffa about that yesterday too in one of his little quick interviews, was the fact that they were really humbled by the fact that they even get the opportunity to have this experience down in Hangzhou. And I think that mentality heading into an event like this as well, really being able to appreciate the experience that they're being given, it says a lot about the vibe and how the players are approaching this tournament.
Yeah, as former pro players, I mean, you know how it can make or break players to play in front of a crowd. Like, some people thrive in that environment and somehow manage to step it up a notch, and others kind of crumble.
We actually talked about this in Dallas last year, because remember NRG, they were playing at that tournament, and a lot of those players, they sat on stage for the first time, excuse me, and they were like, the peripherals are different, like the in-ears are different. It's like a completely different experience playing on stage, right? And so that's something you have to get used to. So Nightmare, tough result in Soup Cup, but yeah, I totally buy that they could build on those first couple of performances on stage, just like a new experience for them.
And they got some of the LAN jitters out of the way. There's something said about just that very first one. But here we're seeing some of the players coming out to the field. It's Nightmare, the #1 seed out of North America, facing down Crazy Raccoon. And we heard from Weets, I mean, this is a team that they know their opponents are incredibly strong. They know how big this task is ahead of them, but they've been doubted many times before, and they're out here, they're having a good time, enjoying some of the love of the crowd here on stage in Hangzhou.
Yeah, Kuffa, the only one really committing to the wave here, but,
we've been seeing some shots. They've been really nice to the fans, waving, making gestures, so they're good spirited going into their match.
Yeah, and so are our casters. I see them beaming all the way over there. We're ready to get this one started.
There it is.
What's the
Day
button?
two
There it is.
about
Throw them
to
around.
start. So let's hit
That's my
and
pose.
Jaws.
What? Is that my thing now?
Yeah,
I did it one time. Johnny's like, that's his thing.
You know what his thing is?
Do the thing.
You know what your thing actually is? Whenever you're on LAN and you see Soldier or Sojourn, you actually do the little things with your fingers.
I'm kind of a method actor when it comes to it. I made my actor debut the other day. Me and Johnny actually. It was a good time in the stadium. Rose, this game, Crazy Raccoon versus Nightmare. Like they were kind of saying on the desk, good vibes are needed from Nightmare, but it feels like maybe the vibes merchant in Team Nightmare versus a bunch of demigods on Crazy Raccoon. it feels like a 3-0 Rose on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Do you think Nightmare claw any maps here in this series, or do you just think it's going to be another day in the office for Crazy Raccoon?
It's hard to argue with history. Crazy Raccoon still have yet to drop a single map to Western team, and that definitely says something about how these APAC teams are just built different. But I think in this particular situation, Nightmare could take a map. I would not at all be surprised to see this actually be a 3-1 scoreline for Crazy Raccoon.
I feel like the bans are going to be very instrumental here, like they have been recently across the course of OWCS. We saw yesterday with Crazy Raccoon on Control, they had the Winston banned away, right? And it was an easy pivot to Junbin on the Wrecking Ball. Do you think it's going to come out that early? Because it feels like maybe you want to save that Winston ban for a little bit later on, because you can easily pick up ball on some of these control maps. In fact, every control map here, you can play the Wrecking Ball with ease.
Absolutely. I do think that maybe we've seen a couple of teams index a little too hard on trying to counterpick a Wrecking Ball.
Right.
Maybe you do decide to say, hey, this is a good test for us. We're in the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to probably have to play Crazy Raccoon again at literally some point. Why don't we test our skills against this Wrecking Ball, see if we can find a way to beat it without banning it out right away and get the job done. I think Nightmare is one of those teams in North America and just across the stage that has the flexibility to actually be able to show up on something and say, all right, well, if you play Wrecking Ball, like, I don't know, maybe we just play Hazard. We just, like, ignore your Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, we saw that the other day.
Yeah.
We saw Hazard being run into things like the Wrecking Ball. And look, we also saw Seeker on Sombra trying to get things done, but it wasn't quick enough. On Control, it's like, okay, Sombra's there for the big EMP fights, taking multiple people out with the EMP and getting followed up on, right? But it sometimes takes a little bit of time to actually get there.
Take a look
It is
at the
going to be
bans.
a Winston ban. Okay, for Nightmare, they're pulling that one early, and a Brigitte ban for Crazy Raccoon, and Ilios is going to be the map as well. And that also, Rose, was a Brigitte ban first. So Crazy Raccoon just opening up the way here for Junbin to play hyper-aggressive.
I was going to say, I think that a Brigitte ban is not just a safe ban for them to be able to actually protect the tank choices, but it's also just a really strong one to be able to play against something like Admiral. But you know when you're on Control, Admiral's likely going to be rocking out with the Lucio. So we see the Lucio on both sides here as Kuffa, without being able to have access to that Winston, locks into the Hazard, as we've already seen him do this tournament.
Yeah, Heesang's going to have a little trouble here against Lethal, but we spoke about this exact thing the other day, Rose. Getting an angle on this map could be very hard sometimes for a hit scan. Chorong, though, just ripping first blood. Zera dead already. And there goes Admiral, too. Falling apart, the teams are right now on Nightmare. Cup is the only one left alive in the little mini-pack room here. Isn't going to survive all too long. In fact, they're going to try and stagger him for as long as possible as well.
This is such a smart choice from Crazy Raccoon to be able to play Heesang on the Pharah. I think Kuffa, for the most part, hasn't necessarily shown too many looks outside of something like the Ramatra with a shield that's going to be able to withstand something like these Pharah rockets. And that also puts a lot of pressure on the players like Lethal, Zera, to actually try to find a way to not just get out of dodge against this Pharah, but also find a way to take it out of the skies. Lethal has a huge responsibility here, and it's really going to be all eyes on him to see if he can actually take care of Heesang.
Yeah, I mean, also gaining space here as well is going to be so hard. Good little boop, though, a little differential from Admiral. Boop and Chorong off of the map. But taking the actual point is going to be the tough one. Kuffa wants to get in on the back line, but also needs to deal out enough pressure to send Crazy Raccoon reeling. But there it is. There's the kills coming through. Lethal finds the dynamite and Heesang, and the flip is theirs.
Yeah, that was a huge shot that for Lethal to be able to take. That dynamite just did enough of that damage over time to take care of Heesang, and that's going to put a little bit of a stop into the pressure that Crazy Raccoon have built up versus Nightmare. 45% here on the point as they continue to look at this next re-engage, but this is where we're going to start to see some ultimates come online. Lip is going to be the first one that has this pulse bomb at the ready. Zera is not too far behind though, but I think this could be a very explosive fight. Comes down to these first picks, but what a big stick.
Lethal didn't even see where Lip came from, and he's dead. Nightmare now, man disadvantage, and Lip, the guy is just a beast. It's scary too. Lip shows up on the big stage in a big way every single time. So used to playing in these large live environments. And some of that Jake spoke about on the desk, and Johnny as well, and the fact that this big event, this big stadium, some of the players on Nightmare not used to this level of crowd.
These crowds are roaring. You can absolutely feel that in your seat as a player. And Lip, no stranger to the international stage. I think you can say the same about somebody like Shu. Take a look at where this Nano is going to go. You know that Shu has already been able to find some great targets for that in previous series, but we got the Wrecking Ball mines first from Jumpin.
Beat comes out, but Lip kills Ultraviolet. That sound barrier did not connect with the Juno. And good luck coming back into this. There's a Bob kill on Chorong, sure, but the rest of your team is history. A nice coach gun there. Onto Heesang as Lethal takes the skies, and even a pulse bomb connection from Zera, but it's all Lip, all day. 80% in counting as Crazy Raccoon got 2 ults to spare as Chong also comes back with the sound barrier in 1%.
Yeah, this should be a Crazy Raccoon win here. All that Nightmare have is going to be this downpour from Kuppa, and he's already under so much threat, he has to back up.
Good luck. No chance, unfortunately. Lip takes down Lethal, and it is now the supports and Zera to try and touch that point, but it is Heesang in the skies, just raining rockets from above, and it's almost impossible to win this game. Or this map even. It's going to require a miracle, and that miracle is not going to happen. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to take round 1.
That was a pretty decisive round for Crazy Raccoon as well.
Yeah.
I feel like just the Pharah, pincer attacks coming through from Lip on the Tracer as well. There was so much follow-up after these engages that Junbin was making on this Wrecking Ball that made it very difficult for Nightmare to stand a chance.
Yeah, when Lip is doing things like that on the daily, I mean, this isn't even him, I feel like, at the full power. This is Lip. Just an average game, it feels like. See what Crazy Raccoon want to run with here. Chorong on the Zen, of all things. Okay.
No.
Well, speed ring out. No, he is going Zen. Lip on the Sombra now as well.
No way.
Okay. It's been a while since we've seen the Zen.
But I think this is actually something that'll play into the Crazy Raccoon style very well. You've got a lot of great places to be able to hide, and if you're going to be the ones that are going to have this aggressive style of gameplay, then that's something that Crazy Raccoon can capitalize on.
That's a triple nade in the backline. Ultraviolet, Admiral, Lethal. They're glowing purple. Jumbin takes down one with the help of Heesang. I mean, this is an aggressive backline, Rose. It's so hard to stay alive with the Ana Zen combo against things like Tracer and Hazard. Looks like Ultraviolet's jumping over to the Kiriko now instead, just to cleanse the antis.
Cleanses are going to be so impactful here. You're also going to be able to withstand the Sombra just a little bit better. And Ultraviolet's not going to be the only one that makes a switch. Kaffa going over to the Ramatra as well. Maybe just not really finding the purchase with the Hazard that he was expecting. Ramatra has a little bit more sustainability into a comp like this. And you do also have that shield to play around with now for somebody like Lethal.
Might get a little bopped though. Actually stepping up here towards the point, Rose is going to be fairly tough against Chorong. I mean, look at Kaffa's health bar already. Heesang is just filling him with bullet holes. 30% in counting, and even Lethal's pretty low again, has to turn 360 degrees to try and find a way into the fight, and Admiral's already dead. I mean, they are just taking him to Pound Town. Like, what can you do against this? And next fight, Rose, they're gonna have EMP.
Yeah, EMP has been built up very quickly, and even if it's going to be the EMP that doesn't get the job done, then you also have Jumpin's mines. Like, you're just walking into a very difficult situation if you're Nightmare. Lethal's even switching over to the Cassidy, but like, think about how much ult charge you're giving up just to be able to have a hit-scan DPS that can play a little bit closer to the team. Almost make it feel like you're a bit more vulnerable to something like these mines.
Dude, Jumpin is just sat on this high ground permanently. That's a good kill, though. He sang down. Mines available. Still need to make some space towards the point. Looks like Kuffa's going to do that. Mines have been deployed on the point, however, and as soon as that Discord Orb is applied to Kuffa, he's going to have to play super safe. Lip also falls, though, so Crazy Raccoon losing 2 in this fight. Pretty early on. It's not the best of starts, but forcing ults is what's going to be important. A Transcendence and a Nano on the Zenyatta as he hovers through the sky, and Jumpin and Shu are going to be able to clean up. 10% to go as the sound barrier hits 3, but they still need to be able to touch the points. That overhealth now ticking away from Lethal as he dodges out of the way of the Wrecking Ball. A nice little boot there will stop Lethal from taking a lot of damage, but the EMP and the nade follow-up is going to be all that they need. The hack, the pulse bomb, I mean, this is all but over for Nightmare. A 2-0 on Ilios, starting off the series in this upper bracket strong.
Oh, I was thinking maybe, just maybe, is there a way that Nightmare get back into that? But it just not possible. Crazy Raccoon look infallible at this moment in time. That Sombra, that Zenyatta is so all in on being able to get these eliminations, and it worked out beautifully. The patience that they had to execute as well in that last fight, just to secure that point 100-0, amazing.
Yeah, playing that Zen, a very risky affair normally. Like you said, getting a lot of damage on the Zen. It's kind of nice. There's a lot of long straightaways on Ruins, but you are very vulnerable. Not quite so much though when Shu just nanos you and then you hit Transcendence, then you win the game. After that, it's a little tough. That started off, that last fight as well started off so well for Nightmare. They found the pick onto Heesang, then they find the pick onto Lip, and it's like, oh wait, we have goats in the backline. We still need to kill the Ana and the Zen, who both have ults, and then
there's just too many ults.
The Sombra comes back, and then the Tracer comes back, and it kind of snowballed out of control. Well, that's a 2-0 for Crazy Raccoon on Ilios. It's up to Nightmare now to choose where we go next. Of course, they can't ban the Winston anymore.
I think that Winston ban is always very risky because of the fact that Junbin can play Wrecking Ball. Like, you already called this out on basically every single map that we have in this control pool. Wrecking Ball can come out at some point. I think maybe the Winston ban makes a little bit more sense if you're playing something like Lijiang Tower, but also I look at what happened on this map and maybe it doesn't really matter what gets banned out. Junbin is going to be fine no matter what.
Yeah, now you've used that too. I mean, yeah, if he wants to play Hazard, if he really wants to match his Ram, he can, right? Like, he's a man of many tricks. And here's the map pool. Of course, Nightmare are picking. Seen a little bit of Esperanza recently, so maybe that is kind of that we're going to next. Haven't seen Kings Row. Like, I want to see some Kings Row and Blizzard World, I really do. But where do you think Nightmare stand their best chance?
I actually kind of wonder if Nightmare decide to look at something like Circuit Royale or Route 66. Not necessarily because I feel, you know, Cup is still a main tank. I feel like you would want to still be able to play something like a Winston, or maybe just lean into a little bit more of like the Hazard or the Ramatra. But maybe, like, you know, throw out a spice pick in there, because Junbin really is most known for the Winston and the Wrecking Ball. So maybe you do throw Crazy Raccoon off your game if you can just like kind of pick something that they're not used to playing. Slow the game down as well a little bit. And then Circuit Royale does that very well. Same with Junkertown in a way too, so maybe an escort map wouldn't be too far of a guess. Like, I don't know. Nightmare obviously coming into those ban phases, I feel like a lot of the time you're going to want to target the DPS moving forward here, getting Heesang off of something like a Pharah, even Lip off the Tracer, but then obviously Zera's extremely competent on the Tracer there as well. It's going to be almost impossible to ban the backline, so we'll see how their ban strategy ends up turning out here. I kind of feel like you can use your map picks, though, to be able to sort of push Crazy Raccoon towards different DPS. You can't play Pharah on every map that we have. Sure, yeah. Okay, although I guess I say that, and maybe if you're good enough, then you can still play it anyway. Yeah. But I still think you can use your map picks to be like, well, maybe this is a little less Pharah friendly, and if you make a mistake, it's more exploitable in terms of your positioning. Yeah, Nick, that's exactly like you were saying before as well. Circuit Royale would do that. Junkertown would do that. Ooh, but Kings Row! But it is going to be a Kings. Okay, here we go. You got your wish. Finally, some Kings Row. Good old-fashioned Kings. Now, this is going to play into Nightmare's playbook pretty well, actually, as well. If you think about it, we can have cover on something like a Ram. Very good at shutting down things like a Winston, even a Wrecking Ball. Cover's got a big smile on his face as well. Keeping the morale high, like they were saying on the desk, keeping the vibes good is important, even if you're against Crazy Raccoon, the best team in the world currently. I feel like it's sort of the Space Station approach to what we saw yesterday. Space Station kind of know, this might be a wash, our first match of the series. So for Nightmare's case, you know, you're still going up against what is considered to be one of, if not the best team in the entire tournament. And you go, okay, this is our chance to at least try some things. If we get a map win, that's amazing. Just keep the vibes high, enjoy the tournament, enjoy the atmosphere that you have here, because it's very rare. Everybody kind of popping off with the crowd with the Jinmu jersey. Love to see it. I do miss Jinmu. Yeah, let's have a look how they end up navigating this one. Ram does feel like big rush style. Not really going to want to play the Zen here. Showing on Lucio wouldn't be
too far of a miss either.
I wonder if there's ever a world, though, where you actually ban Lucio.
Sure, and just go Brig. Yeah. I think it's pretty good. The problem is, like we said before, it's like, okay, so you ban a support, like...
And then you still have Juno, and it doesn't really matter, because I think both of these backlines are very flexible.
You can even play Juno on. Like, that is very possible as well. Both backlines, decently flexible. I'd say Admiral, more often than not wanting to go towards Lucio or Brig, rather than something like, they can't like hyper flex onto like a Juno Ana, kind of can't. Of course, we're just getting the bans in now. Just seeing what both teams want to play. But that's actually going to be a substitution. Max coming in. Okay, Junbin stepping away. No Winston, no Wrecking Ball here now for Crazy Raccoon. Max more than likely going to play more of an off-tank style.
Maybe even D.Va here.
Sure.
One of Max's best heroes is D.Va. D.Va would be a really great choice to have if you expect that we're going to see like Ashe or like, I don't know, Cassidy coming out from Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare love to play those too, right? Lethal really wants to play the Ashe or the Cassidy.
Spicy.
A Ramattra ban, yeah, okay. You go into a Brawl map, we aren't going to let you play the Ram Brawl. But an Ana ban on the other side of things, sure. Shu is the best Ana in the world.
Yeah, that's a good target ban.
Although I'd still argue it's probably Twilight. But them two, you know, neck and neck in terms of skill on the Ana there. So these bans make perfect sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what does that actually lead Nightmare now to pick if Ram's off the table, do you think?
I mean, that's tough. For what we've seen from Kuffa so far, it really has just been Hazard and Ramattra in this particular tournament. But we've also seen Kuffa play the Winston. You could actually play just like Mauga, maybe? But we have not seen many teams actually opt for that, especially because Mauga did get nerfed in the last patch.
Yeah, definitely not as strong as he was once before. Mauga does seem like a good call, Rose, I'd say. Have to wait and see.
I mean, if you expect that there's going to be a D.Va, though, do you still feel confident to play something like a Mauga?
Mauga's so good at Brawl. You just run the Juno, you're in the Brig, like, you're chilling. They were saying on the desk, but man, some of the cosplays at the event are crazy good, man. I'm really hoping that Danny eventually one day will go to one of these events and cosplay himself.
Well, I feel like he needs to at least try the Hanzo now.
100%.
Right?
That Hanzo guy the other day was sick.
Oh my gosh. Seems like he could have done Hanzo or Genji.
Danny is pretty jacked. If you've never met Danny in real life, he's about as wide as a bus. Guy is
and 100% muscle.
Yeah, all muscle. All muscle all day. Just loading in the players into the server now. As we
Gotta
just had,
allow Max to get warmed up a little,
Max
you
coming
know,
in,
make himself a little comfortable at the PC setup.
Of course, Ultraviolet on your screen there. Ultraviolet, best flex support I'd say in the West currently. Going up against Shu, the best flex support in the world right now. Few arguments there, like we said before, but he's just been at the top. Shu has been at the top of this game for such a long time at this point. He's been around as well for a long time too. A lot of veterancy on the lineup. I mean, Max and Junbin, if you look at how long their careers have been, you compare that to someone like Lip, it's like, they're not rookies by any stretch of the imagination, but compared to someone like Lip, it still feels like it. They were going to be the next prospects as well coming into the Overwatch League. Before we transitioned to OWCS, everybody was saying that Max and Junbin are the next goated tank duo. And of course now we kind of know that that's true.
Yeah.
Being on Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, the fact that they've had a lot more time to actually practice, get used to each other, and actually play on these big international stages has done amazing things for their gameplay.
Is that a Fletter jersey? Oh, I think she put it down. That was a Shanghai Dragons Fletter jersey too. Sick stuff.
But going back to your point, I think for Junbin and Max, I think their first season in the Overwatch League was kind of disappointing. You know, when they were playing for the San Francisco Shock, I feel like they were the ones that sort of stuttered a little bit. San Francisco Shock wasn't the team that we saw try to get that three-peat earlier on. So I think, you know, they did have a lot to prove. But now that they're able to like work with these rosters consistently, Crazy Raccoon is one of the only teams that did stick together for this second season of the Overwatch Champion Series. And they're going the distance with it.
It's so funny. I think we spoke about it yesterday, but going from like year to year to year, you know, 2018, 2019, you know, through to like 2023, It's like, when did we see a team stick entirely the same players? Like, it was very rare. There was a lot of mix-ups going year to year, whether it was full team swaps or like half the team swaps. There were a few teams that stuck with, they maybe dropped one player, maybe two kind of thing, but it was a very rare thing to see an entire team stick together going from year to year to year. So it's good to see, and you can see the level of play from Crazy Raccoon just continues to rise going from tournament to tournament. They're on defense first, Crazy Raccoon, Nightmare on offense, and like you call Rose, Max is going to the diva.
But here's the issue. King's Row is actually one of those maps that you can run the Pharah, so our Nightmare prepared for this. He's saying loves to play this hero, already like took him to town with this particular hero choice on that first map, and so you can already see Nightmare in these attack spawns are potentially considering maybe going even for a double sniper. Is really that going to be the answer to this Heesang Pharah?
Wow, we're actually seeing lethal on Hanzo. Oh, and it works! Okay, well, I was going to question it for a second there, but I'm sorry, I didn't know you game like that. Lib's already dead. Go out of the question. Now Nightmare can just walk on forward. Going to take a lot of spam damage, though, as Heesang is in this window with very little to check him.
But who can step up to the plate right now? Crazy Raccoon are giving up so much percentage on this point just to make sure that they can buy some time for Lip to actually get back.
Oh, see you later, shoot. Wait, this might be the secret source. Hang on a second. All right, Lethal's dead, but he's done enough damage, honestly, for a potential first cap here by Nightmare. There's the D-Mech. Yeah, Lethal's going to spawn, but Nightmare taking the first point fairly easily.
I mean, Hanzo is one of those heroes. You could just get a quick elimination, and just like that, that player advantage is all you need to actually snowball a teamfight win, especially when there's no ultimates online. So it's just those opening picks that can really give you all of that space. Look at Lethal's positioning as well. Knows that someone's head could come around that corner, and then all of a sudden,
you can
another
see the little
win.
silhouettes like jiggle peeking the corner, like, I'm good.
And also crouching really quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I like the Zen pick though from Shu. Can be quite hard for Hazard to stay in the fight against a team with a Zen. You have no real shielding to protect yourself. You can put your arm up, sure, get reduced damage, but that spike guard isn't going to help you against the Discord and a couple of people shooting at you.
Heesang is just hoping to be able to build up to this barrage. There is not a defensive ultimate on Nightmare that's going to be able to withstand all of that firepower, but it's just a patient game. And can you actually get this rally out of Admirals before you let this barrage rip? That opens you up even further.
It's going to be really hard. I think Nightmare, once again, waiting for a pick from Lethal. Has Dragons at about 10%. A decent ultimate in these small streets, but the way Crazy Raccoon are positioned is going to be hard to get any value. Orbital Ray coming up soon as well for Ultraviolet. Lethal missing the shot there onto Heesang. Not that one, though. Nice little Sonic arrow, and there's the Orbital Ray around the corner now, scurrying our Crazy Raccoon. Adisu, though, onto Max. I mean, they're just going to run away with this one. There's absolutely no chance you fight this with Crazy Raccoon. A Hanzo inside the Orbital Ray? Absolutely no way. Orbital Ray in return, though, for Crazy Raccoon, but without Max, they're staying on the payload. It is going to be rather difficult, but they've at least managed to control it for the time being, but a blade from Zera could be enough. Heesang, though, over the rooftops, manages to kill Lethal, but here comes the Transcendence. Blade not doing any damage now, really, just a little bit on the mech in the front line, but that's about it. But Lip caught lacking on the side.
Wow, I can't believe that that barrage from Heesang was literally just a solo ult. Lethal's been so much of a problem that he actually used the barrage to be able to deal with him, but it has done enough. Nightmare gets stopped just shy of the second point, and we're already seeing some hero swaps come through. Lethal off of that Hanzo, going over to the Sojourn, still has some of that one-shot potential, but I do feel like your room for error is now a little bit smaller. You've got just one of those charged railgun shots every couple of seconds. Heesang is going to be a very difficult target. Lip as well.
Every time cover peeks around the corner, Discord orb, Discord orb, Discord orb. It's just so annoying to stay in the fight. You have to shake it and then repeat the corner. Struggle Street, though. They should actually put a sign up on this street that says Struggle Street as the name.
But it has to be like very British, right?
Yeah, I mean, Struggle Street, yeah, that's... Hey, if you live in the UK, sometimes it is a struggle. First-hand experience. Self-destruct available from Max. Barrage 2 from Heesang soon. Very slowly a Nightmare playing right now, Rose. Like, they're not really doing anything. They're just waiting for a pick from Lethal.
But the more time that they take here, the more percentage Heesang gets for this Barrage.
Well, there's the orbital ray. And that's the thing they were looking for, and there it is. Okay, Barrage not available anymore as Lethal takes him out of the skies. 2 minutes to go. Patience paying off. Normally a hunter's best virtue right now. Looks like Kaffa is going to go hunting in the back line. Admiral does end up falling over, though, to Lib from the sidelines, but Nightmare's still in a good spot. Getting the remake, though, from Max is going to be large. Max's staying power here is going to be just enormous, especially with this orbital ray in the backline, and even a Transcendence coming up soon as well for Shu.
I mean, take a look at the positioning from Heesang. He's ready to go in with this orbital ray, knowing that he's going to have that survivability if he needs to pop this Barrage.
Nightmare are just taking so long to gain the space. They're waiting for ults, but they're not getting definitive fights with them.
No picks, and that's really what's stalling Nightmare out here. Maybe it's going to be Lip on the side that's going to force them back. Actually, no.
Yeah, Heesang's got the implosion as well, so that concussive conk. Implosion, straight with the Discord, and then a barrage,
so
you're
much
dead.
Damage.
Oh.
So, Sarah! He was going for Dragon Blade there. I feel like that's just a little bit too difficult.
Killed Shu, was like, there's no Transcendence, and yeah, a little trap there. Blade now gone for Nightmare with 60 seconds to go. Look at the old bank of Crazy Raccoon. They've got the Bob, they've got the Transcendence. This downpour is going to be next to useless. They're going to need some instant kills to get through the Trans.
That's why I would love to be able to have seen the Dragon Blade there.
Well, there's the downpour. Does it connect, though? Heesang does end up going down. The overclock still available from Lethal, but both DPS from Nightmare now looking for an alternate angle into this fight. Sarah's joined the rest of his team again. They've actually managed to force the Transcendence by popping their own rally, but Admiral now having to fall back extremely low. But here comes the overclock. Slowly but surely now Nightmare are trying to regain the space that they gained earlier. A D-Mech onto Max is a good start, but can they actually finish this fight? Lethal still trying to hunt for heads here, and there's Max going down. Taken pretty low is Lethal, but this should be the fight, and it should be the point. 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the time bank.
Oh, that was so messy. Eventually, at the end of the day, they had enough in that time bank to be able to brute force their way over the second point. But it took them to get another entire ultimate rotation just to be able to get forward a little bit more into this third objective. Zera, okay, maybe that last Dragon Blade, not quite it, but you have another one coming up soon, and an orbital ray in your sails. So this could be a fight win, but they got it back up now.
Another nicely placed rocket from Heesang. Takes down Ultraviolet. They can't de-suit Max. They've only got 1 minute left to go, Rose. They are living on borrowed time, and the time is ticking.
You can even hear the taking of that dynamite damage as well. Lethal getting snipped out there. Actually sees the power slide to get back to the team. And now you're giving up that valuable time to actually set up for this next fight. And their ultimate's coming back online for Crazy Raccoon as well. You would have had that position with the orbital ray advantage, but now it's going to be matched by Chorong here.
Sarah has got the blade, though. Orbital ray with the blade. They might be good for a fight win.
But Barrage?
Barrage is also available. Heesang ends up going in. Oh, what an implosion there from Heesang. There's 2 kills for the Farah. Blade's been popped. The downpour is good for the connection with on Max. A nice little deflect kill on Lip as well. That's what I want to see, Zera. Nightmare still alive. However, they still need to deal with Max. There's 15 seconds to go when they have point control with an overclock, but can Lethal actually stay up? It looks like Cup is there with the defense, with the aid. However, they still need to round this final corner and push it in. A Transcendence on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
But you've got to need a rally here from Admiral, so maybe that's going to give you the sustain you need to be able to fight this Transcendence.
Looks like Shu took a body shot there, so in sleep on the Transcendence. Max gets desuited there, so actually, this is looking really bad for Crazy Raccoon now. Pilot Diva down, Shu to follow. Zera dashes to the skies to try and check Heesang and Lip on this high ground. Lip down, Farah next. Lethal secures the kill, and in overtime, Nightmare are gonna cap.
Well, what do they say about this team? This is a team that never gives up. It might have taken them a while to be able to actually get this payload, but they do get it over that third and final checkpoint. This gives them a clear win condition in this map. They just need to be able to stave off Crazy Raccoon, which is a very tall task, but I think they could do it.
How the DPS from Nightmare here gonna roll out on defense? Are we gonna see the Hanzo again? Seems extremely risky to run something like that. It's nice on the attack. You're very close to the spawn. If you want to change, you can land a couple of logs, and Lib probably wasn't expecting a Hanzo coming out because we saw an almost instant kill onto the Ashe. Let's have a look. Lethal, okay. Soja and Genji.
Yeah, it's not really a hero that we typically see Lethal play either. So I think it makes a lot. Yeah, that's true. Surprise. New patch. No, I'm just kidding. But Nightmare actually being able to put Lethal on this Sojourn makes a lot more sense. I think to your spawn point, you don't want to get yourself caught in a position where you're stuck on this Hanzo and then all of a sudden you get picked off, and yeah, I mean, then you have to come back, and at least the Sojourn gives you a good amount of staying power. You can lock down a different angle with the Sojourn while still having the power slide. I think that gives you even extra mobility to change your angle faster, depending on what type of engagement Crazy Raccoon decide to take. But what is this, Jack? Instead of a Diva, we're seeing Max commit to a Hazard Mirror right away.
Yeah, difference just in the supports here for Crazy Raccoon. Kiriko, Lucio. Very easy to take the high ground with this comp as well. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to force Lethal into a position where he can't really have a decent line of fire, and actually Zero already down. Okay, good start from Crazy Raccoon. However, Max does end up getting traded. Ethan now trying to clear the rabid Raccoons from the high ground. Alrighty. Okay, Nightmare, they're on the board. Even losing a pick that early, you're like, okay, that's pretty bad, especially if the enemy team have high ground, but they managed to overcome that initial hurdle.
It was great that Lethal was able to save that power slide. As soon as you saw Max actually jump in, Lethal had that power slide available to get away, but Lethal is still enemy number one, as you can tell. They're focusing him down.
Yeah, Max is just jumping in, and there's no Zen on the other side. It's just like pure focus fire. Nice work from Nightmare so far. Chorong, no shot he gets out of that. Yeah, nice little whip shot there from Map.
A whip shot, a disruptor shot. Nightmare have a very firm control onto what they want to accomplish with his defense. And look at how fast they actually have a rally.
They know
already.
where Hisang is. Hisang is... Yeah, okay, they're going to leave Hisang.
But they're aware.
Yeah, he's going to be above them. He's going to make his presence known pretty swiftly there. He's going to actually just dive into the backline solo, ends up walking backwards, using that deflector, stop that damage connecting. Nightmare aren't either going to give up a single tick. However, they might be forced to at this point with Lethal going down. Oh, Zera and Cuthbert with the punish. Downpour doesn't manage to connect with Max. That rush is going to be a nightmare to actually fight into. Pun not intended. Sound Barrier connects with Chorong as well. He's like struggling to get these kills, but Chorong and Max, they're going to fight in this small room. A backyard brawl there as they're evicted from the hotel. There's Nightmare. They're going to forego the first point, but in all honesty, that defense, they look pretty clean.
That defense was amazing, and take a look at how many ultimates Nightmare get a chance to hold on to. Ultraviolet had earned that orbital ray within that fight, but Crazy Raccoon had to expend 2 support ultimates to actually get that first point captured. So you've got orbital ray advantage if you're Nightmare. You still get to have a close hold here as well because everybody fell relatively quickly. So you've got those forward spawns, and Lethal and Zera already set up.
Yeah, and they can hold this corner with ease. Wow, Chorong is dead. I think he took a railgun shot there from Lethal, and then Zera just dash in, dash out.
They're really on it right now. They have great target focus on Nightmare, and they're still holding on to these ultimates. So Crazy Raccoon, they've got to be very nervous about this orbital ray.
Yeah, Vibes Merchants right now feeling pretty good about themselves. Orbital Ray still available from Ultraviolet. They're just going to back the Crazy Raccoons with the overclock. Even a blade from Nightmare too, so they're actually in such a good spot. Blade from Hisang is going to get pulled. He's actually straight to the backline, but Zera's going to do him one better. Chorong already dead. 3 HP is the Genji on the side of Crazy Raccoon, so absolutely nothing was done in that fight by Hisang apart from gaining a little space. I say that, and instantly Ultraviolet ends up going down, but this is a scrappy fight out of the back of the pub, and Shu also falls. Crazy Raccoon not really looking like themselves, I'm going to be honest with you, Rose, as they're getting beaten back by Nightmare. Although it was a scrappy trade, so this corner is where they're going to be able to hold now.
I know, but take a look at this. I mean, Crazy Raccoon can really just muscle their way through this next one. They're going to have the downpour. You can lay down those Surge and Real shots on top of that with the overclock that Lip has. And if all else fails, sound barrier at your disposal, but look at how far back. We're going to see Max start to push Zera.
Lip dashes in so aggressively there, but receives the sound barrier just in time. It's, oh, Zera! You thought you could step up to the best. Nice headshot from Lip. And downpour connection from Max. That's going to see him through it. 2 minutes to go as they push on to second.
They had to use a lot in that last fight, but you still have the opportunity here for Lip to maybe get a pick. Maybe that's going to be what pushes you over the line. And to Crazy Raccoon's credit, Nightmare had to use everything else that they had as well. If Crazy Raccoon can take this fight fast, maybe not give Lethal that time to actually set up with the Sojourn, then I think it might be okay to try to extend this into the third.
Overclock, though, coming up for Lethal. Can they actually hold on for long enough for him to actually use it? Look at the aggression, though, into the backline. Chorong, Max, and Hisang just jumping in and just slaughtering Nightmare supports. Few meters to go. Admiral gets his revenge. In fact, 2. Admiral? What? Hang on a second. My Lucio? He gets 2. Unfortunately, ends up going down, but their spawn points are pretty damn close on the face of things. Shoes keeping the front line alive. Cuffer taking a couple of punches, a couple of left hooks to the face from Max, but they're holding on to this point. There's only a minute to go, Rose.
Running out of time. Crazy Raccoon, they at least have a chance to actually regroup and try to use this Kitsune Rush and this Blade, but Nightmare have plenty of answers to that. The fact that Ultraviolet has this Orbital Ray gives them a huge advantage in this next fight. On top of the fact that Zera gets a chance to use that as just like invincible Genji opportunity.
Rush Blade versus Ray Blade. Flank from Crazy Raccoon now, looking at the back line as always. Orbital Ray goes down, Hisang's on the wrong side of the fight. Blade pull from Zera, nice little slash and dash. Nothing escaping the blade from Zera. Lethal 2, just holding down the front line. Hisang actually having to dash out. There's 20 seconds to go. They need to reset. Blade popped, Hisang taking the game into his own hands, but forced back. There is a downpour coming through as Cuffer dodges out the way. But Lip and Max take down UV and Lethal as Cuffer stands tall on the point. A downpour in his back pocket, but no chance to use it.
With everyone else dead, it would be better for Cuffer to just try to maybe throw his body onto the point. But this is going to be a point that gets captured in overtime. And now, take a look at this. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Crazy Raccoon only have this sound barrier as well as this overclock in their pocket. But it's just not a lot of time to work with here. If Nightmare get one pick with Lethal, or even this downpour is able to catch on one of these squishier targets, maybe before Chorong can even use his sound barrier, it's gonna be over.
Do not let Lip do Lip things. But unfortunately, he's already killed one. Downpour doesn't manage to connect there as Lip jumps out of the way. Both sound barriers invested into this fight, and now Nightmare fighting on the mega health pack. UV, second to fall in the engagement. 50 seconds to go as they're trying to look for trades. Admiral and Cuffer find 2. It's good. Can Cuffer stay alive? He's so low, trying to get back to the rest of this team, but that's going to be a staggered death here for Nightmare.
It is a staggered death, but look at how many things they were able to force out of Crazy Raccoon. Kitsune Rush though for Shu, it's going to be hard to fight into here actually if you're Nightmare. Who is going to be able to step up to the plate? You would have expected that it would be Cuffer, but Cuffer does get back to the cart.
They have to win this fight against this Rush. Yeah, it's just they've got nothing. Maybe Lethal gets this overclock online just in time, but they're just going to rip it. They know this is their final fight here on this last point. And Lethal is actually going to be the public enemy #1 for Crazy Raccoon right now. Hisang just trying to force Cuffer into a position where he has to touch the point. And I say overclock from Lethal. He's in a good angle. Oh, Hisang gets his head ripped clean off his shoulders, and now we're in OT. Max is also dead. Nightmare on their map pick take down the Titans.
Nightmare do something that no team has done before in the Overwatch Champions Series. Crazy Raccoon lose their first map ever to a Western team. And how fitting that it is Nightmare. Gonna haunt them in their dreams, I think, with this loss.
Crazy Raccoon are not used to losing. They only lose against Falcons, sometimes. An unbelievable swing there from Nightmare. A North America or an EU team, I think, would be lucky to get a map off of a team like Crazy Raccoons or Falcons. Yeah, like you said, a little bit unprecedented. International events, Crazy Raccoons normally just sweeps the competition. It's no question. And they meet Falcons in the final, you know? That's just how the story has been for the last year or so.
But I feel like now maybe the story is evolving. OWCS took a map off of Team Falcons yesterday, which was also something that had everyone's jaws on the floor. And now you look at Nightmare being able to replicate that type of success against the other titan of the game, and all of a sudden, this is a very competitive tournament we have on our hands here.
I wonder how many people Predded 3-0 in this series. Preds in the bin?
Well, I said 3-1.
Okay, well, you're smarter than I. I was assuming this was going to be a 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon. They're looking good. Vibes high. Even Cuffy, you know, like going into that game, it was a little camera shot of the whole team. Smiles, laugh, giggles here, there, and everywhere, and you got to keep that up. And now the confidence is kind of building, you know, like, wow, we actually took them down. It's our map pick, of course. We're on King's Row. However, this is going to feel really good. Now, how can they continue the success here? This is Crazy Raccoon's chance to choose the next map.
I feel like it probably starts with making a pick for something that's going to enable the dive. The dive worked out before when we take a look at the first map before Series Ilios. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe a dive on the horizon again.
Well, it's one apiece in this series. Crazy Raccoon and Nightmare right now about to jump into map number 3. We're going to jump to a swift break. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
welcome everybody to Champions Clash. My name is Danny Lin.
Hi, I'm Wendy.
It's time to connect with your favorite players. And this time around, please welcome, we got Nightmare in the house.
Woohoo!
Let's go! All right, before we get started, I was told that your Chinese skill level is top tier, top notch. Can you guys flex your Chinese skills a little bit?
Show some lines.
你好，
你好，
你去发赛，
红包拿来。
红包拿来。Okay.
恭喜发赛。That's all I have.
Great, it's great.
我是 Zero，很高兴认识你。
Seems like Zero did his homework. I don't think Admiral and Kufa did not. They definitely did not. But anyways, welcome everybody. First question. This was for Zero. I remember in Stockholm you mentioned that you wanted to be the best, and you're sort of making that happen. You know, bit by bit. You guys are now the NA first seed coming into the Champions Clash. You guys had some switching, or you guys made a lot of I guess changes in the team as well, and you guys are making it happen. So how are you able to sort of turn things around and become #1 seed in NA?
Well, after I'd say our stage 4 loss in NA last year, we were like one fight away from winning. It was definitely like pretty heartbreaking, but also pretty motivating at the same time. So like going into this year, I knew that whoever I ended up playing with, I would put my full trust in them, and that we would work hard to be the #1.
So you took part in the Soup Cup in the past week, I believe, in Korea. So what's your take on that trip?
Basically, I would say it was a very good learning experience for the team, even though we didn't get the result that we wanted, because it was our first LAN with this core. So we fixed some communication issues, and we will move forward stronger.
Guys, that was Nightmare. Thank you guys so much again for taking the time to do this interview. I would say that we're pretty well connected, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could disconnect.
Pretty stable.
Disconnect. Good luck. Oh, see, we're pros now.
Yeah.
Slowly.
All right, well,
You got this.
Wow, yes, guys, this was Nightmare. Thank you so much. Good luck. Good luck moving on. Let's go.
Thank you.
Get it out.
Oh my god.
They're still stuck. That's why we had to go to break, guys. They were still stuck in the little traps. We're going to map number 3. New Queen Street, picked by Crazy Raccoon. Can Nightmare go further, heroes?
I'm patiently waiting to see, because this is the first time we've seen New Queen Street, so I'm not really sure what to expect out of this one. But one thing's for sure, Hazard got banned. I feel like Crazy Raccoon have definitely had enough of the Hazard coming out from Kufa, but I think if Nightmare are to win this, it starts with being able to just like keep the vibes high. I know we've talked about this a lot, but I think there is a world where Nightmare actually takes this momentum that they have from that map and they propel themselves. It is the first time we have seen Crazy Raccoon drop a map to a Western team, and it is happening on one of the biggest stages where you can hear the crowd is going crazy for every single pick that Nightmare is getting in these team fights.
Junbin back in for Crazy Raccoon. Max taking a step back. Kind of feels bad for Max in a way, you know, come in, you end up losing the map, and then you get subbed in, but this is much more of a Junbin map. For sure. If he wants to pivot to Winston, he can, but looks like a wrecking ball look from Crazy Raccoon. Is it really going to play Soldier? Wouldn't hate it, honestly.
I mean, Soldier would give you that mobility to be able to find an angle quickly. And I think when we looked at the early days of New Queen Street, Soldier was a very popular choice because of all of this high ground that you can play around, and it gives you easy access to be able to get to the train or get to the corner. That Kufa's fighting that out the hard way.
Okay, well, not the best start in the world there for Nightmare. Oh dear, Kufa daydreaming a little bit, I think.
Oh. I mean, that is a strike right there coming out from the wrecking ball.
Oh, man. I mean, like you were saying, Rose, the mobility from the Soldier, you're following up with the Tracer, you're following up with the ball. And then also Lib can hang around with Shu on the sideline. Use that little healing station to heal Shu if he ends up getting in trouble. And then Shu can dish out some extra DPS as well. Chorong's going to be able to flank what he's saying.
Nightmare is making a ton of adjustments to their composition. As soon as Kufa got knocked off the ledge, he actually instantly switched over to the Winston, and now Lethal and Ultraviolet to follow on the Sojourn and Ana respectively. They're just going to go full out Winston dive here. I'm wondering if Junbin is going to see this and maybe start to change off. Lethal is already getting a big pick onto Heesing, so maybe the comms are going to start to consider their options for later.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh. Lip does this one better though. Lethal down to Lip. And this is it. Choron can hang around with Shu as well. Being able to off angle with the Kiriko is just so strong. Then you just blink back, you know, swift step back to Shu if he really needs help. Early Suzy usage though, but Cover can't stay around for too long as Junbin is there with the backup. Trouble, what HP? How does Zero not get that kill? That's unfortunate.
Oh, look at the smackdown from Junbin here as well. Actually can't follow up on that particular pick, but look at Chorong and Shu. They're just putting in the work in the back.
Really nice. Good stick from Zero though. Sprinting Lip, trying to run away. Yeah, but this is going from bad to worse right now for Nightmare. Mines used in that last fight, right? But now they have 4 ults and Checkpoint on the horizon.
Checkpoint's going to be really big here as well, just because of the different avenues Nightmare could actually take to attack this. A little bit easier for Crazy Raccoon to predict. Look at that stick on a Kappa as well. He doesn't have Primal Rage ready. He just has to eat up all that damage.
Yeah, and they know that he's nowhere really near it because he had to change after he instantly died. Well, there's the Nano Visor. This is a vintage Overwatch moment. My word, yeah, and Kappa is just getting melted in the front line, but a nice little rally bash there onto Lip, but somehow stays up. Junbin, unfortunately, though, didn't get the healing necessary to stay alive as Chorong and Shu were busy trying to deal with Kappa.
But now that we see this setup from Lethal with this overclock, he has so much real estate to work with. The train is a little bit risky. You're kind of under threat of taking Helix Rocket from Lip. But that's why you have a Zero to be able to help maybe get Lip out of the way, move him back.
Oh, Lip. Oh, what a sleep. Kappa, you saw there, a small sigh. Ultraviolet and Strong do end up getting traded though as Lethal uses his overclock from the low ground, looking height. This is a scrappy fight, and these fights will be scrappy, and Crazy Raccoon want to keep it that way. That's what the Wrecking Ball does best. A nice kill from Lethal, but quickly followed up. Okay. I mean, that was Zera's kill, but Lip ends up firing the Helix Rockets down the floor himself.
The robot's now going back into that Crazy Raccoon territory, but Zera still has his pulse bomb. Maybe that's going to be something that he can do to actually even things up. Still kind of tussle over this point, and Nightmare can come back with a couple of tools. Ultraviolet's not too far away from being able to get a nano boost here.
Zera wants to stake the backline here. He needs to tag Shu or Lip. Heesang if he's feeling a little bit freaky. He's trying with his pulse. Oh, he looked like he was definitely trying to go for Heesang there by the looks of it. Swing and a miss. Hit the recall though, so he escapes with his life. This robot is just being juggled right now, Rose.
I mean, if anything, Shu actually took quite a bit of damage there, had to back up, and now he's going to be able to come back in with this nano boost. Oh, big sleep.
Oh, instantly woken up though. Lip from downtown with laser beam aim. Shu falls, however, again, scrappy fight. It's exactly what Crazy Raccoons wants. That pulse bomb. I think that little boot there might have stopped Avril from getting stuck, but it doesn't matter because Heesang is still on the case. Zera's super low too, 20 health remaining as Heesang and Junbin are just a two-man hit squad right now. Nightmare cannot get any movement on this bot.
It's so tough. I mean, Junbin as well, already being able to get another pick onto Lethal. This just has to be another reset here for Nightmare. They can come back in with this rally though, and so maybe they can play just a little bit closer together. I think that is something that they have struggled with just a little bit because of how much pressure Junbin has been putting onto the backline. But maybe the rally helps at least give you that fighting chance so that you don't let Crazy Raccoon run away with this. Keep in mind, we also still have half of this map to play out here in terms of time bank.
Nanovisor as well, by the way. Or Rush Visor. Both pretty deadly. Liv trying to find a little off angle now. Bot still being juggled. Choron used that rush, but instantly killed by Zera. Or okay, they really want to defend this checkpoint. And so they should. Bot now in possession of Nightmare. They might be able to get the lead as well, Rose. It's pushing and it's already past the midpoint.
Starting to move pretty quickly here. If they can actually 3-stack this, but look, Lip is trying to equalize things. He gets shield bash though. He actually just completely loses the ultimate here. And this is where Nightmare can actually start to take over this map.
I wonder if Lip is swapping, because maybe he's expecting Shu to hit the nano there as well. There's the checkpoint. Lead's going to get gained for Nightmare.
Wow. And a huge pick from Ultraviolet on the Heesang is just going to give Nightmare even more of a lead. Things are starting to go from bad to worse here for Crazy Raccoon. look at how many ultimates Nightmare are starting to build up to as well.
Boost on the high ground. Uh-oh, it's all falling apart for Crazy Raccoon right now. Nightmare, honestly, out of left field, it feels like they're going to be able to push this bot even further towards this final hill.
Look, now Lip is going to make that adjustment. Switching off of the Soldier, going to the Soldier, and maybe giving him a little bit more power to deal with somebody like Lethal. And even Zera, I mean, you just need to get rid of this Tracer that has been hammering your backline.
Cover's got Primal Rage. Pulse Bomb goes wide for Zera. There's Lip now hunting for heads. Cover's got Primal Rage, and you can just use this to stay in the fight. UV, Lip, trade, and Nano Boost onto Heesang though. A scary, scary prospect for Nightmare to deal with now, but they're still managing to pick up kills.
Zera fighting Chorong there is really big. I mean, you've just removed such a huge source of healing, and yes, Lethal goes down here, but Zera's not done yet. Fight Shu!
Zera's dominating on the Tracer right now. You saw in the little interview there, Danny was saying that, look, in Dallas, Zera, you said you wanted to be the very best. And I think he's kind of proven it now.
He's been a grinder for sure. The bot gets stolen away for a little bit there by Crazy Raccoon, but now Nightmare have actually had the time to properly regroup. Kappa is getting a little low, and Lethal already just got taken out of the Surfer, so just another patient game. But we're now starting to get into the territory where, like, Nightmare just have to, like, keep away. There's only 2 minutes left.
Jump out for Kappa. Minds the hand to Jumbin. He's spotted the Brig. Admiral pops the rally, bashes back the rest of the team, but still, Jumbin secures the kill. A slam into the choke point, not needed really. Kappa went down before the ball hit the floor. But with 2 minutes to go, Rose, a decent lead here, and a kill onto Lip 2. They're making it hurt. Nightmare, they know this was going to be a scrappy one with the Wrecking Ball and Crazy Raccoon. That's how they were finding these advantages, was Heesang finding picks, same with Jumbin, but Nightmare have flipped that on its head.
Nightmare are banking on this next fight, though. Crazy Raccoon have control of the bot now, but Nightmare, if they win this next fight, they could just win the map. They're looking at this Nano Boost, they can give that over to Kappa. Think about how much damage Kappa was doing, being able to cleave with that Nano Boosted Tesla cannon. Look, he's hunting for it, he's waiting for the opportunity.
Oh, the rally jacks! Oh, Chorong gets instantly stuck as he pops the rally. Perfect play from Zera. 1 minute and 17 to go. It's Nightmare in full control right now. Nano Boost overclock, just mines available for Jumbin. They got a Nano Boost soon, but honestly, Rose, this is looking dire for Crazy Raccoon.
It's not looking good. You're fighting over the midpoint right now, and that means that Crazy Raccoon needs to win 2 fights in a row to actually win this map. And everyone's antied.
Chorong only just got back from spawn. There's even a Primal Rage at the hands of Cover 2. They just got so many tools to take this map.
Chorong got anti there. Jumpin is already forced out to use the minefields.
Nano Boost onto Lip though. Heesang finds 2 in the fight, but they still need to be perfect, Rose, and that's going to be the big problem for them. They can't afford to lose anybody else. Shu goes down to the Primal Rage, but they're just resetting the spawns now. They're going through the midpoint, but they still need, what, like 24 meters or something?
They need to win one decisive team fight here. Lip is going to be the one that has the ability to actually set up with the overclock, but Lethal's on an angle with his own.
They spotted Jumbin, a couple of shots there into the Wrecking Ball, but Crazy Raccoon running for the hills. They've got an overclock as Jumbin falls dangerously low. As overtime is going to get triggered. A stick. Okay. Zera doesn't get anything with that Pulse Bomb just yet. Oh, they have touched! No way!
What? A C9 on international land?
Come on, Kappa! Play into the crowd perfectly. Crazy Raccoon, of all teams. C9 the bot on New Queen Street. A 2-1 lead now.
Cannot believe it.
In the series for Nightmare. Will they knock Crazy Raccoon down to the lower bracket? It's looking also likely at this point. You saw Kappa Zera standing up, playing to the crowd, doing it on land, doing it for you, Rose. Of course it would be a C9 when you're on the cast.
No, I can't.
Honestly, unbelievable scenes.
I can't. I literally can't believe it. This is one of the biggest stages that we have had for Overwatch. And of all teams to fumble the bag, you would not expect it to be Crazy Raccoon. They still had an overclock. They actually were working up to other ultimates. If they have been able to keep the bot contested, I feel like this actually could have been a win. I don't know. I need a minute. Desk, please.
The vibes are high for Nightmare right now. Yeah, we're going to toss it to the desk. We're going to get Rose some water. And yeah, we'll be right back.
I honestly, well, first of all, apologies are in order. Nightmare, most of us were not familiar with the game. Also, I can't believe Necro's curse reaches across the ocean. That's crazy.
She's got range, it's aura. It's
Yeah,
aura
that's
situation.
no, actually, Necro's C9
Global
curse.
range.
it's a global. Yeah, perks, I guess. Wow. We obviously didn't expect that. Nightmare is putting up one heck of a performance.
Did we?
Okay,
Hold on. You expected one.
You the second one in the line.
Did I not set the
questioning.
stage? Did I not set the stage for
Yeah,
this
you
Nightmare
get to
team?
glaze. You get to gloat and glaze in just a second. I wanna hear what you have to say first, Ash, because yeah.
Well, I think, okay, one, Jaw is on the floor, right? But overall, you think at how Nightmare have approached, I think even just like the hero bans, the last two maps, set themselves up for success. They're really targeting the back line and banning out the Lucio there for Chorong, and then also targeting Ana on Circuit Royale up against Shu as well. I think that they're really forcing the issue up against the likes of Crazy Raccoon to change up their compositions and whatnot. And I actually still can't believe
All right, Jake, go.
All right.
All right.
Nightmare are playing fantastically well. I do think Crazy Raccoon is overcooking pretty seriously here. Like, the ball on New Queen Street, sure, you can make it work, but then they put the Soldier 76 for like 2/3 of that map. That's a little wild and wacky. I mean, I like it, and this is Lip we're talking about. But maybe the Sojourn, and honestly, I do think that Winston is stronger in like the pure dive mirror. I think you need to kind of get away with a Zen to make the ball work. And then on vice versa, King's Row, the Zen for Shu, I was kind of surprised by that, given the amount of aggression and how well Zero has been playing on the Genji. He was able to punish Shu's Zen quite a few times there in the map. You got to give a lot of credit to how well Nightmare are playing, but Crazy Raccoon are leaving openings.
See, I was a believer because Shu can pick anything, and I'm like, he's probably gonna make it work. I'm still on that Shu hype train.
I don't think it was Shu's fault. I don't think it was Shu's
we
fault.
can't blame. Shu did everything right.
So.
He is there's no fault on Shu's half.
I'm not worried.
You're not worried?
No, I'm not worried. Crazy Raccoon's gonna win this one 3-2. I am fully confident in that.
I do think if they play, like, they're making some, in my opinion, compositional mistakes.
Oh,
Like,
that's why I'm confident,
mistake,
though.
or is it just?
No, they are relaxing. They're relaxing.
Exactly. They
Max
haven't locked in.
Max had some questionable leaps on the house on King's Row, got picked. Chorong died early a couple of times. You know, they got a little silly with it. It's all good. They're gonna come back, win 2 in a row here. They're gonna be the normal cells like we saw on Ilios, for example. Okay, here's where Jake is right. They're letting Nightmare back into the fight. They're letting Nightmare make big plays. So Zero is popping off, Lethal is popping off. This is what we talked about. This is what Nightmare can do because they have extreme playmakers, but I think Crazy Raccoon are letting them into the game and giving them room to operate and make those plays to begin with. I think Crazy Raccoon, I think they're making some big misplays, and we saw it on King's Row, for example. I don't like the Soldier pick. Should have played Soldier from the start. Maybe the Winston 2, like Jake said. I just think that Crazy Raccoon are letting Nightmare.
Taking it easy. Everyone in the lower bracket also currently sweating. Like they're like, why?
Don't say Magic Crazy Raccoon go in the lower bracket like a wrecking ball.
Or just pro like, no! Like, why
Before that, everyone's like, that's okay, we still have a second chance. And not if Crazy Raccoon is in the lower bracket, you don't. They're taking us to Route 66, if I saw that correctly. How confident do we feel about Nightmare's chances on Route 66?
Ooh, I think, okay, taking us over to Route 66, I think that this is the best chance for Nightmare to actually be able to take us in this series, realistically. You look at the comfort there for Kuffa, expecting that Winston to come out because it was banned earlier on in the series. That's the strongest opportunity, I think, here. If we end up going to that 5th map, I think that's Crazy Raccoon taking it.
I mean, honestly, I agree. I think the 66 pick is a little questionable for Crazy Raccoon. I think this is a very good map for Nightmare, one that they have a real shot at closing out the series on. That being said, I do kind of agree with you, Johnny. I think if Crazy Raccoon just locks in and plays like the Winston comp in a pure mirror, I think they are just on a pure skill level on such incredible performance. But the risk is, you know, anyone can take it. Well, not anyone, but a team like Nightmare, no matter even if you have the best comps, even if you are executing on a high level, they can pop off. Individual plays can carry the day. And to be one map away from dropping into the lower bracket, as much as we can make excuses for Crazy Raccoon, there is no way that they came to this series to make it close, to let it be easy for Nightmare, to be down 2-1. That's not where they want to be. They wanted this to be easy.
They do indeed. Let's hear from Danny over in Hangzhou as he's standing by with a guest.
Hey guys, it's Danny Lim. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you guys all saw it. We all saw it. Nightmare up against Crazy Raccoon 2-1. We're hearing this. The fans are going crazy. I was going crazy. It's right. I mean, I'm sure all of you guys who are watching from home are going crazy as well. We're just going to see if this continues. If this continues, Nightmare is going to win against Crazy Raccoons. And that last map, I think Nightmare should thank Necra. Necra, great job.
She's screaming no on the other side of the hall, but frankly, like, statistically, it's your fault, Necra. I don't know. I'm going by the numbers.
I mean,
it's a numbers game.
I will say in that spot, they did see 9, but like, Junmin was getting just destroyed on the ball, had no HP. Grab Mega was getting hard chased. Heesang was getting dueled on the Tracer, couldn't make it to the card touch or would have died. So, And so it ended up being Chorong going for the run on Brig, but probably would have died for touching the card, even if he gets it. So Nightmare pressured that. They made that happen. A team like Crazy Raccoon, they don't just see 9. It only happens when they're really struggling. They're trying to find any tiny edge in the fight and being forced to be at their limit. This is not a comfortable place for this team. They are accustomed to winning with ease against pretty much everyone in the world.
I mean, they're not even accustomed to picking him up. They've never been on the loser side to do that. Let's see what they have in store for us here on Route 66. So for all the action and possibly more curses, we're going to send it back over to Necro and Jaws.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. Thank you, Jess.
I hate that.
Well, you're on the broadcast, so only person to blame is you.
True.
C9s happen, Rose. They happen on LAN. And yeah, Crazy Raccoon are now facing match point Nightmare. Vibes are high. You saw Kuffer at the very end. 0-2 standing up, beating their chest like, you come at us. Crowd very much behind them as well. It felt like, here we go, rolling out the gates. Crazy Raccoon on attack.
But this is what the desk was talking about. If Crazy Raccoon want to be able to get themselves back in the series, maybe it takes them just going toe-to-toe with this Winston mirror dive. The backline looks a little different, but Lip is angry, and you don't want to face against an angry Lip.
Yeah. Very rare do we get to see the 7-foot gaming warlord smile. Just a stalwart expression on the face,
well,
always win or lose. I think there's some merit as well to Ash's point of the desk too. They go to a map 5, feels like Crazy Raccoon, they are just going to win it. The skill on this team is just unbelievable, and you can see why they've been so successful over the last couple of years. Just great on the team as they try and take the girls. Good pick.
Good pick from Lethal, but they have to be able to follow it up. And it's going to be Lip that's able to even that score.
He's pissed. Like you said, he wants to win. They're not used to losing. Ultraviolet's going to make it a little bit difficult, though. Couple of Kunar headshots from the Kiriko. Where are you going? Where are you going, Jumbin? Zera, by the way, too. Just an unbelievable Tracer player. Was known for Tracer on the ladder for a long, long time. And now he's going up against one of the best Tracers we've had in the game in Heesang.
Yeah, I mean, this is just incredible. Zera being able to also get the better of a lot of these 1v1 duels, I think lives up to that prophecy he's written for himself. He wants to be the best in the world. I think it's the exact stage to be able to show that. But let's see what Lethal has to offer here. Can he live up to his own namesake?
What a nade from Shu there. Admiral Lethal in danger right now. There was a rush and a nano being used there. Crazy Raccoon trying to make some space. Lethal's holding down the fort on the high ground, though. This rush really nice for the Sojourn. Shoots so quick, builds up rails incredibly fast. Even a stick coming through from Heesang, or at least attempting to. Lethal now having to deal with this bubble that's been placed in front of him. Jumpin, kind of bubble dancing him right now. His Lip falls to a pulse bomb at the hands of Zera. It's going to be a rally and a sound barrier for Nightmare. They're just booping him off the map. Oh, Kuffer, he looks so good on this Winston right now.
Oh, he's making it look easy.
Go right to the spawn.
Heesang can't get away. And look at this. I mean, 1 minute and 30 left. We're actually seeing some swaps happening here. Crazy Raccoon, dude, think about maybe putting Chorong on a different support, but decide to go back over to that Brig. But Jumpin just gets completely blasted.
There is a minute to go. And Crazy Raccoon, they got it next to Big Girls. They haven't even got the point.
They're still getting picks. Are they boomed? Are Crazy Raccoon mentally boomed here? Are they gonna get full held on Route 66? Their map pick in this series.
Lip's got an overclock. They've got a jump in Primal Rage. Signs point to them winning this fight.
But they need to win too. It's not just about this fight. There's gonna be one more. There's time for Nightmare to come back in and contest after this.
Jump into low, pops the Primal. Suzu early there. Still slide available to the Sojourn. Bin was looking old. Admiral there just trying to deal with the Lucio, but finds Lethal slacking on the side. There you go. There's the kill on Admiral. That's the start that you want. Ideally here for Crazy Raccoon, they don't use any other ultimates. Post bomb from Zera. Try to be the big difference maker, and you can't blame him for going for that one either. He's been so good for the team, and 15 seconds in the time back for Crazy Raccoon. It could be a touch, but it'll be a dangerous one.
There is going to be a touch, and I think the Kitsune Rush could actually get them back there, and it looks like Nightmare are positioning themselves to try to actually get that recontest in, but they have to walk into a nano boost, but Kuppa does get there.
They got touch. Pulse one comes out. Shu's going to have to be a little bit careful now at Railguns. Aiming straight for his face. Nano boost on Jumbin, but he can't go for a pick. Now he's going to attempt to. As it looks like Heesang's on the point there to contest and make sure overtime doesn't slip away from them again. However, Heesang still ends up going down, but with another nice headshot. And yeah, this rally from Chorong. It's only a matter of time now before they cap the points. Decent trade though. Nightmare still have the sound barrier and a Primal Rage to hold this next point pretty early on.
That was still in overtime. I don't think that this is a comfortable Crazy Raccoon. It took them a lot to be able to actually capture that first objective. The overclock, the nano boost, they even invested the rally into that, and that shows you discomfort for Crazy Raccoon. As they make their way through the second objective, they are going to be able to take this forward positioning, but you've got the sound barrier to actually get out of this cave. You've got that Primal Rage as well to start batting people away. No, Nightmare looks pretty good right now on these returns.
Kuppa has some sort of vendetta right now against Shu. He's just permanently on him. Nice little whip shot there from Chorong. He does manage to boop him towards that mega health pack room, but knows Primal isn't going to survive for too much longer. But Jumbin overstaying his welcome on that high ground. Like you said, Rose, I agree. Not a Crazy Raccoon, like a comfortable state for them right now.
But I think you can see why Kuppa is going after Shu. I think that is a very valuable win condition for them. Shu is going to be one of the main sources of healing here for Jumbin to be able to actually go into the backline, make those fives, and actually start to initiate on some of these game plans from Crazy Raccoon. So if Kuppa is keeping him busy, he's not healing the team.
The stick. Oh, Zera gets another stick. Lips down. Primal Rage for Jumbin. Sound barrier connects though from Admiral, so this Primal Rage is going to be pretty easy, trivial even, to deal with. As Jumbin falls, a nano boost. Oh no! Shu lost nano. He's short, he went on himself, but that was supposed to connect with Jumbin. A pulse bomb from Heesang might be the cause that they need to wrap this wound up, but no! Zera and the support line from Nightmare are not going to make this fight close.
Oh, everything just feels like it's going from bad to worse here for Crazy Raccoon. Shu even just switches off of the Ana completely. Goes over to Kiriko. Maybe you're able to make these dives a little bit better. Ana was a little bit of a vulnerable target, but you also only have 25 seconds left. And all of it falls onto Lip and Chorong getting these ultimates up.
Yeah, rally available from Chorong right now. Lethal's in such a good spot though on this high ground. Rally, Chorong used okay, and there's the kill onto Admiral. This rush is going to be really deadly for them to fight into, but the payload is moving away from Nightmare right now. Zera now dueling out against Heesang, but Lip ends up falling down, and look at Kuppa. The mean Winston on the point, he's got the Primal Rage too. He forces that Swift Death from Shu, so a fairly easy target now for a pickup. Shu is going pretty low, taken down by Admiral as Kuppa defends this payload with his life.
He's got the cleave as well for all the reinforcements coming back from Crazy Raccoon. Lip is very close to this overclock, as is Heesang.
Pulse bomb available too from Zera. Ultraviolet does end up falling. They're going to forgo some space just for the time being, but Zera's still looking for an entrance, and he gets another stick! Chorong dead. Crazy Raccoon still in control of the bot with a Primal Rage and an overclock, and Lip's in a good position to use it. Sound barrier comes in there, but oh, Admiral! He doesn't connect with Kuppa. And Lip, he's not yet satiated. He's going to dash into the back line, cause a ruckus. But this is looking like a Crazy Raccoon cap here on second. But oh boy, was it a nail biter. Overtime, which means there's only 1:30 now to push to third.
That was almost a hold from Nightmare as well. But look at them proactively making these swaps as we enter into the third point. Cuff is going over to the Hazard, is going to play a little bit better in these close quarters. And we got to see Crazy Raccoon actually react to this. They cannot take their time here with how much time they actually have left. And Junbin does have this Primal Rage to use, so hopefully they can bat the doors open.
They are not falling to the tempo of Crazy Raccoon. Nightmare right now playing at their own speed, their own pace, which is so important against a team that is statistically like stronger than you are on paper. Lib finds a triple kill in the fight, so they're going to get the payload going, Rose, but time's a ticking.
She fell really early in that fight, so you still have this Kitsune Rush on top of something like the Primal Rage. It's going to be a bit hard for Nightmare to be able to fight into. Ultraviolet doesn't have that ready quite yet.
Wow, Lib gets out of there really early. There's a nice little primal, but Lethal is getting perma-pocketed by UV.
Jumpin's very low. He actually has to back away. Teleport comes through.
Dodges out of that. Oh, Choro not quite so lucky though. Downpour connects. Lucio dead. 18 seconds to go, and a kill onto Jumpin is good. It's going to be a staggered fight here for Crazy Raccoons now.
And they only have 10 seconds remaining. So this Kitsune Rush, it gets them out of the door, but then what's the follow-up after that? Sound Barrier very close, the Pulse Bomb as well from Hiseng, but Nightmare already ready, and Zera's had some major sticks this game.
He's looking for another one, Rose. Okay, Kitsune Rush has popped on both sides. Zera hunting for a target, searching for something. Sound Barrier does end up landing, hits 5 of Crazy Raccoon. However, Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again! Shu and Lib dead! Their chance to hold, it's just greater and greater by the second. Sound Barrier for Admiral now as they're going to make their final attempt to touch this point in OT. Sound Barrier connects with 4 as they try and just run down the back line. Chorong in the ire of Zera as he's just chasing him all the way to the spawn. Jumping going super low without the backup required. He's not going to stay in this fight all too long. Chorong too, just trying to keep himself and the team alive, but Zera finds another. Hiseng down, Lip dead. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to get held on this point, Rose. There's an overclock coming in for Lethal too, but Shu quickly dispatches of him with those kunais. But the spawn advantage is just too great for Nightmare.
Oh, it's so overwhelming. Jumpin is getting a lot of healing though, so if there was going to be a whale, it would be Jumpin being able to get this Primal Rage.
He's just so damn good, man. Post bomb in hand, he don't need it. Throws it away. Crazy Raccoon halted on third.
What a player. What a difference maker. Crazy Raccoon almost didn't get it past that first point. It felt like they were on borrowed time the entirety of that map. And every single time you saw that time tick down, Zera was there, ready to put a stop to things. Those pulse bombs were crazy.
He wants to be the very best, and this is the stage to do it on. The crowd behind Nightmare right now, you can hear the chants. They want this upset. They want Nightmare to take it, knock Crazy Raccoon down to that lower bracket.
As we get the setup for what could be potentially the final side of this match.
So
we're going to see Crazy Raccoon already get set up here with this Winston dive, still putting a lot of emphasis on making sure that they can set up Lip, Hiseng, for success. But Lethal and Zera of this Nightmare roster have not made it easy for Hiseng and Lip to find that purchase and actually get those kills. As we see Lethal look in those sight lines with this Widowmaker, was kind of hoping that someone would be able to step up and right into those sights. But decides to go back over to Sojourn, so we're seeing a mirror match here. Shu doesn't want to play the Ana, it's too diveable, but Kappa also not willing to play the mirror just yet, wants to keep playing this Hazard.
Listen, his Hazard looks very, very good. Annoying for the Winston too. You can't get walled off in tricky spots, you can't play around like tight corridors either. Very hard to play on big, inside big L's too against the Hazard, so bit of free real estate there from cover. my goodness, everybody's shooting at him right now. Oh, Lip is in a weird spot. He actually gets walled off in the mega health pack. Oh, doesn't matter. Just Lip things.
Lip is going to be a really big target for this dive, though, if Kappa can handle it.
Good kill. Oh!
And he does.
Yeah, send that spike right towards Lip's face. Okay.
Pretty even fight here so far for Nightmare and Crazy Raccoon, and the respawns are going to be just ever so closer for Nightmare to be able to get back in. And so Heesang's going to be the one that has to hold down this cart from any more progress from Nightmare. But we're starting to build up the ults here. Ultraviolet going to have this rush. Shu not too far behind, and we've got the pulse bombs coming up for both teams as well.
Sarah has been diffing Heesang in this matchup, this Tracer matchup. High ground control, it's what Nightmare want. They're going to use the rush on top of it. Uh-oh, Heesang. Sarah's hunting for you. He's found you, and he isn't going to let you live. Good stuff from Nightmare. Jumping in a, very strange spot. Wrong side of the map, buddy.
Oh, he's going to die.
Wrong side of the map.
That death is huge, because Junbin would have loved to stay alive to actually get the recontest here, but now that is not a possibility. And just like that, Nightmare capped this first point with barely any resistance, and they've got 4.5 minutes heading into this second point. Only expending the Kitsune Rush there to give Kappa that extra little bit of edge to be able to open up that last fight with that first pick, and look, gets snipped out just like that.
The high ground control is what they want, and high ground control is what they'll get. Kappa and Admiral just booping people off of height. Shu and Heesang still making it competitive though, but yeah, this payload is slipping through Crazy Raccoon's fingers.
Another easy team fight win here for Nightmare as they only utilize that downpour. Zera has yet to let this pulse bomb rip. He's patient with it. He knows how valuable of a resource that this can be in each of these individual team fights. You land that on Shu and there's no Suzu available, that's a team fight win. Same with Charong, same with Lip. He's saying as well, you don't have recall. So look at where Zera is going to try to find that next target.
He does end up getting spotted out there, but easy reposition for the Tracer. Sound barriers come in from both sides, and oh my word, they wanted Lethal dead. Pulse bomb for Heesang, swinging and miss. Same with Zera by the looks of it.
But where is the synergy here? Crazy Raccoon used Primal Rage, they used Sound Barrier, they used their Pulse Bomb. It felt like they just aren't on the same page in terms of making sure that they're utilizing one thing at a time. It was kind of just, okay, well, if we want to win this fight, we're just going to have to throw ultimates and hope that it works out for us. And so they're left with just this overclock from Lip. And yes, they have the high ground control, but Nightmare has one too. They also have Rush. They have ways to actually clear through this space on second point.
Even a downpour too, what, like 15%? Both Sojans looking at each other. Yeah, Lip takes a body shot, dips out. Doesn't want to mess with Lethal right now, and I don't think anybody would, even on their best day. They're moving this payload slowly but surely, Rose. Here comes the rush. Nice Suzu there, saving Cover's life. Downpour available now to the Hazard. Cover trying to get this high ground again, forcing people away. Lip succumbs to Cover. Charong. Oh, dearie me. A late rush from Shu too. It's all falling apart again. Are they on the same page? Shu uses rush in a 2v5.
Doesn't really seem like it, because that's another example of a Crazy Raccoon just seem like they're falling over like dominoes. Nightmare now, they've got 3.5 minutes to get this payload to this final golden box of victory, and they can taste it. They can smell it. There's blood in the water, and Nightmare are going after it. Zera's got another pulse bomb. Where's he going with this one?
Straight to the backline, probably. Ooh, forced to use recall pretty early. Can even go for the stick on Jumbin. Ah, yeah, tried. Missed, sadly. Jumbin, fancy footwork there on the Winston.
Nightmare are at an ultimate disadvantage and will likely lose this next fight due to just the sound barrier and this pulse bomb, but Charong lets it rip early.
Yeah, I mean, both sound barriers are going to get used. Rose, as Zera is hunting for his next target. It's going to be Lip. He's just so low. Nice blink smack. Payload's in their possession as well. Look at the way Creative Raccoons are positioned, Rose. They flipped the map completely.
They're behind them, and now Junbin has a fight on the low ground. You don't want to be there. Already forced to use that bubble already as a Winston.
Everybody, eyes on Zera right now. I mean, look at this, chasing Charong away too. On a Crazy Raccoon. Their striped tail between their legs as they're running back towards their spawn.
Okay, finally a little bit of pressure from Junbin into the back line, and Ultraviolet goes down as well.
There
So
we
Crazy Raccoon, they draw the line in the sand here.
Yeah, digging their heels in right on that corner.
But
2
they still
minutes
have
to go.
2 minutes, yeah, right? Like, that's still so much time for Nightmare to work with, and look at how far they were able to push that payload on just their first attempt on this third point. They've got the rush, they're gonna have the double DPS ultimates here as well. So it's gonna be an all-out brawl here. Both sides have a lot to work with, and we're starting to get down to the wire here.
Both rushes used at the same time there. Lip on a good angle for that OC, that overclock. Cover taking a whole heap of damage though as he dives in. Yes, succumbs to Jumpin. Look at that bubble positioning, Rose. No healing offer that could connect. But what does connect? The pulse box. Zera finds Chorok and Lethal finds Shu. So again, their payload can just keep moving. Heesang's defending it right now with his life, but Zera's just gonna chase him down.
We're getting closer and closer to the point where Nightmare might be able to do the impossible and send Crazy Raccoon down to the lower bracket. They've still got the downpour for when everybody comes out of spawn.
Sound barrier's coming in, Primaration Jumpin as well to keep alive on the payload, but this sound barrier's gonna be super annoying to kind of deal with. There's the Primal. Oh, and a railgun shot connecting with Ultraviolet. Their days are numbered, but Lethal, he turns it up to 11. A sound barrier late used there from Crazy Raccoon. So now Nightmare have to go for a reset. Zera, he's gonna die. He hasn't got a recall, but still manages to pick up Chorong somehow.
Good fight. Big investment there from Nightmare, but they still have one more final attempt. 38 seconds is plenty of time for them to be able to get this regroup. And even though there's no ultimates on the table for either team, I think that's where we can see Zera and Lethal really put up that differential.
Pure neutral game here, really, Rose. Might just be about these pulse bombs. Tracer earns them very quickly, of course. One big railgun shot is also all it takes. Jumping on a decent spot, jumping in, very defensive onto that payload.
They gotta contest this though. They cannot step off the cart now. Zera gets ready with the pulse bomb.
Got touch. Jumpin's already dead. Pulse bomb in the hands of Zera as well. He's looking for a target. Hits the recall fairly early, but Lip's in trouble. Lip is in dire need of help. Heesang goes down. Pulse bomb doesn't connect, but it doesn't need to. Nightmare! What did I just witness? The world beaters. Crazy Raccoon knocked down to the lower bracket by Nightmare. NA's #1 seed, and Zera is living it up on the stage. They know the crowd was behind them. You heard the chants. And what everybody thought was going to be a 3-0 is a 3-1 victory for Nightmare. Let's jump down to Danny on the stage, though, for a live interview.
Dragon Rose, thank you so much. I mean, I have no words. I'm pretty sure you guys are all going crazy. You guys could hear. Sorry for shouting, guys. The energy here is insane. Listen to all this. The fans are going crazy. Nightmare just got the one against Crazy Raccoons. Things are. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Are you guys excited? Yeah. Nightmare! 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 Yeah, these fans, Chinese fans, love Chinese Overwatch, but that's not the only thing. They love good matches, good players, good teams. Just great Overwatch is what they're here for, and we just got it. I'm very happy. The fans are happy. Hope you guys are having fun too. I'll be back later. So Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Nightmare did it. Imagine I would have pitched this script to you earlier in the season, but like, how about Nightmare knocking Raccoon down to the lower bracket? What would your response be to that?
Look, all I gotta say is I feel bad for the teams down in the lower bracket. That's not a good place to be right now. The Raccoons have been angered. But Nightmare on top. I mean, this is the biggest upset of the tournament easily by far.
This is the biggest upset in
a couple of years. Yeah, huge stuff. And honestly, it's been brewing for a while for this Nightmare team. They have been putting together huge individual performances, individual players all hitting their peaks, coming together on LAN. They kind of fell flat in the Soup Cup just recently, and now they show up and beat arguably the best team in the world in the Winston Dive Cup.
This is about on par with like Hangzhou Spark upsetting Atlanta Reign in the 2023 playoffs. This is Saudi Arabia beating China at the World Cup in the grand finals. This happens like once every couple of years. This is an insane upset.
I do love that. That's another page for our historian Johnny on the desk to memorize for years to come. We will be quoting this one.
Yeah, for years to come. We'll talk about this upset. I mean, Look, okay. The first bullet point when you're recapping this match is, what the hell, Zero? Like, Zero had one of the biggest pop-offs maps and series in total that we've seen in like a long time as well. Zero handily diffed Heesang on the Tracer head-to-head. They took like 5-6 pulse bombs en route before he even missed one. He just kept hitting pulse bombs, got a double. Just unbelievable plays from Zero here.
This Tracer map en route, it has to be studied. It has to be studied. Like, we need to get into the lab on this because he was just ripping them limb from limb, made Chorong look like a chump on the Lucio. I mean, catching him off time and time again. It is ridiculous that they're able to make such a decisive win.
It is pretty insane. I think that something we also have to consider is just, as we're talking about Zira, is the fact that you have to look towards the front line to even set up these opportunities, right? It felt like a pivotal point was during round one, once we headed over to bunker, was that shift with seeing Kuffa swap over to that hazard and causing so many issues for that Winston, and seeing him, you know, not look to actually head into that mirror matchup, deny that opportunity, and take advantage of the fact that he's able to block off a lot of those chokes with the walls and whatnot. It was huge, I felt like, for Nightmare.
Yeah, and I mean, Kuffa has looked great on the hazard all season long, and this, you mentioned this, even the choice to pick Route 66 from Crazy Raccoon, an interesting one because Kuffa was really comfortable playing that hazard on the offense, knew that, you know what, I'm gonna take this non-mirror match into Crazy Raccoon with the confidence, and they're able to execute on it. But I mean, Zira, there's never been a more well-deserved player of the match than Zira. Especially, I love that we saw him at some moments like coming to the player cam during this map, and he was calm. Like, to be putting on a performance like this and to not be getting overhyped, to be staying focused, knowing that a team like Crazy Raccoon, you can never let off the gas. This is what you need to be a championship winning player. Zira has always had the talent, but now he's bringing the focus that his team needs.
It's just baffling to me that they managed to have a performance like that against a team like Raccoon. Those are veterans of the sport. You don't just show up and like, you don't usually trip them. Like, that does not happen because there's just so much veteran players on that team, too much experience. Like, this shouldn't have happened, Johnny.
I mean, Nightmare less than a week ago lost 0-3 to T1 and Wei, who didn't even qualify for the event. And you look at that and you're like, okay, well, they're probably going to be one of the worst teams in the tournament, and then they beat Crazy Raccoon 3-1 now. It's just unthinkable. Like, in no way would I have predicted this.
Well, with a lot of other teams, you would have now probably had an opportunity to argue that maybe they underestimated Nightmare. But like, Crazy Raccoon doesn't do that. Like, they take every opponent serious because they want those 3-0 scores. They do not want to drop a singular map.
No, they don't. They want it to be clean, right? But then you also look at the fact that we're seeing, we talked about the jitters being shaken off by the side of Nightmare. We saw them really calm, I think, heading into a lot of their matches as well. And then now you see that momentum really starting to build for them. You saw Kuffa on the stage really hyping up the crowd behind them too. I feel like this is massive for Nightmare to potentially help them soar in the upper bracket.
This is the momentum they needed, right? I mean, Crazy Raccoon was that team where I thought, okay, you know, even if Nightmare lose this team, as long as they put on a good showing, they can make a run in the lower bracket. I didn't think that they would be able to put this together, an actual win here, staying alive in the upper bracket. North American Overwatch, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I'll wait until they win the upper bracket final. That's when I'll really start getting hyped.
But I think that, you know, along with Nightmare, you know, great win for them here, you know, beating Crazy Raccoon. We can talk about, you know, Nightmare, what does this mean for them in this tournament? But I think it opens up the entire tournament as well. Like, once again, you know, they could have a great chance of winning this tournament. SSG, now everyone is getting involved here. Like, this is blown wide open. It was a 2-horse race going into this weekend. Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoons. Now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, no, we're out in an open field of horses. Like, they're everywhere.
Lots of horses. Anyone can take it.
That's right. And all those horses will be galloping right into the stage. So let's take a look at set stage and our winner's interview with Zeru and Danny.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是小双。再次恭喜 Nightmare 获得了本场比赛的胜利。站在我身边的是 Zero， 请大家以热烈的掌声欢迎他。此时此刻，我相信 Zero 有非常多的话想要说，所以我们需要给他一点点的时间。So congratulations on your dub today. What a match! You guys gonna be the nightmare of Crazy Raccoon. I'm gonna give you some time to express yourself. What's your mind right now?
Oh, what an unforgettable moment! What an unforgettable feeling! I had a good feeling about today going into it, but I never could have imagined a 3-1. I'm so proud of my team and my teammates. We work so hard. Our coaching staff works so hard. We all put in so much effort.
如此难以忘怀的瞬间，如此难以忘怀的感觉。其实我在今天的这场比赛开始之前的时候，我确实感觉非常的不错，但我没有想到这会是一个3-1的局面。我们的队友，我们的教练，这一切都太完美了。我们真的为了这场比赛花了非常多的努力。再一次以热烈掌声，恭喜 Zero！ 其实。这一切的故事，我们都要从国王大道开始说起。非常想知道的是 ，Nightmare 在国王大道之前，在失利了第一张地图之后，他们到底做了什么样的调整呢 ？So Kings Row must be the turning point of the whole story. What adaptation, what adjustments did you make after Map 1?
Well, Ilios is notorious for being a strong map for the Koreans. So we chose to take them to a map we're more familiar with and we're stronger on. And of course, putting me on Genji definitely helped. And I'd say that's why it was a turning point.
其实伊利奥斯对于 CR 来说是一张他们本身就很强势的图，我们觉得在第一张地图当中去做一些尝试，让我们找到一些状态也不错。当然了，在国王大道让我拿到原氏，绝对是帮了我们一个大忙。他的原氏是不是真的相当的亮眼？最后一个问题想要问到 Zero 的其实是。他们在赛前采访的时候有跟我讲说，他们为了这一次的整个的赛事准备了非常多特别的战术。我想问的是，在他们之后的比赛，我们有没有机会再去看到更多的战术呢 ？So we heard that you guys prepared a lot of secret threats. Can we expect more in your upcoming matches?
Of course, our goal is to always show good performances like this, and with our strong coaching staff. You will definitely see more results like this in the future.
当然，我们当然会准备更多的赛事，给你们带来更多的惊喜。我们有非常棒的教练团队，我们有非常棒的选手。接下来，你们将会看到更多来自 NTMR 的精彩的表现跟发挥。So last question, is there anything you want to say to the audiences?
Obviously an emotional moment here for Zero on that stage, like holding back the tears, and quite frankly, same over here. Yeah, like, this means so much to those players. Like no one would have expected this upset to happen. Quite frankly, I think most of the players would not have expected the outcome of this match to be the way it was. So really, really great stuff all around from Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, these players know what an upset this is for them. You know, for Nightmare, they've been a team that has gotten used to others doubting them and not thinking that they can get these big wins, not thinking that they could qualify here, not thinking that they could be the #1 seed, not thinking that they could compete with the best teams in the world in Korea and China. And here in Hangzhou, Nightmare has proven them all wrong, staying alive in the upper bracket. Now, at this point, they've got to start turning their eyes ahead and start thinking about what can they achieve here? Can they be the best team in the world? I think anything's possible.
I think this is really crucial as we go ahead and take a look at, what might be next for Nightmare. I think this is a crucial point here for Nightmare because now they've proven to themselves that they can do it. They've, been proactive. They've popped off, made individual plays for Zero, for example, here. And so no longer do you have to step back into the practice room and be like, oh, what do we gotta fix? What do we gotta figure out? It's like, no, we know we can do it. We can play our own game, and we're capable of taking down anyone in the world. And so for Nightmare now, you can be really confident in your game heading into the next series.
Yeah, let's take a look at the route for them to make it all the way to the top. Here's the bracket. We are, of course, in day 2 of this LAN event. Nightmare are continuing their run in the upper bracket, whereas everyone in the lower bracket now do be shivering because Crazy Raccoon got poked. You don't poke a raccoon. That just doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, we've seen Lip actually angry before in matches, and this might trigger Lip to be a little upset there. At the same time, though, maybe that's a boon for Virtus Pro now. Maybe obviously, Virtus Pro, they're not a team that can replicate necessarily what Nightmare did because they don't play the same kind of style, arguably doesn't have the same kind of caliber of players playing that dive composition, right? So it's going to be an interesting matchup, but this could also be an opportunity where Virtus Pro go, Crazy Raccoon lost one series, what's stopping us from, beating them as well and being really confident?
I think that is huge, like just being able to see Titans fall in that kind of regard. And then Virtus Pro, also the fact that they had that bounce back after that loss up against once again.
Yeah, they can bleed, but I do think that will be lighting a fire underneath Crazy Raccoon, because that's not how they scripted this one. I think they're gonna come back with a vengeance. For now, though, we're heading into a very quick break, and afterwards, we're gonna have once again going up against Team Falcons. You don't wanna miss it.
I'm walking side. I'm walking side. Soy one. Carry one.
No fucking way!
Hey, we're Nightmare, and you're watching the Champions Clash.
Oh, back then when they didn't know what they were about to do. They were so naive when they filmed that video. Beautiful stuff. Why are you giving me that look?
It's true.
It's like a happy dad moment from
I love the way you phrased that. It's just like, oh, they didn't know about the joyful moments I had in their life. It was before they achieved so much.
It was the before times. In the before times, they did not know what they're capable of.
That's
but
when we
now
still
the powers
thought they
have been
exit in the
unleashed.
lower bracket.
That's right. And if you also think you can make it just like them and that your dreams become a reality, then maybe you should give it a go and sign up to the Face It League Season 5 is, what? That was a perfect transition.
No, it was beautiful.
The cackling.
I'm just thinking about what a pivotal moment that was for Nightmare. It was a turning point in their career. How we view those players.
You two can have turning points in your aspirational careers in the Face It League, so make sure to head on over to faceit.com/OWCS for more information. And now we're going to give you all the information you need about our upcoming match. It's going to be once again facing off against Team Falcons. It's going to be a good one. I'm very excited. You have a lot to say already. I can tell. So the teams are getting ready to take to the stage. Let's talk about what we've seen so far and who we think is going to make it out of this one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really a bellwether clash for the Falcons, who struggled against once again in EWC last year. We'll see what they can do this time. They're also a team that's been playing a very different style, playing a little bit more Manga and Rush, where once again looked fantastic, playing the Winston, which is definitely their comfort zone here. So it's going to be a clash of opposites here, but I haven't known players like Proper and Stalker to go down easy. I think once again have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what the Falcons are going to play in this matchup. Are we going to see somewhat of a mirror here? We saw these two teams, we saw Nightmare and Crazy Raccoon go to head-to-head. They're playing the Tracer, Sojourn, Dive Tank, Winston most of the time. And I could very much see it being the case that Falcons could, replicate what once again are doing. Love to play that style. But how are Falcons going to fare in that mirror composition? I can't wait to see what the result is going to be, because once again, they looked fantastic. We know that is their comfort game. When they put Leave on the Tracer and Shy on the Sojourn, Gushu on the Winston, right? That is what they love to play. So Falcons, if they decide to mirror that, once again, like so many times in history where Koreans have decided to mirror China, how are they going to do?
Well, we are about to find out, dear Johnny, because the teams are ready to take to the stage. So let's welcome them to the big one in Hangzhou.
Falcons, the #1 seed out of Korea. Many would say that makes them the #1 in the world, but they're facing the Chinese squad on home turf. Once again, put out a huge performance, and Falcons, well, I wouldn't say that weighs on them too much. These are tenured professionals with massive experience coming into this match.
On the other side of the battlefield, once again!
And you can hear the crowd getting loud for the hometown favorites. The Chinese super team, just having witnessed Nightmare take down Crazy Raccoon in a 3-1 fashion, once again has to be feeling good at themselves, thinking we can take down Falcons, we can take down the 2024 OWCS champions in Team Falcons. They certainly have the skill, they have the capability. How will they execute against Team Falcons?
We're about to find out as they're heading into map #1 of our second series of the day. And for all the actions, we once again have Necra and Jaws on the mics.
Thank you very much, Zoe. I like what we did there once again on the mics. Hey. Perfect stuff. See, we're working on the puns. Yeah, once again versus Falcons, Rose. This is almost like a rematch, right?
Ooh, I'm feeling nostalgia right now for the Overwatch World Cup that we had in 2023, because it's almost like looking in a mirror, seeing once again versus Team Falcons. I actually didn't plan this. I had a wardrobe malfunction, so we went with this today, but it works out because this is basically like Team from China versus South Korea in the Overwatch World Cup, where we saw the upset of the century. And so is history going to repeat itself? I don't know. I feel like today is just the day of upsets. We literally just had one. I think China could do it again.
Anything can happen now that we've seen Nightmare win against Crazy Raccoon. It would be a ridiculous turn of fate that Team Falcons end up in the lower bracket as well. Like a ridiculous turn of fate. Like, look, the winner here does go on and face Nightmare. The loser drops down to the lowers. Team Falcons are up first in their map pick and their ban, and we're going to Ilios again.
Seems to be a favorite for these Korean teams so far, and I think that this is something that we have to kind of really take stock of. Ilios, very classically a dive map. Are we actually going to see Winston get banned out here? And we do, so that's going to really shake things up a little bit for both of these teams.
What are once again going to respond with? So yeah, Team Falcons banning that. I mean, maybe Hanbin just goes something like a Mauga. He's been extremely good on that. And that's how they ended up winning last year as well. And it's going to be an Ana ban for once again.
So the Winston ban makes a lot of sense. Gushui is one of the best Winstons in the history of Overwatch. So you definitely don't want to give him his best hero on one of the best Winston maps that we have in this entire map pool. But I think responding in kind with this Ana ban is also incredibly smart. You want to make sure that you aren't going to be able to just keep gassing up one of these tanks in the front line. So, you know, if it's D.Va, you know, if it's Mauga, especially because you've seen Hanbin play either of those heroes, you know that that Ana is very powerful to make sure that that Mauga is getting enough sustain.
Big energy coming out from the crowd earlier on for Nightmare, and it's going to be even bigger, you've got to imagine, for once again this upper bracket game. With the viewer prediction, 51% to 49. Honestly, respect it. It's going to be pretty close. I think a lot of people would have this at a 3-2, going either way.
I think it's a smart bet to assume that this particular match is going to go the distance. Team Falcons, once again, I feel like this is almost a preview of what could potentially be the finals here.
Leave on your screen. Hear the crowd going a little bit crazy for him. A lot of signs too. We were speaking about it yesterday, but a lot of neon signs coming out for once again.
With like the light brights.
Yeah, it's sick. Now, what does Hanbin play? What do we see here from Falcons? Once again, obviously, they can flex to something like a Wrecking Ball. It's very good on Ilios. Ana is thorn inside to the Wrecking Ball a lot of the time. If he does end up swinging in, those sleep darts can be pretty deadly.
I know it was on Circuit Royale, so it's definitely not a map that we would expect to see Winston either, but Gushui did actually go towards that D.Va in their match yesterday versus Virtus Pro. And now you were expecting, okay, D.Va versus the Sigma, but I think that's also something that Gushui looked very comfortable with, and they absolutely handed it to Virtus Pro on one of their best map picks. So I think with this Winston getting banned out, I don't think it's too far of a stretch to assume that Gushui could still execute a dive with a D.Va instead.
Yeah. Or he can even jump over to Hazard, to be fair, too. Another
very
aggressive divey tank. Now, it was a big question, like, how are, once again, Team CC going to perform? Of course, Team CC, we know, have been knocked out already, sadly. Once again, are just a different caliber, though, in terms of players and how long they've been playing together. And look, at the end of the day, I think expectations were really high, and they've been living up to them so far. And they can exceed them here in this match if they take down Team Falcons. We know Crazy Raccoon can bleed. Team Falcons the same. Normally, the only competition for Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon in tournaments like this is each other. But not the case now. Not that we've seen Nightmare beat Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, absolutely not. I think now all bets are off. Like, the whole world is our oyster when it comes to which team could potentially take this whole thing. And this is the first time I think we're really going to see, once again, truly tested. Of course, Virtus Pro is the best team in EMEA, but when it comes to the dive, this is just, once again, wheelhouse. And with the meta being as open as it is, but also kind of how narrow as it is for a lot of these top teams leaning into these more dive-centric strategies, we'll have to see. Oh, there's so much Mauga love out there.
His name I've not heard in a long time. Now, once again, I think with their backline too, really flexible. Ana is a bit frustrating to be taken away from them, but we'll see how they end up rocking out with this. It looks like Monk and Mew, they're going to be on the Juno here with the Brig. Shy's on Widow, of all things.
Wow.
And it will be Hanbin on the Mauga, so kind of expected.
Yeah, but Mauga versus Hazard, once again, still have a lot of dive potential here with Gushue picking up the Hazard. But the Mauga, I mean, you're just kind of really bullying your way through the front line.
Wow. Yeah, they get stomped there, unfortunately. Really nice. Oh, okay, still, okay, kills proper. That should be the point cap to Team Falcons, but with the ability for proper to dash in with Harmbin, hit the cardiac overdrive, you're surviving for so long as the Genji. Large healing output as well from the backline Team Falcons.
And the Widow is tough here. I think if you saw Widowmaker on the other side, then Shy can really lean into that hero. But the fact that you've got this Mauga that's really going to be bringing the fights to you, that Widowmaker just takes a little bit too long to actually get set up, try to find one of those first picks.
Yes.
So I think the Soldier makes a lot more sense here. Shy was very potent on that hero yesterday and leans into the dive a little bit better.
Still getting... trying to get positioning right now, once again. Really hard against the Mauga. Mauga's biggest strength is that he holds positions, he locks positions down. And it's tough to kind of encroach on that. Oh, Shy's 2 HP. Wow, a few kunais there thrown in by Fielder, and nice little pop shot by Stalker. It's not looking that competitive so far. I mean, Team Falcons just running over once again.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Shy fell there, and it was just the go signal for Team Falcons. You know that there isn't as much DPS threat. You still have that cardiac overdrive to make sure you can go in with that lifesteal and just run over this front line of, once again, they don't have enough time to actually set up for these dives or these executes. So once again, they're starting to actually build up to these ultimates, but it took them a long time to do so, that we're actually in last fight territory here.
Harmbin does end up going down. How much do Team Falcons really invest in this? They've
lot.
used the rush and the bomb. They're going to pop Blade too. They really want to see this fight through to the end and hopefully come out the victor, but Rally and the Brig Ray, I mean, good luck. Brig and the Rally with the Ray is too much damage, too much health. Yeah, no chance you win that. Feels like an overcommit from Team Falcons, honestly, especially after using Harmbin that early.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that this cage is such a difference maker in a lot of these fights. If you can lock somebody in the cage with you, maybe like the Genji or something, or you just get a couple of these squishy targets, knowing that you don't have any of the support ultimates to save you, it's kind of a big factor here for this Mauga. But I want to call out that Stalker actually switched over to the Sombra for this one.
Yeah, trying to get a hack maybe. Yeah, onto someone like Leave or Gushue. Shy's used this overclock, but hasn't found much purchase whatsoever. A downpour's available too, very good to defend the point with. Everybody from once again, though, they are backing up very, very low. Here comes the cage. Downpour's going to connect as well. Oh, dearie me. Leave is just going to destroy with the blade here. Takes the sky. 3 kills for Leave already. Oh, my word. Okay, that's how you lock it down.
Who needs defensive ultimates when you just have the Genji?
Close.
Oh, amazing stuff coming out here from once again. Despite the fact that Team Falcons were able to capture that 86%, once again are already evening up the score here. No ultimates quite yet for either side, but this is where we draw our attention to Stalker on the Sombra. Just switched over to that pick in that last team fight, and now very close to actually having that EMP online.
Oh, Mew is in trouble. Just cowering in the corner there, shield broken. Yeah, Prob is going to easily deal with him. So tough to fight these Mauga in these small corridors, but they still manage to take him out. Prob is getting an amazing amount of resets though. Okay. Very close to losing this round now once again. End up getting team killed. But there's still another fight, but Stalker has EMP.
Stalker's EMP, Proper's gonna have another blade after all of that damage he did in that last fight, and they still get to open things up with this rush as well. Once again, actually have their own Sombra now, maybe hoping to actually shut down this Mauga, but it might be too little too late here, as this EMP is almost ready to let rip.
I mean, that's an easy place to do it as well. Oh, the EMP is massive. Blade's gonna get popped as well, just the cherry on top for Proper. OT ticking, Gushue last alive. Yeah, that'll be round. It's going to Falcons. Close round though, once again getting 86%.
Really close first round there, and now that we actually move on to a different stage for Ilios, you know, is this Mauga actually going to stick here? Do we actually see Gushue maybe consider a different hero? The
hometown very much in favor of once again rallying behind the team. going to be a competitive game. You saw the viewer predictions, of course, as well, 51-49. Game paused briefly, though, by the looks of it. Should be all good. Yeah, we'll update you when we know what's going down. Looks like maybe at Falcons. Just get ready to lock in.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see where we go from here, though. I mean, there's so much momentum that Team Falcons can take into the next round. And Hanbin, I think there's been a lot of question marks over where Mauga's place in the meta is. Team Falcons is the only team thus far to really want to try to push the meta towards that direction. Hanbin was very successful with this particular hero pick in the APAC finals for this first stage. And even though it's been nerfed, I feel like Hanbin's making it look easy. Very much in his wheelhouse as a Zarya player, as a tank player that loves to get up close and personal in your face. And I think Falcons overall have just had this very strong sense of stability and teamwork when it's come to playing more of these brawl type comps.
Yeah, we're in a really nice meta. This patch is really open. Extremely, the balance is really good. We're seeing a lot of variety in terms of tanks, and we're seeing what everybody loves. Dive, fast comps. A lot of Sojourn too. I'm sure some of you are sick and getting sick of getting railgun halfway across the map, but oh boy, does it look good and feel good when you pull it off.
But how about those blades, though?
Yeah, Genji, Tracer. We're in a good meta. We're in a good patch, and that's nice for the tanks as well because you do get to flex. Although, like you said, Mauga has been nerfed. Still very playable though.
Hanbin was actually, okay, so part of this, I think, is the fact that Team Falcons yesterday did actually play 3 maps in their first series. But Hanbin was actually one of the most versatile tanks amongst the entire field of competition. He played Mauga, he played D.Va, he also played Winston, not a hero that he's necessarily known for because he did share the roster with Fearless. So you had a Winston already on the team that would have been able to take that for you, but he's been learning a lot of different tanks to have that variety.
Still waiting for a small update here as what's going on, but looks like still in the pause for the time being. Want to make sure everything's all good to go. Yeah, the flexibility has always been very important. Falcons, their DPS line especially, like the flexibilities there is crazy. I mean, Propagand basically is master of all. We'll see how it ends up panning out too, because if you're thinking it from a once again side of things as well, you're like, okay, if we go to one of these smaller maps, we can just ban away something like a Mauga. If we go to a map that's more, we feel is more favored to that. But then on the other side of things, if Falcons pick something like that, they can ban a tank, which stops then once again banning another tank. So a lot of ways to play around this if you want to force this Mauga pickup. Of course, you can only do it once a series, so those bans can be, they have to be very well timed.
I still think we're in a situation for once again that you can actually utilize the map pool to cater what you might see in the server in terms of these hero picks. Gushui for sure wants to be able to play the Winston. That is where he finds most of his comfort, so this is banned out now, but it means you can keep that open for the rest of the map selections later on in the series. I don't think we're going to see the Mauga ban be too much of a difference maker, because Hanbin will still be able to play D.Va or something else. Maybe even we see the Winston versus Winston from him.
The Han-Binston. It's possible. All right, we're going in. We're going to Well as our second stage of Ilios. Gushui still hovering this Hazard. He's been playing it a fair bit. Can't play Winston, play Hazard. Still got to jump. Just saying.
Yeah, and still have ways to lock down those targets in the back. We're going to see 2 very different approaches, though, as we see these teams leave the gates. Az, once again, is going to be playing that Hazard. They actually use that Symmetric Teleporter, try to get a bit of that positional advantage with their team, making it to the point first. As Shy and Lever playing Cassidy and Sombra, respectively. What a matchup into this Stalker Pharaoh we see on the other side.
Spoke about it last map, or last series even. The Ashe finds when she finds an angle, you know, it's pretty nice. You know, you chuck down the Pharah. Cassie a little bit less so though. Range limited compared to the Ashe. So Stalker can play a little bit more aggressive, peeking a lot more.
But I think part of the strategy is actually just leaving the Pharah alone. You can actually play this particular stage in areas where the Pharah can be way less effective with a lot of this splash damage. Oh my god, look at how fast this Sombra moves around with the Hyper Ring. That's crazy.
Nice virus actually forces Proper to recall there. Shy right now, it's almost a protect the president style comp, and it's kind of the way they're playing it. Just protecting Shy for as long as possible. And, okay. No kills, but hey, we'll take that. We'll take the point for free. Force it to Suzu. There's the Swift Step. And it's Emek as well. Falcons, yeah, they're not in this fight whatsoever. They might be now, though, as Stalker picks up a kill, but they're still looking and hoping Shy can find something, but Team Falcons are winning this damage race.
Which is wild, because after we saw the D-Mech there, as well as this reposition from Fielder, I almost thought, wow, once again, have this. But out of nowhere, Stalker is able to actually find Leave on that Sombra, and in fact, Leave is going to give that hero up completely, going over to the Tracer instead. So I think that this is a signal, okay, we're going to give up on the EMP and then try to go from there. So Stalker has this Fire Barrage ready. Yeah, once again, have to deal with a lot of firepower here. Barrage, Pulse Bomb, even this rush that Team Falcons can throw in to keep this point.
That is a really early rush from Fielder, but it still nets them a kill onto Shy. Playing really aggro. Nice kill actually onto Leave too. All right, a couple of staggers. Only burning one ult though.
Really economical here for Team Falcons as they keep control of this point. Still can find someone with this Pulse Bomb as well as just set up for this barrage. But now this is where once again might actually start to be able to really measure up to this barrage. You've got these support ultimates.
Do they know he's coming? Barrage available. Oh, what an impulsive shot there. Stalker, the little implosion, followed up with a barrage. A little classic play. Both Rays have been invested by both teams. And honestly, if you're Team Falcons right now, you're more than happy with that. You got a double kill, you trade out really well, and it's going to force a swap up from once again. Gooshray now on the D.Va trying to get out of this spawn. Stalker's been too much of a menace.
Yeah, the defense matrix is certainly going to help to soak up some of those rockets and maybe gives you a little bit better staying power versus this D.Va from Hanbin, but the trade is so late, you actually...
Wait, he's just going for the bomber? Okay, doesn't manage to connect. We're near an OT though, Rose.
OT and final fight. Like Team Falcons, they don't have any ultimates in the bank, but they got all of the positioning here.
What is happening in this small room? They're actually just playing tiny Overwatch. Oh, well, even Leave trying to throw a pulse at a fire in the skies. I mean, fight's done. Round's over. Map's finished too. Team kill for Team Falcons. And once again, just shut out of Ilios.
That was a little bit more decisive on that second round than I would have thought. But very smart choices there from Team Falcons to lean into the Pharah. I feel like Pharah is actually one of those heroes that many teams haven't been super prepared for. Whenever it's hit the server, it's dominated. And especially in the hands of Team Falcons, very difficult to weave your way past that.
You're seeing it constantly. Just the implosion, like wrist rocket, grabs everybody together, a miniature grab, right? That doesn't hold you in place, but it holds you in place long enough for the barrage to connect. Really nice stuff there from Team Falcons. Yeah, a little 2-0 to start off the series. Do you expect this to just continue like this? Because, I mean, round one, look competitive. Second round, not so much.
No, I don't think that this is indicative of the rest of the series. I think you can still expect, once again, to put up a good fight. But I think part of what happened on that second round is just they got by some of these hero choices. Right out of the gates, we were talking about the fact that we saw Shy on the Cassidy instead of something that's going to be a bit more long range to give yourself a better chance against this Pharah. And so with this Protect the President style, you just weren't finding the purchase you needed. I mean, look at this. Shy kind of uncharacteristically missing some of these critical eliminations onto low health targets, and it snowballed from there once Team Falcons actually got control of that point.
Oh, that tiny Overwatch room.
Even with a Brig too, like they're still taking those tiny Overwatch duels.
I mean, playing that far up on Ilios is really annoying because, like, at the end of the day, you want to be able to force a rotation from the side that's pushed super far up. But because there's a D.Va there, there's a Pharah pelting you from the skies, you're, like, moving forward, getting healed. Moving forward again, getting healed. And then Proper just jumps over you and then just one clips the backline. Like, it's a very tough spot to be in. Once again, choice now as to where we go. Winston can't be banned from Team Falcons either, and once again, obviously, cannot ban the Ana now.
So Winston, certainly on the table. I still think that that's the comfort for, once again, being able to play this dive. And everybody in Scrim Talks and just leading up to the event are saying, okay, well, you know, once again, they're known for this dive. They get a chance to bring it out, and this is going to be what makes them, at the very least, a top 3 team. This is where you've got to put up. This is where you have to prove you can hold yourself to that high standard everyone else is holding you to. And as we take a look at the map pool, I think it would be, I think it would be really weird to not see once again actually pick a Winston map. Do we actually see like Rudasapi, Saravasa? Esperanza is one of those very classic Winston map choices.
Saravasa is very good for the Mauga though. So if we're going to a map like that, maybe they lead off with a Mauga ban and then roll from there.
Yeah, or the alternative strategy here is maybe you pick Blizzard World or Kings Row. Both of these maps maybe not as good for the Mauga. I think the Mauga is very exploitable on Kings Row just because of some of those tight corridors, and Blizzard World as well is so open.
Yeah, and the high grounds too, just kind of annoying for the Mauga. We'll see where they want to go though. Saravasa is the pick. Now, that is the bans from the first map. No, just later. That's not the bans for this one. But Saravasa, maybe that is going to be a once again Mauga ban. And then we'll see where we do pivot for Team Falcons. It's going to be a close series. I've still got a good feeling. We'll see if once again just pivots into their comfort picks, into Shy, just hitting railgun shots. Their match yesterday looked so convincing, and everybody was like, okay, we're back. It's all good. No one panic. Everything's fine. They're going to be doing really well against the likes of Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. But now, like you said, put up or shut up.
But it was super impressive, their win yesterday, because...
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you called it. But I'm just saying, like, for once again, it was super impressive that, like, they beat the #1 seed in EMEA.
Right.
Virtus Pro has been untouchable.
Dominant, exactly.
Yes. So, like, I think we can still absolutely see that series in our hands, but... You had the perfect call out here. Ban out the Mauga. It is very good on this map. I like that we still have an Ana ban. I guess we're not seeing Ana at all this series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Ana ban's really smart here too. Look, you go in, you know, it's like, okay, what are they going to ban? Oh, it's the Mauga. Okay, we ban the Ana, so it limits... It doesn't completely make Gushui's power level go to 0, but it limits the power to jump in with a nano boost, jump in with the monkey after a nade. You're going to be feeling a little bit more confident there.
Yeah, but what's actually so funny about this is, once again, even with the Ana off the table, has actually opted to play things like Kiriko Lucio or Juno Brig. Almost required to have some type of mobility option on a control map or a flashpoint map. So I think it's still very possible. We see Mew play Lucio, or we see Monk play Juno, and you just try to get your speed that way. You don't necessarily need the Ana to initiate on these dives.
Oh, it's very cute. The Kiriko spray. Yeah, Kiriko, just perfect dive support. Ana too, Ana play, very different. Sit back, sniper rifle, shoot to heal, shoot to do damage. Kiriko up in your face, giving you a left and giving you a right. And then dealing with the DPS herself. The pivot, yeah, definitely will be the Kiriko. I'm curious how Harbin's going to come into this as well. You don't have the Mauga now. Do you just pivot to the D.Va?
I think D.Va makes the most sense if you are expecting to see a Winston. Otherwise, I think it'll be very interesting to see if Team Falcons decide whether or not they want to take the mirror. And I think it's also entirely possible maybe Gushui just decides to say, could be Hazard here. I mean, Saravasa has a lot of these smaller flashpoint points. I was trying to think about another way to actually call them, but like
flashpoint points.
Yeah, the flashpoint points where they are a bit more enclosed. I think the Hazard wall could actually do a lot of work there. So
screen peek and Geo screen there for a little bit.
I know. See, I saw the Juno.
Little Juno hover.
Yeah. Leave. Why?
Is that a mouse mat? Mouse emoji mouse mat.
I dig it.
Sure. Saravasa is the map up next as we load in. Team Falcons banning Ana and a Mauga ban for once again. And there it is, Gushwei hovering the Winston. Queen for Hanbin hover. We'll see. Don't get baited by the spawn doors. Still got 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's also possible Hanbin uses the Queen to get the commanding shout, actually get everybody out of spawn, and then you could cycle through the speed ring. But we'll see if the Junker Queen is the actual lock. I would be floored.
Decent against Winston, sometimes. Knife, Gracie, very good at kind of dealing with the Winston dives. However, Hanbin, quick swap, and then proper on the Torb.
We saw this yesterday. Team Falcons actually got bamboozled by this pick from OWCS, and it was very much why we actually saw Team Falcons drop the map. Torbjorn is incredibly anti-tracer, which is something that they fully expected once again to lean into.
And another reason why, once again, probably wanted to go to this map, right? Decent take on it. Gushwei is so low. Nice Suzu there from Monk, but look at that. Stalker, just Terminator, walking forwards, doesn't stop shooting. That'll be point cap for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, the Torbjorn in this matchup too, it's not really just to shut down this Tracer. You also shut down a lot of what Gushwei can do. Force out bubbles really early. Those jumps need to be much more methodical. You can't just go after Stalker because he's protected by a Torbjorn turret. You don't have very good diveable targets on this team.
Exactly. Who do you dive? Like, oh, I could dive Torb, he can see. Oh, you dive Cassidy, he's got the nade. Exactly. You got the bash, you got the whip shot. Tough comp to play into. They want to play fast, they got the Lucio. There's a rush coming up soon from Monk, a very early ultimate, but that's just how much healing he's been doing. The rush is decent, but can they actually make good use of it? Monk is doing a lot of healing. There we go, there's the kills, okay. A lot of healing early on, giving them the rush. Stalker even using that high noon, but now the point cap, stagger. Okay, all good, yeah. Don't want to kill Hanbin too early. Keep doing it, keep booping him.
Yeah, really good stagger there, but doesn't really let them maybe as much as you would hope that it would. Tom is going to be able to come back in pretty quickly, but I think what's really impressive about that is that once again we're able to win this with just the Kitsune Rush alone. It leaves it with so much extra work with in this next fight, and they're playing really aggressive. I mean, Leaf is just like T-posing in front of the backline of Falcons with this pulse bomb ready.
Yeah, was looking for it, but Falcons were not giving him an in. Self-destruct for Hanbin, that second life. But wow, okay, Shy goes down. Response from once again is they use that sound barrier. Gushwei didn't receive the beat, but doesn't need it. Oh, he's got the Primal Rage and the Primal Blades coming out, juggling that Juno. She's 1 HP, but the rally's gonna be there for the save. Oh, Gushwei wiping a couple of tears from his eyes there, I think. Wanted that kill, but couldn't quite get it. Team Falcons, however, Rose, they do use both support ultimates.
They do, but they critically were able to capture that flashpoint from underneath once again.
He does manage to get away, but 15%. There's going to be a touch here, you'd imagine. Leave stepping up to try and get the OT.
It's so hard, though. I mean, yes, you have the blinks, but okay, Gushwei's at least back.
Stalker goes down to Shy, the Molten Core. Decent placement. But the overtime is going to tick down. Shy takes the skies. Almost had his head taken clean off there by Proper, but not on a good angle whatsoever. Is now back onto the high ground, but a D-Mech is good. Can they actually kill Hanbin? I'm not sure they can. No, the Risu ends up coming back. And once again, still don't have the point right now, Rose.
But they
Rush has been pulled. Mew is going pretty low as Shy takes the skies, focusing down that D.Va Mech. There it is, once again.
The rush is good enough to be able to bully Team Falcons away, and the Disu is very quickly followed up by a kill onto Hanbin. And this could be, once again, winning the point here.
They're hunting for you. And there it is, that's first point. Nice rush timing from Monk. 2 rushes on that single point. That nets him it, and they're in a decent spot to rotate as well.
They're gonna have the sound barrier up as well soon. But Mew is only 10% away. You also have Lee that is kind of waiting right by that opening just for Team Falcons to walk through and hit him with the pulse. There's no Kiriko. There's no way for Team Falcons to stop that. Bar maybe Hanbin eating it or Fielder being able to use the shield. So that would be one way that Team Falcons can actually bypass that ult and maybe force something else out from once again to try to take an economical fight.
Yeah, Leave has written Fielder's name on that pulse bomb. He's going to try and deliver it first class. You can see, oh, he's going to the back. Nice eat though from Hanbin, little 180. Read him like a book. Sound barrier invested, but here comes the orbital ray. Team Falcons, though, they don't have a Cassidy anymore. Shy over peaks and secures a kill. That ray now escaping from Team Falcons. They still got the rally to back them up with as Harbin finds the solo kill onto Shy. Molten Core's going to be good for space creation. However, Monk with yet another rush lays it over the points. Molten Core fades away, as does Leaves Life, though, as Harbin just out-jukes Gushui there over the top of the high ground as that Primal Rage is shut down.
It's a little too bad because Gushui actually just flew right outside of the limits of contesting the point. So unfortunately, Team Falcons actually take that away without once again getting the full potential of the stall from that Primal Rage. They invest that in, and now Team Falcons are actually going to be able to match that percentage of once again and then some, as we have to start to look towards some of these other ults. Hanbin has this extra life here with this Diva. But how is he going to fare against this overclock from Shy? Shy is hoping to find his angle, but Lee wants to shut that down alongside Copper's turret.
Harbin was looking at him right there, making sure Shy doesn't get a free overclock off, but Gushui's already dead. Once again, it's still going to press this, though. They can't stick around for too long. Yep, they're going to back out, but they can't lose anybody. That's the big problem, and Falcons know it. They're going to try and chase them to the end of the earth. And Monk, yeah, falls straight off of it.
That's really bad. I mean, that's just going to be a stagger that once again couldn't afford. And so Team Falcons, they're going to probably just tie up this flashpoint. Look at Gushui just kind of waiting in the wings there. And yeah, they can't. Well, they can't. They can't contest now without that Kiriko.
Yeah,
the fact that Monk got pushed off the edge there just means that once again can take a little bit of a closer fight because Monk has actually been able to reach back up to the team. So yeah, we're going early.
My guy Stalker is Flash Fan the Hammering in 2025 and it's working. Gushui jumps in, just absolutely melted. And once again, with these fast compositions, Rose, with these dive comps, catching Team Falcons comp, which is a slower moving comp on a rotation, is really good. But Falcons, they know they can just sit in that small corridor. Flash Fan the Hammer. And again, and again, and again.
Well, it certainly helps that they had that orbital ray at their disposal as well. Everybody was going to be more invincible. And now we got to take another fight quickly. This time, Shy getting the first blow.
All right, Molten Core completely ignored there. Rally's popped, and that was an aggressive one by Fielder. Thought maybe he could save the rest of his team, but that Overhealth had no real chance of actually building up. Primal Rage even popped by Gushui. It's a scrappy fight, and the point is unlocked. And no one is touching right now, by the way.
Oh, don't worry, Team Falcons heard you. They got there, but there is a contest. Once again, is still alive to make sure that they can actually keep this flashpoint capture away from Team Falcons. And Monk has another Kitsune rush to help once again seal the deal.
Yeah, this guy's building them up like a madman right now. Okay, point. Will it be taken? Will we see a point take on this map? I'm not sure. Both teams have been contesting for the last 5 minutes, it feels like. Railgun might be something that they can use to win this one. And there it is. There's the kills eventually coming through.
So unbelievably crazy how fast-paced these fights have been, though. We saw them already take an early fight around the corner, and then we see the contest of the century here between these two teams before, once again, finally wins that war. It cost them a lot. That overclock was that final piece that they needed to actually put a pin in it, but maybe Gushui gets his Primal Rage. Depends. I mean, once again, is already actually playing quite aggressive with this flashpoint. They don't want Team Falcons to be the ones that get to the first point, or get the setup with the Torp. That's a big deal as well.
Slowly but surely, this boulder is rolling. The boulder that is Team Falcons trying to set up. They got so much inherent firepower on their squad. And like you said, very hard to dive. Even harder now, you got Orbital Ray. It should be once again giving up this point for free. I mean, they can contest for a little bit, but yeah. No way. They don't want any of that. However, 70% and they didn't lose anybody.
Yeah, that's just one final fight.
I lied. They lost.
All right, spoke a little too soon there. Shy can't get caught out by Power Slide. But if once again can keep fighting this, they know that they might be able to force out ults.
Yeah. Went a little bit too deep there, and again, this is it. You lose Shy like that, you lose a lot of firepower. Normally like a little railgun shot to the body, followed up by the Winston. It's pretty easy pickings, but as soon as you lose that, you saw a desperation in the eyes from once again.
Team Falcons have done a great job of being able to mark when those mobility cooldowns are offline. No Power Slide for Shy, easy pick. No Swift Step for Monk, that's going to be another stagger. But once again, Monk actually has that Kitsune Rush, so you have a way to really close the distance here with this Cassie. That's been a really great response mechanism that once again has used to make sure that Stalker doesn't have this sight.
Well, here comes the rush. Molten Core's actually going to waylay once again for a short while. Sound Barrier is going to make sure they can just walk over it scot-free. Oh, what a stick from Leave! Oh my goodness! Stalker down. Overtime in session, by the way, for Falcons. A 4v5 on the point. Shy with a really good off angle as well. Has got the overclock in 10% as he slides towards Harbin, whose Matrix is eventually going to run out. Same with his life. This overclock actually just, oh, okay. I'm not sure about this one. A little bit of overeager maybe, but it is going to guarantee them this point at the very least.
Yeah, I actually don't hate that they use that here because they know if they're able to get these picks, they're staggered now. Who is actually going to be able to come in and touch as a full team of 5? You get the wave response here with Stalker and Fielder, but where's the mobility? Stalker's actually going to use this Symmetra teleporter to hopefully be able to get everyone there, and there is a touch coming through from Hanbin, but Stalker's trailing behind now after using that Symmetra just to get out of spawn.
Orbital Ray available straight across the point. How to once again respond. A quick bubble there on the ground from Gushue to make sure he has a safe exit. Shy on the high ground. Oh, slide, double slide in fact. Gets out of there, but for how long? He's 20 HP and he slinks away. The back line standing up to Hanbin, but he still manages to net the kill anyway. A Sound Barrier connects with 4, and now the aggression can commence. A stick from Leave is good for 1. Stalker takes down Gushue, however, so it's all on Leave. Hanbin desuited and killed, but once again keeping this fight alive. A rush on the point once again from Monk, but a rally from Fielder is going to keep them healthy for the time being. Leave just piling him full of bullets though.
Look at Shy though. That's
He's
it.
Back in
That's
the
the
action.
ticket.
And that's a double. 2 railgun kills from Shy, and that is once again 2 points on the board as Team Falcons are getting chased to spawn now.
Oh my gosh, is Gushue gonna be able to hit the Primal Rage here too? Not after that pick onto Proper, but it wouldn't have surprised me one bit to see once again just invest another ultimate to win out on the war. They're gonna be able to try to make their way to the point. But look at this, I mean, we see Team Falcons just make a whole pivot here. They are done playing around. Hanbin has decided it is time to try to match Gushue in this Winston mirror. And this is where we get to see whether or not it can stand up to one of the best.
Han Vincent's on the field, a complete mirror match now, like you said. Primal Rage from Gushue. They're not gonna let this point go for free. Oh, okay. Leave dead already. Once again, still want to go. Every single fight they're down a player, they always try to win the 4v5. Shy, though, falls at the hands of Proper. Good encircling of Team Falcons there, like you said before, tracking those slide cooldowns. Primal Rage from Gushue. It's not going to find much apart from a swift exit.
But I do like the investment there because I think in the theory, you saw Team Falcons just give up all of their ultimate charge. Hanbin was very close to actually getting another mech. If you wanted to be able to use that extra life, you could have, but every single second matters in these Flashpoint maps. So Gushue says, I can invest the Primal Rage here. I know that the rest of my team is going to have ultimates for this next fight.
Overclock. Wow. Oh, no!
No way!
Shy moved off the map just by a generic leap there from Hanbin. They do trade, so it's a 4-on-4. Postman in the hands of Leave as the rush is pulled on the point from Monk. Geo down, okay. Falcons plugged out of the skies. Nice cleanup from Leave. Just going to donate Fielder over the edge. 56% for Team Falcons.
Monk has been such a difference maker in every single one of these fights. He's charging up these Kitsune rushes like they're nothing. It's almost like it's on like a 20-second cooldown for him. And that is going to be a huge economical point for them to take. And Shy just brings it to him.
Oh, yeah. Sherman tasted that medicine. 2 kills for Shy. A very aggressive push.
But exactly what once again needs to keep this pressure onto Team Falcons. They were not allowed any time to actually set up. And if they can keep Team Falcons at bay from touching the point, then look at how much time they bought themselves. They only need 40% of another flashpoint to take this next one and this map.
All right, Falcons now splitting up. Kitsune Rush on the point. Gushue doesn't have a lead for a couple of seconds. There it is, eventually gets away. Oh, the stick from Leave is good. But unfortunately there, a Suzu from Fielder came in clutch to save his life. A Pulse Bomb now for Proper, and he can play so aggro with his overhealth. Oh, the Pulse Bomb misses, but Fielder is there with the kill. 95% for once again. And overtime will trigger for Falcons as they've got a couple of ults to use, but once again aren't going to let him go down easy. He falls, okay, a quick reset here.
Big reset, but the fact that once again have already got 99% and other big ultimates out of Team Falcons, we're coming into this one with a pretty even fight. Another Kitsune rush from Monk. We've got the Primal Rage to at least extend to the point where that rush is going to be ready. So it comes down to whether or not Stalker can actually keep Team Falcons in this. Final fight here, potentially.
Hanbin and Guxue both with the Primal Rages. Leave is in a good position to touch, manages to get it, forced a recall though. And here comes Guxue with the Primal Rage, Fielder already dead. Hanbin goes pretty low, but can play aggro. He's still got Primal. Rush comes in from Monk, but it might be too little too late. Oh, Mew! He boots Hanbin off the map, denying that Primal Rage, and once again capped the points. Oh my word, Mew! A complete evolution on the Lucio. And that's a 3-1 on Suravasa, just like that in a blink of an eye. Once again, they're going to tie it up.
Did you hear the crowd going wild for once again, especially in those final couple of moments? You know the players are feeling that love and that energy, and they are really channeling it into their gameplay. Yet another wild circumstance where Team Falcons have dropped another map to an international team.
One apiece now. Oh, we knew it was going to be close. An amazing boot from Mew at the very end. It looks not unwinnable there for once again. But with Hanbin popping the late Primal Rage and then being able to stick to one of the DPS or supports, that was their win condition. That was their winning ticket to stay in this. But a quick boop as soon as that Winston hits that leap, straight into the drink. Beautiful stuff. I think, like you mentioned too, Rose, Monk, just the amount of Kitsune rushes he had during this map was ridiculous. And then Mew comes in clutch at the end.
He literally had another Kitsune rush active when Mew actually got that boop. That is how wild Monk has really been with these Kitsune rushes. The charge is crazy, and I really wish we had the statistic of just how quickly he was really getting these online, because I don't think it's an exaggeration to say it really felt like a cooldown for him.
That was a pulse and a half by Leave. This point was ridiculous too. It took so long to actually start the cap initially.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's been like 3 fights already and we haven't, like, no one's capped. And then this aggressive play here too. Like you said, kind of setting that tempo right, and then only burning an ult there is completely fine. You saw the game plan from once again. We rip the overclock, we get the kill, great. Now we just keep on pushing, keep chunking that time bank down. Well, not time bank, but, you know, keep raising our percent bank up and then force Falcons into an odd spot.
I think what's so exciting when we get a chance to actually watch these dive teams from APAC as well as China is truly how quickly they take these fights. I think that's always been a very differentiating factor between how dive is executed in the East versus the West. And like, what a great example of that. It's not like Team Falcons were completely faltering under that pressure either. They were able to dish it back out. It's just when the margins are so slim for the error that you can take, one team fight is really what separates winning and losing that map.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to put it. I mean, Korean Overwatch in general, same with Overwatch in China too. Like, it's always been quick. Every fight is like, it feels like there's 2 fights compared to 1 fight in NA and EMEA. That's always just been the case. Very quick teams, and you can see how many fights they're taking at 99-99 or 0-0 one of the points.
That's decisiveness, and that's veterancy. That's something that you get out of these very experienced squads. Not only just their years that they've played professional Overwatch, but also on a big stage like that. They're not feeling the pressure or the nerves. They know this is another day in the office. But let's take a look at this next map.
Yeah, Runasapi pick by Team Falcons. Before the ban comes in, what do you expect Falcons to maybe take away?
Well, they can't take away Winston anymore, and they can't take away the Ana. I wonder if they actually tried to take away a DPS.
Okay, maybe a Sojourn. Perhaps. We'll have a look. It's going to be Lucio. Okay, so they're opting to go, okay, we'll play Kiriko, Brig, Juno kind of thing, or an Ana Brig. We'll see what once again want to ban. And it's going to be a Genji. Okay. All right,
no
okay.
Genji for proper now.
No Genji for proper. So that actually works out pretty well for once again, because they can just have Leave on Tracer, Shy on Sojourn. They don't have to fear Shy getting like instantly killed by proper.
That's actually why I kind of thought, well, you know the Team Falcons and their DPS lineup can play so many different combinations of heroes. They have every single DPS player on the team is incredibly world-class on Tracer. So you know you can always like cross-pollinate between, is it proper that plays it? Do you actually try to split up that role for a map like this? And so I kind of thought maybe Team Falcons actually decides to say, hey, you know what? Let's take Sojourn out of the server. Let's actually just like ban that out, because Shy really has been so good on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, kind of made his name on the Sojourn. I'm thinking back to, it must have been 2022 potentially. We saw one of the best Sojourn performances of all time. I think he got something like 60 limbs or something on a Dorado map.
Nuts.
He's one of the best Sojourns in the world, if not the best. It was very hard to kind of topple that team at that point. Like, they were just nuts, man. He's just the GOAT, and it's good to see him back in the server. Now Team Falcons, they can easily pivot. We're going to go Brig. We're going to go something like Juno Brig or Brig Ana. Like, we're fine with that. Take away Lucio from Mew. Maybe Hanbin was like, guys, I really hate this Lucio guy, man. Like, he's booping me around. Did you see that? Like, you know, hey, that did win them the map. That wasn't the only reason for them banning the Lucio, but might have been a contributing factor.
Well, I think you still need some type of mobility. Like, I feel like it just is classic on push, control, flashpoint. So I think Juno is still a pretty likely hero when you look at that support backline. So I think, yeah, Juno Brig, Juno Kiriko would probably make the most sense to me with the Lucio banned out.
Overwatch Championship Series, of course, the skins there, which is particularly in the home and away variations.
You know what's been amazing, though, is the OWCS logo in the map itself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's been so good.
The little panels on the map have been really... I'm sure a lot of you have noticed them at home as well. It's been really cool to see that. Just a small addition, but a very, very welcome one. How do they roll out Murusapi? Because Rose, it's worth keeping in mind as well, Mauga is not banned here.
Yeah, Mauga's not banned. And Team Falcons finished up their series versus OWCS yesterday on Runesapi with a full cap. It was that dominant, where OWCS only got 7.66 meters. It was not very much. I think that is as one-sided as it can get. And they had the Mauga alongside that Brigitte and the Juno as the backline to support that.
Look at that. No real surprise there. Gushui hovering the same thing though. If you beat Hanbin in the mirror here, that is the biggest confidence boost you'd ever see. Looks like he's going to rock it too. Leave on Farah though. Proper just TPing and then jumping to Tracer.
Yeah, not being able to play Genji here means it's maybe a bit more predictable that you're going to see Proper on that Tracer. But I kind of wonder if there's ever a world where we do see Proper maybe even go Torbjorn as just a potential extra piece to shut down this Leave Farah. I know it's kind of a stretch, but we've seen Farah do some amazing things.
Pretty hard to dive. Does a lot of damage too when he hits that E. Uh-oh. Hanbin is in trouble. Remember, this style of play from Team Falcons did win them that World Trophy, that World Championship last year. None can leave, though. They are going to be the first to fall. Hanbin kept alive for an extraordinarily amount of time. Like, that was ridiculous. You saw the focus fire from once again. And you have to force out that cardiac overdrive in order to win these fights. You've got to time yours preferably last, of how much sustain it gives out. It's just nuts.
I mean, the cardiac overdrive is actually really good for the Pharah as well. So I think Leave staying on this pick does make sense. You get a lot of splash damage onto the Team Falcons lineup that's going to be very closely balled together as well for a very similar strategy. But depending on where the Pharah actually is in the skies, you benefit from that cardiac overdrive as well. Maybe you're even hitting a barrage and you're getting the cardiac overdrive. So we've definitely seen that combination before. And it's tough to actually stand up tall against this Pharah. Look at the spam damage that she's got going down main. There's no progress right now from Team Falcons because it's very difficult to take this fight around the corner.
Leave is just jostling this high ground. So annoying. And you saw Stalker there just kind of aiming above the bus, just like waiting for him to pop his head out, but he's not going to give him enough chance to actually get a guaranteed kill. He's going to have a barrage so soon too. Like you said, the spam is just it's immense.
It's a patient waiting game. The Sojourns want to get an opening pick. Proper wants to actually force out some of these cooldowns. Stalker takes a lot of damage from Leave, and that's actually going to net him the barrage in just a couple percent.
Oh, they're going in though. Look at that dash into the backline from Harbin. Stomp comes in, no stun there. Harbin just looking at each other, but oh, barrage! Yeah, Leave was hiding in the rafters.
It was going to come online in just a couple of seconds, and it was the perfect moment here. And once again, their patience pays off. They stop Team Falcons from getting close to that first checkpoint, and they get a chance to actually start to match some of this progress. But that Pharah was just enough of a threat that Proper is going to give up the Tracer, go to Pharah as well, and we now have a complete mirror match between these two teams.
It was really hard for the Tracer to get a lot done there. Orbital Ray available from Chio. Monk a little bit further behind. Of course, the amount of spam damage Falcons were taking just then, you can understand why he's got that ult first.
Yeah, but Orbital Ray advantage here if Team Falcons do go first.
They're going to go for it. Stalker, whoa, don't want to be there. Ends up backing up a little bit. Oh, double shot from Shy though, okay. How about that damage boost now, eh? As they're getting jumped on. Oh, the backup has arrived. Oh, Shy's in trouble. We'll send the whole army to protect him.
Wow, I mean, just the ability to kite away from that orbital ray and hit yours later. Once again, we're able to win that pretty handedly. And now you still hold on to the cage, you still have your barrage. Fielder's actually making a change here. Gonna go over to the Ana. Now that that's not been banned out for the first time in this series, you can actually go over to the Ana, and maybe this is gonna be a way that you can shut down just anything with a sleep. The antis make it harder for the cardiac overdrive to actually find that value.
Yeah, really strong, like you said, against the Mauga. Does a decent amount of chip damage too to the Pharah. Well, here comes the rally, and there's the cage. A good anti inside of it, but unfortunately for Hanbin, he's just getting mincemeated in the front line. There's just no shot you win that, even with a cage of your own. The heals just couldn't come in quick enough. That's checkpoint for once again.
Oh, it's so tough because Hanbin got isolated in that Venn diagram of pain, and there was just no healing that could come through to actually save his life. You can't step in there. You know you're just going to get taken out on top of that. Checkpoint and then some, as once again, keep rounding this corner. Leave with another barrage. Watch out for when Gushwei has this cardiac overdrive available. But Stalker has this overclock. So once again, are wary. They know there's a lot of damage that could come through from Falcons.
Yo. Ooh, leaves out of there. It was on a really good angle. And this is the waiting game as well that once again don't mind playing. They can hold this corner for 5 minutes and 7 seconds if they really want to. They're going to wait for Falcons to make a move.
Falcons can pull the trigger first, but it's about the response from once again. They know they're going to have the orbital ray soon. And they also know that Team Falcons are probably pretty close to this nano. So it's kind of like, okay, well, if we can keep you at bay here, maybe we lose one fight, but then we get to fight you again in the midpoint. Use as many ultimates as possible, Team Falcons. That's what once again want.
Slowly but surely. It's just basically, people are just building ults. That's all they're doing. Gushwei off to the sidelines, holding his house down. Here you go. Here's the, oh, the barrage on top of Stalker. Didn't see that one coming, did ya? Barrage double kill. Oh, Proper. My boy getting taken down in the skies. Pulled the emergency ripcord on his own ult, but was just discarded like yesterday's newspaper. Once again, extending their lead.
Wow, I mean, you saw the Nita boost come out, and then all of a sudden, all of that health just disappears. Because once again, saw the combo of just going for that overclock of the barrage, and where can Team Falcons go? They had already committed into that fight, and so once again, had that perfect patience yet again. And now they've got the orbital ray to be able to match that of Chio's, and they're still holding strong on this corner.
There it is. Oh, good disengage once again. They knew this was going to happen, but unfortunately for Mew, he ends up going down first. Later, Ray might be good, though. Humbin and the rest of the team are going to be able to scurry into these small corridors, but a good shot from Sorka, sliding back, landing the kill, a second one at that.
But now you can see where that time bank and playing that defense is really paying off for once again. Team Falcons, yes, they're going to start to actually make a bit more progress, and they shut off those forward spawns for him once again, which is pretty critical. Monk is actually going to have to get bar spawned here, so it might take a little bit more time for once again to actually come back in for the recontest. But they come in with a rally, the cage. They have 3 minutes. That's it to defend this checkpoint. They can still come back in and make sure that Team Falcons don't take this.
Slowly but surely, snail's pace. This game is grinding out. Looks like they're playing a mill deck right now. They've got the cage on the side of Team Falcons, but once again, they're going to use the rally. Another swift disengage there. Team Falcons backing all the way up. But Shy, first to fall. And now this cage is looking a little bit more appetizing for Team Falcons. And there you go, deployed on top of Gushue. Pulsar torpedoes connect. Shy, leave, Gushue, Monk, Mute, they're all dead. Checkpoint gained from Team Falcons, and they only use a single ult.
And that's where things actually start to look really dangerous here for once again. Mew is actually going to make a pivot, go over to the Ana, knows that maybe that's going to be a really great way to try to shut down some of these ultimates that could come in clutch. Maybe it's going to be a sleep dart across the map that can actually take out the CPS.
Rally comes in, they've still got a cage to play with, a cage and then an instant nade. Fielder actually gets naded, has to back up. Harbin overstays welcome in the front line. And there is 10 meters now that separates the team, but Proper lays down a barrage straight in the front line. Gushue falling, and now it's up to Shy to try and hold on to this lead, but he's slipping away from once again. And the lead now has been lost.
Oh, Mew is actually able to get a big pick onto Fielder, and maybe that could have helped to stem the bleeding, as you do see a sleep on the Proper with a follow-up from Shy. But with the lead already garnered from Team Falcons, you need to really be picture perfect. Once again, do have the ultimate economy to be able to do that, and we are going to see some swaps again from Team Falcons. You've got the Kiriko now, as well as potentially a mystery hero pick coming out from Proper to see if this is going to be what gets them through. Symmetra just to get everybody teleported out of spawn to hopefully make sure that this orbital ray is going to be the final one of the game here for Chio.
Time was really the ally of once again throughout the majority of this map, but now it is their enemy. They've got a barrage, but this orbital ray from Chio and Monk is going to be what makes the difference. Oh, Stalker just picks Leave out of the sky. And this is a decisive win by Team Falcons in this fight. There's a couple of people still up. Shy manages to slip away, but Proper, hot on his tail, takes him out. 40 seconds now, Rose, but Gushue still up. Cardiac overdrive actually allowing him to stay alive.
Ooh, he's also able to get the overrun to get out of dodge, meet back up with the team, and just having even just a couple of picks here. I mean, yes, this is going to be an overtime, but there's a nano. Gushue can build up to cage. Shy's gonna have this overclock. There's still a win condition here for once again, even though their backs are against this wall and this time bank.
One nade sometimes is all it takes. Uh-oh. Proper. He's found him. Nade's been used. Forces Proper's recall, but this pulse bomb can still be deadly. Now the boost deployed by Mew just to make sure they actually win this fight. Gushue going for a stomp in the backline. His Fielder just squished. Stalker also falls, but remember, Team Falcons still have that lead, but once again, they're advancing the bot right underneath the beaks of Team Falcons.
And there's going to be a couple of respawns here that aren't going to be able to get there in time.
Gushue's got the cage as well. They're just going to run it down. They're just going to try and touch the spawn. Team Falcons can't get back in time. There's a couple of meters to go, but the door is slammed in their face once again. They come back. That's match point. 2-1, you saw Shy there at the very end, standing up. They know how much it means to them, and the crowd too, fully behind them at this point. Are we gonna see the second Korean team fall down to the lowest rows?
it's looking pretty likely. I mean, what a picture-perfect finish for the once again home team. And it doesn't get any closer than that, really, because you saw Team Falcons get the lead. It was looking really dire, especially with the time bank that was left. And then you could just feel it. You could feel, once again, we're patient. And I love that we can see this dichotomy between the dive teams and the execution of these Maugas. These teams they're perfect. Like, oh,
I said
cinema.
it, look, if they beat Harbin in that Mauga mirror, anything can happen. You saw at the very end, Chio, a dejected look on his face, head in hands. Team Falcons now, it's their final opportunity, Rose, to make it through in that upper bracket. The lowers might be waiting for them though. We'll jump over to the desk. They can break down the action so far.
Thank you so much, Necro and Jaws, back here at the desk with, of course, Ash, Jake, and Johnny. And what a strange day for Korean Overwatch, guys. Like, this is taking some unexpected turns. Once again, taking that Mauga mirror and making it work. More than just work, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, if you can beat Falcons in the Mauga mirror, that's a scary spot for Falcons to be. They're not used to being down at the halftime. They're going to have to come back to the drawing board. I mean, this was an incredibly close map. I thought the Proper's Tracer was going to be able to finish this one off, and that key decisive fight with 1 minute on the clock, the fact that Guxue can clutch that one out, keep position for his team, creates the opportunity. And now Falcons facing a trip down to the lower bracket. They don't have any more maps to give up.
They look boomed. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'd be pretty boomed if I was Falcons right now, because you think that maybe this Mauga composition, that is your go-to this tournament if you want to succeed, if you want to win the tournament. And then you get beat by Once Again, who I would not have expected to be the team to beat Falcons on this composition, but they clearly really well practiced on it, played a beautiful poke here with the Sojourn and the Pharah, of course. Some great disengages from Orbital Rays, re-engage with their own, the swap onto the Ana as well. And so now you beat them in the Mauga composition, but also you forced Hanbin onto the Winston on Suravasa, and Falcons, you know, they got star players. They're obviously comfortable with Proper and Tracer, etc. But once again, want to take that Winston mirror as well. So now if you're Falcons, you're thinking like, okay, well, what is our go-to comp? Like, how do we actually win this series, right? Those Falcons players look pretty dejected.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come down to perhaps the map pick coming into this next one. So when you're looking at Falcons' options here, like, where should they take it? Where would they have the best chances? Knowing now that it doesn't really matter what compositions they're going to be playing against once again, because they can match them.
You got to go to Escort, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's the Junkertown. I think that may be the best option for them. Route 66.
Circuit, you want to go Circuit?
Circuit scares me because, actually, you know, honestly, it might be comfortable for Falcons because maybe Falcons want to throw wrenches in the works.
Don't go to Route. Don't go to Route.
Yeah, Route would be a little bit wild. We know what Shy can do on the Sojourn on Route. That is a little bit scary. I think Circuit is the most chaotic pick, and honestly, Falcons, I don't think they love this meta, playing a ton of Winston.
I know Ash is always in for some chaos, so where would you take us if you were Falcons?
Where would I take it? I do like the shout when it comes down to Circuit, but at the same time, I feel like you look at what happened on Runasapi and the fact that we saw the Pharah pick coming out early on the side of Once Again, and they forced Proper to also look to contest that high ground. So I do think that there is, it's a bit of 50-50 no matter how you split it.
Circuit,
yeah.
It is. So now, of course, we are waiting to see those hero bans. Will it make a difference, though? Like, can you trip Once Again up?
I mean, this is a crucial moment to throw some bans. I think, well, I guess
They
Falcons
used the
have
Winston
expended the
ban.
Winston ban,
Yeah.
right, which is pretty big, but this is a map where we've seen a lot of different comps played. The Ramatra ban's going to come out. I think this is also sort of a quasi-protect for the Sigma, if that's the direction Falcons wants to go. But we've seen teams make dive work on Circuit Royale. I'm not fully convinced this is actually a map where you have to play Sigma. Once again, look great, I think, with a Winston Genji comp. And with the Mei ban, I think that does signal that they want to bring the aggression. Mei, one of the better DPS to stifle those super aggressive comps and help defend the Sigma.
Yeah, we also saw once again against Virtus Pro, when Virtus Pro played the Circuit Royale, VP swapped into the Mei because it actually didn't allow Mew to play aggressive with the Brig. So now banning out the Mei, that is going to allow Mew on the Brig to play aggressive, perhaps with Guxue on one of those heroes, of course, or Ligue, if Ligue gets subbed on here. That this would be the map for Ligue to be subbed in, of course. So I love the Mei ban because it does allow for that aggressive style from Once Again here.
Right, so for everyone at home watching, which player are you having your eyes on? From Falcons especially, like who needs to step it up to bring this one step closer?
On the side of Falcons, I think you really have to have your eyes on Stalker here. You know, this flex DPS on this team, that's the player that you're looking for to make the adaptations in the mid-map to really contest here. And once again, when they are at risk of that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout, honestly. Stalker, there's a lot of picks you could go for. Could go for something stable and consistent like a Tracer, the Genji, Pharah. I mean, there's going to be, I think, a lot of swaps throughout this map because Circuit Royale really does change as you move through the points. And Stalker's going to be the one who has to have that very clean read and make the right decisions under, you can expect massive pressure that once again is going to be putting on here as they look to close out the series in 3-1 fashion.
And what that would mean for once again, to do it in front of the home crowd after such a long hiatus from Chinese Overwatch. They're back home on that big stage and they have an opportunity to make that upper bracket run.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we talk so much about this once again core, formerly Hunter Spark in the Overwatch League as well, and how much entertainment they brought, how beloved that they are as a team, but they've never claimed that major championship. For all the upsets, for all the amazing matches we've seen from them, they've never crossed the finish line as first, and so now they've got the momentum. Liga is coming in for Gushue here as well. This could be the tournament in front of the hometown crowd where once again make it happen, but has to start with here against Falcons, of course.
Absolutely, but they are on match point, so this is on Falcons. The ball is in their court. They have to step it up for this one, and quite frankly, like they're now the sole Korean surviving team in the upper bracket, which is a weird timeline. Like, imagine you're in the lower bracket, and not only do you now have to face off against Crazy Raccoon, you're also potentially going to have Falcons in the mix. Like, that's insanity.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think that, the expectation of those two Korean teams even facing up against each other would have been in the upper bracket, right? When you look at how things pan out with the seeding and everything like that. But now the potential for that to be that rematch into the lower bracket run as well is insanity here for Champions Clash.
I mention it while we're watching this game as well because it just put a different twist on the previous win from Nightmare as well, that they've guaranteed top 3 in the tournament now. Nightmare is a top 3 team in the tournament. That's just insane.
Script writers have been cooking. I'm here for it.
If once again beats Falcons here, I mean, they're up 2-1. It's looking likely, honestly. We're living in a reality where one of the Korean teams doesn't get top 3 here at this tournament, which is just a wild, change of events here in this tournament. So, yeah, what is going on?
Yeah,
Crazy day of Overwatch.
But honestly, though, I'm here for it. I love that because, quite frankly, so far in the era of OWCS, I feel like every time we went to that LAN event, it was kind of clear where we're going with it. It's gonna be Crazy Raccoon. It's gonna be Team Falcons. They're gonna come out on top. One of the two will eventually hoist the trophy. But now the field is wide open.
I mean, right? It's still possible for those teams to make that lower bracket run and make the comeback possible. But I truly cannot remember the last time, if once again closes this one out, that we've had an upper bracket finals without a Korean player. I mean, I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of the game with how dominant Korea has been historically.
That's the thing. It's not even just a team. There's no Korean player in those teams.
Yeah,
that's actually insane.
That's absurd.
This is incredible. I mean, this means a lot for these players. And honestly, for once again, what a storybook spot to be, right? To have all this pressure on you, but in front of the hometown crowd, having the Chinese fans standing behind you, cheering you on as you potentially secure this momentous win. That being said, Team Falcons, they don't go down easy. They may be down 2-1. They bring it to Circuit Royale. This is still a winnable series for Falcons. These players will not give in until the very end.
Yeah.
That home crowd buff, Ash, man, you're playing in front of your home crowd and they're loud. Like, quite frankly, like the mics don't pick it up quite as much, but in there it's an absolute riot. Speaking of which, it's always a good time when Jaws and Necra are on the mic, so let's see if once again can close it out on this map.
Circuit Royale. Team Falcons pick their potential final lifeline in this series. Liga has been brought in for, once again, and a May ban on their side. Rose and a Ram ban on Team Falcons.
Which is kind of interesting because I know the desk was talking about the May ban, but I feel like Team Falcons were very good at shutting that down when they were playing just a little bit ago. I feel like we did see, once again, Yeah, they were able to force Jaewoo out of Ice Block so early. I felt like the Mei was actually not as big of a deal as warranting a particular ban, but right now, as we see the gates open, it's going to be Liga that actually does come out on the D.Va. Very historied off-tank player for the Chinese region. Very good at both Sigma and the D.Va, but I think just knowing that you can play this D.Va versus Hanbin, of course you lock in.
Stalker first picked by Leave. That's not good. Mew going a little too aggro though. As always, you've got to expect him just inting into the back line on the Brig, playing to his limit. Bit of a weird spot now for Team Falcons to play. They can't play too aggressive here. They still have to play corner.
No, they have to back up, and I think Proper is in a lot of threat of actually getting caught out. You can see Hanbin is actually trying to play protection.
Good boops.
Yeah, and there have been some very good boops here with Hanbin's boosters, but this is where, like, once again, like, this is where they want to play, in the midpoint. Force Team Falcons behind this corner.
Proper's on the high ground right now, straight above once again. Okay, yeah, Leave is there with the check. He was very close to this rally. In fact, all supports very close to their ults. Slowly but surely, once again, we've kind of slowed the pace down of these comps. That's a good bash, though. No investment here from once again.
Ooh, Liga gets desuited, though.
Hanbin can't lose Meg. He's so deep. He's so deep. He's going to self-destruct. Realistically, he doesn't die in Pilot. Yeah, he's all good. There's a rally, though. They really want to go for this. They do get the bash, but Liga's already dead.
They actually used the rally because Liga was still out of mech. He didn't want to go back into spawn and fix it because he knew that he was very close to getting that self-destruct available. So the rally investment here, knowing the fielder already used it, you're not really losing too much, but time is starting to tick away. This orbital raise hadn't been launched out either.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes, Rose. We're on the second corner of circuit right now. Oh, Proper. Wanted to click that E key a little bit sooner than that. Both orbital rays coming in, and Shy is just a sentry gun right now. Standing still, just sniping people where they stand. Okay, there it is. There's the team kill. 1 minute and 30. As they do cap this first point. I doubt there's going to be a crazy touch.
No, I mean, you've got Shy and Leave that are both playing Doorkeeper.
They might want to try for this. I just saw Hanbin switch over to Doomfist just to get it in time. Yeah, Proper's going to dash in to try and touch. Has got the blade, but the blade's already been popped by Leave. It's actually just going to try and find Proper, but later blade and a later overclock for Team Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, there's not going to be a point capture here for once again, and I feel like that's just a very critical misstep. You're getting pushed all the way back to your spawn. You're starting to run out of time with only 45 seconds remaining. And to your name, you've got a D.Va bomb. And then what?
You're looking for the neutral railgun kill from Shy.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough ask. Look at how much pressure Proper is putting onto this back line. Shy can't get set up.
In. Rally, bash, Mew too far up. Uh-oh. Once again, they're in trouble. Another bash, though, comes in. A late rally from Mew, takes down Fielder. Monk high in the sky, using those pulsar torpedoes as Leave. Just kind of laying waste to Falcons right now. That payload has trickled back, but it shouldn't be too meaningful. Although Team Falcons still have another attempt at a touch since Hanbin is still alive on the point.
Hanbin is going to give it up for just a little bit, knows that the rest of the team is on their way, and a recontest can still come back through once Hanbin's boosters are available. So there it is. Disruptor shot on the point is going to make this touch for Hanbin just a little bit worse.
Orbital ray available for Monk in about 10%. They need to be able to survive to make good use of it. That's going to be the win condition right now for once again. Here it is. It's popped. That speed ring as well, surging everybody forwards. D-Mech on to Hanbin. Yes, that's all she wrote. Once again, they are going to cap in OT. That was a pretty slow pace. Both teams slowing things down.
Well, they know that a lot of that is because they have this Juno and this Brig backline. You're kind of waiting to play a little bit more reactively to your opponent. It's gonna look very different because in a lot of cases with the Winston, you're looking at the Winston trying to be the initiator, but with these D.Vas and with these Sojourns, kind of waiting for your DPS to actually get a pick. with these overclocks available as well. Ooh, once again, want to play close.
Yeah, Team Falcons are actually split right now. There's a couple near the gazebo on the left-hand side. There's the orbital ray. Shy ends up backing up, but look at the health bars from once again. Very, very low, and Proper's going to make good use of this moment. He's still got the dash too, can get straight on top of the Sojourn. Dodges out the way, the self-destruct that was launched into the skies, but now it's Stalker's turn on the perfect off angle to use this overclock. Easy clean up for Proper too. That's a triple for the Genji. And now we're in the same spot as we were before, Rose. We got 1 minute and 30 left.
But it's just the patience game. Once again, still has this blade. They've got the rally as well to be able to fortify that, so it's going to be easier to slice through this front line.
They are,
yeah, they've already popped it.
Oh my word, yeah, Mew popping that rally way more defensively. The blade's going to come out though. Good bash and a good headshot from Stalker. Leave had one more slash and Fielder would have been history.
Oh, but this fight is still going the way of Team Falcons. And with less than a minute remaining, once again, actually need to just find a way to get out of the doors. It might be off the back of Monk getting this orbital ray to just get out of spawn. Team Falcons were playing so far forward. This time around, they actually used this hyper ring to get a little bit of breathing room, but they can still play with this high ground advantage.
Orbital ray available in 5%, but Monk's already dead. Fielder traded as the aggression from Falcons is turned up to 11. They're fighting them on the hill, and Proper is just slicing his way through. There's 20 seconds to go, and a late touch is the only thing that once again are going to be able to achieve.
They have the orbital ray to get out of the spawn, and maybe it can be Shy with this overclock that can also help to equalize this particular fight. But Shio has the response mechanism. It's gonna be really tough to fight Ray versus Ray. It does come down to Shy.
It's like these instant kills, that's what you need, but Mew is already dead. Shy's positioning's decent in the Ray, but Proper plucks him out of the sky. Shy thought he was safe, but no one is safe when Proper's on the Genji. OT here, and he's just guarding the payload solo right now. Liga has got the self-destruct. Stalker, however, he pops the OC, and overtime will tick down to 0, as once again, they're only gonna get a single point on the board.
That single point was so hard to earn as well. Team Falcons really made them work for it. Not only was it an overtime push, but I just felt like at every single turn, every ultimate that we saw once again throw into the fight was just answered in kind and then some. There was so much value that Team Falcons was able to get out of every single team fight.
A couple of moments there as well. Mew is getting punished.
Yeah.
You spoke about before, and the Death touched on it a little bit too. Getting the Mei out of the hero pool allows Mew to be aggressive on the brig. Likes to play up, but Falcons have recognized this. Fielder is either there with a rally bash of his own, or Falcons are waiting for Mew to step his little pinky toe over this imaginary line, and then they can ascend on him.
Yeah, I mean, Mew has been playing very aggressive. Like, if it's been on the Lucio, you can tell that Mew has a little bit more comfort being able to play around with some of those, you know, just the skates, just skating around. You get to play on high ground, whatever else.
Crowd still behind once again. Match point still in their favor. Stalker with the Widow. Okay, just Ian. They're not going to give him a chance to get that kill.
No, but Hanbin's already out of the gates here. Trying to play around this defensive corner, making it very difficult for once again to actually get this set up. They're already getting pushed back so far because Proper is actually playing tank mode.
Yeah, he's literally running in front of Hanbin right now. I mean, he's pretty safe to do so. He has that deflect. There's not going to be much that can get through that. But this is the Falcons we want to see. We want to see them just crank the volume up a little bit. Look at Proper's positioning too. They're kind of ignoring him right now. There's a couple of shots here and there, but he's very safe on this off angle. Maybe, once again right now, not giving Proper the respect he deserves. And that's going to be a teammate onto Hanbin, though. I mean, that's not good. All right, okay. Maybe it was Hanbin, actually, that overstayed as well. Quick reset for Chio there.
Keep in mind that this is still a winnable map for once again. Just because that payload got stopped on that second point doesn't mean that we can't see once again actually get a full hold here. Anything is possible when you switch these sides, and with once again actually going to be the first team to an ultimate, they get to play aggressive. Mew has this rally.
He's got rally already.
Yeah, just get up close and personal and pop the rally. Orbital Ray's not far behind either for once again.
There it is. Look at Mew straight in the front line. Good bash. Multiman's down there. Yeah, Fielder. Goodbye, Proper as well. All right. Burning that time bank down.
Oh, and Humba's getting staggered.
Good stagger. Keep staggering it. Okay. Okay, that's good. Doesn't catch the wave respawn.
But 2 minutes to go. This is where we saw once again in this territory just not too long ago. And they struggled to actually be able to get to that first point. They're still ults for once again. They can just throw the orbital ray. Chio is still trailing behind just ever so slightly. And so that Monk can just go down mid with this.
It's going to be a big ult dump fight. Orbital ray. Chio's 1% away, by the way. Blade has been popped by Leaf. They're not going to need too much else. Team Falcons a little bit further behind in terms of support ultimates there. And the clock is once again against them. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Rose.
But this is a very hard fight for once again to win. With the rally on top of the orbital ray, there is just so much extra help. But Shy is just in the spawn already picking over.
They do end up popping the rally actually and stunning, leaving the front line, but they managed to get out of there.
Overclock is gone. This is the time for Team Falcons to make their move.
Good peel there, but here comes the peel you really need. While the orbital ray and the blade has been popped. And Proper, yep, a few resets in his future. Shy, I'm not sure he's got a slide in a couple of seconds, but they're running for the hills.
I mean, if once again can get away, they actually had the ability to come in and get the recontest. But Hanbin knew that that was going to be the condition for once again to actually come in and win the fight and the map outright. So a great pick on
Desperate
the Shy.
touch.
Oh, but there isn't. Oh, he misses it.
And Liga's going to lose mech as well. He has self-destruct, but probably doesn't want to use it because he knows he's going to get insta-demeched again. And they're just going to leave him too. Oh, well, once again, they've got this self-destruct, but look at how far Team Falcons are playing up right now.
Yeah, but what a fumble there. I mean, Liga was just too far away from being able to get the touch. And especially as a full team of 5, Shy had gone down. You didn't have that 5v5. But now, it's kind of, we're at the end. Once again, does have a lot of tools to work with.
They got
the
a
rally, so they can go in pretty well with a contest.
Okay, Falcons, they're going to say, okay, back off, we're good. Although saying that, self-destruct in the sky, Hanbin, that was close. They scurried for cover, dug themselves a hole, got out of the way. But Shy and Fielder end up trading. Not great for once again, they lose a lot of that damage.
Overclock though from Stalker, but Proper got shield bash there.
Oh yeah, whip shot is straight into the wall. Self-destruct is going to guarantee the remake, and good positioning there from Mew, using that shield to guard the Baby Diva.
It's still not over just yet. Team Falcons, they have got to take a reset here though. As you can see, once again pushing them back, but with Mew falling, this might actually have to be an orbital ray.
Desperation orbital ray here, they got to find picks. Good Matrix, unbelievable Matrix in fact from Hanbin, keeping Stalker up, and then Fielder with a late rally. Monk gets a kill, but Hanbin and Fielder, they're going to follow up with a double.
Oh, leaving Shy, they got left out to dry there as Liga just ran away from the fight. And now, once again, doesn't have enough sustain on this point.
No, they got nothing, Rose. They got absolutely nothing. Team Falcons are going to walk this one in. Once again, we're going to a map number 5. Team Falcons, yep, there's no touch. And there it is. Second map for Team Falcons. Crowd not giving them the same level of energy, of course, compared to once again, but this is a map 5 now. Team Falcons, and once again, go in the distance.
We could not have expected anything less between these two teams. I think it was always maybe a map 5, unless we saw a decisive victory from Team Falcons. But I think this has been a very close affair between these two teams. But I think we learned something. Maybe we need to test out Liga a little bit more. I would have loved to see, you know, maybe just do we maybe keep Gushui and like run the Winston? They would still dive. It was just a D.Va variation of the dive.
Well, speaking of which, Liga probably going to get subbed out now as we move into a map number 5 scenario. This was a slow chokeout from both sides, to be fair, on their defenses.
And to be fair, I don't think that this is something that you point out and say, like, I just want to be clear. It's not Liga's fault, right? This was still a very close map. I do think that there was that misstep with the D.Va to get the touch on that first point when we saw once again on the defense. But I just like, yeah, I think it was a very interesting choice for Team Falcons to make, but we go back into territory where, once again, it might be able to find that edge.
Very slow-paced map. Circuit Royale always kind of has been, and despite not running the Sigma, it's still very slow.
Yeah.
The D.Vas and the team's just waiting for the Sojins and Genjis to find picks. It's good to see Proper, and it feels like he's a little bit mad, like he's playing up in the front line. He's playing very aggressive angles a lot of the time on the Genji, just trying to get as much value as humanly possible. And how he was playing, once again, just weren't really giving him that respect. They were letting him off angle a lot of the time. Shy would throw a railgun in here, there, and everywhere, but like it wasn't like, okay, we need to force Proper off this angle. They were giving him a little bit too much space, it felt like.
But I think part of it, too, goes back to what you were talking about. If we do see Proper on the Genji actually pushing a little bit more forward into the front lines, then is that where we actually see Mew step up to the plate and maybe step up too far? Because you want to get in range to get those shield bashes, to get those whip shots, to actually bully that Genji away.
Open map pool now, of course, as we move into that map 5. And it is up to, once again, to choose. Ban, of course, will be in their priority as well.
But it's rough because Winston's been banned out already. So I feel like you just have to take a Winston map.
Honestly, at this point, take a Mauga map. You already beat Hanbin on the
That's also
Mauga.
true, yeah. I mean, it could be either one of those.
Very doable. It's where do Falcons also kind of pivot? Of course, they have no decision in this. They will be banning second, of course. I wonder if they do ban something like the Sojin. And then just play like Tracer and the Genji.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I kind of wonder actually if once again thinks about banning. Oh, does Tracer shoot themselves in the foot too?
A little bit. I mean, the thing is, well, especially with Falcons, their DPS line, I'd say, is a little bit more flexible when it comes to just overall picks compared to Leave and Shy. Shy just realistically just wants to be on Soj, he wants to be on Ashe, like long-range kind of hit scans. Very doable on other DPS lineups, but that is their comfort. That's where he's made his name and where, once again, and you know, previously, Hangzhou Spark have looked their best. Let's have a little look. Looks like we're going to, okay, another push map. We're going to Esperanza. This is once again's choice, and they are banning right this very second.
This is kind of what I thought, though. You know, if you want to be able to play Winston, then this is a really great map for it. We've also seen a lot of Mauga on Esperanza. So I think either one of those options feels like it's really going to put, once again, into the driver's seat. Okay. They're going to ban out the Juno. I think this does play both sides of the coin, where you are going to be able to actually protect your own backline while also making sure that the Juno is going to get banned out here.
Hazard ban. All right. Okay, so with the hazard ban, that definitely signals to me we're not seeing Liga here. Liga's
Gushui almost
gonna get subbed
certainly
out.
Coming back in.
Yeah, with Gushui coming back in 100%. His hazard looked really clean as well. I think you're right. I think there's a lot of ways, once again, can play this. If they want the Malcolm Mirror, just give it to him. You've already beaten them once, but if you want to just go pure dive and play Winston, this is also a perfect map to do so. That high ground control is so important after you initially gain control of the bot. Winston's kind of the perfect tool to deal with any kind of aggression. So we'll see how this ends up going out. Like we just saw on that lower third, Gushui in, Liga out.
And again, I really think this Juno ban is both protection as much as it is making sure that Team Falcons don't have that Juno to play around with. They've been very good with that. And we've also seen how much those orbital rays can play a pivotal role. Even looking back to Runasapi, whenever we have that orbital ray ready, I mean, there's some good straightaways to actually send that down. I think it does make the match more volatile when you kite away from the orbital ray and then throw your own back in. So it can be tough. Yeah, just take it out of the playing field.
See a couple of signs there was the old graphics that we used to have, like the MVP graphics with Gushwei there. Looked pretty sick. The man of the match graphics, the player of the match graphics.
Great Mercy cosplay.
Yeah, they have been really good. Like I said, we're just getting word that the game is paused for a brief moment, so we'll be jumping into this one rapidly, as quick as we can, just making sure everything's all good. Of course, we had to sub a player in and out as well, so there it is. There's Shanghai Dragons jersey. Ton of Dragons jerseys being rocked, which is really sick to see. But Winner Heroes goes on. They face Nightmare in the upper bracket finals. Loser goes down to the lowers. It will be an historical feat, an historical tournament if Team Falcons go down to losers and be there with Crazy Raccoon. No one expected this. No one was expecting Crazy Raccoon to lose that game. And I think a lot of people were thinking Falcons also are going to win this. Well, actually, no, I lie. The audience were 51-49, so
yeah, the audience is very split on this one.
Virtus Pro, Crazy Raccoon, that is going to be the matches later. And of course, Space Station Gaming waiting for the loser of this series down in lowers.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be any of those teams in the lower bracket right now. At least you've already been able to buy yourself a couple of placements with our first team eliminations happening yesterday. But there is a long road ahead for our teams today.
Seeing another legend in the chair as well. Of course, Team Falcons do have Sparkle. There's their backroom staff.
Yeah, I mean, Sparkle gets brought on as an assistant coach for this year, and it's kind of, again, feeds into that storyline. Sparkle was a part of that roster that was able to do so well at the Overwatch World Cup, and he comes in as this backroom staff and is certainly putting in the work here to make sure that these teams are ready and on point.
Match point for both sides. Team Falcons, and once again, going to the decider map, Esperanza. And two very different teams in terms of style, and I think it's gonna come at a loggerhead here. Harbin on that Mauga, Gushwei on the Winston.
Couldn't even start to imagine the type of pressure both of these teams are now feeling, knowing it's one map that separates them from either continuing their run in this winner's bracket or having a life taken away to move down to the lowers. Winston versus Mauga, as Gushwei already gets set up on this high ground, starting to wrap around this Team Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons hoping they can play around the bot itself. Bit easier for the dive team to play in this angle. You have easy access to the high ground. Gushwei can jump back and forth.
But there's another difference between these two teams, and leave on the Tracer and proper on this Genji. You have some good access to the backline, but of course these teams are going to be playing a little bit different. Proper might try to play a little bit closer to the Smelga, actually try to get some of that cardiac overdrive, while Leave operate a little bit more as a solo agent to try to follow up on these dives that Gushwei wants to execute. But there's slippery targets all around, not really a clear dive target here for once again to sought after.
So all on these Sojourns, just waiting for these picks. This series has really, it has slowed to a crawl. One mistake can be crucial.
Soccer whip and a miss with that first charge railgun shot. So maybe now it's on Proper to try to find this angle as once again round this corner.
Stalker's got about 70 on that rail, just peeking here. Of course, Proper's on this sidelines, like you said, just poking away. Fielder with the first ultimate online of the game for Falcons. do once again expect this. Well, they should now, because that's a big stomp into the back line. There's the rush. However, the bubble, oh, that was close. Harbin almost going down. They actually trade Shy for Proper, but once again cannot capitalize on this. Their rush stands in their way.
And Stalker is utilizing that to full effect with another pick onto Mew that is going to start this progress for Team Falcons on this push bot. But that was the Kitsune rush. And now we're going to see Proper actually change from that Genji over to this Tracer. And once again, come in with their own Kitsune rush.
Where's the dash? There it is. Easy followed up, though. Sound barrier connects from Chio, but not in time. And now Harmin's isolated, alone, seething on the point. As Leave just running rings around him. Okay, now it's their turn. Oh, Leave. Still so spicy with it. 7.5 minutes to go. They should be able to get lead, Rose.
But what an economical fight for them as well. So, like, if it's not going to be the lead right away, it's going to be the lead after this next fight. They can absolutely push themselves past this. But yeah, Leaf is just disgusting. I mean, you force out the Suzu. He's a whiff and a miss there. You're able to capitalize on the rest of that health. But here you go. Lead, whether it's going to be naturally or you just throw a Pulse Bomb or Primal Rage at this. Still got Sound Barrier as well. Once again, have everything here.
Yeah, honestly, you could just drop the beat. Shy's on like such a good angle too. It's just going to be so tough for that comp to deal with it. Well, there's the overclock. And yeah, Harbin has no business staying around. And using an economical ult here, just that singular one is going to be good for maybe even a checkpoint. Well, actually, throw down the beat. Stalker gets no value, has to run away. Primal Rage still available as once again take the lead.
Once again, are going to be able to capture this checkpoint from here as well, you would imagine. There's a Kitsune rush that Fielder can throw from behind him, and Hanbin is back to be able to help contest this point, but...
Oh, Chio. Oh! It was close, but he still chased him. Here comes the Primal Blade, though, from Gooshway. Has already found two. Oh, make that a third! He still got it! That's going to be checkpoint for once again. Hanbin dead, no chance to use the cage. He's still just the GOAT.
And he's so cool, calm, and collected in those moments as well. Monk has a Kitsune rush. This is the perfect part of the map to be able to execute on this. Just lay it down around this corner. You have to contend with this cage. So once again, can't just go in guns a-blazing here. They have to expect that Hanbin is ready with this. And that's why you see Monk actually playing so far back. Cage gets someone!
He's just too good with it! Hanbin, are you listening? Are you seeing this? You can't step up to Gooshway in front of a home crowd. You get sat down. Bot still moving. Leave still shooting. They're just too good!
Gooshway sacrifices his life there for the greater cause of once again being able to round this treacherous corner. And as they continue to make progress, Shy, Leave, they're gonna have ultimates here. Mew's working up to that sound barrier. Chio has the work cut out for him. Proper, though, finds a pick amongst the chaos. And so once again, but they still have to sustain. They can actually stay alive here with Mew. Maybe Mew actually uses a sound barrier here.
It feels like they require hero plays like that, Rose. Leave has a pulse bomb, Mew with the beat. As they try and take this midpoint once again.
But this is a tough fight for Team Falcons. Stalker needs to get a pick here for Team Falcons if they want to try to get past this midpoint. Once again, still have 3 ultimates in their bank. Double support ultimates here for Team Falcons makes it look a little bit better depending on this team. Kitsune rush.
Sound barrier's going to come in for both sides there. Shy still on a nice little angle. That's a really good headshot. Stalker in trouble. Shy clips him out. Oh, Leave! No way! A double post bomb kill on the back line. There is nothing stopping once again now. A team kill. The crowd erupts.
I gotta see this. Oh, we saw Hanbin get stuck, and he takes the rest of his team down with him. As we're gonna see once again take back control of this payload. Kitsune rush here for Monk, Primal Rage for Gooshway. It's looking good here for once again to keep the lead and extend it even in this next fight.
Proper needs to hit a pulse one with a sentry, but Chio's already dead. Stomping the front line is good though, with the rush deployed by Monk. This is once again's fight. Team Falcons, they're gonna fall here. Once again, they're gonna claim the checkpoint again, claim the forward spawns. There's 3 minutes left. Time's a ticking for Falcons.
Team Falcons have double DPS ultimates though. Don't want to count them out of this fight just yet, especially because Hanbin is also very close to that cage. But the way that once again are putting that pressure onto Team Falcons, do they even have time to actually set up with these ultimates? Once again, no. They're gonna back up. Stalker's taking an angle just to be able to get this high ground control to use this overclock. Once again are wary. They don't want to fall victim to this. They back up.
Gushway looking to bait that cage again, you've got to imagine. Humming's trying to step up for it. This Primal Rage could be disastrous for Team Falcons, but once again slowing it down.
They're just making this rotation as well as they see Hanbin go in.
Cage connects, Mew dead. Okay, Falcons. Primal Rage though for Gushway. Mew uses that beat for once again and no effect.
Absolutely none here, and that is devastating for once again, because Team Falcons, wow, it's kind of a run back of Runasapi, isn't it? We're gonna see Team Falcons start to take back control. There is a contest that can come through for once again, and there's still DPS ultimates to play around. But it's Team Falcons in a bit of a driver's seat. They're very close to getting both of these support ultimates online, which could just be the difference maker. But once again, have stolen the bot away. We're gonna play in the neutral here.
Lee dodges out of the way of that stomp. Team Falcons as well. Proper and Sorka have been holding on to these ultras for so long. Gushway's out of there. They know they don't have cage, so there's no fear of like staying around too long. Here comes the pulse bombs. Oh, proper sticks leave, I think, in fact, there. Checkpoint secured as Stalker hits a twofer. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. That golden line of victory in sight for Falcons.
Every ultimate is off the board though, apart from Leaf's pulse bomb. Leaf has been able to make big hero plays in these last couple of maps. Can he do it here in the final minute of this map? And maybe bring once again the victory they have so craved in this tournament so far.
Leaf's on the high ground right now. He's gonna get checked by Chio. Actually hits the recall fairly early. 3 meters to go, they need to touch. Okay, one deployed there from once again, but the health bars are falling pretty low. Lead lost and Shy down. A push for Falcons around potentially the final corner now.
Oh, Leaf is able to get a pick on a Stalker, but not before Gushway also gets taken out here, and 24 seconds remaining as the Falcons start to inch towards this once again spawn. The lead has slipped away, the win might be as well.
The miracle comeback from Team Falcons right now in action. There's 10 seconds to go. They're on a good pace though. They're on their side of the map. But Team Falcons, they can lose this fight. They don't mind. They have the lead. It requires perfection from once again.
But with the home crowd behind them, it is incredibly possible. Overtime has started their wick. But look at the Primal Rage. Look at the Sound Bear. Look at the Kitsune Rush. Once again, are going to be the first team to have more ultimates in their bank, and maybe that is the advantage that they need. But they can't step off this bot. Hanbin is going to try to bully them away, same as Proper.
Gushway's entered into the back line. He's ready to go with the Primal Rage. He manages to bash Stalker around. He's still got 2 dashes to spare though. And Gushway's just getting absolutely melted in the front line. There's still a sound barrier and a rush to utilize, however, for once again. The beat gets dropped. Hanbin in the front line, close to the cage, but his life is cut short, but not before Stalker trays the kill. A rush for both sides as the latest sound barrier from Chio might just have done it. Leave with a post bomb, but a Sisyphean effort is required from the Tracer God, but it's not enough. Proper shuts him down, and once again, get eliminated in the 5th map. A lowest position now is all that they can hope for, as Team Falcons, at the very knife's edge, managed to clutch a win in map 5.
That was so close. That was so close, and once again, we're just split seconds away from delivering a critical loss to Team Falcons.
In the heart of hearts, in I think everybody was expecting there once again to come away with the win. The crowd especially.
Silence.
You heard how quiet it got at the very end there. Silence, exactly. As once again, they fall in that 5th map. But that boulder, they can now get it moving. That Sisyphean feat to push it up that hill as they drop to the lower bracket. They're gonna have to fight their way through. Their opponents will be Space Station Gaming. But what a showing from, once again, Team Falcons. They stand tall in that upper bracket and move on to face Nightmare later on. And, well, once again, they may have not won here, but I think they won the hearts of everybody. We're going to jump over to the desk, and they can break down that series some more.
What do you mean they won our hearts? They broke them. They had it. They had it. And then the Ajax and everything falls apart.
AJ on the beat in the most crucial moment in front of the hometown crowd. That's pain. But you know what? It's just the upper bracket.
The fact that the first match came down to a C9 and this one is coming down to an Ajax, that's...
It's not what we expect here in these matchups, right? When it comes down to these teams and the caliber of play that we expect coming out from them.
That was heartbreaking.
It's just down to the wire.
I lost it. Like, I was like in my chair, like jumping around like throughout that map because they did everything perfect. Like the Primal Blade from Gushue, that was an insane leap from Gushue to dodge the cage from Hanbin around that corner. Leave got a 2K with the pulse bomb. I thought that once again played that last Esperanza. I thought they played it absolutely perfectly up until the AJ. Up until Mew hits the Ajax, and you just put yourself in a hole when it comes to the ultimate cycle because you lose that sound barrier. And Falcons, you know, obviously they find a way back into that series. They claim the lead. It's heartbreaking for once again. They were so close to get it done. Circuit Real was like a non-question. Like that is Team Falcons playing their game. But the fact you got map pick on map 5 and you couldn't close it out after such a fantastic start to the map, yeah, it's heartbreaking for once again. I mean, they won a Mauga comp here as well on Runasapi. Just unbelievable series. Unbelievable series.
I mean, Falcons is just a team that has a vision for the game and will not be dissuaded from it. The fact that they come out on the Mauga again in that final map for Esperanza and stay confident with it even as they lose the lead. There was a couple times I thought, okay, maybe Hanbin is just going to go Winston and they're going to try to duke it out, but they stay the course and it pays dividends. The amount of pressure these enemy players are under. I mean, Gushue doing incredible things on Winston in this map. The fact that it's not enough speaks to the incredible tenacity that Falcons have. That this is a team that you can never take your foot off the gas against.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, the fact they're able to come back in this series, like you said, Jake, it just tells you like how close this really was here because one ultimate either way kind of swings it, right? And it felt like once again we're in control for most of that series. Stalker gets MVP here. You can give it to so many people, but Stalker, arguably the best player in the world right now, the way he's been playing over the course of so many different heroes, some hitscan here as well. Yeah, mightily impressive for Falcons. Ilios is just a cheat code, by the way. So, you know, if you play the Korean teams, if you play Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons, Ilios is just a cheat code.
You don't want that smoke against the Korean teams on Ilios.
You don't want the Ilios.
You can write this one off. Think about what your second map pick is going to be.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And hope that they maybe like use a hero ban that you're like, okay, well, they got that out of the way, so maybe we can use that hero later in the series.
Right.
They're still disgustingly good here.
Fraudulent map type anyway. The first one never counts.
I like Control, personally.
I will say, I mean, it's pretty interesting. Falcons, like, really took the OWCS strategy on Saravasa, playing the full anti-dive against the Winston comp, and it was very close. I mean, honestly, any team not quite as competent as once again would have fallen to that.
And honestly, if you're now in the lower bracket, having just watched that match, like, you know, you're in for an uphill battle because they played on such a high level, such a high caliber players. Like, anyone down there, except maybe Crazy Raccoon, should be worried. A little bit worried, yeah.
Absolutely. Like, we were talking about, okay, the fear of both Korean teams potentially being down in that lower bracket, but seeing this head-to-head with once again versus Team Falcons, this is a team that we knew that we shouldn't have, like, we can't count out, like, from the very beginning, right? But to see them come back full force with their reintroduction back into OWCS, things are getting intense.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, think about being the teams in the lower bracket waiting for these matches up next are going to be scary.
Well, let's hear it from our winners down on the stage.
Back everybody, Danny Lim here, joined by Stalker from Team Falcons, coming out of a great win against Team once again. I gotta be honest, that was a very close match. You guys did get the win at the end, but it was 3-2. You guys almost
Could have lost it, but you guys pulled through in the end. So big congratulations. Stalker, how did you guys get the win? 자, 일단 승리 축하드리면서 솔직하게 쫄깃했어요. 제가 봤을 때는 질 뻔한 이런 순간들이 몇 개 있었는데 그걸 잘 이겨내서 승리 거둔 것 같으신데 일단 오늘 어떻게 승리 거두셨는지 말씀 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
상대방이 되게 잘하는 팀이어서 저희가 준비한 것도 잘 안 먹히긴 했는데 끝까지 집중하고 포기하지 않은 게 결국 승리의 가장 큰 요인이었던 것 같습니다.
I think the biggest reason of how we got the win is, of course, because we pulled through the end. We never gave up. OWA was a great team. We made some mistakes here and there, but then we were able to overcome those, and that's how we got the win. Do you feel like, I mean, when I was actually watching the game on the floor when you guys were going up against once again, and the crowd was going crazy for once again every time they won a team fight. Was that sort of messing up with your mentals on stage? 자, 다음 질문은 이제 제가 그 경기장 안에서 바로 앞에서 경기를 보고 있었는데 그 원석엔 팀이 OA 팀이 계속 한타 이길 때마다 막 관중들이 막 엄청 막 열광을 하더라고요. 좀 그런 게 상대편에서 어떻게 보면 경기를 뛰고 있는 입장에서 좀 이렇게 좀 멘탈적으로 좀 힘든가요?
저는 게임에 집중해서 그 환호 같은 게 잘 안 되어서 체감이 안 되는 것 같습니다.
I was actually I was too into the game. I was too locked into the game that I didn't really think too much about the crowd. So that didn't really bother me. All right, let's look forward. Your next matchup, upper bracket finals, is going to be against Nightmare, a team that beat Crazy Raccoon, which is that was a crazy outcome. What do you think about Nightmare, and how do you think that match is going to be played out? 자, 다음 질문. 나이트메어 경기. 이제 다음 경기가 될 것 같습니다. 나이트메어는 좀 어떤 팀이라고 생각을 하시는지, 그리고 또 경기는 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같으신지 생각하시나요?
나이트메어는 일단 DPS 선수 2명이 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있고요. 근데 저희 팀이 더 잘하니까 그래도 오늘처럼 일방적으로 이기진 못해도 저희가 꼭 이길 것 같습니다.
I don't think it's gonna be I don't think it's gonna be one-sided because they got two really great DPSs, but we got better DPS as well. So I feel like we're gonna get the win that way. All right, that is it for the interview. Stalker, big thanks for the interview, and yeah, that is it. Thank you guys.
We gotta drop the handshake, Stanny. Thank you so much. Always great to get the insight from the floor. Yeah, great PR answers. Not too much we can take away from that one, but they showed so much grit. They showed so much tenacity, and that's why they're moving on in their journey in the upper bracket. Nightmare, their upcoming opponent, but we're now shifting gears. We're gonna dive into the lower bracket, and that also means that it's time to eliminate teams, which that's always a good time for us on the desk.
I mean, honestly, can you imagine being Virtus Pro and Space Agent Gaming? You've just been watching the matches all day. You're like, oh boy, let's play, guys. Let's get into the games. I mean, serious, so much heat has been going back and forth. Crazy Raccoon, once again, these are not easy opponents you're coming up against.
Yeah, when you're down there in that bracket, you just hope that they're maybe run out of steam. Perhaps you just hope for some exhaustion to hit them. I don't know.
When you're looking at teams like once again Crazy Raccoon, you're going to imagine that the fire is just ignited underneath them rather than them running out of that energy. Meanwhile, for the likes of Virtus Pro and SSG, Jake, you were talking about the fact that they've just been chilling so far. Obviously, warming up regardless, but you still haven't played any actually official matches today. So you don't have that momentum to try and carry you forward either.
And more from Jake after a quick break. And also, we will be talking about this upcoming match. It's going to be the lower bracket match between VP and Crazy Raccoon. I can't believe I have to say that even in a sentence. All of that and so much more after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, welcome to Champions Clash. I'm Wendy.
I'm Danny, and we're here to connect, quite literally, with Team Falcons, everybody. Let's go! Yeah!
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 상빈이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 팀팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로포라고 합니다.
Great to see you guys again. I saw you guys in Korea. Now we're in Hangzhou, China.
좋았어요.
좋았어요? 프로포 선수는요?
그냥 중국에 있는 것 같지 않고 한국에 있는.
I guess talking about Hangzhou and China specifically, I want to bring up the Esports World Cup last year, 2024. You guys met against once again, and it was a very close fight, but you guys unfortunately did lose. And now you guys are in their home turf, I guess, going up against Chinese teams. What are your thoughts on that? Do you guys feel like, are you guys confident that you guys can get revenge against once again this time around?
이제 작년 EWC 때는 많이 아쉽게 졌는데 이번에는 이제 저희도 많이 보완을 했고 그래가지고 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
네, 이번에는 그때는 제가 뭐 많이 안 했어가지고 이번에는 제가 다 하는데 재밌을 것 같아요. 저 이번에 메인 탱커를 제가 이번 정도 시작했는데 메인 탱으로 겨루게 되지 않을까. 네, 재밌을 것 같아요. 일단. 예.
일단 여기가 중국 그래도 홈그라운드니까 이해가 되긴 했는데 너무 쉽게 이기면은 안 될 것 같아가지고 조금 하면서.
Having, you mentioned that you are the only tank for Falcons right now. So it has been a tough year for you to play in the heroes. Sometimes you wouldn't.
힘든 점은 좀 많았고 근데 제가 힘든 점은 되게 많았었는데 처음에 시작하면서 진짜 많이 힘들었는데 하다 보니까 애들이 좀 많이 도와줘가지고 제가 모르는 부분이 되게 많아 거의 진짜 그 프로 처음 하는 수준으로 조금 도전하는 부분이긴 했는데.
So Purple, there's a meme in China that said that Leaf is better than Purple, is better than Leap. And if the Leaf's performance declines, it goes to Leap is better than Purple, is better than Leaf. So you are always in the middle. What's your rate on this ranking?
일단은 메인 딜러랑 서브 딜러를 둘 다 잘할 수 있는 거는 그 두 명 중에선 제가 유일하기 때문에 아마 그것 때문에 좀 비교가 많이 되는 것도 있고 최근에 제가 연습을 많이 안 했어가지고 좀 예전처럼 좋은 퍼포먼스를 많이 못 보여줬는데 요새 긴장 다시 해야 될 것 같아요.
Well, guys, that's it for the questions. Thank you so much for connecting with us. And I think it's time for me to let you guys go. So let's take out the. Take it up. Don't connect. Okay. 자, 빼세요. 오, 잘 빼네?
이거 안 빠진.
화이팅!
이거 안 빠져.
야, 조심해. 손가락 조심해.
뭐야 이거? 왜 안 빠져?
그 이렇게 너무 세게 빼려고 하면.
네네네네.
Okay.
Good.
All right, everybody, Team Falcons. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Welcome back, one and all. We are getting ready for our third match of the day. Is it going to be another 5-map series? We'll find out in just a little bit. We have Necro and Dawes joining Ash and I here on the desk, so I get to pick more wrinkly brains, which I'm always excited about. What
I
was
thought you
that?
were going to
What was
comment
that
on
facial expression
my
about?
British old man skin, wrinkly face.
No, brains.
Oh, okay, thank God.
Yeah, I'm not going to pick on your face.
Okay. Well, she does in the green room.
Let's talk about our teams. How about that? Obviously, Crazy Raccoon, we just saw them in action. But you just said that as we're headed into a break. There's got to be a fire lit underneath them to make this a convincing lower bracket run.
Yeah, and with how they ended up losing up against Nightmare, the fact that they're only able to take one of those maps in that matchup was absolutely insane. Of course, it was a tight run through and through, but this is a team that is not going to fall easily.
It was super unexpected.
Yeah.
Nobody thought that Crazy Raccoon would actually be on the losing end of that one. And now you've got Virtus Pro on the other side like, maybe this is not quite what we expected either.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I can't wait to face one of the EU and NA teams. Oh, wait. It's been a crazy day, like insane couple of games already. Yeah, this is going to fly.
Yeah, we're in for more treats, I'm sure. Now, speaking of treats, there's some stuff for you up for grabs as well. All you have to do is enter the Champions Clash giveaway to earn the Black Cat bundle, Lifeguard bundle, or 1,000 coins. That's right, coins on the line, so make sure to sign up. You see the URL on your screens right there, and the winners will be announced April 21st at 9 a.m. PT. So mark your calendars and set your clocks for all of that. I got my calendar marked for this next match because if Crazy Raccoon were to go out in the lower bracket, that'd be like...
There's no way.
That'd be an insane...
It would be the most insane Overwatch tournament of all time if that happened.
VP has a real opportunity here to
do something very funny.
Very funny indeed. Well, the players are ready to light it up on the big stage. So I am super, super excited to see what VP has in store for us, as we haven't seen them playing today, obviously.
No, so hopefully they're going to be well rested for this particular match. It's going to be an important one, so hopefully they are ready to go.
Well, I hear in my ear that they are indeed ready to go, so let's take a look as they're waddling over to their stations.
And now the stage is set for match 3 for today. Let's welcome Crazy Raccoon!
This team has been godlike throughout since their formation, since their inception. Taking a loss against Nightmare earlier on, it was just insane. No one predicted this, and now the demons in the lower bracket, oh, they're going to be scary to face up against.
And now on the other side of the battlefield, please welcome Virtus Pro!
Number 1 seed in EMEA, and it is because they had a flawless run in stage 1 of the OWCS. Now they've got that behemoth of an APAC team before them. So can they do something that we have all thought impossible? Maybe it is going to be this squad to prove just that.
Intimidating match for VP. They're obviously not coming into this one as the underdog, the upper dog. They're definitely coming in as the underdog. The upper dog, obviously the opposite of underdog. Yeah, VP, what have they learned though? What can they take away from the match that they just got to watch from Crazy Raccoon?
Ooh, I think that the big thing that they can take away was Nightmare, I think, really focusing in on the bans in the back line for the side of Crazy Raccoon. It really shifted their approach to a lot of the compositions that we were seeing over on Kings Row and New Queen Street, changing the way that Crazy Raccoon had to approach those maps.
Yeah, I think, look, also what happened in that series was Zera just kind of different Heesang. Is Heesang having an off day? Is he being a little bit quiet for Crazy Raccoon? I think that's probably where you put your main focus. Jaewoo is going to be able to do that, though. Jaewoo is an absolute beast on Virtus Pro. Like, definitely the standout rookie of the year.
Yeah, and I mean, for Jaewoo as well, I think struggled a little bit in that Once Again series, but I feel like maybe that was a little bit to do with the fact that Once Again was just as scary as they ended up being, very close to being able to take it to Team Falcons. But this Virtus Pro roster, it's not just Jaewoo that you have to be afraid of. I think this particular backline of Virtus Pro is also one that you cannot underestimate. Alari from Gala, just being able to have a very stable Brig or Lucio in this backline as well as being able to play double flex makes this team an ultra threat.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen VP on different compositions throughout the last stage. Do you feel like they can take a mirror comfortably? Do you feel like they have to throw something a little silly in there in order to get a momentum there?
Yeah, I mean, look, VP can, their backline especially, hyper flexible. Like, I want to see Alari, I want to see hard poke from Vestola as well, but like, it can work. Crazy Raccoon, they've already got beaten down once. Can they make it a second?
Well, We know now that they can bleed, but I feel like they bandaged up and they're ready to fight again. They are fighting for the tournament. Live Crazy Raccoon going up against VP. You don't want to miss it. So, of course, we're going to bring in the big guns for that one. And Mitch and Matt are standing by.
Throw me a quick flex there, Matt.
Yeah, the big guns. Yeah, big guns. Yeah. So he said, wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely meant it too.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's not everybody going delirious late at night.
No. It's like the middle of the day.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
Hangzhou, of course.
I find this match fascinating from the standpoint that this would actually be really disappointing for VP, and I think EMEA as a whole, right? Because what? They beat Alcatia, they sent Alcatia home, and then otherwise they can't beat any other region, right? Like it's a bit of a flub here from EMEA if you get a loss here. But Crazy Raccoon on the other side, very difficult to beat.
It's going to take a lot to salve the indignity, I think, of being knocked down to the lower bracket for a team like Crazy Raccoon, going from North America's #1 seed now over to EMEA's #1 seed. Two teams, though, that are so vastly different in play style.
Yes.
Crazy Raccoon have to reset themselves now for a very different foe.
And quickly overlooking, looking through the bans here, right? So it'll be the Diva that is banned by Crazy Raccoon early. So that is a hero that Vestola is obviously piloted to great success. And then, like Ash mentioned, still VP attacking that back line, right?
Ooh, Lip! Oh, you've got to respect this, playing so close to the front line here. Jaegu's able to get in there and just emerge right under the Symmetra. Junbin falls down here, and Virtus.pro love to play this brawl style. This is really the perfect battlefield for them to begin the series on.
They're totally fine playing this type of style. And for VP, attacking that backline, right? If you're gonna play a lot of different things in your backline, right? Shu and Torong so good as a duo. You get rid of that Lucio, right? Takes that speed out of the game. And then you can play this like Ramatra type of setup. That VP is totally comfortable doing.
Wholesale changes though for Crazy Raccoon, now going over a bit more of a dive look with Hisang on the Pharah. This might provoke a change from Virtus.pro, but for the time being, they're going to try and make this composition work for them. VP now up to 24%, and Junbin's trying to hide back around the corner. A barrier thrown up here. He's trying to be a nuisance in the front line. Jaegu's in with a Bionade, and that's scary though to deal with the Venture in the front line. And Lip on the way out, Jae was able to find one. A drill rush to gain some height, but eventually Chorong is able to bring the Venture down. Amidst that fight, there was a flip. Somehow VP positioned off the point for long enough for Crazy Raccoon to reassume control.
Yeah, they disengage their VP, right? And they end up giving up the point, but on a comeback, they're not able to end up flipping it back. They're going to lose a few players here to try and not get staggered out. Back to spawn as Vestola will use that Nemesis form, get that power block up, make it out with his life. So here for VP, an opportunity, right? The Deadeye maybe create some space as you kind of move on in. And then after that, you're looking at a big orbital array potentially from Gala.
So an opportunity for Virtus.pro to take stock of things now as the score draws even. Deadeye here for Shockwave, really only looking for some damage on Junbin, does chunk him a little bit, but a nano boost now over towards the Winston means that Junbin remains fighting fit. A Bionade connects onto Vestola here, he's getting close to an annihilation, but will have to fight without it for the time being. Orbit Array expires and Shockwave gets picked off. It's a tough ask for the Cassidy to handle the Pharah on any map. Jae might have to do the heavy lifting in terms of damage in this fight, and he just can't get there. Hisang finds yet another DPS foe. And this annihilation comes a little late in the day, not backed up adequately by support.
And I was wondering maybe if there's going to be a change here for VP, right? That annihilation comes really late. And this is a very difficult situation. Okay, so it will be a change. I'll play Maga. This is a very difficult situation, like you alluded to, for Shockwave to be playing into, right? Pharah, Winston on the other side. Winston can obviously cycle through, whether it be a Nano from Shu, a Primal Rage here, or Junbin available, and then also the one-shot capabilities of Lift. It's really difficult to play a hero like Cassie without any mobility into this.
And there's no way Junbin's playing like that if he doesn't have a Primal Rage available. Virtus.pro perhaps should have had a feeling for it. But they're going to see the ultimate drawn out of the enemy tank player, and they are going to be decimated. And the consensus up until this point was that the Ramatra comp tends to fare pretty well into Winston in general. But Virtus.pro are playing mystery heroes right now, trying to come up with an answer, or at least get back to the point in time. Vestola staggers to try and keep his team in the game, but is going to be brought down.
And I wonder if you swap off of the Cassidy, right? Just some stagger here towards the end. This will be a round for Crazy Raccoon. I wonder if the answer is swapping off, right? Can you have Vestola play like a Maga and maybe with like a Sojourn in the mix, right? Because with that Cassidy, there's no way you're even going to escape the Winston, right? The Winston's going to leap on you. It's not like the Sojourn, right? You have like the double dash you could like perk into.
and select into, so you have the more escapability, but without like a Lucio to get a boop and speed out of the way, right? You're just kind of a sitting duck there on that Cassidy.
We saw how Crazy Raccoon struggled against what Nightmare threw at them, right? Often the hazard comps that gave them a lot of trouble. Virtus.pro were not the kind of team that we have seen really go in that direction very often, but perhaps there was some learnings to glean from that previous series the Raccoons played, and perhaps that's informed this composition here for Virtus.pro. Vistola looks like he's going to walk out on the hazard, of course, with this Brig Juno. Let's see how it plays in the hands of the European squad.
I think this is a much better composition for VP, right? Jaewoo on the Tracer can put a lot of pressure onto Lip, Heesang as well, and then also it's a lot easier to keep Shockwave alive and impactful in these fights.
Jaewoo here just wants to be a bit of a harrying threat, but Junbin's already brought Fixer to bear. He's going to try and wrap around, and Jaewoo, while a standout here, at least over this map so far, has not been able to make the difference for Virtus.pro. Losing Vistola here, not a good sign for the Bears.
Just a really easy fight there for Crazy Raccoon. Open things up. I mean, you lose the Brig right away. The Brig is supposed to be that line of defense for like the Juno in that regard, right? And you end up losing the Brig right away, and then everything's just going to start falling apart. This really, outside of the initial fights, Virtus.pro's been pretty lifeless.
Can they start to make an impact here? Again, that pressure from Jaewoo is going to be ever present, but Lip doesn't seem to be too bothered by it for the time being, especially with Junbin more than happy to address the Tracer threat, because he doesn't have a lot of frontline pressure to deal with, and the hazard will try and circumvent him most of the time anyway. Vistola's gotten over towards the point though here, and you can see Lip peering in from the outside, sees a Bionator Vistola and Jaewoo duo. The latter who gets brought down. Fixer desperately has to try and jump away, but he's really got nowhere to be, nowhere to go, except down.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to get Crazy Raccoon above 50% on the point, right? He's saying every time we've been on board, I don't even know if he's died on the far, right? Just completely uncontested. And I think it's because they're obviously trying to deal with the pressure that Junbin's putting down, Shu landing some bios as well on that follow-up, that you're not even afforded the luxury of putting pressure onto the far in the sky. It's just been a masterclass here from Crazy Raccoon early on, and bad sign for VP.
Yeah, Chu gets to be here on this Ana. Pretty devastating stuff, especially when he's backing Junbin up most of the time. It's going to be a mobile barrage from Heesang. On the move, he's able to take Vistola out of the game, and now he's going to be hunting for more. Virtus.pro try the hazard look. Try, I guess, a third different option here on this map, and it still hasn't got them within striking distance of Crazy Raccoon. This is worrying signs, I think, for the rest of the series.
Well, this is a team that was dominant in EMEA, right? Like, they were fantastic, like undefeated, #1 seed, kind of cruised their way on through. And here at this event, right, they lose to once again, and then now they kind of beat out Cassia, come into this match. And this start is nowhere near what they try to probably envision.
And there's no point even talking about old economy here, as good as it is for Crazy Raccoon, because fundamentally they're just so far ahead of the curve here. Yeah. Primal Rage going to be used by Junbin. He creates a decent amount of space over towards the bridge side, keeping Virtus.pro out of the fight. Crucially, Shockwave, with that overclock, is not able to get in position to have that impact. And Lip does not care. Caught inside the downpour, but going to be healed up. It is Shu's attention fully focused on that Sojourn, though. It means Junbin doesn't have the healing to get through the burst damage of Jaewoo's Pulse Bomb. Again, it's Jaewoo standing up for Virtus.pro, and they do have some time now in the sun.
VP does have to use absolutely everything, though, to be able to flip that point. 99 already here for Crazy Raccoon. So all it's going to take, right, is Lip. He has a railgun charged up, comes around the corner, maybe lands that one, pops it overclock, kills the target right away. You get a player advantage, and it's GG.
He's looking for a way in here. He really only has to worry about Shockwave. There's no Ana on the enemy side to worry about. And as Lip falling. Good start here. Spike Guard going to be accounting for that kill comfortably. Vistola here with a Bionade, though, needs to try and about face. Get out of there. He's going to pressure him down, though, from the air. And Virtus.pro lose their tank. Not where they want to be right now, especially when Junbin wants to continue to apply the pressure. And the thumb screws are getting tighter. Yeah, well, careful, Jaewoo. Not even on your best day do you want to face Shu like that. Shockwave and Junbin have to clean up, and that will trigger out overtime. Vistola might have the mobility to get here. Jaewoo also is alive for the time being, but it feels like it is a short-lived affair. A very healthy Vistola on the point, though, means that this gets dragged out a little bit longer, but a barrage should account for the bulky hazard. And now leave Jaewoo, the last player in the sights. VP have the reinforcements they can try and touch here, but they are never going to be at a full 5 at this rate. And that's the overtime expiring. First map comfortably in hand for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, in that last fight, Junbin jumps in and he actually just kind of takes position over by that pillar. And Vistola's playing the corner, and he knows Vistola can't really chase because he's going to turn his back, they're going to cross the bridge. But he can't exactly challenge the bridge, right? And even though they end up losing Lip early on, it's a bio grenade from Shu that comes in, connects with 2. Vistola has to use his leap to get out. He's not able to do so. And Junbin just creating that much space just by occupying that area by that pillar allows him to just move in with ease. It's something that VP, I mean, there's not a lot of great options for them to fight that there. But now I think this raises a lot of questions for the rest of the series. Like how... After seeing that, what are the advantages VP can force?
We don't dive too much into this, but it is a Diva ban in that first map. So
yeah.
Vistola again is being targeted, which has been commonplace in matches that have featured Virtus Pro.
But in theory, VP should be pretty good at Ramatra and Maga, 2 heroes we've seen them excel at in the past, right? Especially if they're just going to play Winston on the other side.
And they roll out a composition that we often see on, Samoa Volcano, right? That has like that Victor, that bulky frontline that is Ramatra, can be sort of interchangeable with the Malga. And it looks really good against that like flimsier frontline of like the Symmetra and the Orisa.
Yeah.
But the Pharah is such a big problem for that setup, and Cassidy doesn't give you enough equity, I think, in that matchup at all.
Yeah, and I think you can say the Cassidy, right? Like if you want to argue it, right? The Cassidy in this point on Control Center, right? The sight lines are really good for Cassidy. Like the effective range kind of plays exactly into like...
Pharah can get air in that middle room though, right?
Yeah, and especially when you're moving in with the Cassidy without like a Lucio speed to kind of like, shepherd him around, get him in position. You're just kind of walking into all this poke damage. And once they end up making the adjustment here, Crazy Raccoon, there was just no turning back.
And I think the consensus is that a lot of the time you want to see a Sojourn or even an Ashe to try and answer the Pharah, but if you look back at the Korea matches, right, in OWCS Stage 1, on this map, on these control maps, it is a Pharah ban. Like, Falcons will ban Pharah against Crazy Raccoon on this map because they divined that Heesang is the biggest threat, that Pharah, something they can't answer. When Heesang's forced onto Echo, it's been felt that it's a bit more manageable. As good as he has been, but it was posited by our friends on the desk that it might be a little bit of an off day for Heesang's Echo, but he gets the perfect game to warm himself back up. Just gets to walk to Pharah out there and cause problems for VP.
And if you're VP, so you start to look through the map pool, like what do you do with bans? I think like if you take the Ana away, right, then remove some of that Winston that we just kind of see. Like you have a Winston ban, right, that you could end up using, but you could also use that Ana to make it a little bit harder for them to play Ball or Winston, right? You can play Ball with like maybe some Zen comps. You got to get a little bit creative, but curious to see where VP takes us.
It's been a bit of an oversimplification in how, we've talked about the comparison between NA and EU, but in general, Europe haven't been trying to go for a lot of those like main tank strategies like the Winston-based setups. That's also why we actually saw Tread come in and play a lot more for Alcadzia, for example, over Ziad, because they realized the ping drops, it's a bit of a Winston meta. We've got to try and make that work. Diva can have equity against it, can have options, but when you're banned out, Vistola on Winston is just not a pick we see at all here. It's just, no, I haven't seen it for a long time at least.
Yeah, but, okay, so you can't play the Winston, but Vistola, we know, is a very good Ramatra, a very good Maga. Like, you can't just say like, oh, well, they banned Diva, we're
they just
chalked,
get gapped
right?
by Pharah, those comps.
Yeah,
Gaps.
they do.
It's just brutal. I mean, they can't really interact with Pharah, and then you basically put the onus on your DPS, your hit DPS to control it.
So would you say the kind of flub there is maybe not banning the Pharah for VP, right? They get rid of Lucian. Like, you could have banned the Pharah there, right? Like, they banned the Diva, you ban the Pharah. Look, maybe you're a little bit more on even footing.
I think if Smash is looking at the VODs, honestly, and like I'm sure he has, right? But yeah, that's definitely what has been targeted in the past on this kind of map. But you can throw that out to a great degree because going forward, you can't be banning Diva again, right? Like Virtus Pro have the options to look at the Ana. If there is a Pharah map, you can, but I think your window for banning her probably has passed you by.
All right, so we do have Max coming in here for Junbin, so will be a change in the tank role. This is something we see Crazy Raccoon do pretty often in terms of flexibility with these two.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them, I think, like that more brawl, like, tailored style, right? Yeah. This is something that Falcons no longer have available to them, for example, right? They obviously used to have Smurf, they could sort of rotate him in. Now it makes sense, right? Yeah. Heading over to Circuit Royal, bit more of a brawl style. This is, and I want to be clear to everyone, about as good as it gets for VP. It's also a map where you don't have to waste a Winston ban.
Right.
You can look at something else and maybe say, we don't want to deal with the Ana. But Crazy Raccoon are probably just going to ban Baptiste.
Yes, this is as close to a, like, massive. I mean, this is like a massive advantage for VP, probably in the fact that like they love Circuit. You get it first ban as well, right? They will get rid of Genji, so this gives you an opportunity here to ban BAP, right? That takes away like some of the Sigma comps. Okay, so it looks like they were hovering that, but maybe it's a Zen ban here for VP. So. Okay, so it is Zen. It is not Genji. We saw Genji pop up, but that is Zen. So they get rid of Zen, which is quite interesting.
So you can telegraph that VP are not necessarily trying to play a shield tank. That's Sigma.
It also blocks a potential BAP ban, right?
Yes.
We saw them get banned out on the BAP yesterday, and that definitely on Circuit as well, and that definitely impact them, right? So you eliminate that support from the queue. So it will be Crazy Raccoon following that up though with a Genji ban. So. This is also, I mean, like the VP would play some Genji, right, at times, but I think this is like, it's not terrible for VP.
VP get Circuit, they get to keep Baptiste in the composition.
Right. Banning, having the BAP gone would be a massive L for VP, where Genji being gone, like, it's more of a nice to have, I think, of what they would like to do.
Sure. Yeah, Genji, because gives way to, on this kind of map, I guess the Tracer can get pretty uncomfortable sometimes trying to round that first corner and play close to the coastline, as we sort of call it, to try and wrap in. It also opens up the opportunity for a couple of the different like hit scan options. Lip's hero pool is kind of weird. At this point in Overwatch, I think like we've seen the Soldier 76 from him in those ball comps in some maps. We've seen him, kind of made his name on the Sombra, but that was back when she was a very different looking hero. We know, does Lip end up picking up like a conventional hit scan and just like deliver a Sojourn game that would be reasonable? And we've seen the Mei come up here on a couple of maps. I actually think Virtus Pro liked to do that. Jwoo was playing a lot of Mei here. And I think the idea is that wall does give you some space to sort of
like Tracer Mei yesterday when we watched on this map. Yeah.
So I'm fine with it. It didn't look good for VP. The Mei walls looked like it gave like the Sigma some time to get cooldowns back up and get topped up. But
yeah, as we'll take a look here with Crazy Raccoon on defense here. Kicking things off, they will play a Sigma-based composition. Interesting enough, they actually won't combo it with a BAP, but Shu was so good on the Ana, and obviously making really big impacts with those bio grenades. You'll keep him in the game, and they actually will play a Mei of their own. So curious to see, Jay will actually match the Mei. So you'll have the Meis being mirrored here, and they will opt for a Ramatra-based composition into this.
Okay, so VP not going for a Baptiste either, which is obviously curious, but with the Mei, they might want to brawl a little bit more around that orbital ray, and I just think it's hard to go away from the bring in so many of these situations. But here comes VP regardless. We'll play that poke game early and wrap that first corner. The offensive Mei wall gives them a bit of a screen here to gain some free progress.
He's just going to push them back a little bit. I think Crazy Raccoon just has to be a little bit worried, right? You don't want to allow Vestola to kind of cross that gap, get behind that Sigma shield, but you can't play extremely passive. Jwoo hit with that bio grenade. Shockwave takes a ton of damage here as well early on.
Decent progress made for Virtus Pro without really having to commit, which is a good sign, but at some point, the rubber has to hit the road here for Crazy Raccoon, and they need to find a way in. He's saying caught inside the vortex now, forced to give even further ground now as the kinetic grasp is thrown up. This is Vistola's opportunity to start to come forward. He knows it. He's saying over the top, though, able to find Fixer there with a right click. And that has to be addressed here now. Crazy Raccoon have their Mei in the eye of the storm, and he's saying he's able to find yet another kill. Great opening here for CR, and they follow up on it beautifully.
It is a lot of space, though, given up by Crazy Raccoon, right? You obviously don't want to brawl out with that Ramatra, but they just kind of fall back and fall back and fall back. That it is a lot of payload progress gained here by VP early on. So although Crazy Raccoon does get a fight win, does get a hold, still with over 2 minutes on the clock, pretty good rundown there early on here from VP.
There's a real game of chicken here between the Sigma and Ramatra. Max wants to hold the accretion for when Vistola tries to pop Nemesis form and walk up on him. And then try and get good value out of kinetic grasp outside of that. You might look to try and take the perfect issue, the lower cooldown and accretion to have more stopping power against this Ramatra if you need it. But here comes a gravitic flux from Max. He's caught Gala inside of it. Looking for some follow-up damage, but Gala benefit from some of the distinctual healing from that orbital ray. Vistola, though, is still going to fall. Crazy Raccoon are getting a ton of value out of this poke comp, showing us dimensions to what they can offer as a team with the substitution of the tank, and frozen stiff is Max. Choroki is holding on the orbital ray. pops it now, but it's a little bit too late to save Max's life. Liv's going to try and follow up, though, at least with this overclock, and getting rid of Gala's a great start. He's going to deal with the brig front and center, but Fixer doesn't have the backup.
Yeah, you have an orbital array used there for Crazy Raccoon in combination there with the overclock and even with the rally running for VP. It is not enough to keep them alive. And now this is where it starts to get dangerous, right? It was a really good start for VP in terms of getting the payload progress all the way to the distance. But now you're below a minute, and then you have to make some changes. And Max actually comes out on a Ramatra of his own. So
he probably doesn't feel like he can get enough space on the Sigma on this part of the map. So play something that's obviously just going to match Vistola's ability to plunge into the front line.
An Ana pick here for Gala as well. So you have a change in the back line here for VP.
The main wall's way more relevant now. Catch out an enemy Ramatra with that one, and you are in good shape for the fight, but he's able to win the duel against Shockwave on the left. That is a massive pick. Vistola sees an opportunity now to come forward with the Annihilation, but Liv gives him the respect he deserves. Vistola, though, will still clear the room. Heesang gets brought down as Gala obviously switching over towards the Ana is able to have way more long-range potential. Max, of course, has only just switched to the Ramatra, so Annihilation's not really on the cards. And Vistola threatens to grind him to dust, but he's able to survive. Throw up a shield, get the healing. Crazy Raccoon still in numbers at defending.
If you're Crazy Raccoon, though, you just need to keep Max alive long enough to get this nano boost, and
but it's the main wall.
Not able to do it. It's a nice May wall there that splits him off. Heesang and Ko, though, still feel like this potentially is winnable. It's going to be a Blizzard that comes on through. Chorong also gets the benefits of the nano.
Chorong here into the fight, sees Fixer. There's just far too much to look at right now. And you see, if you're playing Sigma there as Max, you're probably less worried about the May wall. You're probably playing far back enough that you aren't going to get caught by it, but when you opt into the, mirroring the duel, you've got to have extra awareness about the potential to be trapped away from your team.
And now Vistola will play the Orisa, so Orisa can also brawl out a little bit with that Ramatra, and then also Orisa really good at taking that space, right? Spear spin, fortify, being able to get for a time, yes. Becomes, no, not exactly glass cannon-y, right? But once you use those cooldowns and you don't have them, you're kind of screwed.
You don't have the ability to garner attention, or at least clear the area around you. So Vistola's going to be pretty judicious about those cooldowns now as he moves up under Fortify. Here's Max, that's not good. Okay, knocked to the low ground. VP knows he's going to be coming up behind them or up the stairs, and Max, at least with the speed boost, he's able to get in position once more. Getting taken pretty low now in Nomad form. Is going to fall to the disruptor shot of Shockwave, and Lip has to give ground. This Orisa is too scary. She's gone golden, and she's going to shepherd the cart forward. Crazy Raccoon are going to commit an orbital raid. They want to try and take the fight. Vistola caught on the other side of his own wall. Doubles back down to the rest of his team as Virtus Pro have a nano on their Orisa. Vistola's in the thick of things, but does get caught sleeping without a fortifier available in advance. He wants to push up, and yet again, another wall in his way. Terra Surge, Shu tries to get around the corner. It's going to be Lip that gets caught out, though, desperately healing. Coming in for Heesang. Max now has an Annihilation. An instant ice block being used here by Jaewood, but eventually he's going to have to face the music and Shockwave. Picked off by Heesang. And inch by inch, Crazy Raccoon are working their way back into this fight, but they've got to stay on the card. Chorong goes low. Vistola's still healthy and wants to push in the direction here of this Juno, but Chorong's getting healing from Shu in the background, and Heesang has the damage with Lip. They finally bring the Juggernaut and Vistola down, and VP have one last chance.
And they end up using the nano boost there onto Heesang because Max has the Annihilation rolling on the Ramatra. Nemesis Foreign just blocking a lot of that damage. Chorong being so slippery, being able to hit, and Shu playing that Ana, just able to heal at such a safe, effective range, never under threat.
That's why we were watching Chorong just not die.
Yeah.
With all that pressure on him, what a pick, that is huge. Getting rid of Lip there with a right click of the endothermic blaster is huge, but Jaewood knows he needs to provide more. Shu with a Bionade catches his opposite number out, so now the healing drastically reduced for Virtus Pro. Shockwave tries to make up with it with extra damage. It's going to be an overclock popped, and Heesang is barely able to stay alive out on the cart. Virtus Pro pick their spot well here. Crazy Raccoon probably don't have the durability to stall as
Nano for Shu coming up.
Can Max stay alive? He needs that nano, but it's just not going to get there in time. Shu can't develop it, and he's way out of the fight anyway.
Yeah, potentially that could have got interesting, right? Nano there for Shu onto Max. Max would have been able to stay alive. Shu also probably would have been able to stay alive for a very long period of time. You would have had some of these players coming off the spawn, but VP at the final stages yet again gets over the line there. Second checkpoint done here for Virtus Pro. It feels like to me, Mitch, though, like these tank matchups, and this is the type of style that VP would want to play against a team like Crazy Raccoon. I don't want to say they need a map completion. They got to get damn close, though, right? It feels like if they're going to win this map.
They're very short on time, though. Up to the high ground, they look to go again. Vistola is affected by the bionic grenade, but shrugs it off now, drops down. And Gala, he's saying finding these ridiculous picks. He's looking like Backbone out there with his main right clicks, man. It's crazy. Shu brought down, though, by the javelin from Vistola, and he's creating space on the cart now with a Terror Surge. Good damage still. Shu out of the game, of course. Lip is struggling now. It's Heesang under intense scrutiny in this side room. He's trying to dodge away from this damage and gets his Ice Block cooldown available. Somehow, Chorong just pulled 2 kills out of his rear end. And Virtus Pro have the turntail.
And Vistola dies quite late there, and this is not a good scenario for VP to be pushing into. Blizzard available, Nano here, Annihilation. Everything lining up well for Crazy Raccoon.
He tried to block the doorway. Yeah. That was cute. Still, Shockwave's able to get away and get a Nano, but he might be frozen stiff. Heesang's trying to work him down, but he's so durable, and he's being killed. Finally, he brings Shockwave down, and the Annihilation from Max got a lot of value. Vistola finally has a chance to play Diva, but it's the wrong time for it. It's too late, and Crazy Raccoon have brought the VP train to a screeching halt.
I guess for positives on the Virtus Pro side, right, is you were able to get that first and second checkpoint, because at times it did look quite dire. But Crazy Raccoon, they set themselves up to be able to take a 2-0 lead in this series. And this is like perfect scenario for VP. These are the compositions that VP Bradley would like to play. They have a map that they're very comfortable on, right? But still, it doesn't seem to be enough.
It's kind of whiplash for Crazy Raccoon. If you think about the previous game and now this one, they've had to basically play completely different styles of Overwatch in order to sort of match their opponents. I mean, it's great to see that they got the range, but we're looking for the efficacy, right? We're looking for the effectiveness in these different comps. That's not out of the question here, of course, as it's, look, a decent defensive effort from Crazy Raccoon. I feel like it's about on par for what we see from this map.
And this is what VP probably selects this map to really go to on defense. So it will be the Alari backline. Obviously, extremely offensive focus. You're able to put that Alari turret like pretty high up on that building, and that's where like Jabu can get a lot of the healing from, right? Playing around that corner, playing right by that turret. So we'll see if they're able to hold, though.
It's kind of a style we've seen a few teams play in the past. ENCE used to do it a lot on this map last year. Yep. Like play those corners, play high. They even use Life Weaver to try and give Farah like a decent platform to play on. Make it so they don't have to touch the ground. Crazy Raccoon. On the attack side here, are they really considering this? Widowmaker here for Lip. This is what I mean about a bit of a weirder pool. He has an incredible Widow, but CR now go to their take on the Sigma comp, right? With Shu on the Ana, you wouldn't want him anywhere else.
So what's your your thoughts on this? So I actually kind of think this will be pretty effective for Crazy Raccoon, because I think they're so well coordinated that they'll be able to eventually. You're banking on being able to get that May wall and like burn Vistola down, right, through some of these like healing resources and whatnot, before that Farah damage really becomes a nuisance, right?
Yeah, VP want a longer fight. Enough time for Farah to really make it mark.
Yeah, and Vistola's hit with a bio.
Yeah, maybe too slow. I think like Crazy Raccoon need a pick sort of before Jaewoo's able to strike gold like that. Vistola though does go down. That is a big deal.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a pretty dirty one there. Gala might be stuck here, but he's able to AD strafe away from much of this damage. He's playing so far forward though. And Lip's able to finish the job from that off angle. Now VP, a little bit uncomfortable. This is very awkward because CR are going to stagger them here.
Yeah, and I mean, Jaewoo just in the corner, just trying to end up playing his life, and this should be first checkpoint here for Crazy Raccoon. It kind of worked out in the fashion we were talking about, right? As Heesang puts a nice May wall down, they get a bio onto Vistola, and they're able to take him out while he's playing the Sigma. Jaewoo actually did get a kill there onto Shu at basically the same time, but losing your tank, I mean, it's just a brutal type of scenario, right? So now it's going to be Vistola going over to the Ramatra.
This is a weird comp.
I was going to say, it is very odd playing like Ramatra May with the Alari still in the mix. Like, I would have expected more BAP, to be honest, if I'm from
VP. And like Shu considered it at the start of this round, but never sort of stuck to it. And we thought yesterday when we saw VP, like, why are you protecting the Zenyatta there?
Well, especially because when we watched VP yesterday, they could have played this comp, but they just decided not to.
Right. Well, Blizzard there creates a lot of space for Heesang, and Lip is able to deal with Vistola again. Vistola's dying so early in these fights. Just the raw poke damage coming out of Crazy Raccoon's comp, which isn't like a dirty, sort of focused poke comp. It has a May in it. Heesang's able to put so much damage out there that it feels like you're dealing with double hit scan.
And what here, if you're VP, it's pretty late in the game to make some wholesale changes, right? Like, you're just getting your Captive Sun now for the Alari.
Dude, you've got to get this around a Sigma shield and a kinetic grasp. It's a little uncomfortable. Okay, here comes the overclock though. Vistola in a Nemesis form, and that's the timing you save the accretion for, right? Max had it ready, but Vistola was able to avoid it.
Doesn't need anything.
Okay, Pop, yeah, didn't do it. How are you supposed to make it work against this comp? It's so difficult. Orbital Ray is just where it needs to be, but Lip has to clear the area for now. Hesak turns his attention towards Vistola, whose shield expires, but he has Nemesis form ready. Gala in the backline, running wild. It's Lip falling to Shockwave in the Sojourn duel. And Virtus.pro have done enough for now.
That was a fight. If they lose that fight, I mean, this map is over, in my opinion, as they absolutely needed that. And they get a lot of ultimates out from Crazy Raccoon. So VP, although 319, a lot of time here for Crazy Raccoon, VP gives themselves probably the best chance here.
And I'm pretty happy if I'm VP to lean into these 3 ultimates that are about to come online for the... Really suits this brawl style. You've got the 3 key ultimates for this comp. At your fingertips.
They'll match the Ram as well, right? So the only difference really is that Shu Ana versus the Illari, where, I mean, Shu's so good on the Ana.
Vistola's in an awkward spot. He has to go for the Annihilation. He was hit with the bio. Able to shrug it off at the very least and keep fighting. Crazy can respect this and actually have the ability to disengage. So they've drawn that ultimate out. Now the Blizzard is another issue. Can they get clear of this one? Hesak throws his own Blizzard into the fight and is brought down by Fixer instantly. And Lip has to have eyes in the back of his head virtually now, as it's a really uncomfortable angle to play from. With Shu out of the picture, it's done here for the attack side once more.
I'll say VP did a really nice job of keeping Vistola alive there, because the Meg Wall comes in from Heesang, followed up by the Blizzard, and he's got obviously popping Nemesis form, using that block to try and mitigate some of the damage,
nice
but they're able to keep him alive throughout all of that. So huge plays there from Virtus.pro, as that knocks about a minute off the clock.
Gala now has a Captive Sun against a Ramatra composition. Much better than having to try and make it work against that Sigma setup. So that could be quite deadly. Shockwave here again doesn't have to commit from this position. A railgun here or there, find critical damage, something that can be followed up on by even the Illari, or an insta-kill with a headshot like we've seen in the last couple of fights. This is VP slowing the pace of the game to a crawl.
And with that fight win, I mean, by the time this next one kicks off, you've almost burned 2 minutes off the clock as Captive Sun.
Everybody splits.
Just looking for a target. Doesn't find him.
So that one out the window, but Orbital Ray is still here for Virtus.pro. They've still got a lot to work with that one. Heesang gets caught in the front line. Shockwave is playing these really tight angles, being very careful to stay out of Lip's line of sight. And this conservative approach to the Sojourn play is really paying off.
But it's 3 fights consecutively, right? It's Heesang dying first, then a kill from Shockwave on the Lip, and then Heesang early yet again, right? So VP's burned 2 minutes off the clock.
But Crazy
relative
Raccoon
ease
have now cycled into the power ultimates, Matt, the ones you want to look for. Max is getting in position for an Annihilation, extends that Nemesis form time. Vistola though going to try and reciprocate, but it's Shockwave getting caught out by Pulsar Torpedoes, and that Blizzard might just be a little bit late. It comes in at least, allows for the pickup on Shu, but Chorong here is going to be on extra duty. Vistola tries to throw up the Dukes here, but he's going to be under extreme pressure. And with Gala taken out, it's like the rug's been pulled out from under the Ramatra. Crazy Raccoon spend heavily, but there's no guarantee they turn this into a checkpoint.
Right, you're going to get another fight for VP, right? So you have Jwoo switching over here to the Sim. That's going to allow them to like TP past the Maywall potentially. That comes into the mix. And then Vistola going over the Orisa.
Vistola gets the touch, there's the wall. Orisa on her own for the time being, and Vistola needs to stay alive. He's got to hang on. Eventually, Chorong has the damage to bring him down now, and Lip's got a pretty safe spot to play from. This is a very cheesy location to be as a Sojourn, but it's deadly effective, and Crazy Raccoon earn themselves the second checkpoint.
Yeah, Vistola just barrels around the corner, right? Just trying to get onto the point. He's hit with the Disruptor shot that sticks to him, follows him there with that Sojourn perk.
Just a rarer pickup for the second perk at the moment.
And then also just gets split off by a Maywall, so he just gets obliterated. Has to use all of his cooldowns right away on the Orisa, and now moves back over. Be the Ramatra and May yet again pick up for VP, but VP, they burn a lot of clock there, man. They actually give themselves a chance to hold here.
Heesang almost got caught there. Getting good damage down, but as soon as that bio expires, Virtus.pro surge ahead and force the ice block out. Good wall for Jwoo. Gives him some room to disengage. Doesn't catch any teammates on the wrong side of it either. Max is looking for more, but he's at risk of overextending here, forcing Jwoo down. But there's still the objective to pay heed to. That is on the move. One player on the cart right now. And there's a wall thrown up that doesn't do a whole lot for Jwoo. He's still going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. And the ice block clearly wasn't available. Virtus.pro gets split up, they're just in disarray, and Crazy Raccoon pounce.
Well, the biggest thing that VP has to their advantage is this high ground, but with Max and Co just rotating around that outside and forcing them down, they steal the high ground there from VP, and they end up taking the map.
No easy games from here on out for Crazy Raccoon, but they are a team that is bred for this purpose. Take down the very best in the world at their own game. Max comes in, opens up the option for some Sigma play, some flex to Ramatra. These guys are shapeshifters. They now take on the aspect of Virtus.pro, and they can handle VP. Look, we talked about it coming into this game. VP's best map, they protect the Baptiste or another flex support, we don't know which it was, and they still don't get there. If you're a coach, on this VP side, you're wondering what your options are supposed to be. This is your best foot you may have just put forward, and you're at risk of being eliminated from the Champions Clash.
Probably was. And I know we talked about how Jay would use that Maywall to kind of separate himself from Max, but it's a really great decision from Max to just continue to push forward, right? Uses his Ramatra shield, it forces Jay-Woo down, and then you get an awesome position up on that high ground, right? Because now for VP, you're in this horrible position where they have control of that high ground in the window, firing down at the back of you. They also have players coming down. It's just a really nice pinch scenario there that allows Crazy Raccoon to end up getting the map win.
Some highlights here for you now is we did see like a Sigma mirror, but more often than not, VP were trying to switch out of it and play the Ramatra. They wanted to be the aggressor. They didn't want to sit back and try and hedge their bets on playing a poke game against this Lip Heesung duo, which has been deadly effective, especially the long-range play of the Maya. We've really been impressed with Heesung, how he operates on that coastline of the map. Really, really effective stuff. Shockwave was the one that I think really gets in the engine room for VP, starts to generate some of that momentum, finding huge picks.
Dude, it feels like, though, this is with VP getting this map pick, right, and using Circuit really early on, probably one of, if not their best selection option in the pool, right? With their ban first. I mean, think about the mountain they have to climb now, right? They have to win map 3, but then now it would go back to Crazy Raccoon's map picks and first bans, and they have to run it back through there. Where you tie it up here, it gives you obviously a much better odds.
It's been an interesting tournament for Virtus.pro. Obviously they look pretty rough in the first 2 games, right? As best of 3s, they drop to the lower bracket. They are able to, find a comfortable win and advance a little bit further.
Well, just really bizarre for EMEA because Alcazia takes a map off of Falcons, right? And goes the distance, but then VP loses to once again, but then VP smashes Alcazia. That if they come in here and lose, it's just kind of all over the place.
Yeah. Odd one for them, and now they're basically on the ropes, folks. I mean, this is a first of 3 game, and they've got to come up with an answer here. There obviously are some maps still remaining in this pool that would give you the option to play your style as VP, but we've seen a lot of teams in this position at international tournaments. We're losing in the mirror. Our best look is being beaten by a team that are basically playing the same style as us. What more choice do they have?
So you'd be looking at, I don't think you're going to see them go hybrid, right? I think it's probably Surabasa or one of the push maps. And then is there a world in which they ban the Winston first, right? That would potentially be an option. Do you do a Runasapi or a Surabasa? Ban the Winston. I feel like if you do Surabasa and ban Winston, they would just play ball probably. Then they have no problem, obviously, playing the ball pick. And
I just don't think VP want to play against that map. I don't think they want to have to deal with it because quite often the antidote to that has either been stack your team with Cassidy's and Sombras and
Or do you
Briggs,
ban Ana and try and go that route,
Maybe.
right? Take maybe you think the Ana takes both of their availabilities off the board, but
you can still play the Winston outside of that setup though. Bring Lucio in here, of course. You got Kiri, Juno are all pretty reasonable options. King's Row is going to be the pick here for Virtus.pro. A map that I do think suits the Diva style quite well, if that's where Vistola wants to go. This is why I was a little surprised we actually saw Circuit Royal picked.
Yeah.
Now that the Diva ban had gotten out of the way, I felt like that's kind of where VP might have liked to butter their bread, but they got a pick here. They got first ban as well.
And this is also a pretty terrible map for ball, right? Ball, we don't see played that often. It will be a Fara ban here.
2 maps too late, but I'll take it.
And Crazy Raccoon can't ban the Diva, right? The Diva for them was banned early on. Do they ban any of the other tanks? Do you look towards the
I don't know if this ban matters. I just don't know if it matters at all. Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of this. We've seen a lot of this. I think what Gala's been playing it on occasion. I don't know how much it really matters because we know Crazy Raccoon have got the kind of backline that can... I think their best look is like a Brigana, honestly. Like, if they get to play Winston, that's where you want Chorong and Shu to be in general. But looking at the Pharah here, forcing Kingsung to play Echo potentially, or Tracer, as it may be the case.
But you've had such a difficult time.
Oh, man, I never forget that game.
Difficult time getting to Shu in the backline. He's been so good on the Ana, and now you're going to give him defense King's Row, where he can just be out in the middle of nowhere.
You don't play dive. Like, what do you pick Hanzo and shoot him in the head? Maybe,
yeah,
but you don't play dive. You might have a diva composition that backed up with like a strong Tracer play might give you the option. You try and pick Shu. I mean, Shockwave was able to do that a bunch on Circuit Royal, but it's not something you can really bank on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be gambling on that one. It's Crazy Raccoon here on defense first. They'll actually play a Kiri Ana setup here. At least it looks like on defense. So they'll continue to have Max in the game here to play the Sigma as see how this kind of fares. As I'm curious what we see from Virtus Pro. VP, few different options here potentially to go with like a diva, right? They want to get to that high ground on offense. You'll have to circumvent, obviously the Sigma Mitch really good against that diva, right? You can kind of constantly chain these accretions, so it'll be VP actually starting off with the Ramantra.
It is so interesting to see a Sigma comp on this map though. It's not a commonality. You are going to try and control the high ground, and VP don't necessarily have the mechanism to force CR down. Also be able to cleanse that bio off with the Suzu, pretty handy for Gala to have that available. And a Sim TP gets VP in position now to fight for this space. Pistola has Nemesis form and just plucks Heesang out from behind the shield.
Yeah, and the TP up to the high ground from VP is really what allows him to break this type of setup. So you don't play that diva, you still want to access this high ground, you bring in that Sim into the mix. Is really nice strat here from VP.
Now, you put some pressure on Crazy Raccoon, force him to drop with his Sigma. A little uncomfortable for Max, but he's got off angles that he's being backed up from. In theory, Lip is on that left-hand side of the back, but Pistola is apparently a counter for him as well. Great start here for Virtus Pro, and they like to slow roll these situations. Losing Fixer, not the end of the world, especially when the follow-up is good. Gala's getting involved with the kunai now, and it's just raw stall for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, he's saying Ice Block, stay alive for a little bit longer, but that will be it. So VP with a really nice read, a really nice strategy early on. That allows him to take that first point with an enormous amount of time. I mean, 5+ minutes.
Hefty time bank, but this is a treacherous part of the map to play. Crazy Raccoon over to the Lucio Ana. We'll see Shu with that Bio, rather, and the Nano rather, ready to deploy in just a moment.
And Crazy Raccoon wants to get quite aggressive, right? Bringing Lucio into the mix here tells you they want to use that speed, kind of collapse onto that backline. Maybe they feel potentially that they are quite vulnerable, as we'll see now a Kitsune rush available for Gala and Co. in the street. How he opts end up using it is that it'll be Max opening things up with the benefits of the nano boost. Yeah, so they try and disengage, but they actually end up getting split here. So see Pistola gets pushed into the shop here. Gala actually end up using the Kitsune rush as they want to potentially try and fight this, even being a player down.
Yeah, I mean, Heesang ends up getting a little bit caught out. I think VP were able to disengage with 3 players, but Pistola was so deep. Gala gets in there, Kitsune rush, Suzu thrown down, Ramantra kept in the fight. Pistola's also holding on to an Annihilation with positive tempo. Great sign here for Virtus Pro. Shockwave doesn't have to set up shop on that off angle, but definitely has to put the fear in Crazy Raccoon of him turning up there at any time. And this Sim is honestly still getting a ton of value in this part of the map.
It really is. Also, you have this wall to block potentially like any bios, right? As you'll have a Bob come in here
the
potentially.
Wall is so dirty.
From Shockwave, as this has been a speed run so far in favor of Virtus Pro. He's saying he'll check the Blizzard in there, and that is just kind of thrown deep. Not going to result in much.
I guess he's coming in from the flank there and is hoping to catch, but Shockwave has a sixth sense about it and is already able to coach gun himself away. Some classy follow-up kills now, and that time bank is still looking pretty healthy, folks. 5 minutes here for Virtus Pro to play. Again, they've managed to set up a battlefield that really seems to suit them, and Crazy Raccoon are not succeeding in the mirror.
Seems like having that Pharah gun really impactful, right? You imagine the Pharah would be in play here. Chorong with a double kill on the Lucio as speed right on in.
able to do that off the rip.
Pistola's been playing pretty far forward, right?
Yeah.
It also happened, when they tried to disengage from the Nano Ramatra. Here again it happens. So Crazy Raccoon identify a chance for Chorong to use that speed boost and get them a player advantage locally. And it's pretty hard for Ramatra to get people's attention when he's across the map, right? Throw a Vortex and that's it.
And now you'll have a match in terms of the Mei. So Jay will move away from the Sim, which we both thought was pretty effective. Curious what type of value you get out of the Mei here. Now, you still have the Ashe in play, which typically you would see the Ashe on defense is lit moving forward with the Nano and the Overclock. It'll be the Annihilation used here by Vestola, just trying to stay alive, a 1-for-1 trade. But typically we see the Ashe on defense.
Yeah, I mean, Lip was able to find himself, though, completely outside of the radius of that Annihilation. And we might see Shockwave, consider a switch here. Over towards the Sojourn. I think he's realizing now that Crazy Raccoon are leaning into this Lucio look and taking these impulse bursts of speed. He needs a bit more mobility.
Well, the Ashe also with the benefits of the natural high ground on defense just naturally is way better, right? Playing on that low ground, there's not really as much of an advantage for the Ashe playing against the Sojourn there. So
and they switch off the Sim, so you can't cheese your Ashe up there now if you're VP. Onto the Orisa as well. Good at playing these corners, in fairness. Will dissuade Max from getting too close in many of these situations. There's going to be a Kitsune Rush now to start the fight of Vestola again. Very quick to get into the front line. He's really become quite the aggressive tank player over his tenure. He's saying he has to try and double back for that health pack here and is holding onto a Blizzard. Should Virtus.pro overextend? For now, though, slow roll for the attackers. He's saying aware of players up there on the periphery, but he's focusing towards Shockwave in that backside. Sound barrier now means Crazy Raccoon can be that much more aggressive, so much so that Max makes the pilgrimage to the backline of VP. Pluck Shockwave out of their number. And that's a decent use of the sound barrier here, as Crazy Raccoon should be able to lean into another defensive hold.
Oh, it'll be a Blizzard here used by Heeseng as well, as they want to get some of these players. They're just hanging out here for Virtus.pro. Dude, the aggression that Crazy Raccoon plays with there is kind of wild, in the sense that they let Heeseng be the one who kind of duels with Vestola on the payload, as Chorong uses the speed to just use Max like a battering ram towards that backline. We see it a little bit from Heeseng's POV, where they kind of go around that U with the Mega Health Pack and they just shoot towards Gala and Fixa. Deep splits off that back line from the rest of VP, but Heeseng and the rest of Crazy Raccoon doing a nice job staying alive, preventing that payload from moving forward.
Oh man, I tell you, if Shockwave is in position to follow up on that javelin, that's a kill. Okay, awkward. Jaywu now trying to go for the Blizzard, doesn't at least get it deployed, but Shockwave is going to play away from it as Crazy Raccoon barely get caught up in it. And even if they do, the follow-up isn't really there. Gala down, Terra Surge used, but Vestola's getting booped around the place, buffeted on all sides by the frosty winds of this frigid defense. Crazy Raccoon, more than happy to adapt to the Tundra.
Yeah, and I feel like the faster the pace of play, the better this is obviously going to be for Crazy Raccoon. Is right there, now you lose that Blizzard, so Jaybu now goes over to Genji, right? It feels like we're just kind of playing mystery heroes a little bit from the side of EP, as now we're back to the Ramatra.
Max here doubles back, has an opportunity to throw a Vortex down. It's going to be yet another Kitsune Rush here for Gala. Fixer holding onto the sound barrier. Vestola, though, can't get out of the Blizzard. It's devastating.
Oh, the
VP spent everything, but Vestola is just around the corner. Line of sight block there for Fixer. He's going to wish he had that one back, but now with only a minute left to play, Virtus.pro are running low on options. Clearly, the nerves starting to depart from them, as Crazy Raccoon have gotten only more comfortable over the course of this round.
And that beats like a second or two light there from Fixa, as ends up dropping it. Vestola would already hit by the Blizzard, already basically dead. As this is massive though. Fixa over to the Zen, able to pick out Chorong, as Chorong playing quite aggressive. He's almost got beat, so massive pick.
Great option against Crazy Raccoon, who don't have a lot of backline pressure with their DPS. They can walk up with a speed boost like they've done in the past, but that's a scary idea, especially when your frontliner gets hit with a Discord Orb. Another great pick from Fixer. This is good for Virtus.pro now. They've generated some momentum. He's saying, out of the game. Shockwave now going to double down with an overclock as Max is. This is how you do it. Without a Genji or a Tracer, your Ramatra has to be the dive.
And that was a sound barrier from Chorong. Didn't exactly catch to see how many targets it actually hit. I mean,
did it hit Max?
I don't even think so. I mean,
That's the problem.
Max was extremely low right away. It seemed like maybe that was kind of the idea, is to connect with that sound barrier on him.
I love this
use
switch
it to move
Fixer.
forward yet again.
Fixer hears that there's a Diva switch now and knows he can farm Inspire procs off of Max, so now comes out on the brig. Jaywu's dealt with Heeseng now, the Tracer switch for Crazy Raccoon. They're trying everything to hold Virtus.pro off. But VP now, set up out of their nostrils, they're going for it. They're going to play outside the Annihilation once more, and Dusty and Nano Jaywu coming in his direction. But Jaywu's not able to build a blade off that ultimate. so he'll have to go for it after the fact. Gala's ultimate now deployed. Jaewoo still gets in the thick of things, and Shu gets picked off in the front line. Venture for Heesang. We've basically seen every hero in the game so far. Max down to the blade. Jaewoo finally develops it and uses it to seal the deal.
VP, I mean, they get, obviously, this third checkpoint, but considering how much time they had, right? I mean, they take that first checkpoint, they have like 5 minutes on the clock. They get checkpoint 2, they have like almost 4 minutes on the clock, and then it gets dwindled down into OTs. Man, it feels like so many hero swaps from both sides there towards the end of the game.
Oh, and we're trying to keep up with it, right? As the action is going. I think that's probably one of the few situations where the Zen switch makes sense when you're going up against a relatively slow comp without like a flanking DPS. And the strategy for Crazy...
flanking DPS.
Right, well, no, the flanking DPS is Max.
Yeah, with the assistance of Chorong.
Yeah, which is bizarre. So, I mean, I think Chorong's beat needs to hit onto Max there, but they're just using the Ramatra to run it down. Crazy Raccoon really embracing the rush approach to this Ramatra setup, and on defense, like you see, it pays off. Virtus.pro realized they couldn't really play that slow roll game they were looking to after a while. Now Crazy Raccoon go on the attack side. A Lip Echo would be a little... I would expect... You know what? We'll see.
Yeah. See what happens.
But
obviously,
you talked about the defensive Ashmat, and that's what Shockwave's looking for here.
Yeah, being able to kind of create that space, that high ground, right, on defense. This is where Ash can definitely shine. So you will also have that brig on a backline, like you were talking a little bit about, but more from the Crazy Raccoon side. But VP will end up running it.
Decent option, I think, if you're, maybe expecting Max to try the Diva again, or, you're dealing with Genji. All very reasonable. Crazy Raccoon don't have a Sim TP to assume high ground control for their Ramatra, so Heesang kind of has to go ahead and pave the way.
It's going to be like Heesang and like Shu potentially, right?
Oh, they just walk up. Just walk up. Oh, awkward for Stola. Caught on the corner. And out of the backline, Max goes. This has been the modus operandi for Crazy Raccoon so far. But they've had to give Chorong up for this. So that's the speed that allows them to maneuver into such positions off the table.
That was really nice. It doesn't exactly work out in the end there for Crazy Raccoon, but we see it from Max and Chorong's POV. They get Max up to that high ground. Chorong actually speeds him around. And what's going on at that time is Heesang on the Genji is up in that opposite window. Gets a TP there from Shu, and that's how they try and collapse on that high ground, but VP able to live on through it.
It's looking pretty good here for VP. Having to sit back on this now. Shockwave is going to be pretty hard to pressure, especially with Crazy Raccoon going off the Genji. Now just really want to try and gum the works up with for Vistola, and a main wall to catch him out on the high ground could be the ticket. Notice how he'll probably play differently seeing this. Respects the pressure coming in, throws the Vortex down, knows that Max again has gone into his backline, and he can't do much about it. Going to get buffered around, is hoping for healing at some point, starting to call for it, I'm sure, but it's chaos in the backline of VP. And Vistola doesn't get the help that he needs there.
Well, I mean, Max just kind of speeds by him, and I guess the idea from Vistola potentially is like, they're not going to use the Maywall in that situation because they're also Maywalling Max off, right? From the rest of the squad. So if I can just occupy that space, but still just too much damage coming on through.
Still Virtus.pro though, having to come back into the fight. Chorong will go down. Vistola has to be coming up respawn pretty soon, and Nano over on the May. Might have been the ticket for Virtus.pro, but they're running out of time now. And Vistola's back in the fight, but losing a Ramatra at the beginning of this engagement is sometimes there's too much to come back from. Once again, Max gets into the backline, ties him up, denies the resources from Vistola.
Yes, Crazy Raccoon can play with so much more pace here with that Lucio and the Kiri in the mix, right? Gala would use like the bio grenade, right? Maybe then you created a little bit of advantage there. It just gets Suzu'd off, and then you just kind of keep on moving forward there for Crazy Raccoon. And now, I mean, you stick with this Ash here on defense. You still have some of that high ground, but you're going to have to make those like dynamites and just the overall damage, like the healing pressure, really make an impact. Yeah. Or else you might as well switch to the Soldier.
It's quite effective, I think, against the Lucio Kiriko. Yeah. They don't have great throughput, but you can Suzu that if you want to. It's an option.
Yeah, these kills come through so fast from Crazy Raccoon. I'm not exactly sure you can play like that.
Blizzard here. Vistola is already kind of committed to the fight now as Heesang going to deploy that one Shockwave caught just on the edges of it, and Heesang's able to bring him down now. Max, though, frozen solid. He tried to go for the Annihilation, and Blizzard is still the perfect counter to a Ramatra in that ultimate form. Nice fight for Virtus.pro. A huge stop here, especially with Crazy Raccoon investing Blizzard, Beat, and with an Annihilation.
Honestly, I was a little bit worried for Virtus Pro with how that started, right? Blizzard, Annihilation Bomb, Rally thrown in, and they get picked first, but the kill that's massive is the one onto Max. They get rid of Max, the sound barrier comes down from Chorong, not able to keep him alive, and that allows VP to flip it.
Pistola here, not quite sure where to find himself at the moment. Decent sideline still for Gala. Maywall thrown up as well by Jay, who just faults it, tries to take it a very aggressive fight towards Shockwave, but Virtus Pro love to be the defenders in these situations. That Mega is not ready for Heesang yet, so he's very, very low in that side room. Shu desperately stretches himself thin to get there for his May, but Max didn't have the help he needed.
Starting to look good for VP, right? 2 fight wins consecutively. You can move up to this choke. You can start to control this area, especially with those May walls, right? Very difficult to dislodge the defenders from this type of position.
Solar here wants to draw a front line pretty far forward, but Crazy Raccoon making an entrance from stage left. Pushing on in, Shu now going to throw a Suzu down to make sure that they're not hindered at all, but a nice Bionade comes out from Gala. He sees a Suzu used early and says, this is perfect for me. Virtus Pro with the player advantage, Gala under some degree of pressure, but Max just can't quite get to that backline yet again. Great fights here for Virtus Pro. Heads up from Gala.
Yeah, and Heesang chucks in the Blizzard there towards the end. I wonder if potentially a swap here from the May. Do you consider something else here? Potentially from Crazy Raccoon, as Shu will actually go and play Ana. So you'll ditch the Kiri, you'll play a Ana of your own. You're still going to keep that Lucy on the mix, and yeah, they're going to stay on this May.
All right, well, Joby's going to have a Blizzard ready in no time. Solar aware there's a disruptor shot behind him now. Vortex thrown down. Wall's going to block his retreat. Slept for the time being. Eventually, surely, they're going to do something about the Ramatra because Pistola is going to have an Annihilation here. Crazy Raccoon choose mostly to respect this overclock, but Heesang's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, he'd use a Vice Block already as well.
Great May Wall comes out. Heesang's still alive somehow, but Jay was going to commit a Blizzard now. And finally, the May is conquered. That's enough for VP for the time being. Crazy Raccoon need to wait until all their pieces are on the board.
Yeah, he stays pretty pushed up there, Heesang, and he gets hit by a shot when Shockwave's using that overclock, has the ice block, and then at that point, VP knows he's dead to rights, right? You can actually use that wall over by the choke. They blizzard him right. It's impossible to get that May out.
Blizzard over the top of the wall there. Solar aware that Max is still working towards his backline. Tries to throw up the Dukes here inside that Nemesis form, but he is quite low. An Annihilation, he knows he has it, but he can't make use of it safely until now. Jamie was hoping to pepper him down with some of those ice spikes, but it's not enough. Max's Annihilation, though, is just disengaged from here for Virtus Pro, and Heesang is out of the game. Tries to come in on his vaunted Echo pick, but it's not enough to make a difference, apparently, as the whip shot accounts for him. Bionade for Pistola, laughable here as he knows he can sit back, play his time, and sit on his big ultimate.
And you have the Annihilation Nano combination here for VP. Insane survivability from Pistola.
They've got everything. BT has to be used for Crazy Raccoon. It's time to go. Max is the one that gets the Nano and he's looking to the backline, but of course, the perk's there for Gala. He himself is nanoed. Bionade thrown down on Max and he's eventually able to finish him off with a force palm, but Shu and Heesang are out of the fight and there's nobody to touch the cart. Good looks here for Virtus Pro. This is the kind of game they want to play. Slow, steady, bleed your opponent out over time. It's a war of attrition that the Bears know how to win.
Yeah, it's a type of playstyle that obviously suits them better, and we've seen them being able to play it over the last few maps, but this time here on King's Row, they're able to get a distinct advantage. And I think now if you're VP, you're scrambling like, all right, what are we going to put together in this next map that's going to be able to get us to that 5th game?
The way that these teams use their Ramatras on King's Row is so vastly different.
Yeah.
Pistola constantly sees Max running at him and then running past him and says, that's not my business. I've got to try and keep the rest of this Crazy Raccoons team at bay. Virtus Pro loved having the fight taken to them. It seemed like they had great composure with this very aggressive Lucio Kiriko rush look from Crazy Raccoon. And that's Max for you. I think he's got some great brawl tanks up his sleeve, but the overall style here for Crazy Raccoon is not enough to rattle the Bears.
I would say there was a lot of times as well, like Heesang is getting picked off first on the May, right? Playing pretty aggressive, but that's also kind of what Crazy Raccoon wants to do. They want to play aggressive. They want to force VP to end up making mistakes. VP, though, slowed that pace down much better on the defensive side of things.
I feel like they have way more agency. Good examples like Gala sees like these early Suzus being thrown out by Shu. Maybe someone's getting slowed slightly or there's like dynamite damage on him. He Suzus, Gala goes, I'm going to throw a Bionade on you instantly and make sure I get my value
Do that
there.
bio sound effect again?
I can't believe I've made a Brox cheer on a broadcast at this point, folks. The late night delirium definitely settling in, but for Virtus.pro, that's their bread and butter.
Yeah.
They've secured themselves a map. But because they lost Circuit Royal, it's still nerve-wracking for them. Now they know they're facing down a Crazy Raccoon pick, and CR could go back to the well. So bring Junbin back in and maybe look for a more dive-centric map.
Yeah, I mean, what? You're going to go probably like a Runasapi Esperanza here. If you're Crazy Raccoon. They already did ban the Diva, right? Do you try and ban like Ramatra? Do you want to go back to that tank well yet again? Do you want to do... there's a few different options they potentially have. Where, look, if you wanted to go to one of those maps and play Winston, right? You can either... Okay, so you may actually end up banning a tank if you're Crazy Raccoon, because there's also the threat of VP banning the Winston if you go like for a DPS or a support right away. So curious to see how they'll attack that ban.
Go take a break here, of course, for just a moment. Chance to breathe. We're going to head to our desk and break down the action right after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Coach Moon from Crazy Raccoons. Just coming off of a surprising loss. I say surprising because CR is one of the best teams that we have, and was a bit of an upset and was a bit of surprising that CR did get the loss. And I just want to ask, what sort of happened in that matchup against Nightmare? 자, 일단 감독님 어떻게 보면은 오늘 굉장히 좀 충격적인 것 같아요. 아무래도 CR이 너무나도 잘하는 팀이기도 하고 어떻게 보면 좀 최강의 팀이기도 하기 때문에 오늘의 어떻게 보면 패배 좀 어떻게 보십니까? 어떻게 해서 패배를 하신 것 같으신가요?
일단은 NTMR이 더 오늘은 셌던 것 같고요. 네, 그 부분이지 않나. 그냥 전 포지션에서 다 밀렸던 것 같아요.
I think as a coach, from my point of view, I think they were just a better team in every aspect of players and also the roles. I think Nightmare were the better team as a whole, and that's why they got the win. But I mean, I think this is nothing to be too sad about, I feel like, because your run in Champions Clash isn't over yet. You guys still have a lot more matches to go, and I'm pretty sure you guys could get those wins. And talking about getting those wins, your first matchup after this one is going to be against VP. How do you see that matchup going on? 자, 다음으로 이제 이번이 패배 이후 이게 끝이 아니잖아요. 또 아무래도 또 이제 계속 살아남았기 때문에 다음 경기가 이제 버추어스 프로랑의 경기가 있는데 그 경기는 좀 어떻게 풀어 나가실 것 같으십니까?
일단은 아시아 때부터 계속 이런 고질병들이 나오는데 결승 때 그게 또 나왔던 것 같아요. NTMR 때 아마 또 나오게 되면 지지 않을까. 그래서 그 부분을 좀 정신무장을 하고 경기에 임해야 되지 않을까 싶네요.
그 고질병이라는 거에서 조금만 더 얘기를 해줄 수 있나요? 어떤 고질병인가요?
그냥 저희가 스스로 말리는 거죠. 갑자기 원래 잘 하던 템포도 안 나오고, 사이드 싸움부터 시작해서 궁 싸움 그런 것들이 아예 전혀 안 됐다 보니까.
I feel like as CR as a team, to be really objectively speaking, we do have a thing where when it comes to important matches like the finals, there are times where we think too deeply, or and we sort of get into our heads, and that sort of messes ourselves up. And that's what happened with matches against Nightmare. And I feel like if that happens again versus VP, then we are really in danger, and that's going to give us a loss again. All right, well, Coach Moon, I hope that doesn't happen. I know that's not going to happen. 그렇게 안 되겠죠?
모르죠.
He says, I don't know. Well, I believe in CR. Best of luck in your match against VP. Thank you so much. Dusk, take it away.
Oh, Danny, never change. Bringing endless amounts of positivity, and that's the right attitude to head into something like that. Speaking of right attitude, VP showing some grit, getting one on the board here as well against Crazy Raccoon. That's gotta lift the spirits as a VP team.
Oh, it definitely is. I think it was massive for them to start up on their attacking side with the three checkpoints that they were able to actually secure there as well. They had great ult economy in that last fight to actually secure that last one. On top of that, with the Annihilation to just force Crazy Raccoon back. And then you had the Dragon Blade also coming out just to put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's been looking good from Crazy Raccoon, but I'm glad there's some bite still left in VP. It's been quite cool to see as well that we're having Max stay in. It seems like a much better tank matchup against Virtus.pro specifically. Junbin obviously want to play dive, Winston, ball, etc., but Max seems the perfect fit here for CR.
I think this is going to be a tough one, though, especially because you have already depleted a lot of the best maps that we would expect Virtus.pro to be able to take the edge in. And heading over to Esperanza, you've already seen Vestola want to try to opt to go for this Ramatra. So a great ban coming out from Crazy Raccoon to make sure that Vestola cannot play that hero. Virtus Pro can kind of respond to this.
Yeah, this actually might be Crazy Raccoon subbing in Junbin again. Banning the Ram here, yeah. And then Ana ban, this feels like a Junbin coming back in to me for Crazy Raccoon for Esperanza. A bit more dive now.
I think so. I think this seems like they would want to lean a little bit more into the Winston in this particular scenario. But I feel like Vestola could still run something like a Malga here. I think you could still just kind of bully your way past that Winston. But that Ana ban is definitely targeted at Shu.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die for both those teams, right? So they better came in prepping, making those bans and those map picks count.
Is that Junbin? I think that is Junbin. I didn't quite see him, but it might be him. Yeah, this makes so much sense. It's crazy, by the way, this is lower bracket. Virtus Pro, #1 seed out of the EMEA, and going 7-0 in regular season, and Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, okay, Junbin in. Yeah, max out. Make these bans make perfect sense. Esperanza, they want to go hard, they want to go fast.
Yeah, I think they could either actually go, probably Winston or Ball, I suppose, but I feel like Winston is definitely the more classic hero on this particular map. But we'll see.
We will indeed, as they are getting ready. It is match point for Crazy Raccoon. Can they keep themselves alive in the lower bracket? We'll find out in just a second. For all the action, I'm going to send it over to Matt and Mitch.
Both of our combatants here trying to target some of the better heroes for the other side's strategy coming into this map. Ana, of course, taken away from Shu, and that pesky Ramatra from Vestola is off the table. So probably no surprise, Matt, here to see Winston versus D.Va. Crazy Raccoon and Virtus Pro, who are fighting to stay alive in this Champions Clash, are going to go at it here on Esperanza.
I'm curious, in your opinion, what do you think the bans favor? Because, like, VP's totally fine playing this D.Va. Like, you know, the Ramatra is something even in map #1 that you really didn't seem comfortable, like, going up against that Winston with, right? Where getting the Ana out feels like it's a little bit more of a win here for VP.
Quite possibly. But Shu, of course, on this Juno position, which is fine, but it's a little bit hard to kind of have Junbin get max value out of that orbital ray at the best of times. Heesung, though, of course, has to respect the D.Va. As soon as he pokes his head up, it's going to be whack-a-mole for Vestola.
I also don't feel as terrible about playing the Cassidy here because you have the D.Va, right? With that defense matrix, able to eat up some of the damage of the Borrow rockets that come down.
And you also don't have a lot to pair in terms of dive with Junbin, right? Crazy Raccoon are actually playing a poke comp with a dive tank, which is an interesting look. So it's tough to overwhelm the cast now.
Well, it was pretty awesome when you can combo like a bio grenade into the backline, right? And then Junbin follows it up, but not having that, you know, extra layer makes it a little bit difficult, right? You're relying on some of that poke damage coming down from that Bara, and I mean, there it is, taking out Jaewoo, but coming in and then following it up with that Winston.
I mean, yeah, it's funny, Crazy Raccoon have that dive sense, but they do want to play an extended neutral fight just to allow Heesung to get that incremental value over the course of the game, and there it is again. Virtus Pro, this has been dragged out here. Crazy Raccoon do want to start to turn this into some, push progress, and they've done so here. A stagger on the D.Va as well is going to be insult to injury for Virtus Pro, who lose the first fight.
It's like almost like a 2-minute neutral fight there mid-map.
Perfect for a Farrakhan.
Yeah, not a lot going on there, and eventually Heesung going to find that damage on the Bara.
It's Malgan time, baby.
He's never truly dead.
So again, obviously, on this kind of map, when you get that 2 hearts perk, it's handy to have the extra regeneration when you're on the bot. There's a question, I think, of where the cage fight is used to try and catch Junbin out if you can. Here's the Deadeye for Shockwave. Respected, of course, by Crazy Raccoon. That's going to expire now as a concussive blast comes in from me, saying just to keep him honest. And here's that dive component. So you still got to respect the Winston if you're Cassidy, and Shockwave has got nowhere to go there.
It just still seems like this is kind of shades back to map 1. They just seem to have no answer or real threat against this Pharah. Like, that was kind of what ends up unraveling map #1 for VP. I mean, and at least here at the start of Esperanza, it's clearly an issue.
It's hard to see where you would want to play Cassidy against Sojourn and Winston, right? Just in general. So I think the switch here for Shockwave is probably a bit better. Can obviously harness that high ground control a little bit more with an extra bit of mobility available to you. Threat, of course, with overclock and an enemy Winston who wants to dive. And of course now, with this Malgan look, you have a great use case for that orbital ray. Pulse bomb there for Jaywoo doesn't quite connect, and Sang already deals with Pistola. That's tough for Gala, whose orbital ray just doesn't have enough time to get going.
And I guess there's not really, like, could you match a Pharah, right? In theory, like, if you're VP. Yeah, at least Sang would have to respect the opposing Pharah, like, you know, putting down damage. It would give you some type of poke and response, but yeah, this has just been all Crazy Raccoon early on.
I feel like we so rarely see teams opt into Pharah mirrors because it can feel like a dice roll when you're trying to shoot that enemy Pharah quite often. It has a lot to do with, like, who has better position to play from.
So now they do actually end up matching the Pharah.
Okay. Jay was going to go for it. Does this come in a little bit too late? We've got the triple digits already of a Crazy Raccoon, and oh, God! There goes Jaywoo. Switch to the Pharah instantly. Nailed by a railgun. And they're going to keep the pressure up. You know, Crazy Raccoon, when they have that edge, they want to try and take a mile. And this Pharah has been electric for Sang. Just what Crazy Raccoon needed to secure what could be a very quick map.
And Jaywoo was probably like, well, why can't Shockwave do that? He's like, I go on Pharah, I turn the corner, and I just get domed by the Sojourn on the opposite side.
It's like that. We're going to have a very quick Esperanto at this rate, folks. Less than 5 minutes elapsed, and already Crazy Raccoon are knocking on the doors. Someone's turned up the heat here, and the Polar Bears just can't hang. Pistola going to fall now into a primal race for Junbin. It's a very sad-looking rally after a very sad-looking orbital raid for Virtus.pro. Desperately, they're trying to dig their heels in here in Hangzhou, and their final moments are now being shown for all to see. Pistola steps up here with a cardiac overdrive, but make it cardiac arrest. And Virtus.pro have been vanquished, and Crazy Raccoon, chip on their shoulder the size of South Dakota, have got more work to do in this lower bracket.
But it just felt wrong, I think, for Crazy Raccoon to go home this early in the tournament. This is a team that we fully expect to go deep into this event, into play tomorrow. And VP just happens to be in their way, on their path to do so. And I think VP, you'll look back at this series and the Circuit Royale, like, if you win that, right, look, you give yourself at least a 5th gamer here, potentially.
And look, Virtus.pro, incredible at what they do, right? Playing these rush comps, playing these poke styles.
Yeah.
And this is a map pool that's actually lends itself to that pretty
decent,
well.
yeah.
There's no Gibraltar here. And Numbani, for example, these maps that are quite often played by Dive, but they were really exposed, I think, for their lack of flexibility and coverage over the different styles, whereas Crazy Raccoon have shown they can play that dive look. If they get dragged onto a Circuit Royale, like you mentioned, they can play Ramatra. Sigma looks, these guys have got the depth to get them over this hurdle.
It's also something that we wondered about with VP throughout Stage 1, right? We know they're extremely good at these styles of play, but when it comes to dive and other different types of things with that international competition, are they going to be able to come up with something? Are they going to be able to have a look? Are they going to be able to match it? And it proves they're not able to do so, at least here at this event.
The game's changed. It's no good just to pick the strongest meta comp and slam that scrim after scrim, especially now in a hero ban meta. A lot to break down here, but of course the headlines, the Crazy Raccoon will be advancing and maybe a chance to take on their regional foes in this lower bracket. We'll see how things pan out. Let's head to the desk here to break down this game. Very quick map number 4.
Yeah, literally, we barely got out of the door.
We just left.
I mean, I tried to make it to the other side of the room. Alas, we're back here. Crazy Raccoon making a statement here, but that's the kind of statement that they needed to make. I'm sure they're not just hungry for that victory. They were angry about that loss. No doubt.
Oh, absolutely. I think the fact that we ended up going over to this 4th map for them when things did look like they had the opportunity to try and take it over on the likes of Kings Row until it came down to that attacking side for them where we saw the pace very much so controlled by the likes of Virtus.pro. I think they came in with a great idea with the ban on the Ram just to stop Pistola in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, they saved it for that long. They're like, okay, well, look, we know you're going to play it. We know that's the big win condition for you. And then we have Junbin come back in, play the Winston, and as soon as they swap to Mauga, I'm like, yeah, it's over. And to be fair, I was like, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. And Rose was like, it's going to be finished. I'm like, nah, it'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. And then like, oh, I actually need to run to the desk because it was that quick.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that first checkpoint come through, and I feel like it was struggle town for the rest of that map. Smooth sailing for Crazy Raccoon. And I think that was onto something at the end of that series, kind of begging the question of, how does Vestola actually react to this particular tournament meta, where every other team is trying to play the Winston dive at the top of these teams in the tournament, and then you get the Ramatra band out, and can you really stand up to the likes of some of the strongest Winston dives we're going to see out of these teams with a diva alone?
But that's something you needed to expect, right? I think if the first few stages of this year have been any indicator, the meta literally changed every week. So flexibility has been key up until now, and that obviously wouldn't change on the biggest stage of the year yet. And Hee-sang showed up in this match after being a little bit quiet in their first series today.
Yeah, I think that you talk about the flexibility, right? And you have to give it over to the Flex DPS with the amount of impact that he's able to bring for this, like the squad of Crazy Raccoon. It does come down to the fact that we're talking about the depth in compositions that this team is able to bring to the table, and a lot of it does rely on him.
I think especially from Hee-sang's perspective, you take a look at just how much difficulty his Pharah gives to other teams. I mean, you saw that in full effect on Esperanza and throughout the other series that we've seen from Crazy Raccoon, and it's something that you do have to come into a match and expect you have to be able to figure out at some point.
Yeah, his fight's just correct. I mean, the kid is just insane. That game looked really stellar, and it feels like the Nightmare game, was that a little bit of a slip up? I'm excited to see them maybe even face Nightmare again. Like, that rematch will be so
honestly, even in this match, like I don't want to say they're trolling or anything like that, but like some of the picks were on the more interesting side of the spectrum. So like, I don't know if they're overcooking. I wouldn't call it overconfident. I think they're too veteran of players to make such mistakes. Yeah. But alas, they got themselves in the unfortunate position of being in the lower bracket, and now so they have to fight their way back up. Maybe that's just for, you know, the extra drama of it. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm here for it. But it's scary 100%. To be in the lower bracket.
Give me more drama.
That is the team you have to go up against. SSG, or once again, will be facing off against them in their next match.
I'm so excited for this one, because I think if you take a look at how well Crazy Raccoon are able to execute on a Winston dive, you have to look at both Space Station Gaming and Once Again as two foes that could potentially stand up to that. And so to see that matchup now in the lower bracket, and then you get the taste of what's to come for that next match versus Crazy Raccoon, ooh, I can't wait.
Well, you don't have to wait very long now, because we're just heading into a very quick break, and when we're coming back, we will continue our run through the lower bracket, where SSG will be facing off against a Red Hot once again. Let's see how that one is going to shape up after a quick break.
Welcome everybody to Champions Clash. My name is Danny Lim.
Hi, I'm Wendy.
And it's time to connect with your favorite teams and players, quite literally, with finger traps. And today, we have Virtus Pro, everybody. Welcome them. Yeah, let's go, Virtus Pro. All right, well, guys, hope you guys are enjoying Hangzhou. Can you guys quickly say hello to your fans?
Me first. Hello, guys. I'm Shockwave. I play main DPS for Virtus Pro.
Hello, guys. I am Cheo. I'm playing DPS for Virtus Pro.
I'm Vestola. I play tank. Mostly off tanks.
All right. First question. This one's for Cheo. Cheo, I heard that your coach Smash said that you're a very dedicated and passionate player. That's why he wanted to give you a chance. So, Cheo, you're finally here in Hangzhou. You're going to go up against a lot of great teams. Are you ready to perform, and are you ready to beat those teams?
항저우 첫 경기 이길 자신 있습니다.
So, Shockwave, there are a lot of topics about talking about how good the Korean DPS and how good the North American DPS are. So, do you feel you left over out of this conversations?
Be honest. You can be honest.
Yes, be honest. And do you think you and Jae are underrated?
Maybe a little bit, but I do think because I played in APEC in 2021. I played against Shy and Leaf and like practiced a lot against them, and you know, I feel like I'm very honest, so I respect when like someone is really good at the game and they are really good at the game. So I respect it, but I think, you know, it's also good like not being nervous. Not like you can respect them, but it's like still.
And also, I feel like It's not about being underrated. Like if they don't talk about you, it's more, I guess, you have more chances of appealing yourself to the crowd in in the Champions Clash this tournament to prove that you're on the same level or even better than them, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's like motivation with that.
Yeah.
아직은 근데 당연하다고 생각하고 제가 이번 대회에서 증명해야 된다고 생각합니다.
If you want to learn some Chinese, what kind of words you want to learn? What kind of lines?
Yeah, like thank you for cheering, like thank you, thanks.
谢谢你们的支持。Okay, I'll make it more
You got this, guys. I'm backing out.
I'll make it more simple. 谢谢大家。
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 3, 2, 1.
谢谢大家。
Good.
And that's it, everybody. I think we are well connected now, so let's get rid of this finger trap. Everyone, take it out.
Oh my god.
Good luck.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And that's it, everybody. That's Virtus Pro. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. The night is young, although I am not, but the matches are very exciting, so I'm on the edge of my seat and very much awake. Thank you. What was that?
Okay, that was a
Excuse me?
9 p.m.
It's funny when I say it, but anyway, I'm very hyped. We had a lot of matches going the distance, a lot of great performances from individuals, and I don't think it will stop now as we're continuing our run in the lower bracket. The next match coming up is going to be once again, who just fell to the lower bracket earlier today. in a nail-biter of a series, and they will be going up against SSG. Now, if SSG did their homework, what is their big takeaway from that once again game?
Turn up the white noise in your headsets as loud as possible, because this crowd is about to go absolutely wild for once again.
That's it from the guest. Heading over to our casters for more insight.
What can they do? I don't know.
Well, let's talk a little bit more. Obviously, this is the all-star roster hailing from China, so we know their ceiling is high.
In all seriousness, once again was one ultimate away from being able to actually take it to Team Falcons 3-2. I think that was such a close series. Once again, are hopefully feeling the fire underneath them to come into this series and trust their gut to play this dive.
If that sound barrier connects, they win that. They win that 3-2. I think this team and Space Station, like, look, they're a fantastic squad. They got, you know, some of the best North American talent to ever do it. But this team right now on fire. They're probably feeling a little bit mad that they lost that game. But with how close that was, I don't see this being a crazy amount of competition.
Also, foreshadowing, they were holding an astronaut helmet in their video. Now they're going up against SSG.
Like, no, they killed them. They killed them.
SSG, who is also holding an astronaut helmet.
They're wearing it even. Like they're taking it one step further. Look at those guys.
No, for sure. But yeah, I think you look at the competition that SSG have to face up against, and you're going to be having a lot of pressure, I think, on Sugar Free at the end of the day. It's a lot of pressure to have on like one player to be a huge win condition here for this team. And you're going up against an opponent who fell earlier today with the crowd backing them as well. It's going to be an uphill battle, to say the least.
I will say, I actually think for the most part, these teams are pretty evenly matched in the DPS and the tank department. I look at these backlines as maybe where we're going to see the different edges that once again are going to be able to have. I just think their backline is stronger, and I think that makes the dive easier to execute.
I didn't think you were going to add that caveat, to be honest. I'm like, you just wait until you see the Preds. It's like, yeah, this is pretty good.
Like, actually, you know, I don't have to wait long. Let's take a look at our Preds. I feel like, once again, it's just playing this on another level. I love SSG. I really do. I've been cheering them on, like, all season long. But once again, like, they're going to be back in the grand final. I give them a 3-0. No questions asked.
Okay, fair enough. Jake's not here, so I'll be the NA.
Oh, someone has to, I guess.
This time around. I'm not coping that hard, though, because I did not predict SSG to win, but I did predict that they will end up taking a map. I give them a map. I give them a map. I do think that Sugar Free has been playing incredibly well throughout this tournament. He's such a consistent DPS that you can rely on. And then I love that you shout out the backline there, because I think CJ has also had insane impact on that Ana here for SSG. I just think at the end of the day, this team doesn't have the same kind of flexibility when it comes to the compositions that we see out of Once Again.
Dude, the Lenny, Seeker, DPS line versus Leave Shy. That's Titans. And I really hope they just mirror this series. I really hope they just go Sods and Traces only. It'll be so sick. I did go with, Once Again, 3-0. I just think they're just too good. Especially the performance against Falcons. Like, they just got that dog in them plus more. Like, it just feels, especially like you said, Rose, with the crowd too, it's going to be so tough for SSG to drown that out.
Yeah, but SSG are the type of players that I feel like are very confident. I feel like the aura is certainly there.
Oh yeah, they got a lot of that.
I forgot about the aura.
Logging on the stage. I know, that's what I'm saying. But I also picked Once Again to win the whole thing, 3-0. I think like if there is going to be some type of wild card factor, it is going to be just Space Station understanding they're playing against a very strong opponent, and you know that the vibes are there on the team, but I don't know, it's so tough to play against this home crowd.
Yeah, they got, once again, just got everything going for them. Like, we know the flexibility the individuals have. We've already seen it showcased earlier today. Like, they can match different compositions, playing them on the highest of level. They're playing Marga compositions against the best Marga, against the Marga. If you have flexibility like that, like, SSG's got to hope for, like, some real pop-off moments from individuals.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And again, I know that we continue to talk about Sugar Free. I think Secret has also had insane moments on that Sojourn there as well. It's a lot of pressure for this entire team to come together if they want to honestly throw like a really great bite against us once again. I think despite the scorelines that we are predicting though, these maps should go the distance, I think, when it comes down to like the individual checkpoints and the amount of time that we're expecting to spend on them.
I mean, I hope so. I want a good series at the end of the day, and like I almost kind of want to be proven wrong. Like I do feel like it would be really fun and exciting to see Space Station take this, but I'm trying to go logically in terms of this prediction.
In fairness,
once again, like should win.
In fairness, looking at those predictions, like it's one of those things where the score line that we're predicting doesn't tell the story of how close the maps
Classic
can be.
Overwatch line. The score line. It
doesn't tell the full story. I'm saying that about a match that hasn't even happened. That's the best part of this all. But this match is about to go down. Tournament life on the line for both of these teams. SSG is going to go up against the hometown heroes of Once Again. And all of that is going to go down on this very stage right now.
Match 4 for today is ready. Once again, let's hear it for Once Again!
Just a team full of legends. I can't see it, man. I can't see that anything more than a 3-0. It just feels right. Written in the tea leaves. I had a tea a bit earlier on. I drank it all the way to the bottom, and I saw at the very bottom of them. No, I didn't. I left the leaves there, and I just saw Shy and Leaf holding hands and just waving in front of the crowd, and just secure the victory. That's what I saw. If you don't believe me, go look in the cup.
On the other side of the battlefield, let's welcome Space Station Gaming!
Defying Gravity, this is the squad you need to look at as the potential upsetters in this lower bracket. This young and bright squad from North America. Hopefully they're able to get the job done.
They got to defy more than gravity to get this one over the finish line. So for all the action, I'm going to send it back over to Matt and Mitch.
I tell you what, Matthew's been quite a run
only one team can carry on with the
for SSG so far. They have had to deal with
you felt bad about interrupting the intro still going on there. Well, my man's bringing the heat.
The guy's got like some gravel in his voice. I'd love to hear it. But again, SSG, they've gone
Sounds
through...
like me. I bring that type of energy.
SSG. Quite a run for them, of course. They've had to go up against a lot of teams that have delivered again these dive styles to them. Yeah. They've honestly run a gauntlet of like kind of all the best dive teams here. Team CC obviously wanted to play that super aggressive style. But whereas on other parts of the bracket, we've got like Malga comps, we've got like VP doing their thing. It has just been dive, Winston comps here that SSG have had to deal with. And thankfully, it's been their wheelhouse, Matt. But this might be too tough a task for them.
I mean, this is like the dive team per se, right? I mean, this is their specialty. They have the home crowd behind them, right? It's a huge match here for SSG, but also for SSG, like you see Nightmare do it a little bit earlier. It's like, hey, why not? You know, once again, I mean, you think about like the winner of this, right? Crazy Raccoon has already played two matches today.
Yeah.
On a third game, like end of the day, like you come off of this series, right? You feel pretty decent if you are the winner of this going into that matchup, or as decent as you could. It will be once again getting rid of the Juno to kick things off.
Look, there's if you're SSG, maybe you're trying to avoid like having to deal with the Malga on some of these maps. So if we run into like Control Center, for example, you probably just want to try and set up for the most favorable look possible. Malga banned out here in response by SSG. So seeing the Juno taken away, I don't think there's too much to read into there. I don't think I need Jack's cup of tea leaves to look at. He's using tea bags, by the way, so I mean he's full of it.
Yeah, and getting rid of the Malga, quite interesting, right? We saw some Malga a little bit earlier. I know once again, I believe Gushue picking up that. So we'll see if that is actually something that is quite impactful. I think taking the dive mirror, though, to a team like once again, it is a risky move as we'll see if Sugar Free and Co can bring it today.
Okay, so a lot of dooming on the side of SSG, right? I do think that like they're prepared to have to play this sort of dive style mirror on a lot of maps. Lijiang might offer some slightly different situations, as Control Center is not necessarily the map you want to go for that on, but again, this is kind of what they're prepared for. I also think that this is a less complex ban sort of scenario going up against a team like once again. You kind of know what you're going to get from them.
These two teams also don't mind playing very similar things, right? In the sense that, like, I don't think this is one where in the last series, right, with Crazy Raccoon and VP, you're trying to get something out of the game on both sides to really kind of force a play style. I think both these teams are kind of okay mirroring each other in what they feel to be favorable.
And SSG are looking at the #1 seed from their own region step up to the level that has been shown here in Hangzhou. There's no reason why they can't reach those same heights themselves. They've been forged in their home region by teams like Nightmare, by teams like Liquid, all year so far. They've seen the level of what the rest of the teams here in Hangzhou can deliver, but once again, I think even surpassed our expectations.
Yeah,
we were excited for them, but we didn't know we'd get this.
Right, thinking back, NA, right, was extremely top heavy, right? I know with that top, like, 4, really, I think kind of like having a good chance. And you see with not maybe a lot of depth in NA, but that top 4 can definitely play, at this type of level where we've seen Nightmare already put together a great game. We'll see if SSG can go deeper into the tournament. I mean, how crazy would it be if tomorrow's games are 2 NA teams there available? I mean, that's insane.
What it costs me for that is probably too much to bear. I cannot, because bear in mind, as excited as we are, this is an elimination game.
Right.
This would be, in what I think is the unlikely event, once again leaving the tournament, the last Chinese team remaining. It's almost unconscionable at this point. That's what's on the line. There are no second chances from this point onward. I think once again showed their quality, right? They showed their resilience in that previous game. They took it all the way to the very brink. I know, like, SSG have walked out there, they're having fun, smiling, Hunter's making heart signs out there. That's great. They've always been the team that are lighthearted, but when they sit down on a stage like this, mood changes very quickly. These guys will drill down, they will dial in.
And I'd also love the perspective of, Jake and Johnny and, like, their opinions on it of, like, you get out of this series quick. Let's say if you're once again and you're able to put together a 3-0, I'm like, hey, get Crazy Raccoon on the stage as fast as possible, right? Like, they've had a long day. You kind of come off of playing quite hot here against potentially SSG if you're able to get a 3-0 like that, and the nature of being able to take that match right away.
Absolutely. Then the crowd's behind you, you've got momentum.
Oh, yeah. They're not running out of energy in that type of situation,
You've got to generate the momentum somewhere. Lijiang Tower is going to be our first battlefield in this series. It is your #1 seed from China going up against NA's #2 in Space Station Gaming. And strap yourselves in, folks, some good old-fashioned dive Overwatch. That's the bread and butter for both these sides. And once again, looking to bring glory to the home region.
And it just tells you the confidence level of SSG that, like, because just about any other team, right, would look at once again and be like, we want to force them off of these heroes and this composition as much as we can humanly possible. Where SSG is like, hey, bring it on. Well, we'll go head-to-head in that type of style.
Off we go, folks, to Night Market here. Looking at the comps, CJ is going to be on the Ana here. That's the point of difference between these two. But just as Jaws was asking for on the desk, it's going to be Soj and Tracer for both sides. Hard to imagine Shine Lee being bested at these positions, but that is the task that faces SSG.
Oh, this is going to be a sick DPS battle, right? Seeker and Shy on the Sojourn, and then also Leave and Sugar Free on the Tracer. Biggest difference is you're going to have that nano capabilities here for SSG and CJ as CJ lands a bio on the Shy.
Yeah, bio's going to be big, but Shy is still somehow able to deal with Sugar Free. They take priority by moving to the point first, set up decent sight lines there for the Sojourn. Space Station Gaming already feel like they're on their back foot because that backline pressure now is nullified.
You also imagine once again in some, I mean, if they were an NA team, right, their opinion would be like, bro, are you serious? Like, do you guys really think you could take this head-to-head against us? As Shy right away making his impact felt, right? The kill onto Sugar Free right away and just the amount of damage that he's outputting.
And it's a question again for SSG, how do we get Sugar Free in position to pressure the backline, to pressure the healers, to take attention away from Gushwei, from Leave? Even with the nano already, CJ's been able to build it up really quickly on account of all the damage he's had to heal. And SSG are allowed to play here on the point. Once again, give it up for now. Come back with a Kitsune rush and CJ instantly collapses. These rotations have left him so exposed in the front line, or at least seemed that way. And so Gushwei walks up on the Ana. and deals with him.
Well, Gushui is pretty healthy, even when that nano comes through there from CJ onto Kellen, and they push in around that corner. Kellen's actually trying to get rid of Monk, and he just TPs the opposite side of the wall. Gushui wraps back around, just contests the point, and then they have the Kitsune rush from the opposite way, and they're able to take it.
Gushui here wants to meet SSG at the door. They don't want to give them any breathing room. Eyes are on Lenny once more. Look at the Kiriko there briefly, but it's going to be Mew with a sound barrier. Kellen has to drop back and try and get the mega health pack, but that health is cut through in seconds. Shy has the run of the mill, and Bliss is dealt with comfortably with a railgun. CJ can only really dance on the spot here now as SSG trying to tease once again back to the point. Gushui opts not to primal to stay alive there as he knows once again have that tempo.
And they're going to be able to get him back in the fight rather quickly, and you lose Sugar Free. So Sugar Free, huge here. That's going to make Space Station take a little bit of a beat here, and you're going to get back on full strength.
Shy is in a great spot here to find those picks, but he gives a bit of ground up and has to respect the environmental kill potential up Bliss, but he's still able to find a kill out of nowhere. Another rail to start the fight, but Sugar Free finally gets purchased. He brings Monk down, and Zeke commits his ultimate to try and get some value too. But Gushui's primal, it's something you've got to fear. Nightmare material here for Space Station Gaming. And the juggle is supreme. Bliss is forced to back away, and unlike Gaga, Gushui is able to stay in the map.
It will be a point flip though, so SSG behind the overclock of Seeker, and then also their sound barrier able to get a flip, but how long will they be able to hold, man? Because you're gonna have Leave come through this Pulse Bomb Kitsune rush as well, as once again just needs one fight to take the point.
Oh, we barely talked about Leave. There's not been any room to discuss him, but he puts himself on the map in the biggest way possible by dealing with CJ. The switch off the yard to the Kiriko for Space Station just hasn't really been enough, and here is Shy again just dishing the deeps out. Bliss is easy for Leave to work through, and that is a comfortable 120 round.
Feels like Shy's playing with double damage with the way you kind of see him playing, as just lighting up the feed as, dude, when he, I mean, we talk a lot about Shy. I mean, Leave also like a former MVP, I mean, fantastic player. But when Shy starts to get going on a hit scan, I mean, it just, there's nothing you could do. I mean,
we're calling it as he's forced out of a sideline by Kellen, and he still gets killed. I just see it in the kill feed. I'm like, wait a minute. He had the space taken away from him. It's crazy what Shy can kind of do with so very little.
And then you think you're good, but Gushui, obviously on the Winston, has played this hero for so long. Just does such a tremendous job of playing his life, right? Able to get on the point, keep it contested, juggling back and forth, getting to the supports. Never feels like he's out of position.
No, I mean, Unter goes on record and says, yeah, when we scrimmed against these guys, Gushui, like, Primals gets 2 kills and our backline, and then is able to peel for his own team all in the same breath. Like, here it is, Shy again is just delivering a beautiful opener on the best target possible. It's the Kiriko out of the game again.
So once again, just kind of asserting dominance here at the start of this series. You lose this if you're SSG on this map playing this style. You probably have to rethink your strategy the rest of the series.
Oh God, and go to what? This has been it for Space Station Gaming. This is where they've really plied their trade. In this Winston setup, these dive comps have been their go-to. It's too late, surely, to make an about face away from that one. Kellen tried to make a little bit of room to wriggle in, and Mew deals with him comfortably. This is turning into a bit of a bloodbath, folks.
This is ugly off the rip, man. Seeker gonna get pushed back to the spawn. You gotta leave here with Gushui pushing all the way up, as now you have control of this choke. Good luck pushing into Shy in this type of scenario.
And again, early days in this round. But once again, I think I've made a pretty definitive statement. And now they've really pushed up here towards this choke. They'll give some ground now as the disruptor shot is something they've got to respect, but Shy still is so comfortable, so much space to work with, and he's not seen Sugar Free come to call so far this map.
Huge ultimate advantage here for once again as well. Double support ult here.
Just walk through. Just doesn't care. Kitsune Rush comes down, and Bliss never had a chance to touch down on that mega health pack, and Gushui apparently didn't need it. He doesn't even bother picking it up. And there's even like a sound barrier for Mew, and it's not even needed. CJ's Kitsune Rush just...
They're trying to go after Shy. I mean, you see Shy, get some help there from Monk, but you have Kellen, Sugar Free going after him, but with those 2 players diving all the way in, you allow Gushui to just walk through the backline.
And Shy has the extra dash perk.
Yeah.
So it's extra hard to catch the Soju, and already one of the more slippery Hit scan. DPS heroes in the game. Once again, just back up. Sees Kellen coming there with a Primal Rage. He's going to commit on the kill on Shy, and surely he gets it. But a sound barrier comes in. Perfect cadence here from Mew to keep Shy in the game. He'll go back to spawn. The fact that he can actually escape from Kellen in and of itself is ridiculous. And Gushui, of course, is doing his darndest to really punish with his Primal Rage. Great pulse here from Sugarfree. Finally, Bronny gets the ball. Will it be enough?
The fact, though, that Kellen feels the need to chase Shy literally back to the spawn, though, just tells you the impact he's having here early on.
But I mean, not the Primal Blade that once again have access to, that's for sure. Here's Gushui once again, drops in, shield popped up, Shy now with an overclock, and you've got to respect it. Sugarfree steps up, has his life cut in half, and has to instantly recall away. Shy will reposition now over a safer spot. The space created again by Gushui. He just occupies it. And Seeker has to play ultra aggressive to look for an opening that is just not there. Easier to take a camel to pass through the eye of the needle than to find an opening against once again.
It feels like it's really just Sugarfree who's able to get that double kill with the Pulse Bomb. That's the only bright spot that you have for SSG in round number 2. And it is a bloodbath there as once again just kind of run through them.
And we're looking at a team who want to play this Winston dive style. They always go for it. And teams have tried, in once again's path to this game, teams have tried to counter it. Yep. They tried to work around it with some flexibility. Once again, are the kind of team that even the hostile Winston comps don't really seem to have an effect on them. So a mirror that looks a little bit weaker is going to fare even worse.
Historically, they have played this style of play even when this style of play has not been the meta.
Yes.
And they have found varying levels of success, I would say, doing that. But when it is good and people want to mirror it, I mean, that's typically the result.
But to keep ourselves accountable, we just discussed how, the game has changed. A team like Virtus Pro just can't keep pushing that same rush-style comp. And then we flip straight over to a game where, once again, it's in their blood to play this dive style, and it seems like no one can actually punish them for that.
But, so, yes and no. I would also say that, once again, has the luxury of 3 players, 1 who was an MVP, 2 who are probably MVP caliber, like Gushui and Shy, I would say, who can play at that level, where sometimes, you just have that talent that's so good, it makes up for some of those comp deficiencies.
There is a reason, though, that we're in this lower bracket.
Yes.
I think that's kind of the elephant in the room that you want to address. I don't think the weaknesses that put once again in this game are going to be exploited.
They wouldn't show up here.
Yeah,
they wouldn't show up here.
I don't think SSG have the capacity to expose them and to punish them here. This is, well, folks, it's about as clean as it gets. That was 100-0 on that second round, and it's just poetry in motion seeing Gushui touchdown like that.
And here's like a dilemma for SSG, right? Do you keep going down this path and just say, hey, you know what? Chalk that one up to a bad one. We think we have a better idea on how to approach this, right? Let's kind of run that back. Or do you, maybe it's like, okay, now we gotta throw like the game plan out the window a little bit. Let's try something else. Let's go to a different option, right? What do you go with here?
I would say that SSG are a team that were able to get good mileage out of those hazard comps.
Yeah.
Right. And that's something that we saw from Nightmare. They were able to use it to frustrate, a couple of teams already here at this Champions Clash. However, the question is, what of substance is actually in that strat book of Hunters?
I would also say with Nightmare, right, when we see them win playing that hazard, Zero's playing out of his mind. Same with Lethal, right? It's not like, oh, well, they just pick hazard and they just kind of win, right? You put like a Seeker and Sugarfree damage dealer lineup, and I still think that they can contend with some of the best DPS lineups in the world. But at least in map number 1, that was not the case, right? You need to see them kind of step up in some way.
Are you hoping to maybe pick a map where Sugarfree can take Genji instead of the Tracer?
Yeah, potentially.
Because I think that the glaring issue for them...
Do you even consider banning Tracer?
Maybe.
Right?
The issue for them on that map is that... Leaf can play whatever he wants. I don't know.
No.
Can't ban that guy out, but Shy has so much room to work with. He seems like he's rarely under any level of duress. He gets primaled, solo primaled, and still able to get back to spawn alive. Now, some of that, of course, is because he has 2 dashes worth to work with, but also being topped up by his team. Really clever player, knows how to deal with that level of upfront scrutiny as well.
So 2 series in a row, we're going to get King's Row here, which will be the SSG map selection. So we'll see what they decide to go with ban-wise off of the rip. We'll see. It will be Fora. So Fora has been really good with some of these dive compositions that come on through. That is a damage dealer ban, though, so support option available here for, once again, also an option to get a tank out as they get rid of the Ana, which is quite interesting because SSG was playing a lot of that dive with the Ana. They ended up making the change over to the Kiri, but once again starts off with the Kiri, so they feel good about just getting rid of even the threat of that Ana, because King's Row, Ana's really good on that high ground, right? So you eliminate that strategy completely.
Hunter just off screen there, getting very animated through that sort of, that draft phase here. Trying to make sure we can touch this down perfectly. Liga going to come in for Gushue. So evidently, especially with an Ana ban, we're sort of moving away from that Winston style here. We've seen Liga, of course, pick up the Diva, look really good. A ton of other options here for him. And this is, I guess, the side of the coin that is less explored for once again, because we want to big up how good their dive comps are. But when they've been forced to adapt and maybe, just respect the map a little bit more, they have this option.
You think about Liga historically, right, is really exciting player that we were excited for the join the Spark with the Overwatch League back in the day. And then he had like a really brief stint when, back to China, we didn't actually get to see him play a ton with that team. Then obviously, China goes offline for a little bit for esports and whatnot, and now comes back into the fold where a lot of fans, obviously he's playing here. We've seen him already this weekend, good results, but some fans may forget back in the day how excited people were for him as a tank coming in, from the Chinese region, like really up there in terms of, the skill that he has.
Yeah, just as some teams are dropping that 6th player or sometimes that second tank, right? Again, I'm going to use Falcons as an example. Once again, obviously have access to a little bit more in the toolbox. The Fireman is pretty reasonable here. It's obviously a hero that Lee was able to pick up and look, pretty devastating. And if you're not really committed into trying to answer that, we actually saw like VP try to mirror Faras on Esperanza that previous series. I feel like for a lot of teams, that feels like too much of a gamble to risk going for.
Is there like an Ashe potential at play here for Seeker on the high ground, right? We saw that from VP.
On a slower map,
yeah,
against a not Winston, I do think that's a pretty reasonable look. I think seeing Liga come in here makes SSG feel like they can go that way. My question is, what does Kellen do?
I mean, we've seen Kellen play like Sigma in the past, right? Like, Mitch made a face at me here in the studio. We have seen Kellen play that. Diva potentially, right? Still play the Winston, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of Ramatra as well from Kellen in his time. He's had to be a very flexible player, and it's that's been the party line in NA, like how you build your teams. I mean, the fact that like the money team and the region picks Infected as their cornerstone, right? And that's what like Caceres, obviously, who's, God bless him, not at this tournament, said that we wanted to build around a flexible tank player. We felt like that was the most important thing. And Kellen is one of the few players from South Korea that really expressed a preference to stay in North America after the partner teams in Asia sort of sprung up, and was such a natural sort of pick here for Hunter to bring onto this team and join that core already of Seeker and Sugar Free. But can he hang? Can he hang with Liga now after showing that he might not have the chops to deal with Gushue in the Winston mirror?
Well, and for, the Western players, it seems like some of the biggest gaps would be in terms of like their tank play compared to, the Asia regions, right? So seems like that would be potentially the route to go to in terms of like import slots, with obviously SSG using that, onto Kellen as SSG, although they lose map number 1, Hunter and Co keeping the vibes high on stage. So it's the only option.
Hunter is probably one of the most irreverent people I've ever met.
Yeah.
And I do think that that's actually quite valuable at this point on the stage. You're facing elimination.
Yeah.
But all you need is someone in the back to be like, in a really stressful situation, you're down a map, you just need Hunter to be like, all right, who farted? I heard that. Something just to break the tension a little bit. And I think this team responds really well to that. I would say Kellen's also become quite naturalized to that form of human now. At this point, he's spent a lot of time playing in mixed rosters. So I'm glad the vibes are good. I do think that's a huge component of your play. But once again, have a legacy to re-establish. They've got a home crowd to play in front of. They've got a chip on their shoulder after falling to this lower bracket. They feel like after a year off, they still have a lot to prove. And they know after coming so close in that previous era of Overwatch Esports, they've really got to go all the way here.
I mean, I think they've proved a ton already at this event. That also, you know, we talk about how now with like an open ecosystem, right? We just need more play overall, where this team you expect obviously as more better Chinese teams come together and play, that they will be challenged more in that region, which in turn will make them better. That this first showing, right, to get to an international event and already perform at this level feels like there's just you know, feels like there's just more room to grow after this.
That is not Photoshop, folks. Shy is an absolute natural. All right.
What are you doing?
Well,
are you calling the guy over, sending him away? What's going on here?
I think he was asking for a coffee, and the guy's like, listen, I just work here. I'm just league ops, mate.
Let's figure out what's probably just getting Ligue set up on stage and then jumping into game here in just a second. It will be King's Row. To remind you guys, it is the first band coming through. It is the Farah from SSG, and then once again getting rid of Ana here.
And it definitely implies like a Lucio Kiriko look. I think once again, really the kind of team that's going to want to be in your face. Obviously, Mew.
It takes away like Brigana setups on defense here as well, right? Those pretty strong, right? You could potentially see something. Do you see like Juno Kiri? Yeah, that was a composition that we talked about a lot during NA, where we see that combination, like not to great results at times. So.
All right, we're off to the races, folks. Heading into King's Row momentarily. Eyes on once again's composition, because we want to see how they build around Liga. And unsurprisingly, it is going to see him go to the Diva. Leave also, like we mentioned, you know, ban Tracer, and he would play the Genji. Obviously, you know, no need to worry about Tracer bans here, but still a great option for him. He's an incredible Genji player, truly masterful. And it's going to be an Ashe for Shy, so adopting that defensive posture, but you know, talked about the Ana Brig being eliminated by once again. They still want to bring the Brig here.
Brig Juno's a pretty decent backline though, right? Still a completely viable option where I think the more interesting thing for once again, at least thus far, is playing this Genji on defense. Typically we see Genji like on the offensive side, right, to access some of that high ground, but being able to put even more pressure on SSG in the backline as SSG looking to be playing a Brig Juno hazard comp.
I'm taking credit for that one, Matt. We did see SSG go for this look a fair bit, and they look really good. Feels like NA still feel like there's some legs here with Hazard, and can't blame them seeing Kuffa put on quite a performance.
Even if I said you would have taken credit for it anyway, so it's all right.
So Seeker with a TP potential. Not that Keller really needs that extra mobility, but still a threatening prospect for once again to ponder. The Shy's already forced back to that more auxiliary position, and that's dangerous. I mean, Seeker shows a little bit of length there, and League knows it's an easy fight to take.
They just protect Shy up on the high ground, right? You have the Diva there, being able to eat a lot of that damage that potentially would come through, and then you're going to leave, you know, Seeker alone on a little bit of an island there with the Leave there on that low ground. I mean, Leave is going to come up with that kill 9 out of 10 times.
All right. Seeker going to be back in the game, this time on a Sojourn, so we're moving away from the Symmetra look. And again, it's not essential for this kind of comp to have that TP presence. Seeker wants to control that high ground to some degree, at least force people over to the left, and oh, that would have been a golden opportunity, but look at that from Liga. What a defense matrix to keep Leave in the game. It's nuts. After getting top back up, he's ready to rejoin the fray. Space Station tickling the point now. Still not quite one tick to work with, and League's looking over towards the hotel. This time it's Sugar Free, hung, drawn and quartered out in the town square. And a player advantage for once again, now to exacerbate.
It feels like once again gets the first pick in just about every single fight, as they had to leave extremely close, almost dead to rights, and then Liga, like you mentioned, great use of that defense matrix. And I just wonder, Mitch, if SSG is going to be able to put enough pressure, like real threat of pressure, onto the high ground on the Shy, or if he's going to feel so comfortable here in this type of situation to just free farm.
Layers of defense for Shy. With Brig, it's Diva, even Leave can turn around and get involved in that fight. There's Bliss falling there to a whip shot. Kellen just pushed out of the map entirely. Liga going to be able to finish that one. And now we're doing a bit of a spawn camp, folks. Yeah, it's DEFCON 1 type beat for Space Station Gaming here.
So, I mean, that's Bob and Rally used there for, once again, they kind of come out of the hotel flying with that Rally. I think maybe catch SSG off just a little bit as SSG will move to the choke yet again. But, dude, we are almost already below a minute.
And look at the perk that Shy's picked up. just to make sure that Coach Gun is even more effective at keeping it a safe distance. Oh, that pressure onto the back line with that dynamite is going to be felt by all on Space Station side. Big ultimates build up. This is going to be a highly volatile fight, and Kellen wants to be the one that starts it yet again. Forced in the spike block pretty early now as the Pulsar torpedoes ring out. It's going to be a blade here. Believe he's looking for some action. Sugar Free finds his own though. Kellen now goes for that downpour. Lee's not affected by it apparently as a rally's in play. Keeps Space Station healthy enough. Sugar Free's able to make good. Finds yet another one. Those repair packs look a little bit awkward being thrown in Liga's direction, but once again have been able to stall this out. Space Station don't feel like they can just flounder out in the open here on the point. Someone's going to deal with Shy though. God, he's so good! He's just unreal, folks! It doesn't get any better than this!
And they never get Liga throughout the entire fight, right? Lee just backs up into the building, gets some healing there from Mew, and then you're able to just come back right out onto the point. As SSG, they get about 20% extra there, but man, that is brutal stuff. Everything thrown in there from SSG.
Shy completely unbothered, flourishing, moisturized, chilling in his lane. Sugar Free once more has to step up, but now those big ultimates for Space Station are just not available. Kellen already low, that spike guard can only go so far, and Lee knows he has the extra damage to finish the job. Oh, Bliss, you're not going anywhere, buddy. Caught inside the statue, dealt with comfortably. And the last vestiges of Space Station Gaming's bravado, their bluff and bluster falls apart before the stalwart defense of once again. 2 ticks and change is all the NA squad can boast.
This is a bit of a blowout, man. It's Sugar Free. That's a kill that we've seen him get, you know, time after time up there on that high ground against Shy. But Shy with just some nasty shots. The support line of once again being able to kind of keep Liga up, being able to heal him back, being able to get him on the point. And then also, but when you lose the Genji there in that situation, there's nobody else that can access that high ground, right? So if Sugar Free doesn't get that kill, you're just kind of screwed because Shy's gonna get back to that window and just there's gonna be no response.
And there's not gonna be anyone else left to deal with him. Shy cleverly makes sure the dynamite doesn't actually collide with the hitbox of the Genji. He gets behind him and then he detonates it.
And the Hazard doesn't have the ability to access that high ground, right? But then to cross that gap to put pressure on the Diva, where Liga is playing from in that situation, he would have just died, you know, just with the damage it would have condemned for the high ground there on the Shy. So Kellen is actually stuck kind of in no man's land, so to speak, over the point.
So here it is, SSG still committed to the Hazard look, and they've now turned towards the mate. Seeker has got to be so careful. If he exposes himself for even just a second here, it's an easy pounce for once again.
This would be a comp potentially you would play the Winston with, right? If you're once again, but no, now you have Liga in, so probably not going to do that here. It's going to be a TP, just get Shy up there on the high ground there. It looks like they're going to put Mew up there as well. Actually, it's going to be just Mew today, because this is the high ground.
Obviously, like, defense matrix isn't great here against SSG, but I just don't think that's a huge concern for Liga. He can still create space, has boot potential. There it is. Sugar Free taken down. That Mei wall completely useless in that situation. And Bliss is out in the open. Well, folks, we're here for a good time, not a long time, as they say. Leaves having to deal with CJ. The sticky bombs find their mark. And oh, buddy, it is brutal stuff out here. Space Station Gaming dragged out into the town square, forced to account for their sins. And we're going to be heading off to a third map in just a moment. Sugar Free brought down. This is not exactly what NA would want to pin their hopes on, as once again are determined to advance.
I mean, Lee picks the Echo, one of his signature heroes, goes right over the Mei wall that comes on through, just puts down damage with that focusing beam, and I know you just send the Diva through the hotel there with your Brig, you get a kill right off the rip, and just that is it.
And it's like a sim and like a, you know, that Mei playing pretty close to each other. There is a wall that comes up, but it's too late. I mean, again, Space Station are not ready for the pace. But they're once again looking to play with.
But I also wouldn't say that is anywhere near SSG's strengths, right? Is to have Seeker and Sugar Free on playing like a Mei sim combination.
No, they've been bent into shape, but it's once again, team. I respect that they maybe feel like they need to look elsewhere, go back to the well to find a strategy to overcome this great look. And it's not just the standard Winston dive, of course, as Liga gets subbed in, but all the other elements that make this team great, plus that Diva element, is more than enough for once again just to brawl this map. This was so unclose, Matt.
This is also a bit of what we talked about after Lijiang Tower of like, okay, if you want to play this dive style against once again, and we see the result on Lijiang Tower, where do you go that you feel like, or use some bans that could adjust this in your favor? And you go to King's Row, which is an interesting pick, right? We see a lot of teams actually go away from hybrid maps, go more towards the Saravasa in that pool. And they pull out King's Row. We just saw VP do it, and it ends up working out for them. But here, not the same.
Well, what team are you banning against? Are you banning against the Liga once again, or the Gushue once again?
Yeah, true.
Kind of the issue. Obviously, neither of those looks really will ever want to try and play a rush style, but how are you forcing that here?
Are you playing push here? I mean,
yeah, but you'd probably need to get a Runasapi.
Yeah, do you even feel... I mean, what are your other options realistically, right? Do you want to try and play Circuit? Yeah, I mean, Circuit would be an option.
SSG picking Circuit Royal in the big 2025, though, is not something I would have had on my bingo card here. But, I mean, I do think at this point you're on Plan C, Plan D. You're at the end of the line here. Like you're up against a team that basically feels like your mirror image, but it's just better where it counts. I think pound for pound, it's been really hard to see SSG overcome them. But you pointed out, this is not the kind of strong SSG that we'd seen in the past. Yeah. And this is not the kind of, also, like SSG, they had a big brawl-out game against Team CC, right, where they did play their dive comp and had to play really volatile matchup with like hyper-aggressive moments from both sides that really tested the DPS, especially backline play. A lot of skill expression in that particular matchup, but here it seems like all the bright spots, Space Station, just get smothered.
But I think for the Chinese region, we've seen a massive gap between once again and some of those other teams. Team CC, the one that represents them in the second slot here, where obviously coming in here against once again and just kind of running that back, not going to have the same result.
No, I mean, it's tough. I think if you're fans of SSG and you heard it on the desk, I think at the start of the series.
Is it harder for the fans of SSG also seeing Nightmare win? And then this, right?
I mean, I don't know if it even is. I think at this point, though, you just become an NA fan and hope.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we discussed this at the start of the game. You are SSG. You've seen what Nightmare have been able to accomplish in that upper bracket, albeit against different teams, like different opposition. And your SSG thinking, that could be us. We could be there. It's clear our region has what it takes. But that I would be asking for Sugar Free to show us a 0-level performance. I don't want to put that on the guy, but that's what was required, or SSG to have like a pocket composition that's really frustrating for once again. But we saw the Hazard. Didn't really do the job. We saw them go for, Winston Mirror. I don't think that looked stellar either. Yeah. Circuit Royal's going to be the pick, man.
Honestly, it feels like they didn't really have an option other than this, right? So now I'm curious what you do with this ban. That would be extremely impactful. Do you maybe try and get rid of an Ana yourself? You don't have the ability to get rid of, obviously the Pharah could be pretty strong here.
Lenny Pharah, Kellen Ramatra.
Yeah.
And Seeker on any hit scan, right?
So they get rid of the Genji, which is, we'll see now what once again decides to do. Because once again could get rid of Ramatra, right?
Oh, that would be devastating. It's a legitimate option here.
Leave the supports completely free, get rid of Ramatra, and then do you just play D.Va? Do you play Winston? Like, what do you decide to do? So,
man. Yeah, they've seen straight through this. They have an understanding, surely, of what the map pool, or the hero pool, excuse me, is going to look like for Kellen. As a Sigma player, I think that would be fine. With Ramatra off the board here, you're left with D.Va. You're left with Sigma.
Yep.
You could play Malga here too.
Yes, they probably would have wanted to play the Ramatra, right? So we'll see how now SSG tackles this. Do we see them run back with like a D.Va type of look, right? It seems like we don't have a sub, right? So it seems that League is still staying in. Yeah. So potential for D.Va here, Malga, different types of things from once again.
It's a back-breaking ban from once again. It's honestly perfect here. They've read into what
really
Space Station are going to try doing. Now, this is the kind of map where we did see D.Va. In fact, at times, when Juno first started getting play over in Asia, it was with a D.Va composition on Circuit Royal. That was the first time we really started to see it getting used to, like Lucio D.Va, or sometimes, sometimes the Brig also mixed in with the Juno, but the D.Va was always there. We went away from that. Teams went back towards like either the Ramatra or the Sigma looks, but it's very reasonable here to expect Liga to walk out on that D.Va. Has the ability, of course, to offer peel, good mobility to assail that high ground position. that, of course, defenders want to abuse as much as humanly possible here.
The thing you're also worried about with Circuit, right, is the extremely long sightlines where Shy can continue to dominate in this series on the hit scan. So once again, we'll be on defense first here as we go into game, as they will play Leave on that Pharah, Shy on the Sojourn, and like you talked about, they will end up playing that D.Va.
A decent look here, of course, with the Brick Juno to sort of round it out. I still think it puts once again in position to show their strengths. Space Station, they might look to sort of match Pharah's here. It can be uncomfortable as attackers to walk up some of these longer straightaways at the start of the map and have to deal with the scrutiny of Shy, who has been lights out, just hitting every shot, especially what we saw on Lijiang Tower. A very compelling performance from once against Hitscan. Space Station decide to go for the Winston composition. A moment here for Sugar Free on the Widow as well. Leave already backs up.
The Forest should be pretty effective against this though, right? Like playing with that Winston composition on the opposing side, like this is gonna put, I mean, we were talking about the pressure that Secret was already under just dealing with Shy. Now he's going to have the lead Pharah in the mix.
It's again another odd comp for Space Station, right? To mix the Winston here in with the Mei. But the wall is so powerful to try and catch people out. Unfortunately, against the Pharah D.Va composition, your options for trapping individuals are much more limited. Here's Liga just doing the rounds. Wall comes up, Shy will just sidestep it. It doesn't really make a difference, and Bliss just gets caught out in the mix.
And there's not a ton for the Brig to get value from here as well for SSG, right? Like, sure, you can swing on that D.Va, but Liga is not going to consistently stand there and fight, right? So you're just getting kind of constantly poked down from all different angles. And especially now for once again, right? You control this bridge area, you can really put SSG in an odd situation.
So where does the edges come from? Like a pick on Leave would be good, but he can skirt back here and continue to play yet another corner. Mew has zero respect for Kellen in this position, and why would you? You've got Liga doubling back to protect you. Leave needs to be healed, but he'll be back in the fray in no time at all. And we forgot to mention the fact that Shy here has been hitting. Real shooters on the side once again, and they've been hard to shift from this part of the map so far. So easy just to fold back, and Seeker, well, exposes himself trying to slide away. Shy will always capitalize.
It doesn't seem like once again is under any threat, right? Like real pressure as time goes on. Is this will be orbital rate and rally used here for once again as they want a fight when they want to push SSG all the way back.
And Kellen just doesn't want to prime him without a Brig in the game. He just can't imagine it being effective here. And I think Space Station have to take some solace in the fact that they've drawn out both of these support ultimates from once again. But for SSG, well, what are you hanging your hat on? Already? Okay, let's get back in the game. What do you reckon? Already an Ice Block forced out of Sugar Free there. There's a Blizzard that can be useful, but only if you get deep into enemy formation. It's a weird comp for Space Station, I'll be honest.
Yeah, SSG, I mean, you do have a rally in the mix, right? But how are you closing this gap with this space, right? With that Sojourn and Pharah as Shy takes a little bit of damage. Maybe it's his Seeker Overclock that opens it.
Nope,
no, it is not.
Just forget about it. Down there with Overclock out of the game. Leave is traded out. Sugar Free never had a chance to deploy that Blizzard in the end. And of course, Kellen's Primal still stays in the back pocket. Still no good use case for the Winston Ultimate.
And they're still holding on to Rally, right? Bliss still has that Rally. Mew's going to build back up about halfway to his yet again, where maybe this is an opportunity for SSG, but Mei doesn't exactly play well into this as we're below a minute already.
Look at what the Ramantraman has done to my boy. It's just, it's so filthy. Like, how are they supposed to get value out of some of these ultimates? I've just yet to see it. Here's the rally coming out from Bliss. Once again, in theory, can disengage from this. And Kellen's trying to make that a little bit more complex by knocking once again back into the fight. It's a good idea, and it does catch Shy out. That's the first step. Leave here, healthy enough, playing from a distance. Liga knocked out of mech. That's the second step. Space Station now starting to put it together. And they've not left themselves a lot of time, but better late than never, folks.
Do they get the cart close enough, though, that you won't have another contest here for once again? See if once again decides to jump down and contest this. Yeah, does not look like they're able to do so. So a Mei wall is actually used there by Sugar Free up on the high ground, block maybe even that exit. But once again, they will concede as that's enough for SSG to get the first point.
So Kellen has more mobility than a lot of attacking tanks in this position. Yeah. So he doesn't have to just stand and get peppered by hit scan damage while he walks slowly up the slope. He can jump up there, try and get in people's face, but again, once again with a rally, and they have got all their ultimates coming back online momentarily, Matt. And they're going to ration them out. They're going to make this costly for Space Station. Only spending the rally, it's a very cheap fight win here. And there's plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, and I think Sugar Free had been holding on to this Blizzard to be able to use, like, if you get a D-Mech onto Liga and then being able to drop that Blizzard, right? Because there's always a threat of the D.Va ending up beating it, but the last time the
Why does it feel like a zoning ultimate here, though? You know?
You never want to hear something's a zoning ultimate. It's always a bad sign.
That's how we used to cope for bad Deadeyes.
Yeah.
But again, like, you know, how do you... Shy has 2 dashes, bro. I hope he's not hanging around for Winter Wonderland. He's out of there.
Blizzard, like, as you're moving up the high ground as well.
Look at the perk for Leaf. He has the concussive blast that draws people together. And, of course, the mobility during barrage. Not able to find a kill and gets taken down instead. But again, there's layers to this, folks. Once again, like, the sweetest kind of onion you could ask for. Will just stomp Space Station down once more.
And I wonder, do you see maybe, do you change here for Sugar Free, right? Is there another thing you can go to? Do you play the Tracer, right? We've seen Tracer in these types of compositions. Would pair a little bit nicer with that Winston potentially, but maybe you feel like the Mei is being quite effective here against that D.Va.
Shy's got to respect this, yeah. Seeker does. Give him a free haircut. Keep him honest. Decent damage from Leave. That concussive blast perk is pretty effective. Mew with the bash here on Kellen. Blitz going to pop the rally now with Space Station look to try and come forward. They've guarded themselves some space at least, but Leave always has a safe little nook and cranny to peek out from. Seeker this time wants to come forward now, stunned up by that shield bash, forced away in his face is Liga, soaking up this damage. It's a trade of Briggs, but Leave now has the run of the place. Seeker trying to dodge away, great mid-air hit there, that is beautiful. Finally, Space Station get a fight up close and personal where they want it, but they're in last fight territory.
Yet again, as the last one went down to the final fight, the first point. Can you catch it once again off guard here? Maybe Sugar Free can block this entrance. Looked like, once again, potentially hovering some changes, but just using some speed to get players back a little bit faster.
No wall yet to block off once again. Now it comes up and it's broken down pretty easily. And Liga does have the ability to remix should he need to. He needs to. Self-destruct popped here now, pretty safe. No one's looking at the mini D.Va, so he gets back in for free. And we're off to the races. Monk's going to come into this fight with an orbital raid. It's going to be crucial for that durability, and Leaf will be ready to unleash hell upon them. This time the barrage goes off without a hitch. Decimating Space Station Gaming, who are nothing but a bloody smear on the ground. A failure to launch for the NA team on its attack side. And surely a gruesome fate awaits them.
Exactly how the devs intended that combo to be used there with that concussive blast, gripping everybody in, followed up by that barrage, and that is just no response there that you can have for SSG. You know, you had the orbital rays used early on, and then just followed up after that. So they were never actually able to get Liga, right? Liga actually just uses self-destruct, get a mech back, he's able to get a touch, right? They were trying to split him off, put some more pressure onto the players from once again coming through that choke, but once that orbital array comes, SSG's forced to like turn, and they're in a terrible spot.
There's a feeling the Space Station know their time is short. It's kind of written on their faces. A look of resignation here, knowing that they were pitted against one of the very best teams from this era and the previous one. Couldn't hang with him in the dive comp. Couldn't make the Hazard look work. We're hoping probably to play Ramatra on this map. That was taken away from them. Now they pin their hopes on the Sigma comp.
I'd also give a lot of props to once again in terms of like their banning throughout this entire series, right? It's been extremely effective in terms of forcing even on maps that SSG would like to play, right, and go to, being able to force maybe some silo play that would benefit them a little bit. As SSG on defense, they'll continue with that Mei. This time, though, combo with a Sigma. So this is a little bit more kind of like traditional of what you would think with playing the Mei with a Sigma.
Certainly more conventional take on the poke comp. Mei offers decent long-range potential on her own. It's a Sombra again for Leave. Okay, so we are debating about this.
Yeah, this is Pharah. Dude, as Pharah was so effective in the last round, why, you know, for Sigma to end up using the kinetic grasp, the amount of poke you have on the shield, right, just kind of push them back methodically.
God, it feels like it's inevitable almost. Liga gets up front, defense matrix conquering most of the poke damage that would have kept Leave honest. Shield pressure's good. Kellen's really only working with a bit of hit points on that barrier at the moment. Doesn't really have the room to get back to safety because Liga keeps knocking on his front door. And Shy has a great little vantage point to work from here, but sees Seeker off towards Coast, and we'll respect that. Seeker's been knocked around by a concussive blast here, though, and now here we go once again. See an opportunity, a chance to commit. Most of the cooldowns getting drawn out of the Sigma now. That was a kinetic grasp. That is gone. Accretion Shield not available for him now as Seeker's trying to slide on away. Liga has no reason to be anywhere else right now. Accretion comes in, he takes it, top back up and ready to hit the fray once more. Shy, bit of poke damage come off from the side, and Seeker did find a great chance for a railgun elimination on the enemy Sojourn. That should be enough here for Space Station Gaming for now.
So, I mean, Mew ends up using a rally there. It's actually CJ using the orbital raise, so maybe you're able to just kind of get that one out. A little bit of a trade there, but that is a fight that SSG desperately needed, man. I mean, you lose that fight, you give up that first checkpoint, like almost 4 minutes probably would have been, a little bit even higher than 4 minutes in the bank for once again. I mean, good luck in that type of scenario. Now you'll have Mew actually move away from Break and go over to Ana. So you're going to be able to like nano leave, right? With those like, you know, moving nano barrages. Those are just like filthy, almost no response available.
So Leave is taking the perk. He gets his first perk pretty quickly here for the mobility during barrage. Here's an overclock though for Seeker. Good disengage from once again, but eventually they're going to be drawn out of, yep, hiding. There it is. Nice shot. Yeah, very clean. Considering the level of pressure that Seeker is under, that is a massive kill to deliver.
Not just buys them some space, right? That's what it looked like it was going to do early on, but now buys them some time as well with that kill onto Shy, as you're not going to continue to move up without the Sojourn.
Gravitic Flux at the ready for Kellen. Leave has that barrage. So I wonder maybe they're waiting on here, a bit of a combo with the nano boost to play off that. Torpedoes have to be used now. Shy got hit with that accretion, a little bit ugly. Leaves low. Liga going to be knocked out of mech and hoping to get back in and keep that tempo going now, but we're down to 1 minute and 14 seconds left. Space Station have done very, very well with this Sigma comp to keep once again at bay, but here is that orbital ray. Flux going to be used. Shy healed up enough that he doesn't fall into that threshold, but Kellen has a great finish with the accretion. Here's Space Station Gaming. Their final stand turning out to be pretty darn effective as Leave only gets the 1.
Yeah, this looks much better being able to play this Sigma on defense with that Mei. Definitely has a lot more synergy than what we saw on the offensive side, as that's a lot of ultimates used there by once again. Is this one not over just yet? SSG trying to take circuit, stay alive.
All right, a bit of contortionism here for once again. They pick the Mei up, maybe hoping to catch Kellen out, but he'll always probably be able to outrange that wall, stay a safe distance away from it. A lot of free accretions here because the cooldown being reduced by kinetic grasp absorption means that Kellen always has an option to stop Liga in his tracks. Now it's going to be Shy. He needs to find an opening. Peering around the corner of the barriers, the wall thrown up, and Liga wants to try and dive in. It's going to be Bliss falling. Nano put to good use here when applied to this Diva, but an orbital ray means the core of Space Station can bask in the sun and get extra healing and damage. Seeky is able to avoid Liga for the most part, and once again now really starting to run on empty. It's sugar-free, front and center, delivering on this Mei. And in overtime, once again, are finally showing signs of weakness, finally floundering. But Space Station will stay alive.
Not over just yet, as SSG, their offense didn't look amazing, right? Playing that Winston composition with that Mei in the mix, but on defense in combination with the Sigma, feel like night and day, right? Looked much better, really took the game under control, stopped everything, you know, on the offensive side of once again that they threw at them. So that's a great sign for SSG. The bad sign is now it'll be once again's map pick in their first span. You see Liga putting his stuff together. Feels like we're gonna get Gushue back in, and we're gonna get some wins.
SSG unfortunately no longer have the luxury of selecting a map and mode in this series, but they're gonna be happy enough at least establishing some kind of foothold. And frankly, so much of our conversation's been about depth. Do SSG have it? Do they have other looks? Saw the Hazard. It didn't quite get them there on King's Row, but they have a really solid Sigma comp. And it feels a bit awkward sometimes seeing Sugar-Free go over to the Mei, because you're hoping like to see these incredible Tracer, these Genji moments from him. But he's so solid in that role. Very, very good again at slowing the pace of the game down.
If you're SSG, you've already gotten rid of Farah, right? So if you're once again potentially here, you just like protect the Winston with that first span, right? Maybe you get rid of a Sigma, maybe you get rid of something else, right? And then, you know, force SSG into that, right? There's not really many other options for SSG.
I mean, that's the looming prospect, right? Is that SSG, to fight out of this series, they're going to have to win 2 maps on a dive mirror. There's no two ways about it. All of those dive hostile maps in Circuit and in Kings Row are sort of out of the way now, and you know, they got burnt through by SSG as they were scrambling, looking for an answer.
This also allows, once again, you get your pick of the push maps, right? You have like Esperanza, which is like great for like, you want to play Pharah, you want to play Winston, you want to play like Sojourn, like really good map.
I feel like that's probably how the game plan's going to be drawn up, especially seeing Liga leave his seat. But we'll speculate, we'll theorycraft, we'll head over to the desk and break down the game that has been so far that sees once again still in the position to close things out.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, back at the desk with Ash, with Jack, and with Rose. And Ben, SSG, they're keeping themselves alive. Quite frankly, at the beginning of this series, it did not look like they're going to get a map. I mean, once again, they were off to a red-hot start. Shy absolutely tearing it apart. Like, literally, the opposition barely showed up on that first map.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
No.
Yeah, I think that first map, that second map, like really were not close, and I think it was looking quite doomed for Space Station until they really started to pull this attack together. Even at like the overtime here, it felt like it was just Leaf comes up with a huge carry performance on the Pharah. You get that concussive implosion to bring everyone together, and you have an enormous barrage, but we just really saw once again struggle to actually get it over the line here, and I think we really get to see where Kellen can bring those strengths. But now, like, oh, you gotta play Winston again?
Yeah, that's really rough. I think that Kings Row, I'd agree, it's like, okay, the series is over. Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty done. But yeah, I mean, you were just saying a second ago, I think Matt was chatting about it as well. Esperanza seems like the perfect map now. You just go dive, you go Goucheway on Winston, and you have Chai on Sojourn, and you dominate.
And that's that, yeah, exactly. Well, SSG, look, this was an uphill battle from the start, and now it became more uphilliger. Like, that's a word, don't worry about it. We're cooking. They're cooking too, hopefully, because they gotta pull something out of the back here.
They definitely do, and I think, again, the big conversation having to go into that dive head-to-head is it's really comfortable for the likes of, once again, for Space Station. This is hard. We saw, again, the conversation about the backline just not being able to go head-to-head up against the likes of Mew and Monk. As far as, I think, just the overall skill level and skill ceiling at playing at that type of tempo.
Yeah, it still feels like if you even look back to the Falcons match like a moment ago, it's like if once again play exactly that way, it's like, it's just so hard to see Space Station walking away with this. I mean, where are we going? Yeah, of course. Esperanza, once again, what are they going to ban? Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure. They've already banned away the Ana Juno.
I kind of wonder if they just ban a tank. Like,
sure, protect ban.
Maybe you protect ban, you actually ban out something like the Mauga so that you actually can't play the Mauga into the Winston as a response.
Protects the Winston getting banned,
Exactly.
Space Station side. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah,
Or Hazard works
and
as
Hazard.
well.
Perfect.
Yeah, really, SSG not being left many choices. There's not much they can throw once again here.
It is tough because they've already banned out the Pharah here, so
Ana,
they can't do that. So I think the Ana does make a little bit of sense. You know, a lot of times on these maps, we do see the Ana paired with something like the Winston. So if you want to, you can at least take that away from the strength of this Winston dive. But how much does it really hurt once again? Because I think their backline actually hasn't
We've seen
towards playing the Ana at all.
Yeah, we've seen Goucheway do nasty things with zero support. Like, he doesn't need no Ana. Like, he'll be fine. He'll be fine in that front line. SSG might not be fine after this one, but they came in with grit. They kept themselves alive. And quite frankly, if you looked at the player cams, as they just celebrated their map victory, Untu was in high spirits, just like, there were smiles across the board. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, Untu was like happy to be there. They look great. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled out the book again. See what Kasaurus are cooking.
Maybe he's memorized it at this point.
Oh, probably.
Or perhaps the first time around they gave too much away.
Yeah, he's been studying that.
Gotta keep it close.
Every night.
This time, yeah.
We should come out with a book that's just got Johnny's face on it and Jake's. Just study their...
That's cursed. That's
their doctrine.
That's cursed. That's out of my library.
We should burn it down like the Library of Alexandria. Just whack it in there, make sure it doesn't exist.
I think that's a really good idea at 4 a.m. in the morning or whatever time it may be. He looks tired too. We're with you, my guy. We're with you.
You can do this, CJ.
You can do this.
Just don't die to Gushway 5 times in a row.
They targeted him hard though. Like he was just constant death. Like I think he spent most of the map in spawn.
Right.
It really sucks to be a support in this meta because you're always going to be the first target of a lot of these dives. And sometimes you have to trade your life for the greater good. And so you might be sitting in spawn.
That did not look like a willing trade. He got sacrificed the best.
Yeah, you know, but that's why you're tracking ults, you're still communicating with your team, you know, holding down the fort. In spirit.
It's just a race. That's all it is. It's a race to kill the backlines. Classic dive. We've just got to survive 0.5 seconds longer than the enemy backline, so maybe I get an extra ability out. That's just how this match is going to go. And yeah, the Winston here from Gushway, I mean, he's been ripping Primal Blades all day. So good luck.
Good luck. Indeed, as we're heading to what could be the last map in this series and could be the out for Space Station Gaming. Let's see if they let's see if I can finish a sentence. Let's see if they can keep themselves alive as we're heading back over to Mitch and Matt.
Fun and games up until this point, but now for SSG, it's time to face the music, and it's a discordant symphony of dive, dive, and dive. Once again, get to set the game conditions to favor themselves, bring Gushway back in, and are ready to put their favorite comp out there.
And it goes a little bit like we expected, right? With once again using a ban to protect the Winston in play. Also, you get the hazard out, which is something Kellen flashed a little bit of. And then for SSG, you get rid of that Ana, but once again, wasn't really showing much Ana play with these compositions anyway. They were pretty much going to play this Lucio Kiri regardless. So you set yourself up, at least for SSG, the benefits, I guess, would be you know exactly what's coming, right? There's not going to be any type of like surprise mystery here. It's just, can you beat it?
Leave on the Tracer, of course, just where he wants to be on such a map. And yeah, Matt makes a good point. Once again, aren't quite like Crazy Raccoon in that they want to put, shoe on the Ana. Monk can kind of do it all, as well as being an incredible Ana player in his own right. Gonna have a pretty elongated neutral fight here with Shy opposite. I guess not be the aggressor, just play back towards his safe bridge and see Gushway just make vertical jumps here.
You move into my high ground, and they're like, no, you move into mine. It's both Sojourn's charge of railgun shots, try and control that high ground. That's a shot though that connects on the Secret, and that's the go signal there for once again, but nice defense here from SSG. Keeping Seeker alive.
And it's possible the Monk's just not quite able to get there in time, or Gushway's just looking at too many guns trained in his direction. I get the idea, right? Dive on towards the Sojourn when they're low, but CJ can just throw a Suzu at Seeker and top him up in the meantime. So maybe not quite as much of a go signal as once again thought it was.
So this will be control here, at least now for Space Station Gaming. So they'll end up taking the lead here. They get some nice positioning as, you try and collapse onto Seeker there, and you're going to go all in on that kill, but you don't get it. Now Gushway's in a really rough spot, right? Block line of sight from the healing, and that's how he ends up falling.
Just these long-range railguns here from Shire, pretty uncanny. That one was in Bliss's direction. That took him very low. This time, Gushway wasn't in position to capitalize, but once again, it's still going to look to fight for this territory now. As, again, this favorable high ground is starting to slip further out of their grasp, and Space Station have found something, digging deep here in between maps. On the dive composition, looking like they are worthy foes.
Sometimes it just takes like one map win, get a little bit of confidence, and then actually start to get things rolling, right? So that'll be checkpoint for SSG. 3 minutes off the clock, so not a lot of time gone throughout this one thus far. So still an opportunity for once again to be able to battle back into it, but SSG off to a fantastic start.
And finally, there's a pick here from Shy as opposed to just good damage to start the fight, but Space Station don't seem too bothered. 3-player sound barrier because Sugar Free's still in the game and Kellen has a primal to work with. So they'll commit this ultimate to gain some more push progress now. They're approaching 80 meters.
This is sick from SSG. I mean, to get this much meterage off the rip, right? Just a huge confidence boost that you can actually play at this level on this type of composition with this team, right? So I think obviously Sugar Free getting off to a better start, being able to take out 2 players right away at the start there, lends things off to be beneficial there for SSG. But playing that Winston directly into this head-to-head and starting off that well, awesome for SSG.
Once again, no advantage here with the sound barrier lead. Seeker gets picked off though by the overclock, and now we start to throw it back to the previous fight where, you know, Bliss commits a sound barrier in like a 3-player situation for Space Station. Was kind of hoping for more there, maybe a little greedy. It does give once again a window back into the game, and you'll notice that they're close to their own checkpoint here too.
Well, that's the thing. I think if you're once again, you have enough time to look at this a little bit in stages, right? Like if you get checkpoints here, right, it's going to be about like 50, 60 meters. It puts yourself within striking distance. You don't have to wait at that checkpoint again, right? That's almost what you're playing for here because there's still a lot of time on the clock.
Now they once again can play from, you know, Space Station's home bridge, we'll call it. They still need to get through this underpass, so it's a full fight that needs to be won here, but Monk is keeping in step with CJ in terms of those Kitsune rushes. Pulse bombs here for both traces. That's a win condition here. Honestly, just getting a pick on Kiriko that doesn't have a Suzu available, or God forbid a Sojourn would be massive. Or a Sojourn Railgun that's followed up on by that Pulse bomb would also be a very viable opening.
Yes, I think both these teams, man, they're so cautious of trying to push into these Sojourn players on both sides. I mean, you obviously know how good Seeker and Shy are, but you never want to give them an advantage, especially because it feels like they always have a charged railgun in their back pocket.
Both teams agree that Kitsune Rush is the win condition here, but there's the Pulse Bomb aforementioned. It's Kellen going down, and he was quite easily able to steamroll through, pick up another kill, but Sugarfree finds a Pulse Bomb as well. These two teams look even for the first time in this series, and it's not too late for SSG, but they may have just given, once again, their own checkpoint.
Well, they allow once again to get back into the game as we take a replay here. Quick one, look at Leaves 2K. So we get here to the checkpoint, right? As Kellen actually jumps in. They want to contest this. I think it's probably the right call as well for SSG. They know they give up the checkpoint here. They're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, once again, we're already pretty overextended there with a number of players coming back off respawn, so Kellen sees a golden opportunity to disrupt.
Speed advantage here for once again.
Swift Step also burned here for CJ. Gushue happy enough with that now with the Primal Rage ready to deploy, and Leave is going to take up the space that he opened up. Kellen though goes in, gets rid of Shy. That is massive. Gushue is able to reciprocate here. Both teams down to 4, and it looks like Leave's just trying to find a way to get back into the epicenter of the fighting.
Well, it was actually just sick movement by Bliss. Like, Leave is trying to track him down because he knows that he's very close to beat, right? Mew ends up just using his nose in terms of, like, the ult tracking of the game, right? They were pretty much synced up the last time, so he's actually trying to kill Bliss. Bliss goes over the top of the building. Nice job staying alive. Does not end up resulting in a fight when SSG holds on to their beat for another day.
And we get a Primal Blade for Gushue. So this time Space Station have a chance to get a really high value beat in an advantage scenario, but they've got to put Space Station in a position to succeed once again, and now threatening by that total.
This fight has to feel like tournament life on the line here for SSG, right? They know you end up losing this fight, you end up losing this lead, and once again starts collapsing on your spawn.
As much as Space Station have a favorable ult situation, they do not have a good positional one. Shy here, virtually unthreatened. Kellen has to cross a lot of ground to get to this position. Right now, all he can do is try and stall the bot, keep it in place.
I'd also be worried about, like, Leave getting this pulse bomb, hitting it on a Kellen, and then, like, just the massive follow-up that comes in through once again.
150 railgun charge perk picked up here for Shy, and he's looking to get into this room. Kellen knows it too, but he can't really do too much about it. Seeker's going to pop his rail as well. Shy trying to back up here, disrupt the shot deploy, but there's that beat that's been held onto for so long, and the Kitsune Rush just doesn't really hold a candle to it in this context. Monk had that Kiriko ultimate ready, but they're not able to manufacture an advantage from it.
Yeah, and they've kind of flipped sides here as well, right? As it'll be a Kitsune Rush here from CJ, knowing they absolutely need to get control of this. Pulse Bomb doesn't really go for much here. Leave still holding on to his. Dude, this is dangerous though, because once again, you're going to be able to regroup. You're going to get this sound barrier to use it for Mew. And you already got that checkpoint that we talked about previously, right? So no stop. You're going to keep going all the way through.
Bot back in control of Space Station now. There's the beat though from Mew. Sees Kellen whistle past. He's got that Primal Rage and he doesn't want to fight with it by the looks of things. So once again, uses at least to get in pole position, but they've not turned it into a player advantage. And Space Station have had time to regroup. We're about back at the neutral part of the map here now, but Space Station are in an ultimate trough. It's Lee's Pulse Bomb that could be a deciding factor in this next engagement, and he's looking for a guaranteed stick, which unfortunately whiffs. Zika went down anyway though, but Shy is going to be traded out, and this is great for Space Station. Such good looks. They are hanging for this once again team. They have a lead on the bot. They can drag the game out from here on out. It's fine as long as they can stay ahead.
I would say what SSG is doing a little bit better here, Mitch, as opposed to some of the earlier dives, right, is obviously, once again, is putting a ton of pressure onto Seeker diving in. But as opposed to SSG trying to go in deep, make a play for Shy, they're actually just doing a better job peeling for Seeker. And even though they lose Seeker, they're going to get 2 players in response.
Still, once again, are the aggressors. And Primal Blade is on deck for the next fight. I really think Space Station are trying to stall for a sound barrier for Bliss, and it looks like once again will allow them to do so.
Well,
the Chinese squad are not in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have double support ult here for once again as well.
Here we go. In goes Gushui. Primal Rage is popped now. Sound barrier, as you would expect, gets drawn out. Mew, no chance to build towards his in this fight because Sugar Free eliminates him so early. And Gushui, God, he's still able to find a kill. It's nuts.
So
it is just crazy. So unlikely, so uncanny. And now it's a 4v4. Lenny has the pulse though. Gushui now low. Monk was able to get the continue rush out before he went down. And Mew will return to the fight now, theoretically with a sound barrier, but it's too late to keep Gushui alive. Space Station, cool as cucumbers, back in control.
Absolutely huge comeback there for SSG. That kill onto Mew early on is massive, right? Sound barrier to extend that may have been the difference there for once again, but not available in that fight. I mean, Gushui with that Primal Rage into a sound barrier would have been even harder to deal with.
Last fight territory now, folks. The Space Station are starting to believe it's possible. Starting to believe that a reverse sweep could be on the cards. They got the lead, they just need to not fumble, but Shy's going to come now with this overclock, and he's looking dangerous. SSG, get out of the action quickly as Gushui tries to nip at their heels, but now a sound barrier is the issue of the day for once again. Space Station need a godlike pulse bomb from Sugar Free to even the odds in this fight. Shy's under pressure, it's going to be a Primal Rage here coming out from Kellen. Sound barrier for once again now expires. Seeker's got the off angle, was being harassed by Gushui in the backside, and CJ ultimately falls. Player advantage now for the Chinese squad, and Seeker just gets caught out in overtime once again, eyeing off a chance to end this series. Put Space Station away before they get too big for their boots.
Sugar Free's gonna get on, get a touch though, right? Just needs to slow this bot down, but he ends up falling here as Kellen's gonna get back in the action.
And now, Space Station is staggering in. One by one after Sugar Free falls, they've got to try and stall it out. They're gonna try and stay in the game, but it's too much to ask. And so, once again, put SSG to the sword. Throw them into the airlock and be done with them. NA number 2 seed eliminated from the Champions Clash.
Oh, it's SSG. Just too little too late there at the end. They get off to that fantastic start there on Esperanza, but when you're able to get that checkpoint there for once again, and still at that time we were talking about 6 minutes on the clock, that's a lot of time to chip back into that game. And eventually they get an opportunity where they have like 2 fights in a row where they have a little bit of an ultimate advantage. It's too much for SSG.
And while we've seen their quality at times throughout this tournament, we just started to get a glimpse of what SSG were capable of, what they could achieve if only they were given more time. But there are no more second chances at this part of the tournament. We're already getting to the business end of things, and once again, here to remind us that in China, business is good.
And look, once again, obviously, as the crowd behind them, but I also think that that crowd behind them and that confidence would have turned into nerves in a Game 5. Especially facing down the barrel of a reverse sweep. They're quite fortunate it didn't go the distance because SSG is a team that feeds off of that confidence. You also would have had the nerves settling in maybe here for once again. So they get out of this one, in a scenario where 3-1, they are very lucky they didn't go to that 5th game.
And it might just be destiny for this once again squad. They've stayed alive now in the lower bracket, getting rid of SSG. A lot to think about, a lot to look ahead at as well. We're going to head over the desk to break down the game and set us on course for our last game of the night.
Heartbreaking there for SSG, considering the lead they started things off with on Esperanza. Guys, I promise Zoe will be back tomorrow. I've just put my hosting cap back on. But man, what happened here on this last map, Jack?
I barely finished my snack. I was like mid-eat and was like, they won? Are you serious?
The overtime win too is crazy.
It's just such a classic map to do on. How many overtime finishes have we seen thus far in the tournament where one team, the losing team at the end of it, ends up pushing super far first, and then the enemy team slowly, grueling makes their way back. Same story here. I mean, man, what more can be said about this team? It's just so sick. It was nice to see a Space Station having a little bit of flair in the very middle of the series. That one map, and you actually got your pred right as well. You're the 3-1 pred. We all guessed 3-0, but who can really blame us?
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm with Matt. I think if Space Station had actually pulled out that win on Esperanza, they win the series. Like, I was even backstage going like, oh my gosh, Seeker, Sugar Free, they have so much confidence from that one map win, and they're gonna ride it. And like, I think it was up until this moment, I think they had finally found their footing on once again with just a really big sound barrier coming through. It gave them a lot of extra sustain to actually get that final fight win.
Yeah.
And honestly, no player more deserving in this match than Shy. You had to be able to stand toe-to-toe with some of the best CPS in North America, and like, really, they made you work for it.
Oh yeah, it was incredible the way that I think when you look at the first two maps that once again we're able to take, Shy was just shutting down Sugar Free so consistently.
That diff clip there where Sugar Free got Shy to 1 HP on the high ground of King's Row, and then he just hits the nastiest AD permit, like strafing on him. Dude, he might as well hit the bag on him too, because yeah, Sugar Free kind of got domed there. Sugar Free did end up coming back though. Sugar Free's Tracer, something to fear, and you saw him level up throughout the maps, but he just couldn't quite finish it out.
I think it's the overclocks though. I feel like Shy, every time you see him have ultimate ready, it's like, oh, okay, everyone cower. Go behind a corner, go find a wall, like go find a bush, hide yourself, because he's just gonna click heads. And so congratulations to once again, and commiserations to Space Station. I feel like this was definitely a squad that people had a lot of high hopes for North America, to try to champion North America to even better placements, but also congrats to North America for outplacing EMEA, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good big W.
That's actually a huge
W.
Yeah. No,
they
for
can
sure.
Keep their heads high for that one.
Absolutely. I think even just like, look, you're talking about that, the fact that for North America, Nightmare have secured themselves that guaranteed top 3 finish is insane. They're going to have a hard matchup. But now, again, looking back down to that lower bracket, we did say goodbye to Virtus Pro earlier, SSG as well. This is not the lower semifinal that we expected between Crazy Raccoon and once again coming up.
Absolutely not. I want to see everybody's brackets out there that predicted exactly this. Ain't no way people are perfect. This next series obviously is going to decide a whole bunch. One team's getting eliminated, but it's going to really show the true power level here of once again. They took Falcons to a map 5. There was just one ultimate in it. Then they could have won. Can they do the same here with Crazy Raccoon? How close is it going to be? I'm hoping for a map 5.
Well, Crazy Raccoon and once again have had long days here heading into their third matchup of day 2. But stay tuned because we'll be right back after a quick break.
Welcome to the Champions Clash. I'm Wendy.
I'm Danny, and it's time to connect with your favorite players. And this time around, we got Space Station Gaming, everybody. Let's go!
Woo!
Love to see that. All right,
Okay,
before we get
stable.
started, guys, quick introduction to the camera one by one. Let's go.
What's up? I'm Sugar Braun. So I'm Seeker.
All right, Mr. Sugar Braun, first question's for you. I feel like being called the LeBron of the game gives you a massive shoes to fill. So I want to hear your thoughts. Do you feel the pressure, and also, or do you feel like that pressure sort of forces you to always put on your best show?
LeBron don't feel pressure.
Aww, I like the
Not
answer.
even a bit. Never.
Oh, I love the answer. So my question goes to Seeker and Sugar Free. Which tank you really want to see Kellen play, and which tank heroes you really don't want to see Kellen play?
I want to see Kenny play ball.
Really? What?
I really don't want to see him play ball. So.
Okay.
Give
Why?
us like a short reasoning as well.
They've jumping. He's just got a nasty ball. I really want to see him play ball. It's just detrimental.
I feel like it's like a complete different answer. It's like you're like he's got a great ball, and the Seeker's like, nah, bro. Like,
Stay off ball.
Seeker, then who do you want to? What take here do you want to see Kellen play?
Maybe Diva.
Really? You sure? Kellen's so confused. How about you, Sugar Free? What take here do you not want to see Kellen play? Diva?
Oh my god! So maybe you'll fight?
So I don't know. So one says yes Diva, one says no Diva, one says yes Wrecking Ball.
저는 볼이 자신 있고 디바가 자신 없는데 시커가 좀 잘 모르는 것 같아요.
All right, let's talk about your first match. I think it's going to be an exciting one. You guys are going up against none other than Crazy Raccoons. You know, what's the probability of SSG coming out on top?
Go ahead, Jazz.
Ooh, that sigh says a lot.
아무래도 준빈 선수가 볼을 엄청 잘하기 때문에 볼을 좀 카운터 잘 치면 그래도 할만할 것 같다 생각합니다.
You have a lot of fans in China, you know.
Really? You're
Yes.
popular. Sugar Braun.
You're
You're Sugar
Really?
Braun.
And so actually your ID is pronounced as Wu-Tang in China. In Chinese.
Really? So wait, so it's sugar free. Wu is sugar. No.
Wu means free.
Oh.
Tang means sugar. So Wu-Tang means sugar free in Chinese. So can you do the little intro in Chinese like 大家好，我是无糖。
哇，say again, say again.
大家好，
大家好，
我是无糖。
大家好，我是无糖。
我是 yeah。大家好，我是无糖。
大家好，我是无糖。
How to get worse?
So, all right. You know, since we're in Hangzhou, I feel like Wendy, this is a great time to teach them some Chinese phrases that they could use on stage.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
What kind of lines you wanna learn? Say something to your friends, maybe in Chinese.
What's I love fans like? What I need was fans. Yeah.
我爱你 I love your fans means 我爱你们。
Good.
Show it.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm on camera.
You're too
my
natural.
God.
You're too natural.
Oh my god. I love you all.
Oh, okay. Why Neiman?
Whoa. Good.
Kellen, how about you? Any phrases that you want to learn?
좋은 하루 보내세요.
Have a good day.
祝你有美好的一天 It's a too long. It's a so long sentence.
Wait, whoa.
祝你有美好的一天。
祝你有
Good luck, brother.
美好的一天。
祝你有美好的一天。
Yes.
Ooh.
Good.
Really?
Yeah. Genius.
How do you say thanks for watching?
What?
Thank you for watching.
Oh, thank you for watching. 谢谢观看。
谢谢观看。
Yes.
Easy.
All right. Well, everybody, that was interview with Space Nation Gaming. Hope you guys all enjoyed, guys. I think we definitely connected. So I think it's time to disconnect. Have fun.
Oh.
Very aggressive. I love it. All right, everybody, keep it up for Space Nation Gaming. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
"大家好，我是晒，您正在收看的是《守望先锋2025全球冠军赛》。
It was quite the intense matchup that we just had down in the lower bracket, and I've got Uber and Matt back on the desk with me. Guys, that was a crazy matchup between, once again, and SSG.
Nothing like a fake comeback to tilt me into the 11th galaxy.
just the thought of a comeback is nice. But no, once again, they take care of business towards the end of that series. I think SSG maybe make some adjustments a little bit earlier. We see a game 5, but just felt a little too late.
Honestly, I feel like we saw this from this team last year. I always feel like they need more time out of these LAN events. Once again, I feel like it's destiny, honestly, and it would have been shocking to see them drop to that kind of team. So they wrapped it up here, and it's just as well because they got more to play.
I mean, it keeps things interesting for the bracket, right? But now, guys, since we're well into the Stage 1 major, I think it's time that we take a look at the future because there's a lot to look forward to for the rest of OWCS. Taking a look at this schedule here, the mid-season championship will be taking place at the Esports World Cup later this year. So let's break down exactly what to expect. We'll have a whopping 16 teams competing at EWC. The winner here at Champions Clash will automatically qualify for the event. The other teams will be comprised of qualifying teams from Asia, NA, EMEA, and China, plus plus the Face It League LATAM Season 5 winning team, and the winner from the EWCS Last Chance qualifier, which will be open to every single region. The competition will start with group stages, and the top 8 teams will move on to a single elimination where a Stage 2 winner will be determined. Now, let's get to the big stuff. What are they playing for, and when is it happening? Our teams will be competing for their shot at a massive $1 million prize pool, and the competition starts on July 31st. Tickets for the event are available to purchase right now, so don't miss your chance to witness OWCS history. Visit the URL that you guys can see on your screens here for a little bit more information. And one last thing, we have one more exciting announcement. The OWCS team partner cosmetics and the legendary skin are coming around the time of mid-season championship, while China isn't part of the 2025 OWCS partner program. We're excited to introduce cosmetics for select China teams soon through a standalone program. So follow us and stay up to date with the announcements. But that's enough. You know, that's a lot for you guys to digest. We've got one last match underway for tonight. One that we would not have expected down into the lower bracket here. Crazy Raccoon versus, once again, Jaws was hitting this on the desk. No one would have predicted this.
I mean, we just get loads of dubs back to back. I mean, the EWC format,
like
the prize pool, the skins, we get this match. I mean, man, hey, we're late night's doing good over here.
I mean, look, a game like this, again, you mentioned, it's not one you expect to see in the lower bracket, but man, this is like a theory crafter's dream. You've got two teams with two distinct modes that they can play, right? I think both teams prefer to play these dive style, but it might be a matter in this series of who blinks first, who tries to go away from that, and whether it's like, once again, subbing Liga in on a map that's appropriate for D.Va, or Crazy Raccoon bringing Max in and saying, hey, we actually want to play some rush. We want to use Max as the flanking DPS, as we called him, and play these like aggressive Lucio Kiriko comps. So there's a ton of depth between these two teams, and I think that's a big part of the reason why they're still here.
And I'm really curious, Ash, when we get into this series for Crazy Raccoon. We see this team and obviously how great they are.
Oh, yeah.
That Lip Shy head-to-head on Sojourn. I think, we've talked a little bit about...
Bro, Lip's getting gapped, bro. He's getting gapped.
I didn't say that. That was Uber shouts. Everybody who's angry out there, that is
my boy Lip's
Uber
gonna get hit with that.
That's
gap, bro.
But this is going to be a little bit of a test, right?
Oh, yeah.
We've talked about how, Lip maybe sometimes, doesn't kind of like raise, to the ceiling of some of the other Sojourn players. Like, Shy is the ceiling pretty much for Sojourn players. So we'll see how he's going to fare in this series.
It's a lot of pressure here. I think you also have to consider the fact that, once again, we're talking about the fact that the audience is backing them. They do have that energy. They're also coming right out of a match. Meanwhile, for the likes of Crazy Raccoons, they've been sitting backstage. They're not coming off of that adrenaline. They've had that come down, and they have to bring that back up.
Look right for them. I've always preferred doing it back to back. Like having the matches back to back.
Yeah.
I think having that kind of, and they played way earlier today, right? Crazy Raccoon, right? So, having the up and down, the up and down of the entire day, I think it can be tough.
It definitely can be, but we actually have Danny in the field who did get a chance to talk to Crazy Raccoon about how they're feeling going into this next match. Let's take a look.
Thanks, guys. Guess where I'm at? You guys probably can't guess. I'm just gonna give you the answer. I'm right now in the Crazy Raccoon PPA, watching the game with Crazy Raccoon. They're watching the match. They're talking about, who's gonna win the match and to become their next opponent. So I'm just gonna ask the team who's gonna win this matchup against Once Again and Space Station Gaming. 자, 지금 경기가 1대 0으로 Once Again이 이기고 있긴 하지만 죄송합니다. 누가 이길 것 같나요?
저요.
네, 초롱. Who?
Once Again.
Once Again. Okay. Once Again, you think Once Again is going to win? I think, yeah, they do have the upper hand. But as players, what are you guys looking for when you're watching this game? 자, 이제 Once Again이 이길 것 같다고 예상을 하셨는데 지금 이렇게 경기를 보고 있을 때 이 크레이지 라쿤 선수들은 무엇을 보고 있나요? 누구 있나요? 딴 사람?
제가 봤을 때는
네.
이제 상대 팀의 전략들 조합이나 그런 걸 좀 유심하게 보는 것 같습니다.
Chong says that he's sort of trying to pick out the strategy and also what kind of a play style they're going for so that they could use in their match. Let's do one more. 한 명만 더. Max? Yeah. All right. Head over here. Hi, Max. 네. 무엇을 보고 계시나요?
상대 그 템포를 보고 있습니다.
He's trying to look for the tempo, how fast, how slow they're taking the game so that they could get the advantage. All right, well, that was Danny Lim with Crazy Raccoons. Thanks, guys. Let's go!
Thank you so much, Danny. You know, they're talking about tempo. This is, I think, expected to be the most high-octane game that we're going to be seeing today. But these players, they're chilling in the back right now. The room is dark.
That room did not give me a lot of high-energy vibes. It was dark. Everybody's got food. Everybody sat back like this.
I mean, they are like percolating out of the purple lights there. It's like a very dank environment, I think.
Yeah.
Like a little terrarium for nocturnal creatures. But, you know, like, I do think it's tough. I think you want to conserve your energy because sometimes sitting around and waiting can be tiring. Like, I think like trying to hit a low energy state, just like passively watch the games is going to be important because they're going to need that energy when they get out there because it will be a volatile game. And these two teams have slightly different takes on the dive comp, which I think is going to be super exciting to see these ideas clash.
It definitely will be. It is nice to see them kind of looking to reserve themselves. This is a team where I think that once they do get onto that stage, they will be able to turn up. So maybe just taking that moment to kind of take a beat and take a breather before heading into this elimination match.
Yeah, I feel like though you're going to walk out there, the crowd's going to be going crazy for once again. And, you know, just that first map, like, just probably hits you like a ton of bricks. And it's like, then I think you really kind of figure out where you're at.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon are the team that are used to, like, if they do fall to the lower bracket, which, you know, sometimes happens in Korea, they're just saying, okay, well, I guess we just got to play Falcons again in the final and we're good. Not this time, buddy. You've got to get through once again. Nightmare's still in the mix. Who knows what goes on in that upper bracket? There are multiple hurdles for Crazy Raccoon to cross to even get to Falcons, if they even get there. So it's a long climb, and now got to broaden their I guess, analysis of the situation to account for these teams that they might not have nearly as much familiarity with.
Oh, for sure. It's been a wild way that this bracket has played out, but we're going to toss to a quick break before we come back with the last elimination match of today.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sugar Free from Space Station Gaming. Great job. I just want to say great job. Great job. Great job. Hey, it's a bit unfortunate that you guys did get knocked out, and this is the end for you guys for the tournament Champions Clash. But hey, I feel like you guys had a fantastic stage one. You guys definitely proved that you guys were one of the best teams that we have in OWCS. So I want to hear from you. How was stage one? How was being in Hangzhou in general?
You know, stage one honestly is a little disappointing. I thought we would make it like further in the bracket, like a top 4 finish, but it is what it is. And Hangzhou so far has been like really nice. I can't wait to explore more now that I get the freedom to do it. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Well, talking about being free, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are going to jump right into practicing for stage 2, or do you have some time?
I think we'll probably have like a week break to prepare, and then after that we're gonna go scrim again and stuff like that.
Do you have any special plans for that week?
It's gonna be up to Hunter to decide those plans.
Yeah. Hey, tell Hunter to buy some good food. You guys should go out because you guys definitely deserve it. All right, Sugar Free. One final question before I let you go. Any message to the fans?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for all the support. Like, the Chinese fans have been amazing so far. You guys have shown so much love, and I appreciate you all.
All right. Well, that's it for the interview. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, Sugar Free. Thank you so much, as always, Sugar Braun. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang, baby. Let's go. That's it for the interview. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the stadium. Let's get a look at our competitors. The first round can't get here quick enough. And we're diving right in. They nearly cinched the win this round. This is a round you won't want to miss. Against all odds, they've won it all! You love to see it, folks. something for my trouble.
The hunt begins. Run or hide, it won't matter in the end. I'll get quite the payout for you. I've always liked a challenge. I always deliver. Goodbye.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Nocturna is leading the Hollow Hearts to corrupt the world with woe! Only our combined power can stop her. We are the heroes of Heart! Brigitte, the Heart of Strength! Amelie, the Heart of Grace! Kiriko, the Heart of Passion! Freya, the Heart of Courage! And I am Juno, the Heart of Hope! Together, we will take down the Hollow Hearts! The Full Heart Beam!
I run this show.
My spirit grows strong.
The doctor is in.
The lone rose gets plucked. You are under my guard.
Once again are coming into this next matchup after their 3-1 victory up against SSG, knocking them out of the lower bracket. And Crazy Raccoon, they had a little bit of a different look. They were in that dark room. They were chilling. And it does feel like, once again, after the two matches that we've already seen from them today, do have the odds stacked in their favor when it does come to that energy.
I think once again it's going to be in a pretty good spot going into this. I'm also fascinated on how a lot of like the ban system's going to go, like, because I don't think that Crazy Raccoon would really kind of be, you know, bothered by having to play some of the dive type of stuff. I'm wondering though if we end up seeing like Liga at all during this series, and maybe we kind of go that route.
That's what I tease. Like, who blinks first and tries to take us to a map that's like a bit more hostile to the Winston comp, or God forbid, like ban it first. I also think you can target the Ana here if you're, once again, you don't want to play it. You want to play Lucio Kiriko a lot of the time. And Crazy Raccoon have always been angling to get Shu on the Ana, which is in itself something you can let through and try and exploit, or ban it out, force them onto a Lucio Kiriko mirror if you feel like you've got them there.
I think that's a really big shout. We've seen a lot of the bans, I feel like, targeting that back line in particular today.
Yeah, I think especially when you go against Crazy Raccoon, right? You know, Shu was such an impactful player back there in that back line, same with Chorong as well. But if you can target any of them, right, you feel like maybe in terms of the damage dealers, you're a little bit more even.
Well, it's been quite the insane day with how this upper bracket has panned out. The fact that we're even seeing, once again, up against Crazy Raccoons down here. So let's see Johnny and Jake take this one away. They're here. I promise.
Now the last match for today. Let's welcome Crazy Raccoon!
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, extremely talented, obviously up there for best in the world with Falcons, but they find themselves here in the lower bracket on enemy territory here. going up against once again. For me, it's got to be Lip who steps up.
Now, again, and again, and again. Once again!
As good as this team is, and they are world class, they're also no strangers to being underdogs. But what happens when every person in this arena is hoping, praying for you to lead them to glory, for the hometown, for your home country? This is once again looking to reclaim a legacy they got so close to touching in previous eras of Overwatch, and they seem ready for it too.
It would be heartbreaking to see this team go out in the lower bracket now. Let's see what Jake and Johnny have to say. I'm sorry, I know the 5 a.m. delirium kind of got to me.
No worries, Ash. We are excited to be here, excited to be casting this banger of a match. Crazy Raccoon, and once again, who would have thought that we'd have to be sending one of these teams home right here, right now, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we would have been too surprised to see this matchup in the tournament, but it's the fact that Nightmare is waiting in the upper bracket. I think that is the surprising part of all of this. So yeah, perhaps one round earlier than we would have thought, but it's going to be a gigabanger, Jake.
It took a generational performance, frankly, from Zira and co to bring down Crazy Raccoon. And as much as we see them in the dark room, I mean, I just don't want to overrate any kind of external read of this team of players. I mean, these guys are such vets. They've been around at the top for a long time. Even Junbin and Max, relatively younger players alongside Heesang, they have been around. They have won a lot of tournaments. They have played championships time and time again. And so I think they're really, wise to how to play these long days. I honestly would rather be them. I would rather get a bit of a rest going into this game. You got to remember, for both of these teams, this is the third full match that they're playing today.
Yeah, that is something that we don't usually have in Overwatch. I mean, dating back to the Overwatch League, it was usually like max 2 matches per day. But the fact that Crazy Raccoon now, they've had to take 2 breaks in between 3 matches, that is something a little bit out of the usual. But I mean, let's keep it real. These guys play Overwatch all day long. And so the fact that you're doing it on stage is a little bit different, but I don't think it'll affect the performances too much.
I think the challenge is going to come in these small moments when, with the ban system involved, you're not going to be 100% prepared for every strategy you bring out. Teams need to be very quick on the uptake, making these adaptations.
Here we go.
And Crazy Raccoon on Ilios. I'm feeling a Winston ban here. I'm not going to lie to you. I think they would love to play the Wrecking Ball. I think that's a real ace up the sleeve of Crazy Raccoon. If they can take this game in a Wrecking Ball direction, I'm not sure, once again, can really keep up. I think they're going to need to...
the Pharah or something?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the Pharah historically has been fantastic for them with the Heesang Pharah, Lip on the Tracer. That has been a dominant look alongside the Wrecking Ball. It's going to be the Tracer ban. So maybe an even more aggressive assault on the ball comp, because I think now this puts you in a position of maybe playing like a Hazard, Genji, Sojourn for, once again, maybe something that's a little bit more confident for them. I actually like this Tracer ban. I think this probably is the #1 way to attack a ball comp.
Yeah, we actually don't see the Tracer ban too much, and especially you're thinking like Leave on the roster.
Yeah.
You don't want to remove Leave from that hero, but both once again and Crazy Raccoon, they have been teams that then have been opting for some Pharah gameplay, and especially some Pharah Sojourn gameplay. So maybe take it a bit slower here, give it the opportunity to poke down your opponent instead. But this is one of the strategies you can use to try to break down Crazy Raccoon. I feel like we haven't really seen a team with an answer so far for these Ilios performances from Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. So you're kind of searching for answers, and the Tracer ban, it's an interesting one.
Junbin is one of the best Wrecking Balls in the world, if not #1 with a bullet. So this is going to be a serious threat for them. A lot of pressure, especially on these flex DPS, Heesang versus Leave. The signature Tracer is off the field. Are they going to go for an Echo, a Genji, a Pharah? What's going to be that follow-up pick? And then, of course, I like that this was highlighted by Mitch in the walkouts. Lip versus Shy. Shy has been on a heater all tournament long. He has slowed down for no man. But Lip, he is no man. He is a gaming warlord here on this server.
Don't make him angry.
I still have faith in this guy. He is a shooter.
I do want to say before we get into this map as well that I think once again have been really prepared throughout this tournament. Especially you're thinking, right, they haven't had the same amount of practice probably as the other teams, right? But they come in really prepared. They have their compositions ready. They have the bands ready as well. And I want to give a shout out to a bit of an OG here. Yang Xiaolong, you might remember that name. That's back to like 2017, 2018, Miraculous Youngsters. Chengdu Hunters, the very first year they were in the Overwatch League in 2019. He was a player back then. Now coaching for this once again roster. And I think they've come in really prepared. So a Tracer ban, a little bit something out of the ordinary, but I have no doubt that once again, they have a complete game plan surrounding this ban.
once I saw it, I actually really liked it immediately because I think this mitigates. I mean, I think Wrecking Ball relies more on the Tracer
Roadhog, Jake.
than other comps. No,
They're bringing out the
cap.
No.
Wait, no, but is it? But is it? Wait, hold on. Wait, the Hog, Cassidy, Sombra. If you're a Wrecking Ball player on the ladder, this is generational hatred against Wrecking Ball being channeled into a comp. I won't fully believe it just yet, but
okay,
there's a chance.
Jake, I know you had a Celsius, bro, but like they're not as
all right, if it were well, I would
down.
believe 100%.
Let's chill
but
out.
Lighthouse, maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe
there's
not.
the diva. There's the diva.
All right, they might bring it out on well. All right, stay locked in. Stay locked in.
But the Sombra is there from Leave, actually. It's going to roll out on this Sombra.
And Cass.
So, yeah.
But I'm worried. I mean, the DPS are going to have a field day from Crazy Raccoon. So much range poke. And Junbin hears the Sombra, knows what he's up against. Really can just play this one passive, hold the point. Lip is in a god spot on this high ground. How do you evict him from the spot?
Yeah, spread out. A lot of poke damage coming through here. Onto once again. And now, with the point unlocking, it's a game of who can capture the point, who can put pressure onto the point and force the opponent to make a move.
I mean, much more difficult for Gushue to cross this distance. Look, he has no armor, booped out to the open. Beautiful boops by Junbin, followed up instantly.
Nice.
Lip cuts down Shy, and a nade from Shu slams the door on once again. This comp fell flat.
And now you're already in a hole, right? Because are you realistically going to play Cassidy against all this poke off the Ashe, off the Pharah? Like, you don't really have the same amount of range on this Cassidy, Leave as well on the Sombra. Like, yeah, you can get some hacks in onto the ball, but you're not going to be able to survive that. You're going to have to like dive out, and then you don't have any point pressure. It's a really hard composition for once again to play here.
It's also Gushue on the D.Va. It's so defensive. It's so passive. Now they're going to try and make this rotation to the point with the help of the Brig. She's lost a lot of HP on the shield. He's saying, attack this rotate. You're caught in a very awkward spot in the corner. You have a hack on the Pharah, but can you actually follow it up? No, Lip is there, controlling that high ground, punishes the Sombra.
And this is what I'm talking about. Once again, they're struggling to just maintain the position on the point. They just get beaten down by this poke, and realistically, Crazy Raccoon, they're incredibly comfortable in this position.
They're looking so strong, and Junbin has just been untouchable, not minding at all this mega dump of CC that once again have been running. He's just been running circles around them on the Wrecking Ball, creating space, creating opportunities, and Shu, Lip, Heesang, firing on all cylinders. They want to continue on in this tournament, but of course, only one team can.
Going for a bit of a rotate here with Gushue, but even if Gushue gets the Nano here, like, it's so hard to get to a Brig and the Ana. Monk finds a pick up the Heesang. That's an opening that you really needed if you once again.
The other 4 players from Crazy Raccoon, though, aren't going to give this one up. They still have a lot of HP. Lip onto the high ground, hacked by Sombra, healed by Shu. Nano onto Chorong, fighting on the point with Rally as well. But Junbin, just the tank and the 2 supports for Crazy Raccoon. This is a bridge too far. Heesang is back, has killed Mew. But Chorong being focused down, that counter Nano onto Shy. Just enough to overwhelm the point. Crazy Raccoon, both support ults deployed, and they still lose control, so this is a nice start for once again. They can maybe play the ranges a little bit closer now.
Yeah, it's a great pick from Monk that allows Leave as well to get the hack onto a target, and then you can follow up on that. Now you have the EMP. How are we going to utilize this? Jump is going to pressure point with the mines.
He's
it's so hard.
So massive. Sombra booped off. Does she have TP? No. In the pit. Into the drink. Gushue not even going to pop the self-destruct. Knows this one is not winnable. And once again, sent off the point. Packing Brig. Dying late. Could be the round. Is going to get saved. Sleep. Hack. They don't know. I don't think they have quite enough CC to burst jump. No, they do. Shy is back. Gets the cleanup. Leave has the EMP. Winnable for Crazy Raccoon, but remember, they'll be back quick on the spawn. Leave has quite a bit of time pressure to find this engage.
Yeah, you need to pressure point now before Junbin realistically gets back here. There's going to be poke damage coming in, but you should be able to survive this. EMP comes out here.
Shy traded, naded, dynamited down. Lip still alive, still fighting. The flip comes in for once again. They're feeling good, but they're lacking damage in this comp, in this situation. Asleep on a Junbin. Followed up with a nice boop, zoning him away. He can't escape in time.
This is good.
Monk clean on the Ana right now. He needs to keep this one up. Crazy Raccoon had quite a bit of time to charge up their ultimates, though. Once again, High Noon, Diva Bomb. These are really difficult to deploy in this circumstance. They're going to need to rely on Monk's Nano.
This is actually a huge ultimate bank for once again Crazy Raccoon. They're going to build towards that Nano, which will be a huge tool here for Crazy Raccoon, but once again in a great position here to actually close out the round.
Such a scary spot to be shy.
Oh,
attack from all sides, lips on the high ground. Gushue pops that bomb, zones up in the air. Nano was lost there by Monk. Can't follow up on the Gushue. He takes some big headshots in the mech, losing armor. Mew extremely low now, and Junbin on the case, punishing that backline, forcing them into a defensive posture while the point gets capped. Crazy Raccoon, Bob, Nano on the cards. Surely this is too much for once again to come back.
The Bob, the Nano, so much damage coming through here. The rally's gonna go down. And once again, not gonna be able to contend for this first point. This Crazy Raccoon securing the first point. Beautiful play there, but still some signs of life there from, once again, claw themselves back into the first round. And it's a good sign at least.
Look, I'll be honest. When we went to Ilios, when I saw the Winston ban,
I mean, it's Ilios, Jake.
In my head, I chalked this one up for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah.
So anything else than that is a win. That being said, you know, the Cassidy, the Sombra, these can punish a mortal Wrecking Ball player. But Junbin? I mean, they shut him down a couple times this round, but they made so much opportunity for Lip and Heesang to get going and to really get into the round. Now Shy is going to take the mirror on the Ashe. I like his chances a lot more mirroring on the hit scan, playing that equal range. But once again, Crazy Raccoon on the Wrecking Ball comps, they're just so unpredictable. They're so hard to respond to. Leave on the Sombra, going to be tasked with mitigating some of the threat from that ball.
Yeah, I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon's signature composition. This is the composition that they've specialized over the course of a year now. And if you have any hopes of taking down Crazy Raccoon, realistically, you're going to have to be able to beat them at this signature composition.
Shu on the high ground, poking from range. Shy taking these sniper trades. Scary against a player like Shu. Heavy spam pressure, and they get the cleanup with the help of the Pharah. Shu's in pole position now, takes the high ground. Ultimate height, looks for nade into the backline. The connection onto Mew, followed up. Shu gets another. He's doing it himself, Johnny.
Unbelievable on a performance from Shu.
Oh no. Oh,
and the stagger.
Oh.
Got nowhere to go.
He doesn't even have mech charge. They don't have to kill him. Like, they could delay him really hard. He's gonna have to go off the map. This is gonna be another 5%. And you really can't walk up without your diva. I mean, once again, are just gonna have to wait completely in the spawn. Way too dangerous to move forward. Mew goes over to the Lucio.
Wow.
Leave on the Pharah. Lucio is a wild look here. And the Maga, I don't know, Johnny, it could work. They're gonna go full aggro. Maybe they can cross the distance, but there's gonna be so much disruption coming in. Now it's Junbin's time. A lot of these control skills are off the table. There's much less threat to deal with this Wrecking Ball, and Junbin is going crazy on them. Slam right here onto the Ashe. Follow-up damage coming in from range. They're harassed from all sides. Man, they can't even get to the point. Shu is on a heater on this map.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing the Lucio and Kiri, but then you're playing the poke with Shy on the Ashe. Leave on the far as well. Leave's gonna finally swap over to the Genji there. If you're gonna play with pace, like, I kind of understand it, right? Because, again, beating Crazy Raccoon at their own game, that's a very difficult task. But now you're already in such a hole. Crazy Raccoon haven't even expended a single ultimate this round.
They're getting spawn camped right now, Johnny. They're getting dismantled.
We were looking for answers. They don't have it.
Playing a low mobility comp against this lineup
Shy
of
Widow,
Crazy Raccoon.
Shy Ashe.
You're just putting the ball in their court. Shu has dropped like 15 kills in this map. I mean, this is actually a heinous number of final blows for an Ana to have. I keep seeing his name in the feed. This is not normal.
He's just sitting on the pillar back there.
And
jumping around.
Once again, just scrambling for answers. Now it's the Diva. Well, good luck. You're up against the full stack of ultimates here for Crazy Raccoon. Junbin is slamming you at the spawn doors. You have zero control. It's the Lucio booping him around. He's got the minefield.
Here comes the
Look
barrage.
where you pop the rush in your own spawn. Crazy Raccoon are just smoking them on this first map.
Dude, this was not even close.
Wrap it
rest
up, Johnny.
assured.
Wrap it. I mean, all right. Yeah, okay.
Like we said, no one's got the answer for this
They were
game.
in a dark room, Johnny. They were low energy, Johnny. Surely the momentum from the last... No, man. Crazy Raccoon, Ilios, this is their home. This is where they cut their teeth. Once again, back to the drawing board, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is usually how the first map goes when you're playing Crazy Raccoon, when you're playing Team Falcons.
Ilios
they pick
is a cheat code.
Ilios.
Ilios is a cheat code, all right?
It's a cheat code. I'm kind of curious what would happen in a major tournament if we didn't have Ilios in the pool. Like, would that be a bit of a neutralizer? Like, the Ilios is just too strong for these Korean teams.
They're different on control, period. I'm going to say that. They are different on control. Ilios is like a special case where Shu is like, welcome to my domain. I mean, Shu's been doing this on Ilios for the better part of a decade. So, you know, you can just write this off for once again and get this out of your head. That's what you have to do.
Like, literally, yeah.
Yeah, you have to just forget about this. We forfeited map 1. You know, we had a time delay. You know, that you gotta tell yourself a nice story here because you don't want to think about what just happened. I mean, you got dismantled.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a Nightmare, though. Like, they were able to overcome the fact that they couldn't win Ilios, right? So, definitely something that you shouldn't take too much into account here. Crazy Raccoon, they're just too dominant on this map. But good news, Jake. Now the series can finally start. Now you get to pick your own map, and you can kind of tailor these compositions whichever way you would like it. Perhaps get Shu off the Ana. That would be my go-to move, personally. just recognizing how good he is on that hero. It's just very impressive, Crazy Raccoon, how they're able to play these compositions. The Pharah, Heesang, one of the best Pharah players in the world. They just sit back and they just kind of like dissect you, pick you to pieces before you're even able to reach the point, put any kind of pressure on you. It's a masterclass, really.
Yeah, there are just so many layers to this squad, and trying to close distance against them. I feel that the only way I've seen Crazy Raccoon struggle is against incredible pace, and we've seen that from once again in the past, right? We have seen that they could bring it. Now it's once again's map pick. They have favored options like Suravasa and Esperanza, two maps that also play to that incredibly high-paced style. So I think that's probably what, once again, we'll want to do to try and change things up here in this series. You could go to something like a Circuit Royale where we've seen the D.Va be a little bit more dominant. We have seen, once again, look strong in that style. It's a tough call, though, because, I mean, you know, this is Crazy Raccoon. They have Max, they have Junbin. They can go back and forth. Any kind of style you want to bring, they're going to match you on it.
I mean, I was kind of half joking when I said that the series can finally start. But going back to what Mitch said on the desk, talking about what kind of support compositions we would see, I do think that across all these tournaments, right, we're seeing mid-tournament adaptations every single time. Usually from these Korean teams, Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, they see what the meta is going into the tournament, and then when these tournament matches take place, they get a few different reads, they alter the compositions they're playing, and I feel like the adaptation of this tournament, Jake, has really been to increase the pace of the backline. Typically, we'd see a lot of Winston, Brigana, for example. That's what we saw going into this tournament. But now, this tournament, I feel like the Lucio Kiriko has been really effective. We even saw Nightmare when they beat Crazy Raccoons. Sometimes it was on the back of double speed, Lucio Juno even. So the more you can up the pace and just make a mess of everything, the less the Korean teams have been able to kind of like hang with that mess. That doesn't really make sense, because you assume they win the duels, for example, but Nightmare, Zero popped off. You know, they're really thriving in that kind of messy environment, right? And so if you're able to force Crazy Raccoon off the Brigana, maybe you have a bit of a better chance if you once again.
I do think the Lucio Kiri puts a little bit more emphasis on just the raw death matching from your supports. Like, it's such a game changer when your Lucio Kiri can win fights against Tracer. We saw Admiral from Nightmare on the Tracer, you know, or on the Lucio rather, winning some fights against the Tracer. You know, and I think for
who would have thought? Admiral against Heesang. Who do you got? And Admiral actually came out on top. Yeah.
Hey, Admiral has leveled up over the years to be this key performer. Now it's going to be Chorong versus Mew. We are going to Suravasa, another game type where you talk about that high pace. I think Lucio Kiri probably a little bit more dominant, but both these teams have incredible coaching staff, very intelligent, knowledgeable players. I think the way the ban phase plays out has to be crucially important. I think it was massively impactful on Ilios, and now going into Suravasa, what are going to be the next options? And they're going to respect ban Ball off the rip. Wow. I actually think this is a big mistake. I don't think Ball is good on this map. I don't think Crazy Raccoon would even play it. I feel like, is this like, they're overreacting to map 1, surely, Johnny?
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a protect ban as well. If you want to go something like the Winston, you want to force, like, for example, and prevent Crazy Raccoon from getting a tank ban in themselves, right? Crazy Raccoon going to ban the Pharah in turn, which, all right, fair enough. I'm actually really intrigued to see how this series develop in terms of composition as well, because one thing we didn't really talk about is the fact that once again they beat Team Falcons in the Mauga composition as well. And if you're kind of like thinking about, you know, how Falcons historically have beat Crazy Raccoons, it has been in the Mauga composition. So if once again can beat Falcons in Mauga, they could probably beat Crazy Raccoon in Mauga as well, right? So that really brought out the question.
Transitive property,
yeah, I
Johnny,
know,
but I like the way you're cooking. I like what you're cooking. Maybe the Mauga is a type of style that could, you know, put
everything
Crazy
is worth
Raccoons on their
considering.
heels.
Yeah, you gotta think about it.
Yeah. We have seen, I think, Suravasa really go back and forth between like the anti-dive and the dive. You know, we've seen once again win into some of like those really tanky setups like that Falcons brought. But then we've also seen some teams, you know, make the Torb look just unbeatable, unkillable. That incredibly durable, greedy backline. Things like Brig Juno, man, it is rough trying to dive and Brig Juno. I mean, maybe once again can make that work. They are ridiculous on the Winston Tracer, but Brig Juno are nigh unkillable for us mere mortals. So it's kind of incredible to watch one of the best Winston dive teams in the world try to take that matchup. Now both teams, I'm sure, finalizing their strategies, thinking about what's going to be the approach given these bans on Suravasa. I'm coming hoping we see some Winston. The Winston ban's off the table now for Crazy Raccoon.
I want to see the mirror, Jake.
Yeah.
I want to see the Winston, Sojourn, Tracer mirror in this matchup. But I think it's also worth asking, like, Jake, do you think that Crazy Raccoon, do you think they want to match that? Because I feel like we've gotten the sense so far this tournament as well. Crazy Raccoon, they kind of want to be one step ahead of their opponent. they want to make a counter pick if it is available to them. And at some points, it hasn't really worked at all. So maybe they're shying away from that mirror against Once Again, which has punished them so many times in the past. It's a bit of a gamble here from Crazy Raccoon. Which composition are you going to lean on against Once Again, who are so proficient at this Winston dive?
Well, we're going to have to see it right now. Loading into Suravasa. Let's see what the boys on Crazy Raccoon have cooked. I think we have a pretty confident guess about Once Again going to the Winston here. I think very, very likely. And CR right now loading up on the mirror. Lip almost certainly doing a little bit of trolling. But Lip versus Shy. Mitch hit on this on the desk. I think this is crucial. I think a big reason why Once Again have been so incredibly dominant is that Shy is, he's not even just an X factor. He is consistently finding kills when he shouldn't. And when he should, when he's got the OC on, man is on fire. Let's see if Lip can match it here on Suravasa. This is Once Again's pick. They need to equalize the series right here and right now, Johnny.
Here we go, dude. This is about to be an unbelievable map. Two of the best teams in the world going head to head. And Shu already finds a pick onto Monk.
What?
Across the point?
Okay, I didn't know he had it like that. I mean, I guess I did, but come on.
I guess we're resetting. Can we restart the map?
I mean, that was so fast. I actually think Once Again can regroup and fight.
Dude, he has 30% ult charge. The point hasn't even unlocked.
Dude, Shu is taking over. Shu lost to an NA team, and he said, no more. We're coming back in the server.
Angry
now.
Crazy Raccoons, I'm here for it.
Takes some space on the point, bullied away, early cap for CR. Shu with some heavy damage pressure. Once again, reeling, trying to find something. Shy took another kunai to the face there. Man, Shu is on a heater. He's 60% to rush. This guy is out of control right now.
So look to leave here to open things up for Once Again. Heesang struggled in the Tracer duel against Zero when they lost to Nightmare. Who can open things up for Once Again? With Crazy Raccoon in control of the point.
Oh, nice move by Chorong onto the Winston. Gushui in a tough spot, moved away. Full control on the point for Crazy Raccoon. Sojourn tried to take space, now forced into a slide. Opportunity here for CR, but Junbin is slow. Has to stabilize. Heesang finds a pick on a Shy. Flanking Tracer being ignored because Heesang finding all the kills in the backline. Cap being attempted for a lead, but this is not gonna happen. The regroup comes in for Crazy Raccoon, and they are furiously beating down their foes right now. I mean, firing on all cylinders, barely even begins to describe it. That opening kill from Shu set the tone here, and once again, struggling to get back into it. The cap is coming through very soon. They need to hit an overtime touch. I think Leave has to get it. But
they have double support early. Realistically, so hard for Once Again here.
Yeah, here it comes. Pulse bomb.
Nice Susu.
Cleansed off. Gushui so low, very far from the primal. Lee forced to recall so many of these important skills coming down. Chorong rips the beat, even beast now. Monk goes down in the chaos. Crazy Raccoon continuing to fight this one out, still relatively healthy. Lip under pressure, getting flanked and picked off. But Heesang and Junbin strike first. 3-2 fight. Gushui, no heals left. 93 to the primal, but just a little bit too far. Can't quite get it online. Junbin cleans up, and the touch does not come in time.
Insanely close duel there between both teams. Mew hits a crucial sound barrier as he built it up there, but Crazy Raccoon, they had to support a little bit to trade it out, and they controlled the first point. Now though, both teams with a Primal Rage and an Overclock here jostling for position. You want to get that line of sight. Lip's gonna pop it. Tons of damage coming through.
OC comes out, blocked by the Winston for now. Pressure on Gushui, better primal for him. Shy responds as well with the OC into the backline. Now Gushui hunting for kills. HP dropping fast. The pressure from Crazy Raccoons is immense. Shu low, forced away. Gushui backing off, getting regrouped, but Shy finding the pick in the chaos onto Heesang. Advantage now for Once Again as they move forward. Starting to contest this point. Crazy Raccoon are going to let it go through, electing to regroup and fight 5-on-5. Ultimates off the board, just Pulse Bombs coming up soon.
So Once Again can sit back here. Pulse Bombs are coming alive, as you say, but Lee goes down. There's a 5 versus 4 situation for Crazy Raccoon. Junbin is going crazy.
Junbin with 2, getting the pickoffs, looking for a cleanup. Once again, had control of the point, but it was only for a moment, getting 30% capture. Crazy Raccoon now taking point control, moving up to the choke points. Once again, find themselves in a tough spot on the retake with nothing but a Pulse Bomb to work with.
And Shu is already built like another Kitsune Rush here, way faster than Monk. So this is a timing if you have it. Lip also finds a pick onto Shy. So that is going to settle the game down a little bit. More poke coming through here. Shouldn't overcommit too much here. See if they can hunt the Tracer.
The Raccoons are just oozing with confidence, rotating around the map with ease. Leave under pressure, flanked alone. Need some kind of a bailout. Can't get it. No recall. Heesang gets the cleanup. Now they're coming to fight, trying to get the cap, but I don't think they're going to have it in time. Junbin's here to stall.
Tuners, they're investing.
Rush on the point, Jumpin is low, can't get healed in time. Now Shu comes in, trying to bail him out. He's saying Pulse Bomb goes wide. Beat on the point for once again. Shy finds Jumpin. Chorong, too low, can't quite get this beat off. And once again,
Shy
stabilizing for the moment. Just a cap delay now for Crazy Raccoon. He's saying, dying on the point. Stable, consistent play for Crazy Raccoon. And in the end, it goes the way of once again, but that beat is costly. Now retake available for Crazy Raccoon with the beat advantage.
Yeah, that is a crucial point actually. Double support ultimate committed for once again. And yes, you get control of the point, but Crazy Raccoon, they just need one fight here. OC, Sound Barrier, they're in a great position to cap this second point out. Once again, actually, need to come up with a hero play.
Early beat from Chorong, not taking any risks, diving straight in. Shy has no second slide. In the focus fire now, Jumba gets the clean up. Lip is traded, so this is still a winnable fight for once again. Gushui getting close to the primal. He's already found that Kiriko, and onto the point now, pressuring it. 3-on-3. Gushui has primal. You can guarantee he's going to recommit here once again. They won't give this one up easy. Here's the primal. Now onto the point. Tracer, Lucio looking for kills. Raccoons find the flip in the chaos. Junbin has a primal of his own. And Gushui, so far not connected with the primal blade. Not able to get these finished kills. Still committed, still
He's stuck here now.
Lip's got the OC though. They cut him to pieces. The points in control for Raccoons. Junbin with the primal stabilizing. Unkillable now. Once again, can you even recommit? No, the point goes the way of the Raccoons. Up 2-0 on Surabasa, and so far there are no answers for your Chinese heroes.
Gushui was one step too far, overcommitted after the primal with his reset of the leap. And his teammates weren't there to back him up. You lose your Winston there. You have no space. You can't contest a point. You give it up. Once again, even though they have the overclocked pulse bomb, without the Winston to set you up, you just have to forfeit that point. And now you're gonna have to try and reverse sweep Surabasa here. Oh, the aggression from Crazy Raccoon.
Finds one, Lip traded out, but Sojourns are off the field. Crazy Raccoon happy to fight on low number 2. Saying on the Tracer, locked on, crushing through these players one by one. Point is open, and no sooner Crazy Raccoon stepping onto the cap. Once again, are bleeding out here on stage with the hometown crowd behind them. It is quiet in the venue right now, Johnny.
Crazy Raccoon demoted to the lower bracket, and this is the time they need Heesang to step up to the plate. People have questioned his Tracer play.
Shy.
And he goes down. 5 versus 4.5 once again. This is the opening they needed. They have the ultimates too.
Just Tracer picks, not enough. Commitment from Crazy Raccoon, 4v5. Shy with the OC, walking up confidently. Double support out from Crazy Raccoon. Responding in kind is Mew with the better beat. In position now for the flip. CR looking to fall back, looking to kite this. Everyone is low on the team. Junbin doesn't have the heal resources with the rest of his backline. Forced away. Chorong dancing off the point, trying to create what space and time that he can. Raccoon's still holding this point. They're happy to stall this one out. They're happy to delay the fight. Once again, getting the job done, but it's expensive. It's costly. They have control of the point for now, but they cannot give this one up. 2-0 against them.
And Crazy Raccoon, they're happy to, do these old trades. They're happy to make it expensive for once again. So yes, again, you forfeit the point, but now, once again, they only have the primal. Gushui, can he come up with a big moment here for his team?
He needs to. Primal already taking so much damage. The focus fire from Crazy Raccoon, they saw this one coming a mile away.
They want no business, dude.
This is no spring chicken. This is the Crazy Raccoon. Now they're regrouping, pushing in. Damage followed by Gushui, cleans up Lip. CR, are you going to recommit on this? Junbin's already on point. Maybe they're going to go for it here. He does have that primal advantage. Here he comes into the backline. Trades onto Shy. Pressure onto Leave. Struggling, trying to hold that recall as long as he can. Junbin falling back to the team. Nice escape from Gushui, but he's getting juggled. Getting pressured. The follow-up isn't there from Heesang. Gushui low, getting healed up though. Seemed to have stabilized for the moment, but it cost Leave his life. Once again, half the fall off. The Crazy Raccoon cruising to a potential 2-0 lead in the series. They're continuing to chase now deeper and deeper, closer to this once again spawn.
You should have a reset here, 80%. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to hold close here. I wouldn't be surprised to see early investments as well, making it difficult for once again to touch. Someone's gonna have to touch here. Already contesting Leave. The triple blink is not gonna be enough.
They need a touch from Winston. Lip has OC. Here he is on point. Gushui has no primal. Getting focus fire. Got the beat, but still under massive pressure. The follow-up damage is immense. Crazy Raccoon. They've knocked out the tank, but once again, Lip finds a second, and he's cleaning their clock with this overclock, completely wiping them off the point. Crazy Raccoon up 2-0 in the series already. Johnny, this was supposed to be close.
Once again, getting absolutely crushed by Crazy Raccoon. And just when we thought once again, this might be their tournament, they look red hot playing this Winston dive. Or Crazy Raccoon put them right back in their place.
Ice in the veins for Crazy Raccoon right
now.
now.
That was insane.
Just another day at the office. Backs against the wall, facing elimination. This means nothing to them. Home crowd advantage, good luck. And once again, they are reeling. This was their comp. This was their meta. This is their year to show what Chinese Overwatch can do. But Crazy Raccoons, there's no mercy. They're not here for the storylines. They're here for the trophy, Johnny. And they've been knocked down to the lower bracket. They don't like that so much.
That was the best we've seen Crazy Raccoon play all tournament long. Shu just firing an alternative to backline, got that early pick. Lip with like the 4Ks, 5Ks. Heesang was popping off in the Tracer as well. That is the kind of championship quality we wanted to see from Crazy Raccoon, and why we were so surprised to see Nightmare overcome them in the winners bracket. But if Crazy Raccoon play like this, man, they could make a big run here in the lower bracket.
Dude, if Crazy Raccoon get a rematch against Nightmare, that's
gonna be
angry.
angry. They're gonna be
serious money. And we talked about Heesang struggling maybe in that series against Nightmare. This was a different animal today on the Tracer. He was fearsome. And I feel like we have to talk about Shu. I mean, what a ridiculous difference maker here on this map and the last. I mean, we can expect great things from Shu, but when he comes out and he's not just supporting, not just doing his job to perfection, landing all of his skills as he should, but he's fragging. I mean, you would just have an extra DPS on the server when Shu's playing like this. That is just too much to overcome for once again. I mean, once again, it's been the team to put so many squads in the back foot, to pressure them, to make them make mistakes in the clutch. But it felt like Crazy Raccoon were never really in that spot. I mean, frankly, none of these 3 points was all that close. Like, we didn't even really get down to, like, the wire overtime fights that some teams have forced against Crazy Raccoon. Once again, you got another map pick. Maybe we're going to Esperanza again. That's been the comfort spot for them. I wouldn't hate the pick theoretically, but Crazy Raccoon have showed they can beat you at your best. That is devastating from a mental perspective.
It's really difficult. I mean, you could theorize about bringing Circuit Real into the mix. They have played that Diva composition with Ligue, but...
Yeah, it's a change-up. You force Max to come in.
It's a change-up, yeah, but at the same time, though, like we've seen Crazy Raccoon, they can match those kind of compositions. I just don't think that that is, once again, favorite composition. I would much rather see them go down playing the dive than playing the Diva instead, and, you know, bringing out the Mei and, you know, Mew rallying on the Brig. I'd much rather see them go to something like an Esperanza instead, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's going to be on the pressure for them. What do they want to stake their tournament life on the line? I'm kind of with you, Johnny. I think there's an argument for the Winston, but based on how the last couple maps went, I think maybe you do need to hit that big red button. Mitch talked about it. Somebody's got to blink first, but come on. I mean, it's pretty clear who it's going to be in this series. It's got to be, once again. There's no way you can take those two.
Do you go Runasapa here?
Maybe the Maga on Runasapi.
That could be.
You beat Falcons with it. But
you blink first, but you go Maga.
Look, Johnny, I'm worried. I mean, just like the eye test on this series is that we have moved beyond compositions. We have moved beyond picks
beyond compositions. Look, I know it's 6 a.m., but like you're cooking.
No, but just like, just what Crazy Raccoon is doing to them on the server. They're getting worked over in the deathmatch. They're not even getting into the fights. I mean, Ilios was a massacre. Like, that was not competitive. That was like some of my pubs, you know? I'm like, are they smurfing? Like, what's going on here?
Again, it was Ilios, though. I don't want to put too much stock in that, but I'm more surprised by the performance on Surabalsa, though, because Leave was nowhere to be seen. Shy didn't really have any moments, and that's not faulting them as individuals, but really the tempo that Crazy Raccoon set, once again, never really got comfortable in the matchup at all. So just being thrown off your game like that, maybe you do justify changing up the pace here and playing out some different kind of heroes to get back into the game. Leave just didn't bring those moments that we're accustomed to seeing him do so far.
And this is where I start to wonder about, the mental tenacity of these, once again, players. They haven't had that same level of experience in the last couple years competitively, where Crazy Raccoon have been tested. They have been tried. They have been forced to the lower bracket before. They have had to make comebacks against the likes of Falcons. And so I think it's fair to say that they look unfazed right now by their position in this tournament. Once again, struggling, flailing in this series. They are going to take us to Route 66.
Wow.
So it's a bit of a change-up, right? Historically, they have picked Esperanza in this spot. The Lucio ban, surprising with how much Lucio Curie has been played in the series.
Yeah.
But maybe this stabilizes things. Mew wants to give a shot for the Brig. Crazy Raccoon, responsive ban on the Sojourn. All right, this is low-key, this is kind of crazy because now I'm wondering, do you even play a hit scan? I mean, Route 66 is a little bit of an uncomfortable map for hitscan. Sojourn bridges that gap by having such incredible mobility that you can be played as this like quasi-diver. But now I'm wondering, does this take us in like a Tracer Genji direction, a Tracer Echo direction? I'm really curious. Cassidy could just end up being the go-to, or Ash, but I think in a super high-paced comp, sometimes those heroes can struggle.
Yeah, I don't really see the vision, honestly. I think it's hard to make the Cassidy work in these kind of situations here. Maybe I'm leaning more like Juno Brig here almost, Jake. Shying away from these dive compositions and maybe trying to play some kind of brawl here. But again, it's Route 66. There's some mediocre high grounds you want to reach, of course. Want to make sure you pick a tank hero that can access those. Really looking forward to see what they once again are cooking here with this pretty unique Lucio ban here. What do they have in mind?
I mean, the Brig is almost a foregone conclusion. The big question for me is, will it be an Ana or a Juno? For Crazy Raccoon, I mean, the way Shu's playing, kind of feeling the Ana, right? Like, I mean, I think the Brig Juno is actually not really the best comp for Crazy Raccoon because they're so strong when Shu is on a true playmaker. Juno is not that hero. Brig is not that hero. These are like incredibly stable, durable backliners, but I don't think it necessarily suits the strengths for Crazy Raccoon. So I think maybe that's the vision for a team like, once again, that loves that team play. They love that synchronized aggression. Take the game a little bit out of the hands of the individuals, put it in the collective. But I mean, look at the smiles on Crazy Raccoon. They're starting to have a little bit of fun. They're starting to feel...
That is menacing. Lip just laughing going into map 3. I'm like
casual
scared.
Smile, vibes, chatting with you, saying, nice pulse bombs last map, bro. See if you can get more kills than me, bro. I mean, come on.
Dude, we're having dinner after this. Where are we going?
Like, I mean, in these two maps go that way. They're two extremely dominant games on stage facing elimination. You are feeling the adrenaline for Crazy Raccoon. You are tasting victory. For once again, the crowd has been so loud all tournament long. You have been giving them so many things to get excited about, and now nothing. That is a terrifying place to be. It takes absurd mental fortitude for once again to be able to pull this back together. They need some energy from the crowd. They need to find somebody, a hero, to rise up in this moment of desperation. But it feels like maybe too little too late. Crazy Raccoon on the verge of eliminating the last Chinese team here in Hangzhou.
Yeah, honestly, once again, they just need a moment, right? Like something to just spark a fire here. No pun intended. Once again, they need something to just like rally the troops, because they don't really have an answer to what Crazy Raccoon are throwing their way.
It's going to be Junbin and Guxue. No tank subs, doubling down on the Winston.
Wow.
And a classic look on Route 66, right? But Brig Ana, I mean, Shu is going to be smiling all the way to the bank with this one. Shy going to go with the Cassidy on the defense. Curious to see what Lip's response is. I feel like the Widow, the Ashe, even a Hanzo could be strong choices. See what the swap ends up being. It's going to be the Cass Mirror.
Okay.
Okay. The Cassidy's come out, and I think Lip going to be feeling good about this with how ridiculously strong Shy has often been on the Sojourn. It's old Overwatch here. Classic Winston on a Brig. Let's see what the Cassidys can do. The Tracers are going to be under such immense pressure here with the threat of that flashbang.
Crazy Raccoon looking for an opening for now. Nice shots from Shy here.
Talk about a hero, but under pressure. Shu as well, firing up onto this high ground. Headshot connections aren't coming in just yet. Cart moving little by little. The move up by Chorong. He walked up too far though, punished by the dive. Once again, many players low. Crazy Raccoon always keeps fighting. Down a player is not enough to stifle them, but they will be cowed for a moment now. The regroup for once again, stabilizing the HP of these players. Just been forced out. But yeah, it's quite a quick nano for both teams. These Winston dives are going to be crucial. Heesang has done remarkable damage so far. 80% to a pulse bomb. This may be coming sooner than the defenders expect.
Taking it real slow here. Just trading down.
Huge down from Shu. Come on. Sleep perfect on the Winston. Zero mistakes. This guy is locked in. They do take a nade on that backline. Where's the follow-up? Heesang finds a connection. Nano onto Chorong before Shu goes down. That's enabling Chorong to stay alive, to continue providing the support for this team. And that's going to allow Crazy Raccoon to continue rolling this card forward.
That's all you need in these compositions. A huge biotic grenade from Shu opens the door for Crazy Raccoon. The sleep dart onto Guxue. And Heesang cleans it up with the post bomb. Recontest here from once again. They have a Deadeye as well to make some space here. Need to build the rally to sustain on the point though.
Big pressure on Junbin.
Another nade!
Here's the high noon from Lip. trying to zone off this cart. Shy looking for targets on the point. Both teams tentative, slowing things down. Primal Rage comes up first for Junbin. Where's he gonna deploy it? Mew instantly forced into a rally. Chorong is low, needs to stabilize, needs to get that connection. There it comes. Mew is extremely low, forced out of the fight with the rally. Can't get value. High Noon Channel putting big damage now onto this main tank. Junbin is low, naded, forced out, 1 HP. Surely he can't, no, he's out, he's escaped into the waiting arms of Shu, who heals him back up, enabling Crazy Raccoon to potentially continue this offense. Players low on both sides. Junbin surely doesn't have the HP to get this done, but the flip came in the chaos, and Crazy Raccoon laughing at their opponent's misfortune. A little bit of schadenfreude here. Feeling good going into this final map, and once again, I mean, that's devastating. That was a spot where you could have held.
Devastating indeed. The rally came through. They sustained on the point for so long there, under so much pressure from Shu. And once again, it looked like they were able to claw themselves back onto that first point, but the cap comes through, like you said. And now Crazy Raccoon with lots of positioning here. Another stick.
Roll. I mean, so sick from Heesang. Waits out the roll for the Cassidy, so there's no counterplay. Now Heesang on the flank, forcing heavy response. Gushui in with the Primal, says, fine, I'll do it myself. He's here on the point, but the massive pressure on his health pool. He's incredibly low. Double jump, escaping out to the high ground for the moment. Nano onto Mew, just defensive, just stabilizing the position. No offensive threat. Crazy Raccoon dominating on the server right here. And once again, we're all out of gas. It's only Leave with the Pulse Bomb, standing between Crazy Raccoon and their undeniable victory here.
Junbin with the Nano.
Into the backline, Monk's already down. Defenseless, Brig, low, misses the flail, cleaned up by Junbin. Perfect Winston gameplay right now from your Korean heroes. Crazy Raccoon up in this fight. Gushui and Leave trying to clutch this one out, but so difficult. Down number, so difficult facing off against Shu.
3 versus 2. Gushui is in the cave here, actually. Gets slapped by Shu. Surely he's gonna get punished here. Not close to the Primal, so
Shu is nearly 100% sleep accuracy in this map. I mean, ridiculous stuff. This is so oppressive to play against. And Junbin, he has the Primal. Cassidy drops down low. Rally as well, defending against Junbin. High Noon, surely this is enough to deal with the Winston. High Noon connects onto Heesang, who already trades onto Mew. Slip onto Junbin, but here's the rally on Big rally. Swarming over them, the nade just barely saves Shy, but in the bubble, he cannot get the heals. Junbin falls in the chaos, so does Gushui. It's a low numbers engagement, but Chorong, Shu with 2 is just cleaning up. The supports are eating them alive once again, cannot come to the point. And 3 minutes on the clock, pushing into third. It is a masterclass on Route 66. Shu said, you let me play Ana in the elimination map, you fools.
Shu is just absolutely out of his mind right now. Playing some of his best Overwatch on his signature hero. And once again, they still haven't found an answer really for Crazy Raccoon to set them back. Leave has had some moments so far. This is, oh my god, what a nade!
The bounce nade gets shot in you. That was a 4-man nade using the bounces. Primal, you've got, all right,
he ran out of abilities.
Solo Primal on Shu.
He had no more.
Respect it. And he's gonna get more cleanup after the fact as well. Gushui chasing to the spawn door. Chorong is low. The Primal Blade still here, still a threat. Gushui, you cannot ignore this Winston. You cannot ignore the potential that he has. Crazy Raccoon regrouping now off the spawn. Still 2:30 on the clock. A lot for this offense to work with.
Shu has the Nano here. Probably apply it onto Junbin here to take some room. Leave with the pulse bomb. Can he find a pick? Which is dealing a lot of damage here, actually. Big nade from Monk before he goes down, but it's not going to be enough. Crazy Raccoon coming up with another fight win here, and Monk expended that Nano boost as well. That's this crucial Nano boost, who is so powerful in these type of compositions. Now Crazy Raccoon able to take the high ground. One last kind of engagement here on this third point. This Deadeye could be lethal as well. Junbin holding close. This Primal could be devastating.
Rally as well, available for Chorong. Very, very soon. Gushui is low. Naded, purple.
Huge pick.
Sleeps to High Noon. Already found the connection though onto Junbin. So Crazy Raccoon maybe electing to slow things down. Wait for that Winston. Wait for the Primal Rage. Discretion the better part of Valor for the moment. Lift falls back, respecting the threat of that pick. But the ultimate advantage firmly in favor of the Raccoons. Primal Rage for Junbin could be the difference maker. Mew, very close to that rally, needs to bridge the gap. This will be the crucial tool. Nade onto Lip, connects onto Shu as well, but there's no follow-up, and here's Monk. Low, flank,
you lost the rally.
All sides. Rally stabilizing, but it's not enough. Crazy Raccoon, up 5 versus 2, 5 versus 1. Shy stands alone. He's got no shot in this fight, and capping Route 66 with 1 minute and 5 seconds. This is done, Johnny, once again, surely A mountain even too tall for them to climb.
Oh my god. Shu is popping off on the Ana. Crazy Raccoon are coasting. And once again, they didn't even really get an opportunity to combat that final fight. They died with ultimates. Crazy Raccoon just storming ahead, capping out the Route 66, which rarely happens, Jake. Very rarely do we see go to overtime here on Route 66. It's just a demonstration of their dominance so far.
We bet the house on Shu right now. We bet the house. We bet the kids' college tuition. We bet it all, man. Shu is not losing this game. This guy is doing different things on support. It's not healer, bro. It is not healer. If you watch what Shu is doing in this game.
This is one of the most impressive player of the match performances I've ever seen.
Come on, we all know.
Like the series is not even over. I'm like, oh, it's probably Shu, right?
We all know.
It's.
I mean, he's done in a series what it takes some players a career to achieve. Absurd performances from the Raccoons, who are looking now to book their ticket, surviving in that lower bracket. The demons in the lower bracket waiting below to claim anyone who dare fall. And now it's once again on the verge of defeat. Here's the crowd, though, rising up, trying to insert a little bit of energy, pour some oil on this Chinese squad as they look to represent their country, their nation in Overwatch. They didn't get much chance to compete this year, but here they are, backs against the wall, trying to show that they still have what it takes to fight back.
Very important attack here on Route 64 once again to keep themselves alive in this tournament in front of their home crowd.
No, Junbin already found one. Crazy Raccoon, opportunity and aggressive. They could turn this into a spawn camp if they want to. Lip on the ash as well, range advantage. Once again struggling, falling at the last hurdle. Crazy Raccoon cleaning up, opportunity to move forward. If Lip takes his forward high ground position, this is a difficult spawn camp to break. Shy, gonna go over to the ash, needs to take the duel. At this point, you cannot give Crazy Raccoon a comp advantage. They don't even need it. If you give that to them, this is all over.
This is so nasty from Crazy Raccoon. You put pressure on them early, forcing, once again, to expend abilities, resources, to even get this high ground. Sleep onto Gushui, and now again, you can just apply the pressure, get damage in.
They're so clean, though, Johnny. They're not even up anything for free, holding this corner. They've held it 1,000 times before. They have every advantage here on the defense, but once again, has been a team to throw with a nade on the Shy. He's gone. Beautiful sleep on the Winston. Well. Every single time. You cannot touch this guy. The Terminator on the Ana.
Now you've built the Nanos as well. 1 minute 30 already gone for once again, and here comes the ultimates for Crazy Raccoon. It's not going to get easier.
Oh man, you need it to get a little bit easier though, let's be real, Johnny, because this is not looking good. Crazy Raccoon storming over their opponents, and now caught in the frame. Backliners! Shu, are you kidding me? Stop it! This is show some mercy. There's no mercy. There's no mercy to be had in the server, Johnny. There is only blood for the blood god, and Shu, he yet thirsts for more.
All right, we used one Bionade and one rally. And we wasted the entire team.
They don't have nade. Quick reset. They use nade.
They use nade. That's what we're tracking these days. Oh,
4 ults for the Raccoons. Every tool they would need in the book. And look at this forward position from Junbin. So difficult to evict. Nade comes in. It still finds 2. Every single time. He doesn't even see
All right, they use nade. This is our time.
Counter nade under Shu. Shu is low. Is there follow-up? No. Tracer's being marked. He's saying forces the recall. Wins the Tracer fight in the flank. Bob, please do something. We need you to do something, but he's doing nothing, Johnny.
Realistically, this is on Gushui now. You have the primal rage.
Shu again!
They dealt with Shu. They have a chance, Jake.
All right, Chorong goes down. That's the backline for Crazy Raccoon. Junbin found a kill with the primal before the sleep could come in. Junbin and Heesang continuing to fight this one out. Gushui extremely low, forced all the way back to the spawn, forced to the doors to get a reheal. Their whole team is dead and they're still spawn camping, Johnny. This is against the rules.
Wow. The payload just passed the gate, Jake. They got another fight coming. Shu has the nano boost here. It's a great fight win for once again. But this is last fight territory now. 40 seconds on the timer. You have a rally coming up on a nano as well. But Shu has the high ground. Shu has the nano boost. And Shu can close out the series right here, right now.
Ultimate advantage though for once again. Nade now Sent back the other way. Monk
Crazy
is traded. Both Anas off the field. Junmin finds a second. So does Guxue. No support, no kills left in the fight. It's a true deathmatch now. But Heesang and Lip defeat their counterparts. And it's all Crazy Raccoon in the feed once again. Hopeless in this series. Guxue deep in the enemy spawn.
Who's gonna push?
Desperation.
The Tracer's dead.
So difficult here. He's gonna try to deny the honor, but Chorong is here to bail him out. And Gucci just trying to stay alive, just trying to touch. Is anyone there?
There's no toucher.
There's not. Crazy Raccoon, send the Chinese hope home. The crowd is silent, but Crazy Raccoon, the laughter filling the arena. It's an easy dub for them, staying alive here in the clash, continuing on in the tournament, and they are playing with vengeance right now, Johnny. This is some of the best I have ever seen from Shu, and that guy, he's put on some good performances before.
The demise of Crazy Raccoon was greatly exaggerated. What a ruse. Come out swinging in the lower bracket, dominating in the other two series here today, and they just dispense of once again in spectacular fashion. That is one of the best Ana series I've ever seen. Shu with an absolute masterclass on his signature hero. I just can't believe what I witnessed, Jake. I thought this series would be close.
Me too.
It was
John.
not even
like,
remotely
look, we're gonna
close.
have a great, we're gonna have a banger to end the night.
Oh,
I mean, to be fair, we did get a banger from Shu. I mean, the rest of the team played perfectly as well. Like, the follow-up was always there. But, I mean, every time, Shu just naded the enemy team. He doesn't nade himself. At some point in that series, he's like, I'll die.
That was ridiculous.
But I'm taking 3 of you with me. Like, you can kill me, but it's going to cost you your 3 lives. And it's just not good enough. On top of that, Lip won a lot of those hit schedules. We talked about, is Shy going to level up? Is Shy going to take over the server? No, it was Lip. It was Heesang for the DPS. Incredible performances from them. And for this Crazy Raccoon team, a massive comeback from a difficult loss earlier in the day. They stay alive in the tournament. Let's send this over to the desk and get their breakdown here on this incredible match.
Hey, it wouldn't be an Overwatch major without 2 Korean teams in the top 3. Heartbreak City, though, for the likes of once again. This does not look like the squad that took Falcons the distance earlier today.
No, I mean, they got annihilated. I know I talked, Jake kept saying, Mitch talking about Shy versus Lip. Hey, you can actually take the credit for that because it was really
a little low hanging for my liking, but that's
the gap between Shu and not even Monk, just the rest of the supports in the lobby, just like even his own
I'm
team.
in trouble for
it's
this.
just insane.
I called Lip getting gapped badly by Shy. I was like not even subtle about it. I wasn't even nice about it. That did not happen at all.
There wasn't even the chance of it happening, right?
No.
I mean, just the support play from Crazy Raccoon was so good that regardless of what kind of happened on the other side, like, Shy and Leave had moments, same with Guxue, but it was inevitable what the result would be.
You have to be ready for this against Crazy Raccoon. When we get one of those control maps to start the series, they are going to ban Winston. They are going to set things up for Junbin to play ball. They do it all the time. And now, you know this coming in, and you also know that Winston is banned before you make substitutions. You still decide to put Guxue in at the start of the series, forcing him to play Diva. Bro, Diva!
Yeah.
What? I don't know what the other option is supposed to be there, but this is an undeniable MVP here for Shu. The guys has given us some of the most incredible flex support plays in Overwatch history. Today is just a collection of them. It's so hard to see any one of them stand out. This guy is insane.
It is insane. It is insane. Like, not even just the Ana. He had a hot start on the Kiriko, over on Surabasa as well. And it's just shocking, I think, that we saw the idea that once again Hannah was banning out that Lucio on our last map. But the fact that not a single Ana ban came out from this team this series is insane to me.
Considering they didn't really want to play it themselves. I mean, the last series that we did, right?
They just played the game.
Yeah, they just played Lucio Kiri the entire time. And I mean, when you have a player that's that good on that hero, like I think Shu's probably the best Ana we've ever had, just in history. And then I think also now you start to like observe some of the other Anas in history, and the gap is like
I just think
pretty large at this
They
point.
banned Ball on Surabasa.
Yeah.
The kind of map where like you could just happily take Winston into it, and you've got Junbin on the Winston. That's a great map to try and target maybe some of those supports. Maybe try and take Shu off guard. But again, he can flex to Kiriko. There's so many options.
It almost seemed like once again, like they kind of they thought too deep into the ban process there, where it was like, we can get rid of the ball. It's like no, like we know that what they're gonna do.
I mean, they just got smacked in the face with reality. I think we all did. Seeing Crazy Raccoon struggle the way that they have, falling down to this lower bracket, but you don't have to think back too far to realize how terrifying this team can be. And I think they've been off balance this tournament, basically up until this point now. We talked about, them sitting in the dark room, kind of collecting themselves here. I think having the break today definitely helped them, but it's kind of confirmation bias, if I'm honest with you. But they're now in a position to look back towards Falcons, look back towards these teams and say, hey, they're spending a lot more time in the lower bracket than they probably ever have before. Yeah. Probably a learning experience. It's definitely forged them. I'm sure they're pretty keen to get their hands on some of those teams still lingering.
Yeah, I think it was really important for them to have an extremely dominant showing in this lower bracket matchup when they were facing up against that potential elimination. But that is going to be all for today. We got to talk a little bit about tomorrow, because on top of finishing up the last few matches that we have for Stage 1 and crowning our champions here for Stage 1 as well, we're going to be kicking things off actually with a show match, just to give you guys a little bit of a preview of the new stadium mode that is coming out for Season 16. So lots of exciting things to keep in mind for tomorrow. But that's it for us today. It's been an intense one. It's been a long one. We'll catch you guys later.